Chapter 1 Binding to the Pay-to-Win System. Congratulations, host, you have successfully met the binding requirements. The pay-to-win system is now successfully bound. Are you still despairing because you think you're a good-for-nothing, possessing countless riches but having extremely poor talent? This system will solve all your troubles. Just spend money and you will have SSS-level talent. Martial Emperor will no longer be out of reach. Don't miss this opportunity. Now, just recharge 1 million yuan and you'll receive a newbie gift pack. A tempting voice echoed in Subai's mind. At this moment, Subai, who was sitting in the senior classroom of number 1 high school, was clearly stunned when he heard this voice, and then he was overjoyed. The system. The system I've been waiting for 2.5 years has finally arrived. That's right, Subai is a transmigrator who has been in this world for 2.5 years. This is a world of martial arts where strength reigns supreme. Thousands of years ago, a gate to another world suddenly appeared, and endless strange beasts began to invade. Danger comes with opportunity. With the opening of the gate to another world, the planet called Blue Star undergoes a tremendous change, and spiritual energy is revived. Alien beasts invaded and slaughtered humanity. Nuclear weapons were ineffective against those advanced alien beasts. Under immense pressure, humanity finally discovered spiritual energy and, based on this, deduced the world's first cultivation technique, the 5 Elements Manual. Even after the cultivation techniques were deduced, humanity still struggled to survive under the invasion of alien beasts, but at least it had the power to resist. But the last great hope of humanity, the Blade Master. After 3 years of arduous cultivation, he finally annihilated the strange beasts with just himself and his sword, thus establishing the prosperous era we enjoy today. But he never appeared again after that, and the monsters never invaded again. Even after 1,000 years, the name of the Sword Saint is still etched in everyone's heart. For thousands of years, even as batches of top geniuses have grown up to stop the invasion of alien beasts and races, the horrific scenes on the battlefield are still unbearable to witness. Moreover, in the past 100 years, martial arts seem to have been interrupted, with no geniuses emerging out of nowhere, and top-level combat power is severely lacking. But all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Subai. After he transmigrated, he thought he would be bound to the system and start dominating the world. As a result, not only did he not receive the system in the past 2.5 years, but his martial arts talent also became a complete mess. The only thing that can comfort me is the billions of dollars in assets inherited from my parents, whom I took for granted. That's right, Subai is a genuine second-generation rich kid. His family's companies are all over Jiang province, with a market value of up to hundreds of billions. His parents are also extraordinary. His father is a high-level martial king, and his mother is a high-level martial master. Realm levels: quasi-martial artist, martial master, martial king, grandmaster, great-grandmaster, martial emperor. Among them, martial artist to great grandmaster is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Martial emperor and martial emperor are further divided into 9 levels. However, despite being the son of 2 high-level martial artists, he was a complete waste. From childhood to adulthood, I've eaten plenty of rare and precious herbs, taken countless medicinal baths, and had my share of girls. In short, with nearly several 100 million worth of supplies, even a pig could be turned into a martial arts master. But what about Subai? He ate so much and used so many products, but when he checked his chi and blood levels, damn it, it was only 2.5. Hundreds of millions of resources were poured in, and only a quasi-martial artist was produced? Even the most basic undergraduate admission line of 7 chi and blood for a quasi-martial artist cannot be passed. At most, one can only get into a junior college martial arts school, where the admission line only requires 0.7 chi and blood. The parents, despite seeking help from numerous experts and alchemy masters, were unable to solve their problem. With the global martial arts exam just around the corner, even he himself has given up on preparing to go home and inherit the family fortune. Now that the system I've been waiting for 2.5 years has finally arrived, how can I not be excited? A pay-to-win system? Damn it, the last thing I lack right now is money. Recharge. We must recharge. Recharge it thoroughly. Subai shouted excitedly. 1 million has been deducted. Congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift pack. Just as Subai was overjoyed, he didn't notice his surroundings at all. At that moment, his homeroom teacher was looking at him with a dark face. Subai. What are you doing, making such a fuss? What time is it? It's class time, and you're not even paying attention. Why are you disturbing your classmates? With the martial arts exam just a few months away, your parents have worried so much about you, hoping you'll train hard in martial arts. Is this how you repay them? You can go back and take over your family's billions at any time, but have you thought about what you'll use to protect those assets after your parents leave you? You should know that this world has always respected strength. Do you really want your family's generations of hard work to be destroyed in your hands? The martial arts exam is just around the corner. If you worked hard and gave it your all, you might be able to get into a 4-year martial arts college. At least then you'd have some future. But look at you now, is this acceptable? Teacher Lee spoke earnestly from the podium, revealing that he had genuinely wanted to criticize him in this way for a long time. Even with abundant resources, one can still achieve great success even with poor talent. But ever since he realized that his talent was not even as good as a dog's, the child simply went astray, spending his days slacking off and indulging in debauchery after school, but he never did anything bad. You have to understand that he wasn't like this at the beginning, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get the principal to put this person with connections into my class too. The average chi and blood value in my class is around 10, most of them have already passed the undergraduate entrance exam, and there are even a few geniuses with over 60 chi and blood values, who have become intermediate martial artists. And now, Subai, despite investing so many resources over the past 3 years, only has 2.5 health points. This is definitely related to his attitude of giving up. With the crucial martial arts exam fast approaching, Old Lee felt he had to give Subai one last piece of advice: a prodigal son's return is priceless. As the head teacher of the top class at No. 1 middle school, Teacher Lee's strength had already reached the initial stage of martial king, so he was naturally not afraid of offending the young master of the Su family when he said these words. After all, Subai and I were teacher and student, so I'll give you one last hand and leave the rest to fate. Subai, after being scolded, realized what had happened and stood up to apologize to Teacher Lee. I'm sorry, Teacher Lee, I was lost in thought just now. But I've made up my mind now. My goal is to get into the top universities in China. P.S. I'm a newbie here, please be gentle with your criticism. Chapter 2 Provocation, System Panel. A moment of silence fell over the class. A few people twitched, as if they wanted to laugh but dared not because of Subai's identity. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh came from the front row. Seriously, young Master Su? Are you still half asleep? You're spouting nonsense without even thinking it through? Subai looked at the speaker, Su Fei, who appeared to be a respectable man on the surface but was actually a hypocrite. His family's business clashed with his own, and there were many conflicts in the business, but he could never win against Subai's parents. So, he was naturally the most enthusiastic about mocking Subai. You can't expect ivory to come out of a dog's mouth, Subai replied calmly. Su Fei didn't react for a moment, wondering what those words meant. At this moment, one of his underlings translated for him, Brother Fei, he's calling you a dog. Put. Several people standing nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Fei instantly flew into a rage upon hearing this. You son of a bitch, who are you calling a effer? However, Subai casually remarked, whoever takes it personally is the one I'm talking about. You. Su Fei wanted to say something more, but he seemed to remember how sharp Subai's tongue was. He had suffered quite a bit over the years, and Teacher Lee was still here. After thinking for a while, Su Fei came up with a good way to teach Subai a lesson. Subai, didn't you say your goal is to go to the top school? You must be very strong, right? Perfect timing. The talent awakening ceremony is the day after tomorrow. How about we spar a bit then? Su Fei then used a sarcastic, provocative tone to say, our young Master Su is going to a top university, so he shouldn't mind if I ask him for advice, right? Everyone agrees, right? Su Fei's lackeys immediately chimed in, yeah, Subai, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Are you scared? Such a low-level provocation tactic would have been ignored by Subai in the past, since everyone knows it would only lead to humiliation. But things are different now. He's now bound to a pay-to-win system, and he gets stronger by spending money. And the thing I have the least to lack right now is money. Beating up Su Fei wouldn't be a piece of cake, would it? In that case, I certainly won't refuse Su's request. But what's the point of just sparring? It'll be more fun if we add some stakes. I seem to remember that your family recently acquired a Martial King level breakthrough pill, right? It should be worth some money. I'll bet you this marrow cleansing pill. I wonder if young Master Su dares to bet on it. Suddenly, a pill appeared in Subai's hand. It was a marrow cleansing pill, which, as the name suggests, could cleanse the user of impurities and open up the meridians, instantly turning an ordinary person into a genius. It's worth hundreds of millions of martial arts coins, but even a single pill like this is extremely rare. It's a 5th grade pill, which can only be refined by a 5th grade alchemist. Alchemists are extremely rare, so their pills are very expensive, with the price increasing exponentially with each additional level. The Martial King Breakthrough Pill is a pill that helps martial artists break through to the Martial King realm. It can help people break through to the Martial King realm after taking it, but it is only a 3rd-tier pill. However, this is a pill related to cultivation level, so the price is naturally higher. Moreover, this pill is a 3rd-grade pill, and its quality is unknown. But even the lowest grade of quality pill can achieve a breakthrough rate of 80% after taking it, with a market value of over 100 million. Such a pill is extremely rare. Su Fei thought he had misheard. What? You dare to bet with me? The marrow cleansing pill? Since you're going to give me these pills, I'll reluctantly accept them. I really need to thank young Master Su properly. Teacher Li, please be our witness, so that we can deal with any people who want to renege on their debts. Fearing that Su Bai might change her mind later, Su Fei hurriedly found Teacher Li, who was standing nearby, to testify. If he really wants to back out then it won't be up to our young Master Su. Su Bai, are you sure you want to take this bet? Su Fei is a beginner martial artist, and his health points are already 23, Teacher Li asked in a deep voice. Everyone in the class has witnessed Su Bai's strength. He defeated Su Fei in 2 days? And he's even going to get into one of the top universities in Xia country? This is as outrageous as a sow climbing a tree, it's simply impossible. Teacher Li revealed Su Fei's strength in an attempt to discourage Su Bai, but this was no joke. Putting aside the bet, the possibility of one of them getting injured during the sparring match was something he couldn't afford to bear. It's all right, teacher. The bet is settled. Since Teacher Li will be the witness, I'll hand over this marrow cleansing pill to him for safekeeping. As he spoke, Su Bai tossed the pill in his hand to Teacher Li, fearing that someone might deny it in the end. As a qualified transmigrator, Su Bai refused to believe that he, with his system, couldn't defeat a mere beginner martial artist. Soon, the school bell rang, and Su Bai rushed home impatiently. At this moment, inside a mansion worth hundreds of millions, Su Bai refused the lavish dinner prepared by the beautiful maid and went straight back to his room, locking the door behind him. What appeared before Su Bai was a system interface diagram that resembled a projection. Pay-to-win system. Name, Su Bai. Talent, F. Your level of uselessness is truly one in a millennium. Talents are divided into F level, E level, D level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level. Realm, Quasi-Martial Artist 2.5 HP. Technique, Everlasting Spring Technique. Balance, 0. Shop, not yet open. Backpack, a beginner's gift pack. Su Bai glanced over and selectively ignored his once-in-a-millennium talent, his body trembling uncontrollably. After 2.5 years of waiting, is it finally time for me to turn my life around? System, do you know how hard it has been for me to wait for you? It's indeed quite tough, considering you have to face so many battles every night. If you had arrived a few days later, the host probably would have been in heaven. A sudden sound startled Su Bai, followed by an awkward silence. Don't get the wrong idea, I just stayed up all night playing FPS shooting games. Would you believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding? Seeing that the conversation had died so quickly, Su Bai wasn't in a hurry. Now he should check what was in the newbie gift pack that he had spent 1,000,000 yuan to buy. Su Bai was initially lured in by the sudden arrival of the system, but now, looking at the 1,000,000 yuan deduction record on his phone, he's starting to doubt whether the system is legitimate or not. After all, whose newbie gift pack requires spending 1,000,000 yuan? You have to understand that 1 million is no small amount. 1 million can easily feed an ordinary family of 3 for a lifetime. Of course, the premise is to avoid extravagant spending. However, Su Bai felt somewhat relieved when he thought about the name of the system, the pay-to-win system. Pay to win, how can you get stronger without spending money? Hopefully, the 1,000,000 I spent won't disappoint me. This system is my only hope now. With his finger hovering over the newbie gift pack, Su Bai hesitated to put it down. This will determine my future. Damn it, I've already been a piece of trash once, so what's wrong with doing it again? Open it. Chapter 3 Beginner's Gift Pack, Novice Martial Artist. Congratulations, host, for opening the newbie gift pack and receiving the following rewards. Rewards: Talent upgraded to a grade, Mindset Enlightenment Technique, Top-Tier Fire Type Special Talent, Realm upgraded to Beginner Martial Artist, Cultivation Technique Yuan Yang / Special talent levels are divided into low, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, and the legendary immortal level. All the rewards obtained, except for the mental cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, were used automatically. Before Subai could even fully experience the changes in his body, the data on the system panel was updated. Name, Subai. Talent, a level plus. Talents are divided into F level, E level, D level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level. Realm, beginner martial artist 10 health points. Techniques, everlasting spring technique, enlightenment technique, primordial yawn / balance, 0. Shop, not yet open. Backpack, empty. Seeing the bright A-level talent on the talent bar, Subai knew that he had truly risen to prominence this time. However, the talent level of his predecessor was actually the once-in-a-millennium F level, which can be considered too lucky. No wonder they said that despite investing so many resources to improve, the progress was as slow as a snail's pace. This kind of physique is like absorbing 1 unit of chi in blood. You might absorb 1 unit, but only a pitiful 0.01 unit can actually be used to improve your strength. The rest of the body cannot absorb it at all and can only slowly dissipate into the air over time. It seems that spending that million was definitely worthwhile. Subai was overjoyed. This was truly a cheat code for transmigrators. This pay-to-win system was amazing. If I had bound myself to the pay-to-win system earlier, I could have gotten such a return with just 1 million. If I had put all the billions I had wasted before into it, how strong would I have become? After being a useless person for so many years, what is the first thing you do now that you suddenly have a talent? Nonsense. Of course we should hurry up and cultivate and experience what it's like to be a genius. Not yet familiar with the newly acquired cultivation method, Subai sat cross-legged on the bed and began practicing the everlasting spring technique. Over the past 1,000 years of development in martial arts, various mental techniques and skills have emerged, and the everlasting spring technique is one of them. The 5 elements technique is, after all, a cultivation method introduced 1,000 years ago. After thousands of years of continuous improvement, it has given rise to many more powerful mental techniques. However, these mental techniques and exercises all share a common characteristic. That's expensive. Very expensive. Extremely expensive. Take a very ordinary mental cultivation method or technique as an example. It may only improve your skills by less than 10%, but even that 10% can fetch over $1 million on the market. This is only the lowest level of yellow rank, which is the worst kind of cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques are divided into yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and the highest rank, emperor rank. Each rank from yellow to heaven is divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. The emperor rank has no grade distinction. These facts alone are enough to illustrate the preciousness of mental techniques and cultivation methods. This Changchun manual was created by a grandmaster. It's the mental cultivation method, but his father spent a fortune and used many favors to obtain it. This is a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique, and its market price already starts at hundreds of millions, and it is always in short supply. Resources are always in the hands of a small number of people. Therefore, ordinary people are basically out of reach of advanced mental cultivation techniques, but they can buy advanced martial arts manuals. However, the only way for ordinary people to obtain advanced martial arts techniques is through martial arts examinations. That's right. It's the martial arts exam. Once admitted to a university or above, freshmen can generally choose a good cultivation technique upon entering school, and later they may want to exchange it for a more advanced technique or other cultivation materials. I'm sorry, but the only way is to demonstrate your value, or to fight bravely on the front lines and earn military merit points. Even if you have money, it won't work. As he circulated the everlasting spring technique, a warm and comforting spiritual energy began to flow throughout his body, almost making Subai cry out in pleasure. This was something that had never happened before during my cultivation. Otherwise, why would I give up martial arts and be content to be a rich second-generation heir who just lazes around and waits to die? Who wouldn't enjoy this feeling? Isn't it more comfortable than rewarding yourself? Who needs a reward when you have this? The effects of an A-level talent go beyond this. Subai discovered that he had completed a full cycle of energy circulation in just half a breath. You should know that Subai, who used to have the worst talent, could only circulate his chi in blood once every few breaths, and the increase was negligible, practically nothing. But things are different now. After a week, Subai clearly felt that his strength had increased, but he didn't know the specifics. Thinking of this, Subai quickly opened the system panel. Realm, Beginner Martial Artist 10.01. That's right, I didn't misjudge it, it really did add 0.01 points of health. The system's realm advancement, though its method was unknown, directly merged with Subai, seemingly something Subai had cultivated himself, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. That's why Subai was able to feel the improvement in his strength in time, even if it was only 0.01, but that might be equivalent to several pounds more punching power. Once a martial artist reaches the strength of a Chi blood level 1, their basic punching power is generally around 100 kilograms. For every additional Chi blood level, the power increases by 10 kilograms, until the basic punching power of a beginner martial artist reaches 200 kilograms. The standard for a beginner martial artist is 10 Chi in blood points and 200 kilograms of basic punching power. The standard for intermediate level martial artists is 50 Chi in blood points and 500 kilograms of basic punching power. The standard for advanced martial artists is 100 Chi in blood points and 1000 kilograms of basic punching power. The changes before becoming a martial master are basically not significant. Almost every increase in Chi in blood points equals 10 kilograms of punching power. Of course, this is just a standard for strength. The final judgment of a person's actual strength can be influenced by external factors, since the idea that geniuses can kill enemies of higher levels seems to be common in this world as well. Cultivation techniques, special talents, and so on, these things can all increase one's strength, and most of them increase it by a percentage. For example, a beginner martial artist with ordinary skills can basically fight an intermediate martial artist to a standstill. A novice martial artist with advanced techniques and special talents can easily defeat an intermediate martial artist and fight an advanced martial artist to a standstill. This illustrates the importance of talent and skill. It's no wonder that Su Fei dared to provoke him like that. He seemed to be a talented martial artist, but only with the lowest level, most worthless talent. Even the worst low-level talent is still much better than those useless people with no talent at all. The probability of a special talent awakening is 1 in several thousand. A school might be considered very strong if it has 10 special talents. Moreover, at least half of these 10 have low-level talents. Subai could feel the increase in his Chi and blood value by only 0.01, which was thanks to the system's advancement in realm and top-tier special talent. Even without activating his cultivation technique, Subai felt his strength was slowly increasing at a very slow pace. Subai glanced at the system panel by chance and was surprised to discover a secret. Talent, a level plus. Subai, who was familiar with this symbol, was immediately dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. Chapter 4 Return Gift Pack, Immortal Grade Talent. Holy crap? A phrase from the National Essence came out of his mouth without hesitation. Subai was already surprised that the newbie gift pack had upgraded his talent to a level, but he didn't expect that the talent could be upgraded. It seems I underestimated this system? Shock was followed by surprise. The effect of my talent has already been so obvious just from being promoted to a level. If I were to go to S level or even SS level, how strong would that be? It should be noted that this world has been developing for thousands of years, but those who awaken S level or higher talents are extremely rare. Generally speaking, there are only a few dozen people worldwide who possess SSS-level martial arts talent each year. Don't think this number is large. You should know that this is all the martial arts exam takers in the world combined. Compared to this huge number, a few dozen people seem so insignificant. Take, for example, Jiang Province, where Subai is currently located, and last year's martial arts exam. Last year, Jiangxi Province produced hundreds of S-level individuals, 1 SS-level individual, and 0 SSS-level individuals. The city where Subai is located only has 2 S-level individuals. There are no more above that level. The entire population of Jiang Province is in the hundreds of millions, yet only 2 S-level talent martial artists awaken each year. This terrifying ratio is breathtaking. However, special talents are a peculiar phenomenon. The conditions for their awakening are unknown. They may appear in a useless person, or they may appear in a top genius. Although the probability of awakening is comparable to awakening an S rank or higher talent, the majority of people in the world are still lucky. If a top genius awakens a special talent, then it's naturally a case of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Even if a useless person awakens, they can still have the ability to fight beyond their level. These special talents include not only combat talents, but also some support talents. For example, alchemists, weapon refiners, and beast tamers. The world is vast and full of wonders. There are many special talents that are unknown to humankind. Thousands of years of exploration have failed to uncover the information, which shows how mysterious these special talents are. Over the past 1,000 years, countless people have tried various methods but have been unable to improve their talents, as if they are forever fixed. Even if there are one or two exceptions, that method cannot be replicated. Otherwise, given how much his parents doted on him, they would have gone bankrupt to change his talents. Subai suppressed his excitement and pointed his finger at the plus sign. My dearest host, your balance is insufficient to upgrade your talent. Now, by recharging 100 million yuan, the host's talent can be upgraded to S-level. Would you like to recharge? Subai's finger froze on the spot, and an awkward silence filled the air. As expected of a pay-to-win system that costs $1 million for a beginner's gift pack, and a level-up costs $100 million. Luckily, my cheap dad has hundreds of billions in assets, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to afford to feed this system. As Subai sighed inwardly, the system noticed his lack of response and assumed he was hesitating. Dear host, 3 hours have passed since your last recharge. We are now offering a special return gift pack. Recharge 100 million yuan, and your talent will be upgraded to S rank, and your cultivation level will be raised to intermediate martial artist. Subai was speechless again. System, did you learn this from Ma Huateng? Despite inwardly complaining, my hand still obediently agreed to the 3-hour return gift package. The payment notification came through the phone again, and Subai's strength had also increased to intermediate level martial artist. The system panel refreshed again, and the talent changed to S level, with the realm being intermediate martial artist 50 health points. But Subai discovered that the plus sign after the talent hadn't disappeared, it was still there, clearly unchanged. 300 million, SS level. 500 million, SSS level. That's not all. 1 billion, a celestial grade talent. Talent, celestial grade, the only top-tier talent in the world, surpassing SSS level talent. After upgrading his talent, Subai discovered that the system had completely drained his savings from the past few years, leaving him with only a few million to make ends meet. This pay-to-win system is really money-grabbing. Luckily, the nearly 2 billion I spent has upgraded my talent to the highest level, Subai thought to himself. But this celestial grade talent? This is the first time I've ever heard of a talent above SSS level, the only top-tier talent. Am I the only one in the world with a celestial grade talent? I wonder how this immortal grade talent will perform when cultivated. Shall we give it a try? It was early morning, just as dawn was breaking. Subai emerged from his cultivation state with a hint of surprise. Realm, Advanced Martial Artist. That's right. In just one night of cultivation, Subai went from an intermediate martial artist to an advanced martial artist, and he was an advanced martial artist with more than 200 chi in blood. Even with a celestial grade talent, it would be impossible to cultivate this quickly. However, before activating the everlasting spring technique, Subai first looked at the cultivation method given in the newbie gift pack, the enlightenment technique. But what Subai found startled him. This is actually an emperor-level cultivation technique. The newbie gift pack is really generous. With his celestial grade talent, coupled with the bonus from the god-level cultivation technique, enlightenment technique, Subai went from a mid-level martial artist with 50 health points to a high-level martial artist with over 200 health points in just one night. If Subai were to face Su Fei again now, he could be easily crushed with a single finger. Yesterday, I made a bold statement that I wanted to enter one of the top universities in China. I thought it was wishful thinking, but now it seems that I can choose any of those universities? There are 3 top universities in China. The first one is Peking University, whose full name is Hokuto University. It has the best faculty and student resources and is located in Kyoto. The second is the National University of Taiwan, officially known as the National Defense University. It is a university established by the Chinese military, and every graduate's first consideration is to go directly to the battlefield. It is affiliated with the military. The third place is Shanghai University. When it comes to Shanghai School, the only word to describe it is strange. This school is ranked third not because its strength only warrants a third-place ranking. On the contrary, Shanghai University's overall strength is the best in all of China, without a doubt. But the reason it ranks third is because its strangeness lies in its enrollment and management methods. Shanghai University does not consider any talent or ability in its admissions process. As long as you meet their requirements, you can be directly admitted to Shanghai University. However, if you do not meet its requirements, even if you are a once-in-a-century SSS-level genius and a top-tier special talent martial artist, there is no way for you to enter. But despite this arbitrary admissions method, it has consistently ranked first in overall strength for many years. every martial artist who comes out of Shanghai University is famous throughout the world. The teachers and principals there are all at the Grandmaster level. In previous years, it was quite common for the university to not admit any new students during the enrollment period. This sense of mystery makes all martial artists yearn for it, hoping to be noticed by this mysterious university and soar to great heights. However, what I should be thinking about now is the awakening of my talent in 2 days. If I remember correctly, the talent awakening 2 days later is related to a major competition. Chapter 5, The Grand Competition of the Secret Realm, Heaven Rank Cultivation Techniques. That's right, the talent awakening ceremony 2 days later will also determine the qualification for a grand competition in the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm competition is a contest concerning the allocation of resources among several provinces. The entire competition will involve all cities in the provinces that are co-hosting the event. Each city will send its top 10 talents who have awakened their abilities to a secret realm to kill alien beasts, with rankings determined by a points system. Originally, all of this had nothing to do with me, a useless person with only 2.5 HP. But things are different now. His talent has been upgraded to the immortal level, and he reached the advanced martial artist level in just one night of cultivation. Moreover, this system is so expensive. Although we don't know what else this system can do right now, just based on its immortal grade talent and emperor level cultivation method, we know that this system is extraordinary. But now that Subai is broke, the system doesn't even bother with him anymore. However, I really don't know what else this system can do now, and there's no user manual. I have to figure it out myself. The shop on the panel was not open, so Subai had no choice but to give up. Now I'm completely poor, and even if the system has other functions, I can only watch helplessly. However, as things stand, the combination of a celestial grade talent and a top-tier fire-type special talent already completely surpasses 99.99% of the people on Earth. The test is tomorrow. Being merely a high-level martial artist isn't enough to guarantee first place. What if some dark horse emerges? Then we're doomed. No, I need to continue training. Since we've decided to go to the city-wide competition, we're definitely aiming for first place. With just one phone call, Subai took a day off to cultivate at home. This worried Misley, a teacher at the school. Could it be that Subai had been traumatized and developed some kind of problem? He was acting strangely yesterday, saying he wanted to get into a top university. You know, 2 of those 3 universities require you to be a high-level martial artist or above to even get in. Subai's chi and blood value is only 2.5. With some effort, he might be able to get into a bachelor's degree program, but to say that he can get into the top 3 universities is simply a pipe dream. Although Shanghai University, which ranks 3rd, does not consider talent level in its admissions, it may only admit 1 or 2 students a year. Do you think Subai could be chosen? If he can get into one of the 3 top colleges, I'll eat this whole table right here and now. I'm just one step away from breaking through to the martial master level. Subai finished his cultivation the next morning. With his celestial talent and divine level cultivation techniques, he could feel himself getting stronger every moment of his cultivation. Now he finally understood how those who frequently went into seclusion managed to persevere. Today is the day of the school test. Should 400 plus chi and blood points be enough? I'm just one step away from breaking through 500 health points and becoming a martial artist. Becoming a martial arts master in 3 days is an extremely incredible feat. Even in the history of Earth, no one would believe it if you told them. After tidying up, Subai prepared to head to school. During his cultivation yesterday, Subai also took a look at his only current cultivation technique, the Yuan Yang Slash. As expected, this Yuan Yang Slash is also a high-level cultivation technique, a low-grade heaven rank technique. Each practice method is divided into 5 stages: beginner, minor success, major success, perfection, and subtlety. As a low-grade heaven rank sword technique, even just the beginner level requires several months of practice. However, none of these things matter to Subai, who is using cheat codes. The cultivation of this technique led Subai to discover a new function of the system: paying to cultivate techniques. It takes about 100 million yuan to raise the proficiency of a heaven rank cultivation technique to the level of microscopic. Subai's few million yuan can only support him until he achieves great success, and he has truly become penniless. However, after receiving the fully mastered Yuan Yang Slash, Subai felt that it was all worth it. For just a few million, he could achieve the full mastery of his heaven rank cultivation technique. Anyone would have made that deal. However, when Subai opened his phone and saw the several missed calls, he frowned slightly. Father, mother. Both of them made several calls, but I was so engrossed in my cultivation that I didn't pay any attention. Should I call back? After lingering on the dialer for a long time, Subai put away his phone. Forget it, today is just a test. I'm sure I'll make a name for myself with my advanced martial arts skills. Wouldn't it be better to go and report the good news later? Putting away his phone, Subai left the villa. Little did they know, the maid inside the villa had witnessed everything that was happening. She wasn't just an ordinary maid, she was a bodyguard hired by Subai's adoptive parents to protect him on his way to and from school. He has offended quite a few people in business, and if they can't deal with him, given their ruthless methods, they might even turn on his son. This maid was hired by Subai's cheapskate father at a high price. She was a low-level martial king. This is a martial king. Who would believe that a good-for-nothing who isn't even a beginner martial artist has a martial king as his bodyguard? After Subai left, she took out her phone and made a call. She reported everything that had happened to Subai in the past 2 days, including what happened at school and the bet with Su Fei. After giving her report, the maid discreetly followed Subai in the direction he was going to school. Brother Bai, why didn't you come to class yesterday? Today you've awakened your talent. Su Fei was so arrogant when he found out you weren't here yesterday. I really wanted to punch him. At the school gate, a chubby boy was gesturing wildly as he described Su Fei's arrogant behavior from yesterday to Subai. When he gets really passionate, he acts like he's the one being bullied. This chubby boy is Subai's childhood friend. Their fathers were brothers since childhood, so the two naturally became childhood friends. Not only the chubby boy, but also another one who was childhood friends with the two of them. The three of them practically grew up wearing the same pair of pants. Of the 3 years, Subai had the most clever ideas and deservedly became the leader, while the chubby boy became the youngest. Moreover, the chubby boy's name is Wang Fugui, and as his name suggests, his family is also extremely wealthy. The three families often trade with and help each other. As for the other one, it was a girl. Brother Bai, are you really going to fight Su Fei? He's already a beginner martial artist, and he even has a level 1 cultivation technique. I heard he's already mastered it. Even if we awaken a better talent, we probably still can't beat them in a short time. Why don't we just let it go? It's just a marrow cleansing pill, consider it as feeding a dog, there's no need to stoop to his level. Fu Gue hesitated for a moment before speaking. Subai remained silent for a while after hearing this, and after Fu Gue finished speaking, he accidentally released his aura as a high-level martial artist. Brother Bai? Chapter 6, the outcome is uncertain. We are all potential dark horses. Brother Bai? The moment Fu Gue felt the martial artist's pressure, he was stunned and could hardly believe that the aura was coming from Subai. She herself is quite talented, otherwise she wouldn't be able to stay in class 2 like Subai. Despite not having put in much effort in cultivation, he has still reached the beginner level of martial artist, with a blood and chi value of around 17. But now, even with his initial martial arts level, he felt a deep sense of danger the moment Subai released his martial arts pressure. You have to understand, I'm just a beginner martial artist. Even the intermediate martial artists in my class don't feel this threatened. Yet, Brother Bai's mere aura is enough to make me feel threatened. Brother Bai, you're a high-level martial artist? Fu Gue asked in surprise, his voice trembling slightly. How is this possible? Wasn't Brother Bai a quasi-martial artist with a chi and blood value of 2.5? How did he suddenly become a high-level martial artist? How many days does it take to become a high-level martial artist? Or is it that Brother Bai's strength is just like this all along, and he has been hiding his strength for the past few years? Between these two wealthy individuals, the latter is more likely to be believed, as the former has a probability of less than 1 in a billion, so how could it possibly happen to someone close to them? However, if it's the latter, then Brother Bai is truly terrifying. Despite so many rumors and gossip, he was able to endure it for so many years, always pretending to be a rich second generation who just wanted to live a life of leisure. Among all the people I know, I'm afraid only Brother Bai possesses this kind of mindset. As expected of Brother Bai, I knew that when Brother Bai was born, auspicious signs and strange phenomena appeared. How could he be a good-for-nothing who even has difficulty cultivating? However, thinking of this, Fu Gue looked at Subai with some resentment. We agreed to just sit around and do nothing together. How did you become a high-level martial artist? This is a high-level martial artist. They've practically got one foot in the door of Peking University, while I'm only a beginner martial artist after all this time. Subai nodded slightly. Anyway, today was just a test, and his strength would definitely be exposed, so he deliberately leaked his aura to make the fat man worry less. Otherwise, until the very last moment, he would really think that his 2.5 HP was just a way to get himself killed. Holy crap! Holy crap! Unfortunately, I'm uncultured, so I just used the phrase fuck to get by. After Subai admitted it himself, Fu Gue was even more shocked and exclaimed, "Holy crap! You've been playing dumb all these years." Brother Bai, now that you're a high-level martial artist, it looks like Su Fei has really been screwed over by you this time. I really want to know Su Fei's reaction when he finds out you're a high-level martial artist, hee. Fu Gue grinned mischievously, already imagining the scene of Su Fei being humiliated. Inside the classroom, Teacher Li was explaining the rules of the test to everyone. This test will be the highest level test in history. The Provincial Martial Arts Association will send people to help you awaken your talents and special talents, which will directly affect your future. Normally, the talent assessment would begin a month before your martial arts exam, but this year is different. The city-wide competition will start earlier, and this will be your opportunity. The rewards for the top 10 this time will be 10 times that of the past. Everyone should go all out and be in the best condition to meet this test. The outcome is still uncertain. We could all be dark horses. Teacher Li was giving a passionate speech on the podium, and she couldn't afford to lose in terms of momentum. Unsurprisingly, the atmosphere in the entire class was enlivened. Some martial artists with lower cultivation levels were even more excited when they heard that the talent awakening was going to be brought forward. The talent awakening has started earlier this year? Isn't it supposed to start only in the last month before the martial arts exam? What's going on this year? Holy crap, my talent awakening is ahead of schedule. There are still 2 or 3 months until the martial arts exam. I wish I could awaken a good talent. Who can argue with that? Although my current cultivation level is much lower than those intermediate martial artists, who knows what kind of talent I might awaken? Even so, the higher one's cultivation level before talent awakening, the better the awakened talent will be. We might be in a bit of a predicament. What if? I've heard that some people's talents seem unremarkable before they are awakened, but after awakening, they turn out to be S-rank talents, and from then on, they soar to great heights. The atmosphere in the classroom became lively, with everyone looking forward to awakening their advanced talents. Teacher Li nodded at everyone's attitude. If you lack ability, make up for it with your momentum. Although Class 2 is not the strongest class in the entire school, it must have a stronger presence than the others. As Teacher Li watched the enthusiastic crowd with satisfaction, she caught a glimpse of someone who seemed out of place in the class atmosphere. This person was none other than Su Bai. I used to hear these toxic motivational quotes every day in my previous world, but now when I hear them again, they feel bland and uninteresting, leaving me completely unmoved. This kid, he's been talking nonsense since the day before yesterday. He's like a completely different person. I don't know if he's been through something. He even took a day off yesterday. Today is the day when talent awakens. We'll see what it's all about once we put it to the test. Hopefully this kid can awaken a D-level talent, then maybe we can push it up with resources. However, when Teacher Li thought about how Subai had barely managed to accumulate 2.5 HP over the past 2 years with the help of a large amount of resources, he probably figured the chances of him awakening a high-level talent were negligible. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion, a classmate suddenly asked a question. What talent do you think Subai will awaken? I think it's a bit risky. I heard that his parents got him a marrow cleansing pill a few days ago, but he used it to make a bet with Su Fei, agreeing to fight today. Yeah, it's hard to say what would happen if he had taken that pill, but he used it as a wager. I don't know what he was thinking. Su Fei, who was listening to the discussion, couldn't help but speak up sarcastically. What talent could he possibly have? In more than 2 years, his chi and blood value is only 2.5. It's not even certain whether a university will accept him, yet he dares to talk such nonsense about going to those 3 schools. You know, those 3 schools are places that even I can hardly touch. How could Subai possibly compete with them? What does he rely on? His silver tongue? Or his wealthy parents? Even if I, Su Fei, die outside, or jump off this cliff, Subai will never awaken a talent above level D. Chapter 7 Awakening Ceremony, School Beauty Chu Yoyu. While everyone was discussing it, Fu Gue stood aside with a look of disdain. After learning that Brother Bai was a high-level martial artist, Fu Gue would have been walking around with his head held high if he hadn't been worried about revealing Brother Bai's level too early. Hearing Su Fei's clown-like remarks, Fu Gue completely disregarded them. If you knew that Brother Bai was a high-level martial artist, you would probably kneel down and admit your mistake. How dare you, a mere beginner martial artist, mock my brother by. Although he couldn't immediately refute Su Fei's words, Fu Gui silently turned on his phone's recording function and recorded everything Su Fei had just said. After a burst of motivational speeches, the Jiang Province Martial Arts Association members arrived at the school, and the loudspeaker was now announcing that all senior classes should hurry to the playground to begin preparations for the awakening ceremony. Alright students, whether you're a dragon or a worm, today we'll give you the answer. I hope everyone can awaken their own talents. Now, follow me to the playground to assemble and prepare to awaken your talents. Don't run around. Just call your name. If you disrupt the order, you could be sentenced. You should know that, Teacher Li reminded her. Yes, teacher, everyone said in unison. Soon, the group followed Teacher Li to the playground to assemble. When the group arrived at the playground, the awakening platform had already been built. On the awakening platform, a person holds a crystal ball in their hand and has a medal on their chest. Silver 3 stars means that the person holding the crystal ball is a high-level martial artist, and this should be someone sent by the Provincial Martial Arts Association. On the awakening platform, the principal, vice principal, members of the Martial Arts Association, the Alchemist Association, and some city leaders all came to watch this talent awakening. Every year during the talent awakening process, they try to discover promising talents and recruit them into their ranks or as disciples. This is a good investment for both myself and the association. Soon after, the awakening ceremony officially began, with the students from Class 1 taking the lead in awakening. Dafiki. As the first person to awaken on stage, Dafiki felt both apprehensive and excited. Today, they've started awakening their talents so far ahead of schedule. Once they awaken a good talent, their strength will definitely increase significantly. At that time, we might even be able to challenge some of the second-best universities below those 3 top universities. And so, with a heart full of trepidation, Dafiki arrived at the awakening platform. Place your hand on this crystal ball, carefully feel the spiritual energy in the world, and try to absorb it. The martial arts instructor explained the awakening process to the student in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone present to hear, so that he wouldn't have to repeat himself every time someone else came up. Dafi placed her hand on it and did as the adult had instructed. A faint light flashed within the crystal ball. Dafiki, C-rank talent, no special talents, next. IC level talent. It's actually AC level talent. As expected of Class 1, they're all a group of people with exceptional talent. The first one to awaken AC level talent is the one who got it. This is AC level talent. Normally, a C-level talent would be enough to get into some second-tier universities, right? Damn, I'm so envious. If I could awaken a C-level talent, my whole family would probably set off firecrackers for a whole day and night to celebrate. Am I the only one who noticed this name? What were his parents thinking when they named him? Feng Jia, D-level talent, no special talents, next. E-rank talent, next. C-level talent, next. B-grade talent, next. Next up, Chu Youyu. Chu Youyu. Finally, it's the school beauty's turn. She's already a high-level martial artist, so her talent must be at least A level, right? Goddess, my goddess. How could a goddess's talent only be A level? It's at least S level, okay? Don't you understand? The goddess is now a high-level martial artist. I heard from the rumors that she seems to be engaged to that good-for-nothing from our school. Damn it! Watch your mouths, you lot. This is our boss's girlfriend. How dare you defile her? Su Fei's lackey said arrogantly from the side. Before heading to awaken, Chu Youyu looked with some worry at the location of Class 2, searching for the figure she wanted to see. However, there were quite a few people in Class 2, and Su Bai and Fu Gui were at the very back, so Chu Youyu naturally couldn't see that figure. Su Bai. Chu Youyu was a little worried. She only found out about the bet between Su Bai and Su Fei today, and she was wondering why Su Bai didn't come to school yesterday. However, having already heard her name called, Chu Youyu had no choice but to suppress her worries, bite her red lips, and walk onto the awakening platform. You know what to do, right? Put your hand on it. The martial artist didn't even look up, continuing to organize the data from the awakening. Currently, my highest talent level is only B, but my performance record includes 1 S level and 3 A levels. My first stop was number 1 high school, hoping to achieve some results, but I didn't expect that even with over a dozen students in my best class, only one student got a B grade. This year's students are a bit lacking. while this martial arts master was still worrying about his performance. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon occurred. A purple light and a faint golden light were brewing in the crystal ball, and then a purple light with a hint of gold burst forth and shot into the sky, rising 100 meters high. The sudden appearance of this strange phenomenon brought the martial artist back to his senses, and he stared in astonishment at the 100-meter-long pillar of light. Purple tinged with gold, this is an SS-level talent. The moment the principal noticed this strange phenomenon, he left his seat and immediately shielded Chu Yoyu to his side. At the same time, the strange phenomenon in the sky did not disappear. A few seconds later, a clear and bright phoenix cry resounded through the sky. Suddenly, a tiny creature appeared inside Chu Yoyu's body, hovering around the pillar of light as it flew higher and higher, growing larger and larger. As she surged to the very top, her size reaching hundreds of meters, another phoenix cry echoed through the heavens, and then all the strange phenomena gradually began to disappear. The martial artist in charge of the awakening was thrilled when he saw the pillar of light, but when the phoenix appeared, his legs went weak and he had to lean on the awakening platform to keep himself from falling. The principal and a group of experts at the martial king level or above immediately mobilized to surround and protect Chu Yoyu. If the group wasn't mistaken, that creature, hundreds of meters long, must have been the legendary phoenix. The girl in front of us has awakened a talent that has caused a celestial phenomenon, and even a phoenix, a mythical beast, has to congratulate her. What kind of terrifying talent is this? After a long pause, the martial artist finally managed to stand up. His voice trembled as he announced, Chu Yoyu, talent. Chapter 8, attempts to win over the 3 major academies. Chu Yoyu, SS-level talent, unknown special talent. That's right, an unknown talent. The appearance of the Phoenix Beast has made this special talent an unknown quantity. Even the awakening orb cannot detect it. All that can be known is that the talent is SS level. Such extraordinary talent can probably only be explored after entering those 3 universities. Otherwise, apart from the owner, no one else would know what this special talent is. Moreover, the owner will be unable to fully utilize their talent to its full potential. Although it was an unknown talent, everyone present knew that it must be a top-tier talent, and it might even be the legendary immortal talent. Even without this special talent, just having an SS-level talent would be enough to make these big shots on the stage start trying to win him over. Even if you can't win them over, you should at least make some connections and leave a good impression. With SS-level talent, he has practically secured his place in those 3 top universities, and his future realm is likely to reach the Martial Emperor level, or even the most prestigious Martial Emperor level. Such a genius can only be won over and befriended. One must never offend her, especially since she is the precious daughter of the Chu family. I'm so envious. If the old man of the Chu family knew about this, he would probably end his seclusion and brag about it to us old folks. There's nothing I can do. Their granddaughter is so outstanding, awakening an SS-level talent. If my grandson were half as good as her, I could brag about it for at least 10 years. What good fortune did old man Chu accumulate in his past life? Not only did he have a son who was both capable and talented, but even his granddaughter was so outstanding. Why don't I have such good luck? I heard that the Chu family's little girl is betrothed to the Su family's boy since childhood. I wonder if this news is true. That kid from the Su family? How is that possible? Everyone knows that kid from the Su family is a once-in-a-millennium piece of trash. He used countless resources to only raise his chi and blood value to 2.5. How is that possible? Even if it's true, so what? Now that the Chu family's granddaughter has awakened an SS-level talent, she and that Su family boy are from 2 different worlds. It was just a childhood betrothal, nothing more than a verbal promise between the 2 families. And, coincidentally, I have a grandson. After the strange phenomenon disappeared, Chu Yoyu's beautiful eyes relaxed slightly, and she felt the changes in her body with some surprise. I thought that with my strength as a high-level martial artist, it would be quite good if I could awaken a talent of a level or higher. I never expected that I would awaken an SS-level talent and an unknown special talent. After awakening her talent, Chu Yoyu discovered that she could clearly sense the spiritual energy around her, and that she felt a strange sense of familiarity with it. It seems that as long as you have a thought, they can all gather together for you to absorb. However, before Chu Yoyu could fully experience the changes brought about by her talent, a group of people instantly surrounded her. Hello, Chu. I'm from the Martial Arts Association. If you agree to join, feel free to make any requests. All resources will be allocated to you, and you'll even have a Grandmaster mentor to personally guide you. Chu, please ignore them. I am. A large group of people surrounded Chu Yoyu, all trying to get her to join their faction, or some wanted to offer her gifts to build a good relationship. However, Chu Yoyu had never seen such a scene before, watching a group of martial kings fighting over her, with some even swearing. Keep in mind that even the weakest among this group is on par with his father. Fortunately, the principal intervened and pulled the group apart, saying, all right, you're all elders, the young lady has her own ideas. If you really want to win them over, it won't be too late after the awakening ceremony. Moreover, as far as I know, those 3 universities have already received the news and will be arriving soon, so you should completely give up on the idea of getting them to join. After the principal's words, the group realized the situation they were in. There are so many students watching down there. If we old guys keep arguing up there, won't we just become a laughing stock? Moreover, Chu Yoyu has already been chosen by those 3 universities, so she has no chance with the others present and can only leave a good impression on them. But 3 universities? Did that university also get alerted? It seems that the special talent of the Chu family's daughter is not simple. The Chu family may really be soaring to new heights this time. After recovering from the joy of awakening her SS-level talent, Chu Yoyu looked worriedly again in the direction of Class 2. At this moment, everyone on the playground was so amazed by this extraordinary phenomenon that they couldn't close their mouths. They had never seen anything like it before. Auspicious beasts appear, and the whole world rejoices. I didn't see that wrong, did I? The school beauty has awakened an SS-level talent, and it was even accompanied by the appearance of a phoenix, a legendary creature. I never thought I would actually see it with my own eyes. Oh no! My goddess has awakened an SS-level talent. The distance between us has increased by 100,000 miles. Wah-ah! The school beauty is not only beautiful and has a great temper, but also comes from a great family. Now she's even incredibly talented. God, why are you so unfair? Why can't I have such a perfect girlfriend? The thought of such a perfect goddess ending up in someone else's arms makes me angry. It hurts so much. Su Fei nodded in approval upon seeing this. As expected of the woman he had his eye on, her talent far exceeded his expectations. But the more she acts like this, the more he wants to conquer her. Su Bai and Fu Gui, who were at the very back, also witnessed this strange phenomenon. Su Bai, who had already anticipated this, was not too surprised. After all, his talent was a celestial grade talent above SSS level, and no talent could shock him anymore. The rich man was completely dumbfounded. He thought it was already outrageous enough that Brother Bai had been hiding his true strength for many years and was a high-level martial artist, but he never expected that Sister Yu would also awaken an SS-level talent. His 2 childhood friends, an older brother and a younger sister, had all risen to prominence, leaving him, a mere novice martial artist, cowering in a corner. This made Fu Gui sigh inwardly. We all grew up together. Why did you all secretly rise to prominence while I'm left as a useless nobody? So sad. Oh. After Chu Yoyu finished awakening, the martial artist in charge of the awakening was so excited that he urged the next person to come up and awaken. I never expected that a genius with SS-level talent would awaken in this school. My performance has been exceeded in one go. Maybe I can even get a promotion and a raise when I get back. Luckily, I was in charge of the city's awakening, otherwise this performance record would have gone to someone else. Next up, Shizhen Xiang. Chapter 9, Searching for Su Bai? Su Fei awakens. C-level talent, next. A level talent, next. Soon, everyone in Class 1 had awakened. In addition to Chu Yoyu's SS-level talent, she also awakened 1A-level and 3B-level talents. Next up is Class 2. Fu Gui clenched his little fists, hoping that God would be kind and let him awaken a good talent, otherwise he would really have no face to stay any longer. Chu Yoyu returned to her seat in Class 1, and after a period of internal struggle, she walked towards Class 2 with a feeling of worry and shyness. Holy crap, the school beauty is coming this way. Is she here to see me? Go to hell. Look at yourself. Are you even half as handsome as me? Just an average guy. A bunch of ordinary guys. That school beauty is now a high-level martial artist and has awakened an SS-level talent. How could she possibly be here to find a bunch of losers like you? That's right, if the school beauty is looking for someone, she should look for our young Master Su. Who else is worthy of her besides young Master Su? Could it be that she's looking for that good-for-nothing Su Bai? Even if Su Bai had some relationship with the school beauty in the past, she has now awakened an SS-level talent, while Su Bai is a complete cripple. How could the school beauty possibly come looking for him? Looking for Subai? Let me tell you this, if the school beauty comes looking for Subai, I'll perform a handstand while eating. Sufei looked at Chu Yoyu expectantly, hoping she had come to find him, but he had a bad feeling about it. Fugui nudged Subai with a look of anticipation. Brother Bai, sister Yu is obviously here to see you. If the rest of our class finds out, they'll probably want to eat you alive. Especially Sufei, look at that silly bird's expectant expression. If he knew sister Yu came to see you, tsk, jealousy makes people turn evil. Subai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and looked at his childhood sweetheart, with whom he was engaged, walking towards him with some curiosity. In this situation, he awakened an SS-level talent. Knowing that the original owner was a complete waste of a person, he still came looking for him. In his memory, the engagement was arranged when Chu Yoyu followed him around all the time when they were children, wanting to play with him. Later, when both sets of parents saw that the two children got along so well, they arranged the engagement. As they grew up, the two became aware of the engagement, but neither of them had any intention of breaking it or announcing the engagement, so they naturally accepted its existence. As one of his childhood friends, Fugui naturally knew about this, but he wasn't jealous or anything, he was just full of envy. Brother Bai has such good taste. You should know that when Chu Yoyu was little, she was a snotty little thing following the two of them around. At that time, Fugui disliked her a lot, but Subai took her to play with him. Over time, the three of them grew up wearing the same pair of pants. Unexpectedly, Chu Yoyu grew up to be a stunningly beautiful woman, with her cultivation level advancing by leaps and bounds. The three were separated after entering high school and being assigned to different classes. Chu Yoyu went to class 1 alone, while the two brothers were assigned to class 2. Chu Yoyu's stunning beauty rightfully earned her the title of school beauty, attracting everyone's attention. As a result, after entering high school, the two rarely interacted with Chu Yoyu at school. Now, is her purpose in coming here to annul the engagement? Following the typical plot of various wish-fulfillment novels that Subai was familiar with in his previous life, he would just awaken his cheat ability, be mocked by the villain, have his fiancée come to break off the engagement, and then take off immediately after being given a bunch of buffs. Looking at her charming face, Subai really wished this was his wife. She was perfect in every way. Where else could he find such a good woman? Chu Yoyu arrived at Class 2's location and began searching for the figure she had been longing for. Chu, who are you looking for? Tell me your name and I'll take you to him right away. Yes, Chu, are you here to find someone? What's their name? You really don't know what's good for you that you have to come here in person. Classmate Chu. When everyone saw Chu Yoyu coming, they immediately surrounded her, wanting to lead the way and leave a good impression. They all knew in their hearts that this exceptionally beautiful woman couldn't possibly be looking for them, they just hoped to leave a good impression on her. Chu Yoyu was suddenly surrounded by a group of people again. Her expression was somewhat flustered, her white teeth lightly biting her red lips. Her charming appearance was as alluring as a rare beauty. She asked softly, "Excuse me, is Subai here?" After Chu Yoyu asked that question, the crowd that had been scrambling to answer suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The school beauty said, "Who is she looking for again? If I didn't mishear, it's Subai, right?" After those two sentences, the crowd suddenly erupted into heated discussion. What? The school beauty is here to see Subai? How is that possible? What does she want with Subai? Subai is just a quasi-martial artist. What's going on? Where's that guy who was going to perform his handstand eating act? Come out here right now, I'm recording this, don't try to back out. How is that possible? Wasn't the school beauty here to see Brother Fei? How could she be looking for Subai? That's impossible. How could she be looking for that good-for-nothing Subai? Su Fei's underlings said in disbelief. Su Fei felt his blood rush to his head as he looked at the scene before him. In particular, when he heard Chu Yoyu say that she had come to find Subai, Su Fei's eyes instantly became bloodshot with jealousy. Next up, Su Fei. At this moment, it was Su Fei's turn to awaken. Even though he was filled with jealousy and anger, he could only turn his anger into power, hoping that he could awaken a talent that could rival Chu Yoyu's. Put your hand on it. Su Fei suppressed his anger and began to awaken his talent according to the instructions. Under Su Fei's prompting, the crystal ball slowly emitted a faint purple light, but it only flashed by for a moment. Just as he was feeling somewhat disappointed, a ball of flame suddenly appeared out of thin air in his hand, changing shape at will according to his wishes. Sufei, S-rank talent, advanced special fire type talent. The awakening officer immediately announced the result. Having witnessed SS rank talents and celestial phenomena, this S-rank talent was no longer surprising. I never expected that such a small school like number 1 high school would have so many geniuses. It seems like my promotion and raise are really secure. If only there could be another one. The awakened officer now feels that this place is full of treasures, and a genius can suddenly appear from time to time. If 1 or 2 more of them appear, he might be able to retire and enjoy his old age. When Sufei learned that he had not only awakened an S-level talent, but also a high-level special fire talent, he sneered inwardly. Now, how can you, Subai, possibly deal with this? Chapter 10. You protected me for a time, I will stay with you for a lifetime. You're a piece of trash with only 2.5 health points. What makes you think you can challenge someone like yourself who's a beginner martial artist? Now that I've awakened my S-rank talent and advanced special talent, what does it matter how eloquent you are? In the end, strength reigns supreme in this world. With my S-level talent, I should be fine if I accidentally cripple someone during the competition, right? I'll spare your dog's life so you can watch how I take down Shu Youyu step by step. After learning of his talent, Sufei secretly hatched a scheme. As a fellow rich kid, Sufei naturally knew that Shu Youyu and Subai were indeed engaged, which is why he targeted Subai in every way. Why is it that a good-for-nothing like Subai can win Yoyu's favor, while he has pursued her for so long, yet she has never even given him a second glance? Why? Aside from being a little more handsome, what else about Subai could surpass him? Can being handsome put food on the table? Can being handsome allow you to do whatever you want? Can being handsome make up for the gap in talent and ability? Snotty, what do you want? Subai knew that this person had come to see him, so he took the initiative to come out and greet them. Snotty was the nickname Subai gave her when she was little, and he often called her that. However, he rarely used that nickname after she entered high school. For some reason, Subai called out that nickname that belonged between the two of them again. Upon hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar address, Shu Youyu visibly froze and looked toward the source of the voice. The figure I longed for in my heart gradually overlapped with the person in front of me. Brother Subai, now it's the young fish's turn to protect you. Shu Youyu's thoughts gradually returned to a certain year in elementary school when she was kidnapped by her parents' enemies and left alone in a dark and damp little room, where her fear was magnified infinitely. The parents of several families mobilized all available resources but were unable to locate the robbers immediately. In the end, it was Subai who, with his clever ideas and the self-defense tools his parents bought for him, along with Fu Gue to distract them, managed to rescue Shu Youyu from the clutches of several martial arts masters. No one knows how scared Shu Youyu was when Subai dragged her away by the hand. In that situation, and at such a young age, any mishandling could have left her with a lifelong trauma. Subai's sudden appearance was like a ray of light in his life, illuminating the darkness and helping him out of fear. Subai and Fu Gue had just rescued Shu Youyu when her parents arrived, including Subai and Fu Gue's own parents. The martial arts masters were then secretly dealt with. What happened after that had nothing to do with the 3 elementary school students. But ever since then, Shu Youyu has had someone in her heart, someone she will never forget for the rest of her life. The parents didn't want their child to be traumatized by this incident, so they deliberately downplayed it, and over time the memory became blurred. So Subai, who had transmigrated from another era, naturally had no idea that he and this school beauty had such an interaction. There was no such part in the memories he received. If she knew about this relationship, why would she worry about breaking off the engagement? Wouldn't she be the perfect innocent and naive school beauty? Subai and Fu Gue could easily forget about it, but Shu Youyu, as the victim, would never forget the despair and helplessness she felt when she was in the darkness. This is why she did not object to the marriage agreement later on. Later, as everyone knows, Su was a once-in-a-century waste, and from then on, he began to work hard to cultivate. When I was little, you protected me for a while. Now that I'm grown up, I'll stay by your side for life. It was this melodramatic hero saves the damsel in distress story that made Shu Youyu decide to entrust her life to him, even now that she has awakened her SS-level talent. All she knew was that the better her awakened talent, the better she could protect Subai. In a flash, 1,000 thoughts raced through Shu Youyu's mind. Hearing that familiar address again stirred her heart, and her eyes welled up with tears, as if they would fall at any moment. One glance is enough to evoke a protective instinct in countless people. However, this caught Subai off guard. All I did was call out a childhood nickname. Why is there such a big reaction? Holy crap, stop it. After Shu Youyu showed this expression, Subai clearly felt that the group of people around him instantly filled him with murderous intent, and they were all rubbing their fists as if they wanted to attack him together. If he doesn't get a reasonable explanation today, Subai feels like he's going to become the enemy of all the boys in the school. The old saying, beautiful women are the cause of trouble, has never been wronged. Brother Bai, something's not right, something's definitely not right. What did you do to Sister Yu? How did she suddenly become like this? Fu Gue sensed that something was off about the atmosphere around him and whispered to Subai. Subai is also puzzled. He just called out snot bug and then this happened. How am I supposed to know what happened? However, the most urgent thing now is to go forward and comfort her. Hey, Shu Yoyu, don't cry. I won't call you snotty anymore, okay? Subai quickly comforted her. However, Shu Yoyu took in Subai's helpless and clueless state. Shu Yoyu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Subai like this. Shu Yoyu was relieved to see that Subai was alright. Ever since she learned that Subai had challenged Su Fei, and considering that Subai had taken leave yesterday, Shu Yoyu was worried that he might be thinking of doing something drastic. But now that I look at him, he's acting like nothing happened. He made me worry for so long, he's really awful. Shu Yoyu didn't answer Subai's question, but just smiled sweetly and said, Brother Subai, keep it up. I believe you will definitely awaken your great talent. The sudden change in style caught Subai off guard, but he simply smiled and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Subai's mind was somewhat in turmoil. She wasn't angry just now, so why does she look like she's about to cry? Shu Yoyu came to see me in front of everyone just to cheer me up. Wasn't she here to break off the engagement? Not only that, Subai also seemed to sense that Shu Yoyu's attitude towards him was a bit off. Is she concerned about herself? She calls herself Brother Subai? How long has it been since I heard that name? When Subai transmigrated, he already knew from his 2 lifetimes of experience that Shu Yoyu, this silly girl, had feelings for him. But back then, he was a complete cultivation failure, while Shu Yoyu was a prodigy. In order not to delay her, Subai intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from Shu Yoyu so that she could focus on her cultivation. It seems that her hard work has paid off, as she has awakened an SS-level talent. If I were still the useless Subai I used to be, maybe we would have really missed each other? However, it doesn't seem too late to start now. P.S. Don't forget to add this to your bookshelf if you've read this far, thank you. Chapter 11 detected a special talent. Should I spend money to copy it? After finishing her speech, Shu Yoyu left and returned to her class. However, it was only then that everyone realized, what's going on? Guys, what's going on here? Can anyone explain why the school beauty is coming to cheer for Subai, and why she's calling him that? Am I still dreaming? How could the goddess possibly have anything to do with Subai? This must be fake, right? Could the rumor be true? Are the school beauty and Subai really in that kind of relationship? No, I can't accept this. Why does it have to be Subai? This is worse than being killed. Hey, you who was just freeloading, come out and perform. Stop hiding, I'm recording you. A smile, a call of brother, and 99% of the boys present heard the sound of their hearts breaking. However, they didn't dare to directly mock and insult Subai like Su Fei did. After all, Subai was a rich second generation with hundreds of billions in assets, and they couldn't afford to offend him. But I'm so envious. Not only the students below, but also the group of martial kings sitting above were full of doubt. The group of people looked at each other, unable to come to a conclusion. So this little girl from the Chu family really is engaged to Subai? At this moment, the martial king who had mentioned the engagement spoke up. It seems that this is true, and it seems that the 2 of them are not opposed to the engagement? Oh dear, how did such a beautiful flower end up on that brat's head? What a tragedy. Why didn't I have a fiancé like that back then? Hey, you old codger, you're not getting any younger and you're still thinking about these things. We heard everything just now. If it weren't for hush money, I'm afraid it might have accidentally reached your wife's ears. You're really sneaky. However, a dissenting voice also emerged from among them. Subai from the Su family? Shu Yoyu is a prodigy who awakened an SS-level talent, while he is a useless person who is not even a beginner martial artist. He will only delay the Chu family girl's cultivation. The others couldn't refute his words, nor were they biased towards anyone. Ultimately, it was Subai's own fault for being so incompetent. The 2 of them were no longer from the same world from the moment Shu Yoyu awakened her SS-level talent. Next up, Wang Fugue. Soon it was Fugue's turn to awaken, and Su Fei had already come down by then. However, he stopped mocking Subai like an idiot, because in Su Fei's eyes, Subai was already a dying man. Now that he has awakened an S-level talent, Su Fei's horizons have broadened. He no longer sees Subai, a piece of trash who can't even awaken a D-level talent, as someone worthless. In the competition after I awaken, you, Subai, will be the first stepping stone on my path to becoming a strong man. Brother Bai, please bless me so that I can awaken a good talent. You and sister, you are both so strong. If I fail, won't you laugh at me for 2.5 years? Fu Gue said nervously. Now that sister Yu has awakened to SS level, and brother Bai, a high-level martial artist, is at least guaranteed to have a level talent, if I don't perform well, I won't be able to keep up with their pace in the future. Go ahead, believe in yourself. Subai encouraged. But in fact, Subai already knew what talent the fat man would awaken, because when Su Fei awakened his special talent, the system in his mind stirred again. Ding, a special talent has been detected nearby, advanced fire talent. Would you like to spend 10 million to copy it? That's right, this system can actually copy other people's special talents. When I looked at Fu Gue again, the same prompt appeared on his body. However, it's not a high-level special talent. Fu Gue nervously arrived at the awakening platform, looking at the awakening ball with a look of resignation to his fate. Life and death are preordained, wealth and honor are determined by fate. Today, I, Wang Fu Gue, am willing to trade Su Fei's 100 years of lifespan for the awakening of my top-tier talent. A faint purple light flashed once again within the awakening sphere, and Fu Gue was overjoyed upon noticing it. It seems Su Fei's lifespan is really useful. He actually managed to awaken an S-level talent. That's enough. But that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, the faint purple light reappeared, accompanied by a fleeting glimpse of golden light. At this moment, within a kilometer radius of the school, all ordinary animals stopped moving and gazed into the distance in the direction of the school. The animals in the school reacted even more strongly. Some of the animals that had not yet developed intelligence even made a strange sound in unison, as if they were welcoming someone's arrival. This animal resonance, this is a beast tamer. Beast taming talent? This level of talent requires at least a high-level beast taming ability. Beast taming talent. It's an exceptionally rare beast taming talent, 1 in 10,000. Who is this person? Upon witnessing this miraculous scene, all the martial kings on the awakening platform stood up abruptly. This was even more astonishing than awakening an SS-level talent. Holy crap, we've really struck it rich. We're going to strike it rich. Ha, luckily I was assigned here this year. Top-tier Beastmaster talent. This is comparable to SS-level talent, and the awakening rate is even lower. Top-tier Beast Tamer talent. The last person to awaken this talent, I remember, has now become one of the pillars of humanity, and I think he's registered at Peking University. Looks like I can retire right now. Goodbye to those wretched working people. The awakened officer now feels refreshed and invigorated. After this awakening, he can retire with countless bonuses and finally stop having to put up with that idiot superior's wrath. Wang Fu Gue, S-level talent, a top-tier beast tamer's special talent. Boom! The news exploded around everyone like a missile, leaving everyone shocked. Su Fei stood up, her face full of disbelief. Her clenched fists, with her nails digging deep into her flesh, showed no reaction whatsoever. Blood dripped to the ground, and Su Fei muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible. Fatty Wang is just a beginner martial artist, how could he awaken an S-level talent? Why was he able to awaken a top-tier special talent? Why?" Su Fei now has 100,000 questions in her mind that need to be answered. Unfortunately, no one could answer the question in his mind. If I had to give a reason, it would simply be because his name is Wang Fu Gue. Chapter 12. No one understands beast tamers better than me. Ha, I never thought that I, Wang Fu Gue, could awaken a top-tier special talent, beast tamer? I understand. No one understands beast tamers better than me. It's just about staying in the back and being the sixth one. I'm good at that. Fu Gue muttered to himself happily. A group of people were listening to Fu Gue's speech and really wanted to drag him down and beat him up. Who told you that being a beastmaster is about hiding in the back and being the sixth person in line? Is this how you use a top-tier special talent? No one understands beast tamers better than you? Okay, you're talented and awesome, you get to decide. Even the group of martial kings who had been excited just moments before calmed down and looked at Wang Fu Gue's passionate speech with some speechlessness. Goodness, if that person heard you say those things, I wonder. Nobody understands beast tamers better than you, so why are you hiding in the back as the sixth? If that person knew you had top-tier beast taming talent and were thinking of doing this, they'd probably want to crack open your head to see what's inside. However, after the initial complaints, everyone felt endless envy. With an S-level talent and top-tier special talent, he is another potential martial emperor. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that one can survive. Genius, can a dead genius still be considered a genius? Principal Chen, who is this student? Please introduce him? A martial arts instructor from the Martial Arts Association asked. However, none of them intended to try to win them over anymore. The people from those 3 universities will arrive soon, and geniuses with S-level talent and top-level special talent are simply too great for our small temple to contain. However, we could try to win over Su Fei, who has awakened an S-level talent, as well as those who have awakened a level or B-level talents. Every martial artist with a talent level of C or above is a key force in the future fight against alien beasts. Recruiting one adds strength to the force. Looking at Principal Chen, it's clear he never expected so many geniuses to awaken within his school. In previous years, the 3 high schools in the entire city, number 1, number 2, and number 3, could probably only gather 1 or 2 S-level talent martial artists. Last year, only 1 student from number 2 middle school awakened an S-level talent, and oldly boasted about it to me for more than half a year. What goes around comes around. No one escapes the wrath of heaven. Oldly, you're just waiting to be at the bottom this year. Principal Chen looked Wang Fugui up and down. What's this kid? With Subai around, how could Principal Chen not know about Wang Fugui? After all, Subai's level of incompetence is well known in the martial arts circle of Tianhai City. After all, the fact that the son of a billionaire is a cultivation failure is a big news story that many people are interested in. Meanwhile, Subai's parents' close friends also advised the 2 of them to create a new account while they still could. Otherwise, given Subai's lazy and irresponsible attitude, one might suspect that without protection, he would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter among wolves. That student is Wang Fugui, the son of the Wang family. He is currently a beginner martial artist, Principal Chen introduced. Wang Fugui? That man's son. He has indeed inherited his father's talent. Not bad, not bad. The Wang family has truly produced a fine son. It seems inevitable that the Wang family will rise to power, someone remarked. After awakening, Fugui hopped back to Subai's side, proudly raising his head. I've finally amazed everyone today. Brother Bai, I didn't embarrass you and sister you, did I? S-level talent, top-tier special talent, I never thought I, Wang Fugui, would have this day. Subai covered his face and shook his head helplessly. How could he recognize this conspicuous bag? All eyes were on the 2 of them. He was so embarrassed. Subai raised his hand and tapped Fugui on the head. All right, I know you're tough, just shut up for a bit. He. Fugui, who had been knocked on, just chuckled foolishly, then became much more restrained. He was happy because he had awakened an S-level talent. At least he didn't have to worry about being left behind by the 2 in terms of cultivation level. He would always be Brother Bai's number 1 little brother. To explain why Fugui, despite having awakened such a strong talent, still willingly listened to Subai. This all started with something that happened when I was a child. To put it simply, Fugui was attracted to Subai's personal charm during his childhood interactions with Subai. Moreover, Subai had a lot of clever ideas back then, and he was in charge of everything. Over time, Fugui began to see himself as the underling. After meeting Chu Yoyu, the 3 of them formed a group, which led to nicknames like Sister Yu and Snotty. Even if he had awakened some better talents, Fugui firmly believed that Brother Bai was definitely stronger than him, and that even if his talents were weaker than his, Brother Bai would make the most of them. However, upon learning that Subai was a high-level martial artist, Fugui did not believe that Subai's awakened talent was inferior to his own. That was simply impossible. But the truth is, if Subai hadn't awakened the system, he really would have been a complete weakling, a total idiot. E-rank talent, next. C-level talent, next. E-level. Next up, Subai. After waiting for so long, Subai has finally arrived. I'd like to see what talent you've awakened that made the school beauty come to you on her own initiative. Finally, it's Subai's turn. I heard he was a good-for-nothing for all 3 years of high school. Last time, his chi and blood value was only 2.5, not even a beginner martial artist. I wonder how much his chi and blood value is now. Even if he's a beginner martial artist now, he's not that great, is he? The resources he's used up over the years could have allowed us to directly become martial masters, but being born into the right family is truly a skill. When it was Subai's turn to awaken, the atmosphere of the entire awakening ceremony became even more intense, as everyone wanted to see what talent Subai would awaken. Old Chen, is this the infamous cultivation failure Subai, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, asked curiously. The vice president looked at Subai's calm and composed demeanor and felt that he was somewhat different from the Subai he had often heard about, who was just loafing around and waiting to die. Yes, that child is Subai. Principal Chen glanced at him and nodded in response. What? There's some truth to that rumor. Look at him, he doesn't look like some useless rich kid at all. With that calm and collected demeanor, he's bound to grow up to be extraordinary, one of them joked. Upon hearing this, Principal Chen shook his head sadly. As the person who knows Subai best among these people, how could he not know Subai's specific situation? In the last test, my chi and blood value was only 2.5, which is not even enough to be a beginner martial artist. Even his chi and blood value is artificially inflated. What kind of talent can Subai awaken with this? Even if you use all the rare treasures, your talent level is at most D grade, right? Put your hand on it. The awakened officer said absent-mindedly, right now, I just want to finish this quickly, collect my bonus, resign, and retire. Chapter 13 Awakening, Extraordinary Phenomena Abound, and All Beasts Pay Homage. Subai also looked curiously at the awakening sphere. In human history, only one sword saint has ever awakened a celestial grade talent that was the first and only time in history. And now, I am the second person in human history to achieve this. I wonder if this awakening orb in front of me can detect my celestial grade talent. Thinking this, Subai placed his hand on it. At this moment, on the way from Kyoto to Tianhai City in Jiang Province, the three people were moving rapidly through the air. The pressure of the Grandmaster was not concealed at all, and there was a martial artist who was obviously stronger among them. Sonic booms flashed frequently in the air as they passed by, indicating that the group's speed had clearly exceeded the speed of sound. Hey, I didn't expect you old fogies from Shanha to be interested in someone with an SS-level talent. Dean Zhu, it seems you're determined to get him, since you've personally come here, one of the burly men said. Humph, what does my coming or not have to do with you Peking University people? I advise you to turn back the way you came. I've taken a liking to that person, the man known as Dean Zhu said coldly. Ahem, Dean Zhu, although you also have Phoenix-type talent, you don't necessarily have to go to your Shanghai University. Our national university is also quite good. At this moment, the handsome young man who had been silent all along spoke up. These three individuals were from the three academies that had received the news and come to snatch the student. The top three universities can no longer be called schools, but are more formally known as colleges, which are further divided into various departments. I'm determined to take this person in. Dean Zhu said coldly again, stating his position directly. After saying that, she glanced at the two people beside her and said contemptuously, even if your vice dean came, I would still take this person in, let alone two grandmasters like you. The two were helpless upon hearing this. Indeed, as the woman in front of them said, if she really wanted to take in the student who had awakened the Phoenix talent, there was absolutely nothing they could do. In terms of cultivation level, he is a martial emperor. In terms of status, he is a vice dean. If nothing can compare, how can we compete? Despite their internal complaints, the two did not change their pace at all. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, the two of them have to go and recruit them. Who knows, maybe there'll be a chance? Just as the three were caught in an awkward silence, the burly man representing Peking University suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What? Another top-tier talent has awakened in Tianhai City? Whoosh! Whoosh! Two pairs of eyes immediately turned towards them. The burly man felt the gazes of the two men and suddenly regretted his words. Otherwise, he could have been the sixth man to win over this top talent. However, it's too late to hide it now. If I don't tell them, they'll definitely contact me to find out the truth. The burly man had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, someone just informed me that another S-level talent, a top-tier genius, has awakened in the same place in High City. What the hell? How come two top-tier special talents suddenly appeared, and in the same place at that? This is too outrageous, the handsome young man asked in bewilderment. It does seem a bit unbelievable. Two top geniuses appearing in one place at the same time. I need to ask them if this news is accurate, Dean Zhu said coldly. It's no wonder the three of them were so surprised. Normally, only a few dozen top-tier special talents emerge nationwide each year, but this year, two of them have awakened in the same place and at the same time. Those are top-tier special talents that only a few dozen, or even just a handful, are born globally each year. How can they be awakened so easily? This news came from our people inside. It can't be fake, right? The burly man said somewhat uncertainly. After all, even I found this news outrageous, let alone those who heard it. If the news hadn't come directly from within, and if the man hadn't been ordered to capture a genius, he would have immediately suspected it was fake news. By the way, did you mention anything about special talents? The handsome young man asked. The previous one was an unknown talent of the Phoenix type. What is this one? The burly man hesitated for a moment, but then said, this time, the special talent is Beast Tamer, a top-tier beast tamer. The two looked at the burly man with a complicated expression, their faces full of questions, and confirmed that the news was true. Gulp. A sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Beast Tamer. Someone has actually awakened the talent of a beast tamer this year. If this news is true, it will be great news for the entire Xia kingdom. Thinking of this, Dean Zhu and the handsome young man hurriedly contacted the college's information department to verify the authenticity of the news. After doing all this, the three of them exchanged a glance and increased their speed again. Beast tamers are a good thing for all of humanity. No matter which college you end up attending, you will benefit all of humanity. At this moment, Subai was nervously preparing to awaken his talent. Completely unaware that the three academies had made such a boast, representatives rushed over to recruit Chu Youyu and Fuguei. Of course, what the three of them didn't know was what kind of magnificent scene they would see when they arrived. He placed his hand on the awakening orb, following the instructions of the awakening officer, to sense the spiritual energy dissipating in the world. At that moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. The birds in the air froze in place, the animal sound stopped abruptly, and the air itself ceased to move. All the animals within a radius of dozens of miles lowered their heads and whimpered, as if welcoming the arrival of a new god. Boom! A powerful seven-colored light burst forth from the awakening sphere, and the beam of light instantly shot straight into the sky. The enormous commotion caused most of Jiang province to simultaneously turn their attention to the seven-colored beam of light in Tianhai City. In an instant, countless people gaped, speechless, staring in shock at the beam of light. That's not all. In an instant, accompanied by the golden pillar, countless animal phantoms gathered from all directions. The legendary azure dragon, phoenix, qilin, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. A host of creatures that existed only in legends appeared one by one, circling the seven-colored divine pillar and soaring into the sky. This must be fake, right? On the playground, someone muttered to themselves, staring blankly at the magnificent scene in the sky that resembled a divine realm. Even common creatures, such as tigers, which are known as the king of beasts, can only stay in mid-air and bow their heads in worship. Before long, countless creatures had gathered in the sky, including many that had never been seen or heard of before, and they were all paying homage. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was particularly clear. Looking towards the source of the sound, the awakening sphere, unable to withstand the pressure, had shattered? Chapter 14: The Battle Between the Two Academies. After the awakening sphere shattered, the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth did not disappear. Instead, they grew even stronger. Until those divine beasts broke through the clouds and became impossible to see with the naked eye. The roars of dragons, the cries of phoenixes, and the voices of a host of mythical beasts gathered in the sky, resounding beyond the 9 heavens. At the same time, the beam of light burst forth with dazzling colored light once again, causing everyone present to unconsciously close their eyes. A gentle breeze brushed my cheek, and the air began to move again. The strange phenomenon disappeared, and the sky returned to calm. If it weren't for the shattered awakening sphere, everyone would have thought it was an illusion. Strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, all beasts paying homage, a colorful pillar of light? Could it be that another hope of our human race has been born? At this moment, somewhere in Jiang province, an old man in seclusion murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he ended his seclusion and dialed a number. A celestial grade talent has been born in Tianhai City. Investigate which martial artist it is. After saying that, he hung up the phone, smashed the boulder in front of him with a single punch, and ended his seclusion. With the reappearance of a celestial talent, it seems the world is becoming unsettled, and we must prepare for the future. All beasts pay homage, divine beasts appear in the world, and now even the legendary immortal great talent has appeared. It seems it's really coming. Tianhai City, a small city, has seen several strange phenomena in succession. It seems to be a blessed place. Thinking of this, the old man dialed another number. Who am I? I'm your father. Dad, you finished your seclusion? Did you successfully break through to that realm? The person on the other end of the phone exclaimed excitedly. Damn it, do I need to report to you whether I'm in seclusion or not, Patriarch? No, Dad, what do you need me for? Quickly send your precious son to Tianhai City, transfer him to a school there, and make a good relationship with that person, the old man instructed. Huh? Dad, the martial arts exam is in a few months. Is it a bit hasty to transfer Xiaochen to another school now? The person on the other end of the phone said hesitantly. Are you my father or am I your father? Call Xiaochen back right now, I'll come over myself later. That's all. Beep, beep, beep. After the phone rang and went dead, Gu Jianghai sighed helplessly. My father just finished his seclusion and then pulled this stunt. What does this mean? Wait. Tianhai City? Gu Jianghai's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly looked in the direction where the strange phenomenon had occurred. Tianhai City. At this moment, the entire school was completely silent. The strange phenomenon dissipated, but a large hole in the clouds in the sky still held traces of the awakening. After a while, people finally started whispering and discussing it. Colorful beams of light, what kind of talent is this? Why does it feel even scarier than the SSS-level talent awakening in the videos online? Colored light? I've only ever heard of golden light being an SSS-level talent, and some can even form a pillar of light directly. I remember there was a video last year showing what an SSS-level talent awakening looked like. The light pillars generated by the top 10 in the National Martial Arts exam that year were only a few meters high. So what exactly is the talent that Su Bai has awakened? Why is it so exaggerated? All beasts pay homage, divine beasts are born. All of this happened to the same person. It's simply defying the heavens. How is this possible? Isn't everyone saying that Su Bai is a useless person with a chi and blood value of only 2.5? Why can he cause such a huge phenomenon? Still calling him trash? He was already someone you couldn't afford to be near, and now you can't even mention it. Su Bai, what a fine Su Bai. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner, Su Fei clenched his fist even tighter. His eyes were bloodshot, and a hint of murderous intent, and madness, flashed in them. His henchmen, seeing his appearance, seemed terrified and scattered like mice. Now that Su Bai has awakened such an amazing talent, he is far stronger than Su Fei just by looking at the situation. If you're not going to run away now, what are you thinking about doing? They and Su Fei often mocked and targeted Su Bai. They thought that with Su Fei protecting them, and Su Bai being a cultivation failure, they were confident. Unexpectedly. Is it too late for us to apologize now? One of them spoke up, and after he finished speaking, the others looked at each other in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe that this was the final outcome. While everyone was still in shock and unable to recover, a whooshing sound came from the sky. 3 figures landed steadily in the air, surveyed the shocked teachers and students, and finally fixed their gaze on Su Bai on the awakening platform. The men were moved. Was that loud commotion caused by an awakening? Just then, the 3 of them saw the awakening sphere that had shattered into pieces beside Su Bai, and their doubts deepened. Seeing that no one spoke for a long time, Dean Zhu took a step forward and coldly spoke in the silence. What just happened? His icy tone carried a hint of the oppressive aura of a martial emperor, making it difficult for some of the nearby students to breathe. Several martial kings on the awakening platform hurriedly got up to greet them. The 3 of them came flying through the air. It should be known that to fly, one must be at least a grandmaster level. Those who meet these conditions must be the people sent by the 3 major academies, right? The woman in the lead only released a wisp of her aura, yet she already posed a deep threat to the group. She was probably at least at the grandmaster level. The group of people who quickly realized what was happening rushed forward to explain the situation to the 3 who had arrived, including how when Su Bai awakened, all sorts of strange phenomena appeared in the world, divine beasts appeared, all beasts paid homage, and colorful beams of light shot straight into the sky. The 3 of them were taken aback by the description, and then they were surprised. This description, the more I listen, the more it sounds like the legendary figure when he awakened. Similarly, when a mythical beast appears, a colorful pillar of light rises 1,000 meters high. But this one seems even stronger? Piercing straight into the clouds. When the 3 of them awoke, they also saw the strange phenomenon happening here from afar, but at that time they were still hundreds of kilometers away and could only see the colorful pillar of light shooting into the sky. This reminded the 3 of a legend: when a pillar of light appears, a divine beast will manifest. Excuse me, I'm from the National University of Singapore. We've decided to offer you a special admission to the National University of Singapore. Are you interested? The handsome young man approached Subai and asked. Seeing that Subai didn't reply, the young man continued, "Don't worry, you'll receive the best treatment after you come to our national university. Not only that, but a martial emperor will personally teach you cultivation. How about it?" The burly man then realized something and quickly stepped forward. "Don't think you can just lure them to your national university like that. Everyone knows that your national university has strict rules, limited resources, and a high mortality rate. Who would want to go to your national university? Hey kid, would you consider coming to Peking University? If you just nod your head, I can give you a scholarship of 100 million yuan right now, and all the subsequent resources will be tilted towards you. You will also have a beautiful martial arts master to guide you step by step. If you agree now, I will send you an admission notice right now." Chapter 15. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The handsome young man was naturally unhappy to have his past exposed on the spot, and hurriedly said, "Xiong Deyu, what do you mean? Are you talking badly about us in front of me? Hey kid, if you're willing to come to the National University of Singapore, I guarantee you'll be a second lieutenant as soon as you enroll." The burly Xiong Deyu panicked upon hearing this. How could someone be trying to snatch someone by using their military rank? "Li Wei Zhao, what do you mean by this? You're a second lieutenant as soon as you enroll? How is that possible? Where did you get that authority?" Li Wei Zhao smirked. "I've already consulted with the vice dean, and he said that no matter the conditions, he must be admitted to the National University. Peking University can forget about it." Xiong Diyu was taken aback when he heard this. Why are they all so old-fashioned? Wait a minute, don't agree to him yet. I'll go and ask the dean. I believe that with your talent, the dean will grant you whatever you ask. While the two were vying for Subai, this peerless genius, Dean Zhu, went straight to Chu Youyu. The child's aura was very similar to her own, which made Zhu Tsai certain that this was the child she had come for. As for that SSS-level talent, what does that have to do with me? The old man won't come himself, and he expects me to help him recruit students? No way. All he needed to do was take this girl in front of him as his apprentice. Student, I am the vice dean of Shanghai University, and my cultivation level is martial emperor. I see that your special talent is somewhat similar to mine. Perhaps this is fate. Would you like to become my disciple? Zhu Tsai's expression softened slightly when she was facing her future apprentice, and she no longer had the aloofness she showed when facing others. When the students around them heard that the woman in front of them was actually the vice dean at Shanghai University and a martial emperor, they were all so surprised that they covered their mouths. They had actually met a martial emperor. Chu Youyu, who was being questioned, was so surprised that she couldn't speak. The vice dean of Shanghai University, a martial emperor level expert, actually wanted to take her as his disciple. It should be noted that the highest level in the entire Tianhai city is the mayor, whose level is only grandmaster. And a grandmaster is someone you might only see once in your lifetime, from afar. But for most of the people present, this was probably the first and last time they would ever have such close contact with the empress. Martial artists at the grandmaster level and above are usually elusive, spending most of their time on the battlefield in another world defending against invasions by foreign races. This is a high-level force of humanity. Even the sudden loss of one of them would be a devastating blow to humanity. There are only a few independent grandmaster cultivators outside the front lines, who usually only accept commissions and rush to the front lines when things get tense. The woman in front of them was actually the vice dean of the academy, a master at the martial emperor level, who was now taking the initiative to recruit disciples. Becoming the martial emperor's disciple, this is something countless people dream of, and now it's right in front of Chu Youyu. All she needs to do is nod to become the martial emperor's disciple. However, unlike those around him who hoped that the martial emperor would accept him as a disciple, Chu Youyu was now very hesitant. She also wanted to become a disciple of a martial emperor, and a beautiful master with similar talent to herself. She could feel a very friendly aura from the person in front of her. But if I agree to my master's request, will Brother Subai separate from me? Chu Youyu looked worriedly at Subai, who was sandwiched between Peking University and the National University. She didn't want to be separated from her brother Subai, even though he was a martial emperor, even though he wanted to take her as his disciple. Chu Youyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hug." However, before she could finish speaking, Zhu Tsai already knew what she was going to say next and interrupted her directly. "Are you worried about not being able to go to the same university as him? Chu Yoyu did not deny it, thus tacitly agreeing with the question. Shu Tsai slapped her forehead in exasperation, wondering how she ended up with such an affectionate apprentice. However, this person's talent meets the academy's admission standards, so let's also take him on as a disciple. Wait here, I'll be right back. After saying that, Zhu Tsai left and came to Su Bai's side. As soon as Zhu Tsai arrived, she heard the two still arguing, trying to get Su Bai to join their academy. Zhu Tsai didn't waste any words and immediately stepped in, saying in a cool and aloof tone, "Student, you meet the admission requirements for Shanghai University. Do you want to join Shanghai University?" He was straightforward, without any unnecessary words or attempt to introduce himself. Moreover, this didn't sound like an invitation, it sounded more like a command. That's right, an order. Shu Yoyu stood there looking at Su Bai's direction, feeling that something was wrong, as if something big was about to happen. She looked in the direction Zhu Tsai had left, and couldn't help but think, Dean Zhu shouldn't make things difficult for brother Su Bai, right? Although Zhu Tsai treated him very well, he could still sense a cold aura from the bottom of his heart. It was something indescribable and intangible. If he had to describe it, was it temperament? Su Bai had been listening to the two men promise various benefits without saying a word, still wanting to go to the somewhat mysterious Shanghai University. After all, I don't want to be restricted in every way while in college. Freedom is my top priority. That's why he kept his opinion to himself and didn't respond to the two of them, waiting for the admissions officer from Shanghai University to come to him. But instead of the expected enthusiasm, he was met with this haughty woman. This made Su Bai frown. Were all the people at Shanghai University such an impolite group? In that instant, Su Bai's impression of Shanghai University plummeted, prompting him to consider the conditions offered by Peking University and the National University. Since you're ignoring me, there's no need for me to try and win you over. Shu Tsai was a little displeased that Su Bai hadn't replied to her for a long time. What's wrong with this kid? I've already taken the initiative to recruit him, why isn't he saying a word? Student, do you want to enroll? I have something to do right now, Shu Tsai said coldly again, her tone tinged with impatience. If it weren't for my own apprentice taking a liking to you, would you expect me to come looking for you? Dream on. Upon hearing these insincere words again, Su Bai's expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Aren't you overestimating yourself? Shu Tsai paused upon hearing this. Already in a bad mood, she was easily provoked and forced back her anger, asking, What do you mean? Su Bai's expression hardened, and disregarding the woman's status, he snapped, What do I mean? You should take a look at what you mean. Remember, you're the one who got me admitted, not the other way around. Do I owe you anything? Has no one taught you the most basic respect between people? Does the world have to stop functioning without you, without Shanghai University, without you as a person? Although you hold a high position and your level of understanding is higher than mine. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, you'll be my defeated foe sooner or later. Shanghai University? I don't care about it today. Chapter 16 Seventh Order Martial Emperor apologizes. In fact, Su Bai knew that not everyone at Shandong University had this kind of personality. The woman in front of him was just an exception, otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to go to Shandong University. But this woman is truly brain dead, as if she thinks the world revolves around her. In that instant, Su Bai lost all goodwill towards Shandong University and began to consider Peking University and National University, which offered more generous terms. After being lectured by Su Bai, Zhu Tsai looked at Su Bai with disbelief. How dare he, a mere quasi-martial artist, speak to me, a martial emperor, like that? Isn't he afraid that I'll teach him a lesson in a fit of anger? While Zhu Tsai was still recovering from Su Bai's words, Su Bai had already decided to discuss with the two academies which one to go to. Brother Xiong, do the conditions that Peking University just offered still stand? After a quick thought, Su Bai finally chose Peking University. Compared to others, Su Bai still prefers freedom. If I go to the National University of Singapore, I will be restricted in everything I do and won't be as free. Instead of that, it would be better to go to Peking University, where there are abundant resources and you won't be restricted, and you'll have plenty of freedom. Of course, this is definitely not because Peking University offers scholarships. To put it bluntly, Su Bai will still need to spend money to unlock his cheat codes in the future. Most of his father's billions in assets are fixed assets, and it's unknown how long it will take to liquidate them. I desperately need a large sum of money right now, but where will I get it? It seems that the fastest way to make money these days is to go to the secret realm, where there are countless treasures and you can also kill some strange beasts to sell for money. Aside from this, all other quick ways to make money are clearly stated in the criminal law. You might as well risk your life. Xiongdiyu thought he had no chance when he saw Jutsai coming over, but he didn't expect Subai to be so tough. This woman was just as tough. Impressive. Based on that personality alone, it's a must. It counts. As long as you agree, these conditions will always stand. Xiongdiyu said happily, feeling that he had really gotten a great deal. This female demon is like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Finally, someone can temper her arrogance, and such a genius at that. None of them took Subai's last words as a joke. The legendary immortal grade talent certainly gave him the right to speak. Moreover, he seems to possess more than just celestial grade talent. Seeing this, Li Weijiao had no choice but to give up. He hadn't really had high hopes anyway, since the rules and some things at the National University were indeed too strict. And what these geniuses dislike most is this sense of constraint. Seeing that Subai was about to join Peking University, Jutsai suddenly became anxious. If Subai joins Peking University, wouldn't the little apprentice he has his eye on go to Peking University with him? How can this be? It's not easy to meet someone whose talent is related to mine. Maybe I can even find the opportunity to break through to that realm from them. No, you can't go to Peking University. Jutsai said anxiously, her tone still carrying a commanding tone that made people extremely uncomfortable. Dean Zhu, what do you mean by this? Xiongdiyu asked, frowning. We at Shandong University want this student. What conditions did Peking University offer? We at Shandong University offer the same conditions. Jutsai still couldn't believe that since she had already let go of the past and promised him the benefits he deserved, he would still refuse her invitation. Just as Jutsai was looking confident, Subai spoke up again. I'm telling you, woman, are you out of your mind? I already said I don't care about your invitation. Even if you beg me to go now, I won't go. If you have nothing else to do, just leave. I won't agree to your request. Brother Xiong. After Subai finished speaking, he was ready to accept Peking University's invitation. But then, another accident occurred. Another whooshing sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a kind and amiable old man hovering in the air. He glanced around casually, and suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw a familiar face. Dean Zhu? You're here too. Do you know who caused the strange phenomenon just now? The old man landed in the air beside Subai and the others, and asked in confusion. Upon seeing the newcomers, the three were startled, then bowed slightly and greeted them respectfully. Old Dean. That's right, the person who came was from Shanghai University. The former dean of Shanghai University was the person with the most influence besides the current dean. But after retiring from the limelight, the old man rarely concerned himself with the affairs of the academy, and instead traveled alone. His cultivation level had reached the 7th level martial emperor, while Jutsai, the vice dean, was only a 2nd level martial emperor. Old Dean, as far as we know, what just happened should be. Xiongdiyu, who greatly respected people like the old dean who selflessly dedicated their lives, took the initiative to explain. This naturally includes what just happened and the friction between Jutsai and Subai. The old dean was immediately displeased when he heard that his academy's vice dean had treated the hope of humanity in this way. His brows furrowed so deeply they almost formed a deep frown. This is a legendary celestial talent. The last time it appeared was in that great man thousands of years ago, and it was his appearance that gave humanity the chance to survive. Now, this peerless genius originally wanted to join his academy, but he was offended to death by his own vice dean. What kind of situation is this? This kid is already so arrogant normally, but he acts like this in public. How did that brat let someone like him become the vice dean? It seems I have to go back and do a proper overhaul. I'm so sorry, Subai. I never expected something like this to happen at our Shanghai University. I apologize in advance and hope you can forgive us. The old man was very approachable and bowed deeply in apology. What are you standing there for? Quickly apologized to Subai. Seeing that Jutsai was still standing there in a daze without making any move, the old man directly scolded her. I've already given her a way out, but she's still standing there, frozen in place. As the vice dean, every word and action he takes represents the face of the college. What would have happened if I hadn't stumbled upon it this time? Jutsai felt a pang of grievance. So what if he was a quasi-martial artist? What did it matter if he had a celestial grade talent? He was still just a quasi-martial artist. Even if someone surpasses me in cultivation level in the future, that's in the future. Right now, I'm a martial emperor, and you're making me, a martial emperor, apologize to a quasi-martial artist? After a moment of internal struggle, Jutsai finally whispered under the old dean's gaze. Yes, I'm sorry. After Jutsai apologized, the old dean breathed a sigh of relief. Now is not the time for you to be stubborn. Subai, I heard you want to join Shandong University, right? I'm really sorry about what happened just now. I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again. We at Shandong University have the same conditions as before. How about you reconsider our college? Don't worry, whether you agree or not, I will provide the resources I promised, as an apology to you. How about it? The old man was a little nervous. After what had just happened, it would be difficult to invite Subai to Shandong University again. Therefore, the old dean showed his utmost sincerity in every way. Xiong Deyu? Xiong Deyu, the genius I was about to recruit got snatched away again? Old dean, you have no sportsmanship. Before chapter 17 you ignored me, now I'll make you regret it. However, despite thinking this, Xiong Deyu did not speak. The bear is suffering inside, but the bear doesn't say it. The former dean himself came, while I'm just an admissions director. We're not even in the same league. However, Xiong Deyu and Li Weijiao still secretly took out their communicators and sent a message to their dean. Subai was also stunned. How could there be such a sudden reversal, with two martial emperors apologizing to him? However, Subai also learned from these few words that the old man in front of him was actually the former dean of Shanghai University. Look at their attitude. This is truly the spirit of Shanghai University. That woman is just an exception. Old dean, you don't need to apologize to me. I respect you very much. You know, you fought bravely on the front lines so that we could live peacefully in the rear. I should thank you. Ha, as expected of a young person, you speak so well. Well, have you made up your mind? I'm really looking forward to you entering Shandong University, the old dean said with a smile. Subai hesitated for a moment. Although the old dean is now extending a warm invitation for him to join, he had just said that fortunes change every 30 years, so joining now would be a bit awkward. Moreover, there was such a silly little fairy at Shanghai University. After thinking it over, Subai finally decided to refuse. You used to ignore me, but now you'll be begging for my attention. I'm sorry, Dean. I really wanted to go to Shanghai University, but some people disagreed. Besides, I'm already planning to join Peking University. Thank you for your kindness. Subai's words made Xiong Deyu, who was about to give up, brighten up. Unexpectedly, Subai also declined the old dean's invitation. These words were clearly a veiled criticism of Dean Zhu's actions. Not bad, the more I look at this kid, the more pleasing he becomes. The old dean was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly realized that since she had already made up her mind, he, an old man, wouldn't try to persuade her any further. What a pity to waste such a promising talent. He should have been a student at Shanghai University, but he was personally turned away by a vice dean. Alright, then this old man won't bother Subai any longer. If you need any help in the future, you can contact this old man, and I'll help you to the best of my ability. Even after being rejected, the old dean still wore a kind smile and did not feel that he had lost face. At his age, he had become indifferent to most things, and only the life and death of the human race could truly alarm him. After saying this, the old dean turned around, his kind smile vanished, and he calmly said to Jutsai, Vice Dean Zhu, after you return to the college, please go to the dean's office. He will be waiting for you there. As soon as he finished speaking, the old dean smiled again, waved to Subai, and turned to leave. Jutsai was already feeling a little uneasy, but she never expected it to end like this. In the old dean's mind, he was practically sentenced to death, and his fate upon returning to the academy would certainly not be good. Now things are really messed up. His position as vice dean might be in jeopardy, and his plan to take on apprentices is probably ruined too. The cause of all this was simply a quasi-martial artist whom he could easily crush with a flick of his wrist. On the other side, Xu Youyu had already noticed that something was wrong, but she saw that her classmates and teachers were all looking over there nervously. This also made Xu Youyu stand still obediently in place. It wasn't until the old dean left that everyone relaxed a bit. Everyone witnessed what happened to Subai just now. A martial emperor actually bowed his head and apologized to Subai. What kind of nonsense is this? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? Was I blind just now? I actually saw an adult apologizing to Subai. Am I still dreaming? No, you're not blind, I saw it too. I recognize that old man. I've seen him on TV. He's the former dean of Shanghai University, a 7th-tier martial emperor. A 7th-tier martial emperor? I actually witnessed an adult of that level apologizing to someone. I have no regrets even if I die now. Listening to her classmates' discussion, Chu Yoyu roughly understood what had just happened. But what exactly happened? Even a martial emperor level expert had to apologize to brother Subai. Principal Chen heard everything that happened. He originally thought that Subai would be taught a lesson for talking back to a martial emperor, since it was a common understanding that one should not be insulted above the grandmaster level. Moreover, these are martial emperor level experts, each of whom is an important pillar of China. However, the principal immediately laughed, not expecting that in the end, it was the martial emperor who personally apologized, and Subai was even admitted to Peking University's academy ahead of schedule. Not only are students from their own school being fought over by the 3 top academies, but now even a martial emperor level expert has personally apologized to them. One can only imagine how extraordinary this celestial talent is. However, such a genius was actually from his own school, and not only that, there were several others besides Subai who had also awakened talents of S-level or higher. Who else is left? I asked, who else? If those old guys knew, they'd be speechless, right? Let's congratulate Subai on being admitted to Peking University's graduate program early. Let's give him a round of applause, the principal announced loudly. Peking University. Su Fei, hiding in the corner, was now filled with madness. He had clearly awakened an S-class talent and should have been the center of attention. But, why? Why? Why did Subai awaken that legendary talent? Why did the fat guy next to him also awaken an S-level talent, and even a top-level special talent? Why? Why is this happening? I should be the one receiving all the attention right now. Those people in charge of admissions didn't even glance at him, and no one cared about his S-level talent. It's all because of you, it's all because of your appearance. Why were you able to awaken a talent stronger than mine? As Su Fei watched Chu Yoyu's worried expression for Subai amidst the crowd, his madness intensified. If I don't make a move now, Subai will definitely surpass me in a very short time, and then I will really have no chance. Su Fei's eyes flashed with endless killing intent, but he quickly composed himself and hid the murderous intent in his eyes, making it difficult for people to tell that he was the same person who had been so crazy just now. Now that Subai is the center of attention, I must strike him deadly. I only have one chance, and I must seize it. With endless hatred in his heart, Su Fei walked toward Subai with an innocent look on his face. Subai, now that you've awakened, can we begin our bet? Su Fei approached Subai and said without any preamble. Subai glanced at the newcomer and realized it was the idiot who had made the bet with him. Now that he has awakened a celestial grade talent, shouldn't he hesitate a bit? How can he be so sure that he is still a quasi-martial artist? However, a breakthrough pill is worth using once, just to make this boiling sheep quiet down. Subai agreed without hesitation. With his advanced martial arts skills, wouldn't defeating Su Fei, a mere beginner martial artist, be a piece of cake? Alright, since you're in such a hurry to send me the pills, let's have a match now. Chapter 18. The villain dies from talking too much. Su Fei did not continue to refute Subai, because it was all meaningless in his eyes. Subai was already a dying man. Everyone was taken aback by what they heard. What was going on? Did Su Fei and Subai have a bet? When? Without exchanging any more words, the two went straight to the dueling platform. The principal and the others were also puzzled by the situation. When did this bet happen? Why hadn't they heard about it at all? But since that's the case, let the young people have fun. However, wouldn't it be a bit too much for Subai, a quasi-martial artist, to face Su Fei, a beginner martial artist? On the dueling platform, Su Fei didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he sighed. Subai, I thought you were a good-for-nothing, but I never expected you to awaken that legendary talent. Fate is truly cruel. Even so, your current level is only that of a quasi-martial artist. Su Fei expressed his feelings, but his eyes were carefully observing the flaws Subai had revealed. The fight had already begun the moment they stepped onto the dueling platform. Su Fei's purpose in saying those words was merely to distract Subai. Since we don't know Subai's background, our only chance is to divert Subai's attention and deliver a fatal blow, crippling him directly. But to Subai, Su Fei's words sounded like a bunch of nonsense, making him want to yawn. Are you going to fight or not? I'm here to fight, not to listen to your nonsense. If you're going to fight, then fight already. Subai didn't want to listen to this kid's nonsense anymore, so he interrupted him directly. However, Subai's indifferent attitude immediately made Su Fei's blood boil and his anger surge. Okay, very good. Since you're in such a hurry, then I'll send you to hell. Su Fei seized the opportunity, roared, and attacked Subai's vitals, now wielding a sharp dagger. Su Fei! Su Fei, what are you doing? Stop right now. Subai, watch out. Everyone was shocked the moment Su Fei took out his weapon. Only a few people with higher cultivation levels reacted immediately and were about to intervene, but they also hurriedly stopped them. Shu Youyu and the other grandmasters were also shocked. They thought it was just an ordinary bet, but who knew that something like this would happen? The grandmasters, who were originally prepared to step in to help, suddenly seemed to sense something, stopped in their tracks, and smiled slightly. Yes, it's common knowledge that Subai is a useless quasi-martial artist, but no one stipulates that martial artists cannot hide their cultivation level, right? There was a slight issue with the settings here, I apologize to all readers. Damn it, that kid got away with it. After learning Subai's true cultivation level, Jutsai stopped and quietly watched the show. This student named Su Fei is really pitiful. He was targeted by this kid, and even he, a martial emperor, suffered a loss at his hands. As a beginner martial artist, one can imagine what his fate would be. The other two grandmasters also sensed something was wrong and immediately stopped what they were doing to watch the spectacle. Facing the rapidly approaching Su Fei, Subai calmly spoke. Have you ever heard the saying? Villains die from talking too much. In that case, let me see you off on your final journey. Subai used his hand as a sword and began to circulate the Yuan Yang slash. In an instant, the aura of a high-level martial artist erupted, and Su Fei's charging steps faltered. No. Impossible. How could you possibly be a high-level martial artist? This is impossible. It must be fake, it's all fake, it's all. Before Su Fei could finish speaking, Subai had already unleashed a sword strike. The powerful sword energy instantly engulfed Su Fei, crippling his cultivation and turning him into a useless cripple. Endless sword energy surged into Su Fei's body, running rampant within him for a time. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the school. The moment Su Fei was hit, he flew backward off the stage and crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. The moment Su Fei landed, the two grandmasters rushed over to treat his injuries. After all, it's right under his nose, he can't possibly let anyone die here, no matter how talented or well-connected he is. But in the end, whether he lived or died had nothing to do with Subai, since Su Fei was the one who first had the intention to kill, which was, in any case, self-defense. With the help of the two grandmasters, Su Fei's bleeding was temporarily stopped, but the injury was truly horrific. From the outside, Su Fei only had some cuts, but inside, never mind, let's get him to the hospital right away. Subai was also somewhat surprised by Su Fei's miserable appearance. How could a newly initiated Yuan Yang slash be so powerful? No wonder it's a heaven-rank technique. Even using the hand as a sword can produce such power. Subai, are you alright? Shu Youyu's melodious voice came from beside my ear. Turning around, he saw Shu Youyu staring blankly at him, her face filled with worry. Looking at her adorable, clueless expression, Subai wanted to tease her a little. What's wrong? Are you worried about me? Subai joked. Who cares about you? I'm ignoring you now, Upon hearing this, Shu Youyu blushed as if she had been seen through, and quickly left after speaking. Advanced martial artist. Brother Subai is actually an advanced martial artist. It seems I still need to work harder and make sure I protect Brother Subai well. Subai, are you alright? Principal Chan rushed over to ask with concern. Subai is now something I can be proud of in the future, and now this almost happened. Just now, the principal had the urge to personally kill Su Fei. Why are you, with only an S-rank talent, eyeing someone with a celestial grade talent? Are you looking for trouble? Subai recognized the person in front of him and replied politely. It's alright, principal, don't worry, it's just about today's matter. Those who can become school principals are all seasoned veterans of interpersonal relationships. Hearing Subai say this, he immediately understood and said, Don't worry, Subai. This time, Su Fei provoked you and tried to kill you. Your actions were completely legitimate self-defense. You don't need to worry about it too much. I will explain it to you. Thank you, Principal. You are indeed a person who can distinguish right from wrong. You flatter me, you flatter me. Subai, the competition is in a couple of days. I think besides you, there's probably no one else from Tianhai City who can participate. Would you like to consider it? The principal asked expectantly. After all, Subai is already a student at Peking University, so it doesn't matter whether he participates in these competitions or not, and he doesn't even need to take the martial arts exam. Subai was also wondering if he still needed to participate in these competitions. Anyway, he had already been recommended for admission and his talent was in place. All he had to do next was to cultivate all the way to the martial emperor level. Seeing that Subai did not respond for a long time, the principal was also worried that he might find it troublesome and not go. But I don't know how to get him to participate, what should I do? Oh, right. The principal suddenly remembered something, smiled mysteriously, and said, Subai, this year's citywide competition will be held in Jiang Province. I heard that the prize for first place this year will be significantly increased, about 10 times that of previous years. Perhaps you're not interested in money, but there's something the number one winner will definitely interest you, something even I want. Chapter 19, The Grand Competition of the Secret Realm, Spirit Stones. Oh? What is it? Subai couldn't help but ask curiously. Something that even a martial king desires must be extraordinary. But who told you I'm not interested in money? I'm so poor right now that I only have a few million on me, I can't even copy a talent. Seeing that he had piqued Subai's interest, Principal Chen pressed his advantage and said, This year's first place winner will receive an additional 10 spirit stones on top of the existing rewards. I think Subai should know what these spirit stones are. Even I have only obtained a few of them in all my years of life. Besides spirit stones, there will be other rewards, but this year's rewards will be 10 times that of previous years. I don't know the specifics, you'll have to find out when you go there. Spirit stones? Subai carefully recalled and quickly found the description of spirit stones in his memory. It is an item produced in a secret realm. The conditions for its formation are extremely difficult, and the environmental requirements are very demanding. First, a rich concentration of spiritual energy is needed, and a spiritual vein is also required. Only under various difficult circumstances can a spirit stone be produced. The purpose of spirit stones is to help people absorb spiritual energy. Absorbing one spirit stone can basically raise a person's cultivation level by one small realm or be used to break through a major realm. For those at the Grandmaster level or above, the required spirit stones increase exponentially. Of course, spirit stones must have other uses, but those are not things I need to know right now. However, precisely because spirit stones are extremely difficult to obtain, only martial artists at the martial king level and above would use them to enhance their strength. Others either keep them safe for future use or sell them directly. If you want spirit stones, you can only try your luck in some dangerous secret realms. Therefore, the market price easily reaches 1 billion yuan per spirit stone, and most of them are available but not sold. I see. It seems like this competition is worth attending. Subai didn't care about the small increase in cultivation level brought by the spirit stone. What he cared more about was that a single spirit stone was worth 10 billion yuan. These aren't spirit stones, these are all top-tier special talents. Principal, it is our duty to bring glory to the school. Please entrust it to me with confidence. Subai patted his chest and assured him. Not bad, not bad. It's good that Subai has the intention, Principal Chen praised. But Subai, you've been hiding this really well. 3 years is enough time for you to advance to a high-level martial artist. You've managed to remain hidden for so long, only revealing yourself now. You're truly a force to be reckoned with. To reward you for being admitted to Baida University ahead of schedule this time, and to compensate you for the resources that the school has missed out on over the years due to its negligence, I will now make up for them all. As he spoke, Principal Chen touched the ring on his hand, and a stone-like object was thrown over. This is a spirit stone. I went through a lot of trouble to get it, so you can have it now. Take it. Subai quickly caught the spirit stone that was thrown to him and carefully examined this little gadget, which was worth the equivalent of a top-tier talent. Subai hadn't expected the principal to be so generous, offering a spirit stone right off the bat. But he also knew that this was an investment from the principal, and if he accepted it, he would be indebted to the principal and would have to repay the favor in the future. But why be so coy, man? The principal has treated you so well, it would be ungrateful to refuse. However, if the principal knew that he had cultivated from a quasi-martial artist to an advanced martial artist in just 2 days, and was only one step away from becoming a martial master, would he be surprised? It's really unfair that 2 days of training can equal 2 or 3 years of hard work for others. But this world is inherently unfair. Subai chuckled and said, "Then thank you, Principal. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you back first place." "Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. Keep it up." Principal Chen was pleased to see Subai accept the spirit stone and said with a smile, "What's wrong with building a good relationship with such a genius, even if it's just a spirit stone?" With a thought, Subai put the spirit stone into his spatial ring. As a second-generation rich kid with assets worth hundreds of billions, how could he be without a spatial ring? It seems that young friend Su is indeed exceptionally talented. I knew there was no way he could be just a quasi-martial artist. You even fooled me. Xiongdiyu came over to greet Subai after seeing that no one was around. He truly never expected that a quasi-martial artist whom everyone considered a useless piece of trash would transform into a high-level martial artist, and even fool himself. This is an absolutely explosive phenomenon in the entire martial arts world. However, this seems much more normal. Otherwise, how could someone with celestial grade talent be considered a good-for-nothing who couldn't even get into a university? There is only one possibility: he has been hiding his strength and has been patient for 2.5 years. What a remarkable character he has. Li Weijiao then came over and said with a wry smile, "Subai, you really hit it well. You fooled both of us grandmasters. We were almost worried to death. Thank goodness." Thanks for your concern, Brother Xiong and Brother Li. Do you believe me if I say I wasn't lying to you? Subai chuckled and said, "I don't believe you. I don't believe you." The two said in unison. Knowing about Su Fei's injuries, the two naturally understood that Subai wasn't as harmless as he appeared. If you believed that, you'd be in big trouble. While Subai was talking with several grandmasters and martial kings, those who knew the whole story were all shocked. What? Subai isn't a quasi-martial artist? Nor is he a piece of trash with only 2.5 chi in blood? He's a peerless genius who's a high-level martial artist? Holy crap, how is this possible? I've witnessed Subai's experiences over the past 2.5 years with my own eyes. How could he possibly be a high-level martial artist? This can't be real, right? How could this be fake? Didn't you see Su Fei bleeding from all 7 orifices? I feel that the power of that attack. Su Fei's life is probably in danger. I once witnessed a martial arts master make a move from afar, and I could sense that Subai's attack just now was even more powerful than that martial arts master's. Terrifying. Chapter 20 Zhu Cai regrets, breakthrough pill. I never expected Subai to be so good at hiding his true abilities. We all underestimated him. Hey, speaking of which, apart from Su Fei and his friends, I don't think anyone in our class has offended Subai, right? At this moment, Subai's classmates started whispering among themselves, all of them either marveling at him or thinking about whether they had ever offended Subai in the past. But after searching his memories, it seemed that even if it wasn't the current Subai, the Subai of the past was someone he wouldn't have dared to offend. Is the difference between people really that big? Maybe I should consult Subai about reincarnation techniques later and ask him to teach me? Not far away, Zhu Cai gently pursed her lips. The kid I looked down on turned out to be a high-level martial artist, and even a celestial grade talent. As for special talents, since the awakening ball is broken now, we'll probably have to wait until the next time to find out. This kid actually unleashed the power of a martial arts master with the skill of a high-level martial artist. What kind of sword technique is that? How can he have such power with his hand as a sword? Zhu Cai now felt a pang of regret, regretting why she had treated Subai the way she had just done. If I had had a better attitude at the time, the outcome of this matter would have been very different. If I had invited Subai to join Shanha Academy in a normal way, would it have been a different, perfect ending? Now that things have turned out this way, he probably won't even be able to accept his favorite apprentice. But, after waiting for so many years, is this really going to be missed? Zhu Cai was filled with resentment. She had waited so many years, finally finding hope to move forward, only to have it shut out by her own hand, and even incurring the old director's displeasure. Perhaps I really was wrong. Dean Shu smiled bitterly. Over the years, Subai was the first person who could make him regret his mistakes and truly admit them. But it's too late to say all this now. Congratulations, Subai. I didn't expect you to keep it from even your teacher for so long, and I've been hoping you'd awaken a decent talent. I never expected this. You've really given me a huge surprise, Teacher Lee said happily as she walked out of the classroom with a big smile. As a teacher, nothing is more gratifying than seeing your students succeed. This is the pride of being a teacher. Not to mention that just this time, 2S-level talents have awakened in my class, and Subai has even awakened the legendary immortal talent. With this achievement alone, Teacher Lee's future teaching career will be smooth sailing. Subai was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. Had he really not been hiding his strength? Had he been biding his time for 3 years, only to have the Dragon King return? Stop kidding me. These days, what young person would be so patient? It's not like you're being chased by enemies or anything. On the contrary, you're incredibly wealthy. Do you think this is a novel? No, it's all thanks to your teaching, teacher. If it weren't for you, teacher, Subai wouldn't be standing here today. When it comes to flattery, no one present can compare to Subai, who has experienced the blessing of the 996 work schedule. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Teacher Lee was delighted. How come she had never noticed that this kid had such a sweet tongue? Oh, right, these are the pills you made in your bet. Now that the winner has been decided, I'll give them to you. As he spoke, Teacher Lee handed over 2 pills, one being Subai's own marrow cleansing pill, and the other naturally being Su Fei's mirror breaking pill. Holding the pill in his hand, Subai immediately used the system to check its quality. It's actually a top-grade Martial King breakthrough pill. Where did Su Fei get it? The quality of elixirs is divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. A top-grade breakthrough pill can increase the probability of breaking through to the Martial King realm by up to 90% after consumption. TSK, Su Fei must have asked a lot of people for help to get this pill, right? And now it's in his hands just like that. He's a real money giver. I might consider giving this pill to my mother. She's a high-level martial artist, so this breakthrough pill came at just the right time. Subai only discovered this detection function of the system recently. With it, he can easily identify all kinds of rare and precious materials. Subai is now like a seasoned appraiser. He might just find some amazing bargains at any random stall in another world. No treasure can escape Subai's discerning eyes. After learning about the quality of the pills, Subai immediately put them into his spatial ring. As for the marrow cleansing pill, it was bought by his parents, so he didn't even need to look at it to know that it was a top-quality pill. As for Su Fei's matter, I will explain it to the school and Su Fei's parents. Subai, you don't need to worry about it, Teacher Lee said seriously. He never expected that Su Fei would dare to commit such a heinous act in front of so many people. If Subai hadn't already become a high-level martial artist, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What happened to Su Fei now? Although he was also one of his students, Teacher Lee couldn't help but think to himself, he deserved it. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lee, Subai said gratefully. He knew that his teacher genuinely cared for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words under such immense pressure. But this matter has no impact on me at all. It's just Su Fei. He's dead, so what? Moreover, the principal had already told him that he would handle the matter, so even if the Su family wanted revenge later, they would have to think twice. Hey kid, how about considering joining the National University of Singapore? After leaving the National University, you will go to the front lines to fight bloody battles, kill countless enemies, and be admired by thousands. Don't you look forward to that? Moreover, you'll receive a mythical beast bloodline cub upon enrollment for you to contract with. Don't hesitate, come to our National University. Why go to the National University of Singapore? Come to Peking University if you're going to come. Hey classmate, you've heard of Peking University, right? It's one of the top universities in the country, with all kinds of famous professors and campus beauties. Free meals and accommodation, plus a plethora of scholarships every year, and you can name your own admission requirements. What are you waiting for? Come to Peking University now. At this moment, Xiong Diyu and Li Weijiao began to compete for the last top-tier special talent beast tamer. Subai has already been recruited by Peking University, and Dean Zhu is keeping an eye on Chu Youyu, so Li Weijiao can only compete for this last genius. Xiong Diyu directly recruited Subai this time. Even if he failed to recruit this top-tier beast tamer, it wouldn't be a big deal, as Subai himself could still gain many benefits from the academy. Fu Gue was a little nervous because of the two people's enthusiasm. Why were they both coming at him? It's no use you contacting me. As Brother Bai's loyal follower, I will naturally go wherever Brother Bai goes. If Brother Bai tells me to go east, I will never go west. Actually, I wanted to go with Brother Bai. Fu Gue spoke up weakly between the two. Chapter 21. The Sixth Brother. I'm truly impressed. Chow, I'm really impressed by this sixth brother. How come all these geniuses are connected to Su Bai? Now that's good, Su Bai went to Peking University, so these two will both be Peking University students without any surprises. I didn't get anything from this trip, and I'm sure I'll get a lecture when I get back. I'm so angry. After listening to Fu Gui's words, Li Weijiao left cursing. What a lousy place. I don't want to stay here for another second. Is our national university really that lacking in prestige? Xiong Diyu stared at Fu Gui with a beaming smile, his heart overflowing with joy. Ha, I didn't expect Su Bai and the others to have such connections in vocational school. Doesn't this mean I'm the biggest winner of the whole thing? How could I possibly have such a stroke of good luck? With the two of them no longer fighting over it, Fu Gui breathed a sigh of relief. But what followed was joy, not just because he had been admitted to Peking University. Brother Bai is truly amazing. He unleashed a divine talent with a single move. It's like a little cow riding a motorcycle, incredibly awesome. He even slapped a martial emperor in the face. My goodness, what kind of ridiculously awesome plot development is this? So, students, since your talents have just been awakened, we'll have a day off today. Take advantage of this day to familiarize everyone with the changes after awakening your talents, and then start cultivating diligently. Because of this early awakening, the blood and chi lines of various schools and academies will also be improved. Therefore, everyone must work hard in the next few months to avoid being unable to go to university due to insufficient chi and blood. Principal Chen returned to the awakening platform and was now using a microphone to announce the news to everyone via the loudspeaker. There were joys and sorrows on the playground. The happy ones were those who had awakened a great talent and whose future would be bright. The saddest are those who awaken talents below D level, which basically means that even with a lifetime of effort, they can only reach the martial master realm at most. However, with the help of wealth or luck, one might be able to break through to the martial king level, but unfortunately, that would be limited to the martial king level. Most of the martial arts masters, such as the principal and the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, have talents of C or B level. As for a level, they are at least grandmaster level, and they would never be here as principals or anything like that. Sigh, brothers. I've only just awakened an E-rank talent. Looks like we'll have to go our separate ways from now on. I just hope that you guys who have awakened D-rank talents will take me under your wing in the future. Holy crap, I actually awakened a C-level talent. This is incredible. I can brag about this for 10 years. Damn it, why can even Fatty Wang awaken an S-level talent, but I don't even have a D-level talent? Fate is so unfair. Damn it, I'm a mid-level martial artist and I've only awakened a C-level talent. My luck is terrible. I, a quasi-martial artist, have actually awakened a B-level talent. From now on, apart from those few top-tier schools, I can basically choose any other one. This is a destiny-defining awakening of talent and an opportunity to turn one's life around. It doesn't matter if you weren't born into a good family, you can still awaken your talents. But if your talent awakening is also a complete mess, then without further ado, you definitely belong to the category of parasite. Then all you can do is live your life honestly and hope for a completely new life next time. Many people will part ways at this crossroads of fate, lovers, brothers, friends. Everyone will eventually lead a different life. Xu Cai watched this scene with a complicated expression, as if she had become a joke. Knowing that there was no turning back, Zhu Cai left the school dejectedly. As a martial emperor, I never imagined I would suffer a loss at the hands of a mere martial artist. No sooner had Zhu Cai left than Xiong Diyu approached Xu Youyu. Hey, do you want to join Peking University? The principal's high-profile announcement also made Xu Youyu aware that Su Bai had joined Peking University. My own heart naturally yearned for Peking University, and now that they had taken the initiative to invite me, I gladly accepted. Xu Youyu nodded blankly, agreeing before Xiong Diyu could even offer any enticing conditions. Old Xiong wasn't surprised, though. He had gathered information over a long period and knew the relationships between these people. This beautiful and highly talented woman was actually Su Bai's fiancée? Damn it, I was wondering why everyone was reacting so strongly to Su Bai awakening his immortal great talent. So that's why. If the previously useless Su Bai were to get together with the exceptionally talented Xu Youyu, it would be like a toad trying to eat swan meat, a beautiful flower stuck in mud, or a fine cabbage being eaten by a pig. But now Subai has awakened his immortal talent, and his realm has reached the advanced level of martial artist, surpassing all others. If he gets together with Chu Yoyu now, what would that be called? A perfect match, a match made in heaven. At this moment, Old Bear was grinning from ear to ear, he. Recruiting 3 top geniuses at once, it's impossible for their performance not to exceed the target. Perhaps we could try to secure that vice dean position at Peking University that has been vacant for many years? Having been a grandmaster for so long, I'm only one step away from becoming a martial emperor. The reward from the dean might be a great help to me when I get back, allowing me to break through to the martial emperor realm and compete for the position of vice dean. Chapter 22 Xiong Diyu's Investment, 3 Spirit Stones. The recruitment mission has been successfully completed, and Xiong Diyu needs to go back and report on the situation as soon as possible. Xiong Diyu gave each of the 3 a special badge, which they could use to enter the school upon enrollment. Before leaving, Xiong Diyu wanted to thank Subai. If it weren't for his final decision this time, I probably wouldn't have been able to bring all 3 geniuses into my fold. However, considering the fact that Subai's family has hundreds of billions in assets, ordinary things would definitely not be of much use to him. Since that's the case, Xiong Diyu reluctantly gave Subai the last 3 spirit stones he had left in his spatial ring, partly as a way of befriending him. Subai, I have high hopes for you. This year's martial arts exam is a bit special. In another month or 2, I believe you will be able to cultivate to a level that I never expected. The martial arts exams will depend on you geniuses bringing glory to the nation. A talent of the celestial rank, as long as it doesn't die prematurely, is destined to become a martial emperor in the future. It's only an investment of 3 spirit stones, so it's worth it. Subai gladly accepted. A grandmaster had taken the initiative to befriend him, and he didn't need to give anything in return. Why wouldn't he dare to accept it? Perfect timing. With the principal's spirit stone, 4 spirit stones would be enough for me to study. What's so mysterious about these spirit stones? Don't worry, Brother Xiong, I will definitely participate in the martial arts exam. After all, it's the culmination of several years of hard work, and I want to witness the results. Fine. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Then I'll be leaving now. The next time we meet will be for the martial arts exam. I look forward to seeing how you've changed. After saying that, Xiong Diyu left. After the principal announced the holiday, those who had already awakened their talents went straight home. However, those who hadn't yet awakened their talents were affected because Subai broke the awakening orb. They had no choice but to continue waiting on the playground for an awakening ball to be urgently transferred from the Martial Arts Association. Subai also wanted to go home and study the spirit stone he had just acquired, so after saying goodbye in a hurry, Subai left the school. On their way home, Subai and Fu Gue walked together. Brother Bai, I was also admitted to Peking University. Brother Xiong told me to go to the school to find a teacher with the same surname, Wang. I heard that he's a martial emperor with the talent of a beast tamer. Now that I've awakened an S-rank talent, my dad will be overjoyed when I get home. Then I can finally live a carefree and happy life. Brother Bai, what about you? Fu Gue explained his plans for the future. Once he awakened his talent, he would enjoy himself to the fullest. Since he had already been admitted to Peking University's graduate program ahead of schedule, he had no worries about the future. Me? Of course I'll hurry up and work hard to cultivate, and try to break through to the martial master level in the competition in 2 days. By the way, shouldn't you also be participating in the competition in 2 days? You've awakened such a great talent and you're just thinking of giving up? Upon hearing this, Fu Gui's face fell, and he wailed. Brother Bai, you're not the brother Bai I know anymore. Give me back the brother Bai you used to know. Why are you all rolled up in the sand? I was hoping to relax a bit, but all this has ruined my mood. Subai tapped Fu Gue on the head and said calmly. You're only a beginner martial artist right now. With your current level, wouldn't you be embarrassing yourself in the grand competition? Moreover, the participants in the competition are all geniuses from major cities, and there might even be 1 or 2 stunning beauties among them. By then, everyone will be intermediate or advanced martial artists, and you'll just be a beginner martial artist, TSK. Subai spoke while observing the fat man's changing expressions. Sure enough, Fu Gui's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing that there was a beautiful woman, but his spirits immediately deflated upon hearing the second half of what he said. That's right, I'm only a beginner martial artist now. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go to the competition in 2 days? No. For honor, for beauty, For the honor of number 1 middle school, we have an unshirkable duty to cultivate, we must cultivate fiercely. Fu Gue raised his right hand to encourage himself, determined to make a name for himself in the competition 2 days later. Looking at the energetic and prosperous Fu Gue, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's how it should be. It's a real shame that my system isn't an anti-involution system. Otherwise, with those motivational but ultimately toxic platitudes from his past life, he could just tie himself to a few geniuses and easily fool them, then level up effortlessly. Su Bai gave him another helping hand, patting Fu Gue on the shoulder and saying, "That's it. Keep it up. Those genius school beauties will definitely look at you with new eyes." Upon hearing this, Fu Gue became visibly excited, wishing he could rush home right now and cultivate diligently for a day and a night. "Brother Bai, I've figured it out. In the competition 2 days from now, I'm determined to raise my cultivation level to intermediate martial artist and make those people who look down on me utterly astonished. Isn't this a little too effective? This silly child is starting to have wild thoughts? You've awakened an S-rank talent and a top-tier special talent. With that kind of late-game potential, who would dare look down on you?" For a moment, Su Bai felt a little ashamed. It seemed that he had fed the child too much chicken soup, which had almost made the child stupid. Chapter 23. How did you know I awakened an S-rank talent? Brother Bai, fatty, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be awakening your talents today? By the way, did you guys see those beams of light just now? I heard that's a phenomenon that only appears when someone awakens a talent of a level or higher. Do you know who it was? On their way back, the two ran into a friend they had previously hung out with, who greeted Su Bai and the other person. What? How do you know I've awakened that 1 in a million S-class talent? Fu Gue hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of smugness. What the hell? The man asked in confusion, what the hell? Why is the fat guy suddenly saying some strange things? What? He awakened an S-level talent? But just as he was wondering, Fu Gue suddenly became surprised, staggering backward as he pointed at Luo Qi and exclaimed in astonishment. How did you know that I had awakened a top-tier beast tamer's special talent, which is extremely rare and comparable to an SSS-level talent? Seeing Fu Gue's dramatic act, Su Bai helplessly covered his face, as if to say that he didn't know this fool. Seeing that Fu Gue still wanted to tease him, Su Bai interrupted, "We have already awakened. One of the strange phenomena you mentioned is this kid. He awakened an S-level talent and a top-level special talent." After a brief silence, a surprised voice rang out. Holy crap! What the hell? That fat bastard can actually awaken an S-level talent? And he even has a special talent? Holy crap! Huh? What the hell? Fu Gue seized on the keyword and looked at Luo Qi with ill intent. Luo Qi, who was being stared at by the fat man, realized that his words were a bit inappropriate. Now that the fat man had risen from peasant to peasant, he could no longer joke around with him. No, brother Fu Gue, Diao Mao was talking about me just now, talking about myself, I am Diao Mao. This wave, is called discretion is the better part of valor. Not bad, Luo Qi. From now on, I'll protect you. If you run into any trouble, just mention my name, and it'll be a sure thing. Yes, brother Fu Gue. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Luo Qi quickly made a run for it. The fat guy had actually awakened an S-class talent. This bastard could do that too? Su Bai now indicated that he didn't want to continue communicating with the idiot and wanted to go home quickly. In a secluded corner on the street, the maid who had been secretly protecting Su Bai was observing all of this. Everything that happened today feels like a dream, it's simply unbelievable. The good-for-nothing young master who had been protected suddenly awakened. Not only did he become a high-level martial artist after waking up, he also awakened the legendary immortal talent. This immediately alarmed the 3 academies, clashed with the martial emperor, resulted in him personally crippling one person, and even strengthened his relationship with Miss Chu. The day's experience felt so surreal that Luo Yanhan even wondered if she had entered some kind of illusion. Luo Yanhan was very surprised when she saw Su Bai's realm suddenly become advanced martial artist early this morning, so she didn't even think about responding to Su Fei's provocation. However, everything that happened today truly stunned Luo Yanhan. After calming down for a while, Luo Yanhan finally called Su Bai's parents on her way back to report what had happened that day. On the other end of the phone. Sha Luo, what did you just say? Could you say it again? On the other end of the phone, Su Xingzhou's right hand, holding the phone, trembled weakly, unable to believe that what he had just heard was true. Luo Yanhan also knew how outrageous this matter was. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought it was just a joke if someone else told her about it. So Luo Yanhan patiently gave another brief account of what had happened that day. Okay, I understand. Please take good care of him. My wife and I will be back soon. Su Xingzhou suppressed his excitement and hung up the phone after finishing speaking. He then quickly opened his phone's contacts, found Su Bai's mother's number, and dialed it directly. Hello, Shering. What's wrong, honey? I have a meeting later, what's up? Su's mother asked, puzzled, after receiving the call. Shering, hurry home. Our little rascal has awakened his talent today. It's the legendary celestial talent. After reporting the situation, Luo Yanhan quickly followed. With the young master's talent, it seems her job is a bit too hot to handle. Unlike usual, Su Bai had not noticed this at all before. But now, having awakened his immortal grade talent and reached the advanced martial artist realm, Su Bai clearly felt a gaze that seemed to be constantly fixed on him. But after looking around, he did not find that strange gaze. Although he didn't find anything, Su Bai still trusted his intuition. Both he and Fugue are now considered human geniuses, and he himself has awakened the legendary celestial talent. It should be noted that during these thousands of years of warfare, the alien races have long sent many people to infiltrate the major cities of the human race, and they would occasionally come out to cause sabotage or assassination. As I've said before, a genius who doesn't grow up isn't a genius. This includes assassinations by foreign races. For thousands of years, countless geniuses of the human race have been assassinated by spies sent in by other races. Even with various protective measures, this kind of thing cannot be completely eradicated. There's no way around it. If you fall behind, you'll be attacked. The overall strength of the alien races is greater than that of the human race, but these alien races are just invaders, a vanguard force, not the main force at all. The same goes for the alien beasts. If the entire alien race were to launch a full-scale attack, then the human race's so-called defense line would be nothing more than a fragile piece of paper, easily breached. In recent years, even SSS-level geniuses have been assassinated. Su Bai is currently just a high-level martial artist, so he doesn't dare to be careless. The commotion I caused this time was too big. I'm sure those damned alien races will keep an eye on me. Thinking of this, Su Bai's desire to improve his strength became even stronger. Fortunately, the principal and brother Xiong gave me 4 spirit stones this time, which should be enough to improve my strength. As for the marrow cleansing pill, I definitely won't need it now. I'll sell it later and get several more top-tier talents. So Su Bai quickened his pace. Getting back to cultivate was the most important thing. Meanwhile, inside the best hospital in Tianhai City. Chapter 24 Conspiracy, Alien Race. Meanwhile, inside the best hospital in Tianhai City. Su Fei, who was just rushed here by emergency medical services, is currently undergoing emergency treatment in the ICU. It looks fine on the outside, but it is actually riddled with holes inside. Inside the emergency room, the doctors stared at the bloody scene before them, unsure of what to do. Even on the way there, Su Fei had already been given many pills to keep him alive, and he was brought to the hospital for emergency treatment on the verge of death. Upon hearing the news, Su Fei's parents immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to the hospital. On the way, they also called all the top doctors in the city to come and treat him, as money was not an issue. But when these top doctors from various specialties saw the mangled inside the body, everyone stopped what they were doing. This kind of injury was practically a death sentence. The top doctors looked at each other, and finally let out a helpless sigh. The group stopped their preparations. This was beyond their ability to save. After stitching up Su Fei's wounds and stopping the bleeding, the group tidied him up and left the operating room. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Su also came towards them. Upon seeing the doctors, Mrs. Su quickly stepped forward and anxiously inquired. Doctor, is my child all right? How is he? The doctor at the front also looked helpless as he faced Su's mother, but still whispered. I'm so sorry. We did our best, but your son was already, sigh. After speaking, the doctors left the scene quickly without lingering. If they stayed any longer, it wouldn't be so easy for them to leave. Upon hearing the news, Su's mother was struck dumb, collapsing to the ground, stunned for a moment before erupting in fury. My son! You finally awakened your S-level talent, and it was almost higher than your brother's talent. How could you leave like this? Su Wenwei, your son died right in front of you, and you just stood by and watched? How could you be so heartless? Wasn't he your son? Your son has awakened an S-level talent. An S-level talent. Do you know how long it's been since our family produced an S-class talent? Now it's all ruined, all ruined. Su Wenwei, who killed my son? Which little bastard was it? I'll kill his whole family to make Xiao Fei pay for it. Outside the ICU, Su Fei's mother threw a tantrum like a shrew, yelling that she would kill the murderer's entire family to pay for her son's death. Su Wenwei, who had been constantly being called upon, watched his wife coldly from the side. On his way here, Su Wenwei had already received a call from his superiors. They told him that his son had brought this upon himself and that he should take heart and not cause trouble for the murderer. Although he verbally agreed, this was a blood feud for the murder of his son. How could he not avenge it? Moreover, his son had awakened an S-level talent, which meant he was destined for great things, and he would be able to break free from his father-in-law's control because of his son's talent. But seeing his wife throwing a tantrum like this makes him furious. If it weren't for her always spoiling their son and giving him whatever he wanted. They've been spoiled like this, which is why this kind of thing has happened. Now look what's happened, she's even blaming me. I'm so unlucky to have ended up with such a wife. However, Su Wenwei could only console himself that he couldn't offend this woman, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain it to his father-in-law. Alright, get up right now. What kind of behavior is this? I'll handle this, but not like this where you're throwing a tantrum. Pack your things and let's go home. After all, he is his own son, and no matter how wrong he is, it is not up to others to discipline him. Su Bai, the Su family? It's you guys again. You have celestial grade talent, huh? Su Wenwei went to a corner and made a phone call. Hello. What? Mr. Su, have you come to your senses? A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Stop talking nonsense, I agree to join you, but I need you to do one thing for me. I know that. It's because your good-for-nothing son died. We were just about to make our move. The person on the other end of the phone joked. I hope you can do it. I will fully cooperate with you after it's done. Then it'll be a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Su. At this moment, in a basement somewhere in Jiangxi province. Boss, Su Wenwei just called me. He agreed to join us, but on the condition that he helps his stupid son get revenge. The man who had just spoken to Su Wenwei spoke up. If anyone were here, they would find that the entire basement is not filled with people. Their appearances were all bizarre: minotaur, centaur, werewolf, skeleton. Various creatures that previously only existed in fiction are now appearing in reality. Their purpose in appearing was to plunder this world where spiritual energy was reviving. Human bodies could provide them with great assistance, but the deeper reasons remained unknown. These creatures were also referred to by humans as alien races. The only difference between them and those strange beasts is that they are intelligent beings, capable of thinking like normal humans, and also possessing human cunning and treachery. These are things that even mythical beasts cannot compare to. Even the beasts that have awakened their intelligence can only know who they can mess with and who they can't, and they can even issue simple commands to some beasts that are lower level than themselves. For example, the beast tides and sieges that humans often encounter. Behind all of this is a powerful alien beast that commands these other alien beasts. Those low-level beasts lack the ability to think independently. Once they receive the order to attack, they will follow it without hesitation, even if the consequence is death. Therefore, every beast tide, large or small, brings devastating disasters to mankind. Unless the beast that commands it is killed, it is difficult to end a beast tide. However, humans have not discovered any pattern to the causes of beast tides over thousands of years, so sometimes there are even cases where a place cannot withstand a beast tide and is directly massacred. Yes, that's good. If Su Wenwei joins us, our future operations will be much smoother, and we'll have more funds. The man known as the boss nodded and analyzed the situation. Alright, it's just a side thing to deal with his good-for-nothing son anyway. I've already reported the situation in Tianhai City. I never expected that such a small city like Tianhai could produce 3 martial artists with S-level or higher talent. Among them is the legendary immortal talent. I don't know if it's true or not. Let's wait for orders from above. This mission is at least S-level, and even a grandmaster might personally take action. Su Bai. Su family, keep a close eye on the Su family group's movements recently, they might be very useful later. Yes, boss. After he finished speaking, the dimly lit basement fell silent again, as if the conversation had never happened. As the protagonist who triggered this chain reaction, Subai has just arrived at his doorstep. He opened the door, and the maid was still the same maid, and the villa was still the same villa. It seemed that everything that had happened today was just a pipe dream for Subai. However, his current strength tells him that all of this is real. He takes a deep breath and decides to start working hard again. Ding dong. Chapter 25. Parents arrive, Su Xingzhou, the wife-protecting maniac. Ding dong. Just as Subai was about to return to his room to begin his cultivation, the doorbell rang. The doorbell rang, which puzzled Subai. Besides the maid who takes care of her, who else would come to this villa? Even his usual buddies, Subai never brought anyone home to play, so very few people knew his home address. As for Fugue, that was impossible. After being given a pep talk, he was so excited that he rushed home to cultivate. After thinking for a moment, Subai came up with an answer, but he would know the answer once he opened the door. Subai grasped the doorknob and opened the door. Son. The mother, who was coming towards him, hugged Subai tightly, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked over with joy. For so many years, I just wanted to make money so my son could live an ordinary life. I never expected that today's awakening would give us such a huge surprise. In just one day, his son suddenly became a high-level martial artist, awakened the legendary immortal talent, and was directly admitted to Peking University ahead of schedule. Which parent doesn't want their child to succeed? Who doesn't want their child to get into a good university? Who doesn't? Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Subai seemed somewhat at a loss. After all, he had rarely seen the two of them since he transmigrated here. They were both busy with work, and all he needed to do was send a sum of money to their account every month and then make a phone call to ask about their situation. However, this was exactly what Subai wanted. Suddenly facing two completely unfamiliar parents would be hard for anyone to accept, so this kind of life was quite nice. Mom, I'm here. Subai said, slightly embarrassed. As his mother hugged him, Subai also felt a sharp gaze fixed on him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his adoptive father. This is outrageous. He's even jealous of his son. What a wife-protecting maniac. Suppressing his inner complaints, Subai broke free from his mother's embrace and looked directly at the two of them. You little rascal, how did you suddenly become a high-level martial artist? You've been keeping it a secret from me and your mother, haven't you? If it weren't for the huge commotion you caused today, we would still be completely in the dark. Su's father started by giving him a dressing down, which gave him a decisive advantage in terms of momentum. Subai was truly speechless. Why did everyone think he was hiding his strength? Did he want to hide it? What was there to hide from a mere quasi-martial artist? It's just that he easily cultivated to the advanced level of martial artist in 2 days. Why are you making such a fuss? But Subai didn't dare to tell the truth. If others knew that he had gone from a well-known good-for-nothing to a high-level martial artist in just 2 days, and had even awakened the only immortal grade talent in the world, it would be a huge loss. Subai could already foresee his fate. Even if they weren't dragged in for research, countless martial emperors and even martial sovereigns would still covet the secrets they possessed, their immortal grade talent. The allure of that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Ah, yes. They covered the area under the bridge with cotton quilts and told everyone they met, yes. You little brat. Su Xingzhou was initially quite happy, only wanting to show his fatherly authority in front of his son, but look at what his son said. As he spoke, Su Xingzhou wanted to take out his 7 Wolves cigarettes and let the boy feel the love from his father that he had been missing all these years. Su Xingzhou, what are you doing? Our Xiao Bai has been patient for so many years, and only now do we realize that our son is a genius. Why did you have to turn such a happy occasion into this? Can't we just have a joyful family reunion? Let me tell you, don't try to use your business tactics on my son, or I'll make you pay when we get back. Seeing that the atmosphere she had just created was instantly shattered by Su Bai's father, Su's mother immediately threatened him. As expected, upon hearing this, Su's father immediately backed down, obediently stopping what he was doing and glaring angrily at his son. My wife actually scolded me for the sake of our son. I'll remember this grudge. Thinking about it, Su Xingzhou glared fiercely at his son. His wife was being biased, and he was very angry. Slap. A slap landed on Su Xingzhou's back. If you ever give your son that look again, think carefully about what you'll be kneeling on when you get home, Su's mother said domineeringly. Upon hearing this, Su Xingzhou immediately composed himself and became a normal father. Without Sue's father's interference, the mother and son started talking more. I haven't paid much attention to my son's affairs in recent years, so this is a good opportunity to learn more about him. Son, how have you been these past 2 years? Mom has been so busy with work that I've forgotten to check on you more. Mom, I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? After all, I still have Fugue to play with. Alright, son, how's your relationship with your Uncle Chu's daughter, Xiaoyu, going? Don't forget you're engaged to her, so don't tell me you're having problems. Let me tell you, if you find another daughter-in-law outside, I, as your mother, will definitely not acknowledge her. That's the bottom line. Xiaoyu is such a good kid. She's good-looking, talented, and most importantly, so gentle and considerate. Such a good daughter-in-law. If you make her unhappy, don't blame me for having your dad take you on a trip down memory lane to reminisce about your wonderful childhood. When it comes to marriage, it's something almost everyone has to go through. Faced with parents nagging, you just have to hurry up and find a girlfriend. The reason why Sue's mother said this was because she had already heard from the maid that her son was not only ungrateful for the good cabbage, but also threw it aside. What a wonderful daughter-in-law! She was so lovable as a child, and she's perfect in every way now that she's grown up. Plus, she and her son are mutually attracted and have a marriage agreement. Xiaoyu is such a good child, yet her son doesn't appreciate it. If it were my old good-for-nothing son, I probably would have just let it go and not caused him any more trouble. But you're actually a high-level martial artist, how could you let my daughter-in-law run away? Sure enough, when she heard the maid say that the two of them were getting closer, Sue's mother was overjoyed. Her son had finally figured it out and knew how to steal the cabbage, a metaphor for pursuing a woman who was attractive and accommodating others. Oh dear, Mom. What are you talking about? Although Yoyu and I are engaged, we're both too old to get married right now, so don't worry about it. Subai had a headache. How did this suddenly turn into talking about Chu Yoyu again? Although the two were indeed engaged, and had previously been mutually attracted to each other. Unfortunately, he lacked talent and was left out for 2.5 years. Even if you're taking advantage of the fact that they still have feelings for you, now's not the time to talk about that. Chapter 26. This is my son, Su Xingzhou's son. Besides, isn't it a bit too early to talk about marriage now? Anyway, when you get married, if it's not Xiaoyu, I, as your mother, will absolutely not agree. Shering waved her hand dismissively. Since she had already decided on this daughter-in-law, she might as well let her son take the initiative. Now that Xiaoyu has awakened an SS-level talent, who knows how many scions of powerful families are eyeing her as their future daughter-in-law? If we don't grab it quickly, it won't be good if someone else snatches it away. Okay. I'll listen to you, let's not talk about this now. Mom, this is a Martial King breakthrough pill. I remember you're only a high-level martial master right now, this pill will help you break through to Martial King. Seeing that things were not going well, Subai quickly changed the subject. After saying that, he quickly took out the newly acquired breakthrough pill from his spatial ring and gave it to his mother. Shering, who was still rambling on, stopped abruptly upon hearing this and looked at the breakthrough pill that was now in her hand. That's right, it's of superior quality and even has a faint fragrance of elixir. It's not much different from the breakthrough pill I know. Son, where did you get these pills? Shering was a little confused. Hadn't her son only shown his talent today? Even the most basic breakthrough pill has a market price that fluctuates around several hundred million, and such high-quality pills are made by alchemists of the 4th rank or above. As for alchemists of the 4th rank or above, they didn't even have a close relationship with the father of their child, let alone ask them to refine pills. So, where did his son get this elixir? Upon hearing this, Subai immediately replied indifferently. You mean this pill? It was a bet between me and Su Fei of the Su family. He didn't beat me, so the pill ended up in my hands. Speaking of which, Mom, if Su Fei tried to kill me, I would have crippled him. I heard he's been taken to the hospital, but in my opinion, even if Su Fei is saved, he'll either die or be crippled. That shouldn't be a problem for our family, right? Before Su's mother could even express her surprise, Su Xingzhou had already walked up to Subai. You're saying you crippled Su Fei? Didn't Su Fei awaken an S-level talent? You just crippled him? When Su Xingzhou heard the maid's report, he only knew that his son had a conflict with the Su family's son, and he had no idea that his son had been crippled. This is an S-level talent, and he ruined his own son's life? The relationship with the Su family and the Su group was not very harmonious to begin with, and now they have ruined the S-level talent that the other party had finally awakened. This is really, really amazing. Yes, he was the one who intended to kill first. What's wrong with that? No problem, son, you did a fantastic job. That old dog from the Su family has long disliked him and has been going against your father. This time you crippled his son, but he can only resent it in private. You did a great job. Looking at his son, Su Xingzhou suddenly felt much more at ease with him. That's right, this is the son of Su Xingzhou. Su Xingzhou. Don't you dare corrupt my son. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my son, I'll never forgive you. Shireng was furious when she saw her husband adding fuel to the fire. They've crippled someone's son, wouldn't those two dogs from the Su family be furious? Especially Su Fei's mother, she's like a shrew every day. If she knew her son had been crippled, wouldn't she just erupt like a volcano? If her own son were crippled, she would definitely go bankrupt and do whatever it takes to get revenge, not to mention Su Fei's mother. Don't worry, son. Your dad will take care of this. Su Fei's family will definitely want revenge later. Be careful these next few days. According to the Chinese government's genius protection law, the Su family will definitely not take direct action against you openly, but they will certainly engage in petty theft and other underhanded tactics. So your mother and I will move here in a couple of days. As for the company, no matter how big it is, it's not as important as my son. Su Xingzhou analyzed the current situation. Revenge would come sooner or later, but he had to be careful about how and by whom it would happen. Okay, Su Bai replied. The current situation is indeed as my cheap old man analyzed. We must be careful of cunning people breaking into our house in the middle of the night. It would be a good choice for the two of us to move in. But this also made Su Bai a little embarrassed. I was living a perfectly good life alone, and suddenly my parents are moving in, parents who are complete strangers to me. The memories received indicate that the parents treated the child very well when the child was young, and basically always granted the child's requests. Unlike Su Fei's pampering and indulgence, her parents have very sound values and require themselves to be upright people. If Su Bai ever makes a mistake that violates principles, even his usually gentle mother will become very strict. After a mixed doubles education, Su Bai immediately admitted his mistake, and whenever he encountered a similar problem afterward, he would think of the education he received that night. However, as Su Bai grew older, she gradually became independent, and her parents became busy with work. Especially after they entered high school, the two became even less inclined to care about their son slacking off, since no matter how hard he tried to cultivate his qi and blood, it remained completely stagnant. Since the path of martial arts is not viable, there's no need to force it. In the future, honestly inheriting the family fortune left by the two of them is also a good option. Among these considerations, the two may have thought of creating another alternate account. However, due to company matters, this matter has been postponed indefinitely. Well, I won't bother you anymore. You should be going to Jiang province to participate in the competition the day after tomorrow, right? Focus on your cultivation these next few days, and make your father look good. After saying that, Su Xingzhou glanced at the maids in the villa, his meaning clear in his eyes. After all, the maid was a martial king, and the most important thing in this kind of industry was to have good judgment. After nodding subtly, Su Xingzhou left with peace of mind. Son, I'll accept this pill. I'd be even happier if you could bring your wife over so I can meet her sometime. Xiaoluo, take good care of my Xiaobai, and I'll give you a raise later. Before leaving, Shireng couldn't help but grumble a few more words. The matter of her daughter-in-law couldn't be delayed. It seemed she'd have to find time to visit the Chu family again, as the two children were almost of marriageable age. Shireng readily accepted the pill. It was the first time her son had ever given her a gift, and she was even a little reluctant to eat it. After his parents left, Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even after coming to this world, I can't escape being pressured to get married. The master of pressuring marriage is terrifying. Now I can finally relax and focus on improving my skills. Chapter 27 System Update. System Shop opens. Su Bai returned to his room and took out all 4 spirit stones he had obtained that day. The moment the spirit stone appeared, the system, which had been silent until now, reappeared before our eyes. New currency detected. System updating in progress. Update complete. The update details are as follows. Part 1. Adding a new currency, Spirit Stones. Second, enable the in-game store function, using Spirit Stones as the currency for transactions. Part 3. A new in-app purchase feature has been launched. Please explore for details yourself. That concludes this update. I wish my dearest host a pleasant experience. Remember, spending money will make you even stronger. System, you're alive? Subai looked at the update notification in front of him and asked a question. Dear host, the system is still alive. Then why did you ignore me before? You didn't ask me that. Subai thought back and realized that it was indeed the case. I was wondering why this system was like it was dead. It only reappeared after more than 20 chapters. Why didn't you take the initiative when I didn't even ask? Without your permission, Master, I'm afraid I'll disturb you. Could you call me Master in a different voice? Subai listened to the mechanical electronic voice calling out to his host with a sense of helplessness. Yes, Master. The system was very obedient and immediately switched to a lowly voice calling out to its master. This sudden lowly voice made Subai lose control. What the heck? This system is actually using this to test its host. I ask you, which host could withstand this test? Then I can tell you definitively. This host cannot withstand the test. Hearing the little system girl calling him master repeatedly, Subai felt as if his soul was about to float to the sky. Master, the system suggests you recharge these 4 spirit stones into the system. This will help you improve your strength faster. Good grief, so the truth has finally come out, hasn't it? So they're just trying to trick me into spending money. I was wondering why the system suddenly popped up again. The system's sudden turn of events made Subai realize that this was just a trap set by the system to trick him into spending money. Ignoring Xiao Tongzi's calls, Subai began to study the newly released system shop on his own. Pay-to-win system. Name, Subai. Talent, celestial grade talent, top-tier fire-type special talent, unique talent. You are the hope that humanity has waited for 1,000 years, let your talent play its due role. Talents are divided into F level, E level, D level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level. Realm, advanced martial artist. Inner techniques, everlasting spring technique, enlightenment technique. Technique, yuan yang slash. Balance, 114,514 yuan. Shop, open. Backpack, 1 space ring. After spending billions on in-game purchases, the system panel has received an epic update. It's finally not that useless panel anymore. Subai looked at the panel and realized that apart from some changes in the data, he didn't seem to have noticed any other updates. Especially the third one, what new tricks has the pay-to-win system come up with this time? It's so boring to have to figure it out on your own. Finally, Subai focused his attention on the already opened in-game store. With a thought, the online store opened. The system panel has been replaced by a completely new projector. The rapid updates that followed, along with the dazzling array of goods, were simply blinding. The store refresh was completed quickly. What came into view were all sorts of items that made one's mouth water. Xian Yuan Sword. Product description: this sword is the national treasure of China, lost for over 1,000 years. Possessing this sword will vanquish all heretics, protect humanity, ensure good weather and abundant harvests, and bring boundless fortune. The user will also be blessed with the aura of China, becoming invincible. Price: unknown spirit stones. The stone used to patches the sky. Product description: this is a piece of stone left behind by the goddess Nuwa when she mended the sky in ancient times. This item contains infinite vitality. After possessing it, the user's body will be improved, and their physique and talent will become the best in all realms, unsurpassable. Price: 99,999. Spirit stones. Fangtian halberd. Product description. After watching the second one, Subai stopped watching. There was no need to. Damn it, at least the people who used the sky mending stone gave themselves a price to work for. But what do you mean by the Xian Yuan sword? Price unknown? You're making it obvious that this is just for my benefit, aren't you? How infuriating. If I were to get my hands on just one item from this page, I'd practically be ready to take off from the brink of ruin. Why bother with cultivation? I'm invincible. I can wipe out billions of alien races with a wave of my hand. That's incredibly cool. However, this is just wishful thinking. Based on my past experience reading novels, this damn system definitely won't make me invincible right away. Otherwise, why would it have let me transmigrate here? I honestly opened the price range above and entered 4. Soon, a large pile of items worth 4 spirit stones or less appeared before Subai's eyes. Subai nodded as he saw the new page. This made much more sense. Pure Yang Sword. Product description: a low-grade Xian level iron sword forged by an anonymous, top-tier 4th level weapon refiner. The entire sword is crafted from pure young iron and took the refiner 3 days and 3 nights to forge. This sword can cut through iron like mud and is incomparably sharp. It will have an additional enhancement when used with sword techniques. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Tier 3 Martial King Breakthrough Pill. Product description: this is a Tier 3 Supreme Martial King Breakthrough Pill. It guarantees the user a 100% chance of breaking through to the Martial King realm, with absolutely no possibility of failure. Please purchase with confidence. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. 5th Tier Elixir Marrow Cleansing Pill. Product description: this is a 5th grade, top tier marrow cleansing pill. After use, it will cleanse the body of impurities, thereby increasing cultivation speed. However, using it before talent awakening will result in unknown consequences. Price: 2 Spirit Stones. At a glance, most of the items that appear now are things that I own or have seen before. But unlike the pills I had, these pills were all extremely rare and top grade pills. This is a top grade pill. Even the lowest grade first level top grade pill is something that people would fight over. This is because everyone in the world who can refine top grade pills is at least a 6th level alchemist. Only those who are at that level can refine top grade pills. The reason why top grade pills are called top grade is because they leave no impurities after use. Even the best quality pills currently available on the market will leave impurities in the body after use, and these impurities are very difficult to remove. Lower grade pills contain more impurities, which is why appraisers exist, and why there is a price difference between lower grade and higher grade pills. You must understand that if the impurities in this elixir are not removed, leaving them in the body will only damage your foundation, making it impossible to progress even half a step further. Top grade pills, on the other hand, don't have so many problems. After use, there are no impurities or residues, achieving true effortless gain. These kinds of pills are never sold on the market, they are all kept for personal use in the most critical situations. Those who are also alchemists are even more eager for this kind of elixir, hoping to glean some secrets from it. It's a pity, there are fewer and fewer people who can refine top grade pills now, and nobody knows the secrets, not even those who have successfully refined them. Chapter 28 Third Order Spirit Gathering Pill, Low Grade Profound Pure Yang Sword. Therefore, one can imagine the shock Subai felt when he saw that every single pill in the shop was a top grade pill. The system is indeed a system, the items in the mall are far superior to those in the mortal world. But this price, why can I only pay with spirit stones? After looking around, Subai still couldn't find what he wanted, which immediately disappointed him. No experience pills? Thumbs down. However, Subai did find a pill that could accelerate his cultivation. Tier 3 Spirit Gathering Pill. Product description: Tier 3 Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill. Consuming this pill will significantly increase the user's cultivation speed. The specific increase will depend on the user's cultivation realm and talent. It is ineffective for those at the Martial King realm and above. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Great stuff, I'll buy it. After looking around again, Subai realized that the items in the shop were either useless to him or not needed for the time being, and he only had 4 spirit stones. TSK, it seems I'll have to collect more spirit stones in the future, otherwise I'll just be looking at all these good things. Subai bought a spirit gathering pill, and then bought the pure yang sword that he had bought before. A low-grade Xian rank weapon. This is a weapon that even some grandmasters find hard to obtain. I never expected that I could buy it for just 1 spirit stone in the system. Weapons are divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Each rank is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, as well as the ultimate grade. Weapons are more expensive than elixirs. Having a good weapon is more practical than using elixirs to improve your stats. Although pills enhance one's strength, they still need to be refined and cultivated by oneself to exert their effects. As for weapons, they can immediately enhance one's strength once one gets used to them. When combined with the corresponding techniques, the weapon's power will be further enhanced. Generally speaking, the most common low-grade yellow rank weapon increases strength by about 30%, mid-grade by 50%, high-grade by 70%, and top-grade by 100%, which is double the strength. Moreover, this is not just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. If a novice martial artist obtains a low-grade yellow rank weapon, with the enhancement of the weapon and the cultivation technique, he can easily fight 3 opponents of the same realm, and even be on par with an intermediate martial artist. This is the importance of weapons. Of course, the choice of weapon also depends on whether it suits you. If a weapon is not suitable for you, carrying it will only have the opposite effect, and your strength will actually decrease as a result. Fortunately, with his celestial talent, he can instantly master any weapon he uses, so there's never a situation where it's unsuitable. This sword is also a perfect match for his Yuan Yang slash. With his current strength as a high-level martial artist, he can probably rival a martial master. With his current trump cards, Subai even felt that he could compete with intermediate martial artists, or even advanced martial artists. However, all of this is just one's own feeling. Without actually fighting a martial arts master, how can one know the difference between each major realm? Backpack, Space Ring 1, Tier 3 Spirit Gathering Pill 1, Low-Grade Shan Rank Pure Yang Sword 1. In the end, Subai couldn't resist the temptation in the system shop, and his 4 spirit stones were reduced to 2. At the same time, a sword appeared in Subai's hand. The orange gold blade, crafted from pure yang iron, is incredibly sharp, and its hardness is unmatched by any other yellow rank longsword. When Subai held the sword in his hand, it wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was incredibly light. Infusing it with spiritual energy, Subai picked it up and gently waved it a few times. A sharp sword aura erupted from the hilt of the sword in an instant, becoming extremely violent and seemingly intent on destroying everything around it. Fortunately, Subai noticed something was wrong and immediately stopped practicing his swordplay, thus saving his rune from disaster. Its power seems to have increased by more than 2 times compared to before, and that's without even using any special techniques. Subai muttered to himself, "This power is even stronger than I imagined. It seems I'm determined to win the championship this time." There are 2 spirit stones left. Since they can't be used to breed anyway, I might as well use them together and see how effective they are for cultivation. Without further ado, Subai took out the remaining 2 spirit stones and the spirit gathering pill he had just bought. The moment the pill was taken out, a fragrant aroma filled the room, captivating all who smelled it. However, this made Subai swallow hard. This thing actually smells so good? Suppressing his intense reluctance, Subai swallowed the pill in one gulp, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the enlightenment technique. He was also holding a spirit stone in his hand, absorbing the spiritual energy within it. As the cultivation technique circulated, Subai clearly felt the spiritual energy around him begin to stir, and the spirit gathering pill also began to take effect. Moment. The previously lifeless spiritual energy around him surged into Subai's body as if it had seen some rare treasure. Subai's immortal grade talent was naturally accepted without hesitation. No matter how much spiritual energy flowed into Subai's body, it was as if there was a bottomless pit. Countless spiritual energies entered, but not even a ripple could be seen. In the blink of an eye, with the support of abundant spiritual energy, elixirs, and cultivation techniques, Subai's immortal grade talent began to operate at full speed. Suddenly, seemingly sensing the changes in his body, Subai absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stone even more diligently. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from inside the body, as if breaking free of shackles, and the whole person felt incredibly relaxed. This is the sound of someone breaking through to the martial master level. After breaking through to the martial master level, Subai could clearly feel his blood and chi surging within his body, slowly condensing and becoming increasingly pure. This tingling sensation made him feel incredibly comfortable. The transformation from a martial artist to a martial master is essentially the gradual transformation of the body's chi and blood into spiritual energy. Only after breaking through to the martial king realm will the body's chi and blood be completely transformed into spiritual energy. At that time, King Wu will be able to release his spiritual energy to briefly fly on a sword or soar through the air. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly pure, and only then can you truly fly through the air. If you wish, you can stay in the air for your entire life. However, starting from the martial master level, each advancement in every minor realm will be extremely difficult. This is why most people stop at the martial master level and can never break through to the martial king level in their lifetime. Between advanced martial artists and martial kings, there is a towering great wall that traps most of humanity outside the realm of martial kings. Only a small number of people can barely cross that great wall that blocks humanity, thanks to their talent and hard work. Throughout thousands of years of recorded history, the fastest human SSS-level genius to cultivate from martial artist to martial master took as little as a week, while the fastest to go from martial master to martial king took a full month. It's easy to imagine how much longer it would take for anyone else. Chapter 29 Advanced Martial Master Achieved. The maid is actually a novice martial king? Therefore, after graduating from university, reaching the martial king realm is already considered genius level. The Grandmaster realm is even more terrifying, and to this day, only a handful of people have reached the Great Grandmaster realm. In this way, one can understand the difficulty of advancing to a higher realm. Fortunately, over thousands of years of development, the emergence of various elixirs, cultivation techniques, and martial arts methods has greatly increased the number of high-end combat forces of the human race, which has enabled them to maintain the stalemate with the alien races. Soon, an hour had passed. Subai absorbed spiritual energy at an increasingly faster rate, and the spirit stone in his hand visibly darkened considerably. Fortunately, he had the support of spirit stones, otherwise, the thin spiritual energy in the air would not have been enough for Subai to absorb, and the effects of the spirit gathering pill would have been difficult to fully exert. During that hour, Subai felt his initial martial arts master level becoming more and more solid, and he no longer had the feeling of instability when he first broke through to martial arts master. It would take an ordinary person at least several weeks to stabilize this level of skill before slowly progressing towards becoming an intermediate martial artist. But Subai was clearly different. He had stabilized his realm in just 1 hour, and his foundation was as solid as if he had been cultivating at this realm for several months. But only 1 hour has passed since Subai broke through to the martial master level. 3 hours. Intermediate martial arts master, accomplished. The body's chi and blood were compressed again, and the pure chi and blood became closer and closer to the spiritual chi that only a martial king could possess. Subai didn't stop, he continued cultivating. The next day, as the first rays of morning sunlight touched my skin, that tingling, numb sensation returned. Advanced martial arts master, accomplished. The moment those tightly closed eyes opened, her rapidly increasing strength erupted, attempting to destroy everything around her, which instantly alerted Luo Yanhan downstairs. Subai looked at the spirit stone in his hand, which had become dull and lifeless, and casually put it into his spatial ring. The spirit stone had been completely absorbed, and now he only had one spirit stone left. Unexpectedly, a spirit stone and a spirit gathering pill allowed him to go from a high-level martial artist to a high-level martial master overnight. This is a major breakthrough, achieved overnight. Even the strongest martial emperor in the world wouldn't believe it if word got out. The moment Luo Yanhan sensed the aura of a martial arts master, she made no attempt to conceal her own aura as a martial king, and instantly arrived at the door of Subai's room. She kicked open the door that was in the way and silently circulated her internal energy, intending to kill the intruder directly. Bang! Just as Luo Yanhan kicked open the door and quickly surveyed the enemy inside, Subai also reacted instantly and looked towards the door warily. "Young master, are you alright?" Luo Yanhan asked Subai with concern while remaining on guard. While Subai was still rejoicing over his advancement to the advanced martial arts master realm, he was surprised when his room door was suddenly kicked open, followed by Luo Yanhan's concerned words. Then Subai sensed a threatening aura, and upon closer inspection, this aura was actually coming from Luo Yanhan, who had taken care of him for so long. Holy crap, a beginner martial king? Subai immediately uttered the phrase, the essence of Chinese culture, truly expressing his surprise that his maid was actually a martial arts master. How could this be? You should know that the principal of your school is only a King Wu. But now one of his maids is a martial king? Moreover, King Wu has been taking care of my daily life for more than 2 years, just like a professional maid. Luo Yanhan scanned the room and found no signs of intrusion. Just then, Subai suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, we've been exposed. This was Luo Yanhan's first thought after hearing it. The sudden burst of martial arts aura made him anxious, and he rushed forward without thinking. It seems there's nothing wrong now, but the fact that my own strength as King Wu has been exposed. But where exactly did this martial artist's aura come from? I couldn't possibly be wrong about what I sensed. Luo Yanhan looked at Subai with a puzzled expression, but only for a moment. Young master, you're a high-level martial arts master? Both were very surprised. One was surprised that it was King Wu, and the other was surprised that it was Master Wu. How is this possible? Wasn't the young master a high-level martial artist yesterday? How did he become a high-level martial master overnight? Could it be that the young master's cultivation technique for concealing his strength could fool even a martial king like myself? In fact, even high-level martial artists are still hiding their true abilities? In an instant, countless scenarios flashed through Luo Yanhan's mind. In her understanding, it was absolutely impossible for a person to break through from a high-level martial artist to a high-level martial master overnight, a whole major realm. It took me almost a year to cultivate from a high-level martial artist to a high-level martial master, but the young master only took one night? How could this be possible? Even a legendary immortal grade talent could never do this. So the final answer is that the young master is still hiding his true strength. A high-level martial arts master. This is a high-level martial arts master who hasn't even taken the martial arts exam yet. If this news gets out, Luo Yanhan guarantees that the alien races that learn of it will spare no effort to eliminate the young master. This talent is terrifying. We've already produced a sword saint, and the alien races will not allow the human race to produce another one. The fear of being dominated by the sword saint thousands of years ago is etched in the minds of all alien races. We must never allow another sword saint to be born. No, I have to tell the boss right away, or I'll be in serious trouble, not just fired. After seeing that Subai was alright, Luo Yanhan hurriedly left the room after saying a few words. Young master, your breakfast is ready. Remember to come down and eat. After leaving the room, Luo Yanhan went to the living room and made a phone call. Su Xingzhou's voice came through. What's up, Xiao Luo? What? At this moment, Su Xingzhou, who had returned to the company, was in his office looking at a cooperation plan worth 10 billion yuan. Upon hearing the news from Luo Yanhan, he immediately stood up excitedly. This cooperation proposal was better left unseen. My son, Su Bai, has the bearing of an emperor. Su Xingzhou shouted excitedly. I thought the advanced martial artist was already a pleasant surprise, but I didn't expect that something even more amazing was yet to come. Once he calmed down, Su Xingzhou quickly started thinking. His son's talent was so strong that he would definitely be targeted by those alien spies. No, he had to move there as soon as possible. Hey, Shering, our son. Okay, that's settled then. We'll move in tomorrow. Su Bai was still in a daze. What the hell was going on? Not only was the door suddenly blown open, but it turned out that their beautiful maid was actually a hidden martial arts master. In other words, this is not actually a maid, but a bodyguard sent by her parents to protect her secretly. Damn, does that mean all my actions over the past few years have been under her surveillance? Hiss. Thinking of this, Subai felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 30 Treasure Pavilion. After Luo Yanhan left, it took Subai a while to accept the fact. Oh well, let nature take its course. Although he broke through a major realm from advanced martial artist to advanced martial master in just one night yesterday. However, this was also with the help of spirit stones and spirit gathering pills, and he also had immortal grade talent and the emperor level cultivation method of enlightenment. If I have all these things and my cultivation is still this slow, I might as well just find a block of tofu and smash my head against it. However, breaking through a major realm in just one night, I doubt anyone would believe that, right? But this cultivation session cost me 2 spirit stones, which is equivalent to 2 billion per session. Damn, martial arts cultivation is really expensive. One cultivation session costs 2 billion. Although the realm can be improved very quickly, even the richest person can't afford to spend so much. It seems I need to find a way to make money. My parents' money is not really my own, and the company still needs to operate. It simply can't support me for more than a few training sessions. What's the most profitable profession right now? Alchemists? Weapon refiners? Both of these professions seem to be quite lucrative. Moreover, with these top-grade pills and weapons in the system, if spirit stones weren't so rare, I would have already started reselling them. Alchemist, weapon refiner. Both of these professions require corresponding alchemist or weapon refiner talents. Fortunately, this system can copy other people's talents, otherwise it would be really impossible to know where to start. After tidying everything up, Subai went downstairs. Breakfast was already prepared and waiting for people to come and eat. Luo Yanhan didn't know if it was because she had discovered her secret, but she didn't see Luo Yanhan in the living room. While eating breakfast, Subai was planning his day. First of all, there's the marrow cleansing pill in my hand. It's a 5th grade pill, and I can make billions just by reselling it. Then you can use those billions to replicate talents, refine pills, forge weapons, and then make money. This is a perfect virtuous cycle. This system shop only accepts spirit stones as currency. It's outrageous. The only way to obtain spirit stones now is for the winner of tomorrow's competition to receive 10. These 4 spirit stones were a gift. To obtain more spirit stones, one must go to the secret realm or kill enough alien races or beasts. Perhaps then one can get a few. It seems that if I want to improve my strength quickly, I must go to the secret realm. However, the most urgent task now is to sell the marrow cleansing pill in hand. After finishing his meal quickly, Subai left the villa and, standing at the gate, opened the map app on his phone to navigate to the nearest business association. Jubao Pavilion, 300 meters. I'll take this one. After glancing at the treasure pavilion, which was 300 meters away, Subai immediately decided to go to that chamber of commerce. Jubao Pavilion. My impression is that this is a global chamber of commerce, and its founding president is a martial emperor-level powerhouse, as are the vice presidents. No one knows exactly how many martial emperors are secretly in this chamber of commerce. There are only 2 martial emperors on the surface, the president and the vice president. Djibouti has branches all over the world, and its reputation and credibility are top-notch. The branch president of a small city like Tianhai is at least a martial king-level being. The president of a provincial capital city is at least a grandmaster-level figure. Each provincial capital city has one such chamber of commerce, and there are dozens of provincial capitals of all sizes in China. This means that Djibouti has at least dozens of grandmasters and above. What kind of force is this? For China, the strength of Djibouti is already comparable to that of the US military. There are 3 major powers in China: the military, the treasure pavilion, and a very mysterious one. Fortunately, Djibouti Pavilion's belief was simply to do business, and it had no intention of vying for supremacy. Otherwise, China would certainly not have tolerated such a sharp blade developing freely within its own body. Moreover, when beast tides or alien assassinations occur, Djibouti will step in to help the army resist the beasts and alien races. Such a free and well-paid chamber of commerce is most suitable for those independent cultivators who have no one to rely on and do not want to be restricted in the army. Therefore, Djibouti naturally became the first choice for many independent cultivators. TSK, I never imagined a chamber of commerce could achieve such a status. Su Bai sighed inwardly, thinking that such a thing would have been impossible in his previous life. Business is business, and rights are rights. It's impossible to have both business and rights simultaneously. If a businessman like you wants to fight for his rights, isn't that insubordination? Ban, fine, order rectification. But things are different now in today's world. Strength speaks for itself. If you have a strong enough fist, no one will bother you even if you declare yourself king. However, since this Djibouti is so legitimate, I don't need to worry, lest I get ripped off. Continue straight ahead for 100 meters to reach your destination. The unethical map service issued another warning. Now, just 100 meters away, Su Bai could see the sign for Djibouti from afar. It's not because of anything else, but mainly because this treasure pavilion is just too conspicuous among a group of buildings. The towering loft stands out starkly among the modern buildings. This pavilion is somewhat like an ancient tea house, but compared to a tea house, this pavilion is taller and larger, and the building materials are unclear. The plaque of Djibouti Treasure Pavilion hangs high in the center of the pavilion, and is clearly visible from a distance. You have reached the vicinity of your destination. Navigation has ended. As Su Bai arrived at the entrance of Djibouti, the unethical map stopped providing navigation. At the entrance, several pretty young waitresses were chatting idly. Su Bai's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the group. This handsome young man is already comparable to the readers, and you can tell from his demeanor that he is from a wealthy family. His outfit looks anything but ordinary. Hey, Lily, look at that little boy. He looks like he's about to take the martial arts exam and is here to buy some pills to boost his strength. We've seen several like him today. Do you want to join him? Yeah, look at his outfit, he's obviously rich. If we could win him over, the commission would be huge. TSK, Lily, hurry up and do it. We'll pass. But you'll have to treat us to a meal when you get your commission. Several people nearby egged her on, wanting Lily, who had only recently graduated, to go forward and greet the guest. Everyone knew about Lily's family situation. Her mother was seriously ill at home, and Lily, a recent college graduate, had no savings. She had to work at Djibouti to keep her mother alive. But if it's not treated quickly, then there might really be no hope. There's none of that backstabbing and infighting here. Everyone cares about and helps each other when it comes to important matters. Who knows if this kind of thing will happen to you next time? This is a unique kind of romance belonging to the Chinese people. Chapter 31 The rich fragrance of the pills alarmed the president of the Treasure Pavilion. The girl called Lily hesitated at this moment. These kinds of customers are usually not handled by her. They are usually handled by the senior employees first, since they have more experience in dealing with customers than a recent college graduate. If you're a little sweet-talking, customers might buy more things, and that would mean a higher commission. Thank you, everyone. Lily thanked them softly, then quickly composed herself, determined to be in the best possible condition to face the client. Soon, Lily, with a smile on her face, came to Su Bai's side. Young man, are you looking to buy some kind of elixir? Let me show you the way. Good. Subai nodded, wanting to take a look at the grades and values of the pills in the treasure pavilion and get a sense of the market price. This pill is a mid-grade first-level recovery pill. After taking it, it can quickly restore chi and blood and heal injuries. It is only effective against martial artists and those who are skilled in martial arts. The price of this pill is 100,000 yuan. The pill you see is a first-grade high-quality spirit gathering pill. After taking it, it will help you absorb spiritual energy faster and increase your blood and chi. It is useful for people below the martial master level. The specific effect is affected by talent and environment. The price of this pill is 1 million yuan. This pill is a mid-grade first-tier breakthrough pill, which can help the user break through from the peak of the quasi-martial artist to the martial artist. The price is 1 million yuan. These are zero-level pills, mostly used by alchemists for practice. They are only suitable for quasi-martial artists. Each pill is priced at 100,000. After the introduction, Subai discovered that most of the pills in the display case were first-tier pills, and a few second-tier pills were mid-grade second-tier pills, with prices easily exceeding 10 million. Good heavens, this elixir must be made specifically for the rich, right? Aside from the so-called zero-tier pills used for practice, even first-tier pills start at least in the hundreds of thousands, and their effects aren't that noticeable. First-tier pills correspond to the quasi-martial artist and martial artist realms, second-tier pills to martial masters, third-tier pills to martial kings, and so on, up to seventh-tier pills that correspond to martial emperors. As for those 8th or even 9th grade pills, there is currently no alchemist on Blue Star who can refine them. The existence of these two tiers of pills was discovered and learned from secret realms and original ruins on Blue Star. Indeed, with the revival of spiritual energy on Earth, one strange phenomenon after another has appeared, and many auspicious caves have emerged over the past few thousand years. This includes the legacy of the Martial Emperor's cave on Blue Star from countless years ago, which contains numerous great opportunities to defy fate. The records about the ancient Blue Star make people realize that humanity had already experienced a spiritual revival in the past, and also had Martial Emperor-level experts. Moreover, according to those records, the cultivation era in ancient times was far more glorious than it is now. It can be said that grandmasters are everywhere and martial emperors are as common as dogs. Even in ancient times, a few people touched the realm above the martial emperor, and then disappeared and never appeared again. Even in this prosperous era, the ancient human race faced the crisis of extinction. The blue planet suffered a devastating blow and only managed to recover slowly after exhausting all its spiritual energy. However, this also led humanity into the Dharma ending age, with spiritual energy depleted and the martial arts path declining. It took thousands of years of evolution to bring about the technological society we have today. Then came the revival of spiritual energy, the invasion of exotic beasts, and the martial arts once again ushered in a glorious era. Martial arts flourished in ancient times tens of thousands of years ago, yet it could not escape the fate of being destroyed. What exactly caused humanity to enter the age of Dharma decline? However, there are no records of this, so no one knows for sure. What are your needs, classmate? I can recommend a few pills that are currently most suitable for you based on your requirements. Lily assumed that the pills she had introduced were useless to Subai, so she directly asked the student in front of her what his needs were. I'm not here to buy pills, I'm here to sell them. Can you take a look at this pill for me? After a long while, Subai slowly spoke and took out the 5th grade high-quality marrow cleansing pill from his spatial ring. A 5th grade superior quality pill. If we use the previous method to speculate, this pill could even have a certain effect on a grandmaster. However, the best time to take this 5th tier pill is before one's talent is awakened. But before you awaken your talent, even if you are a genius among 1 in 10,000, your level at that time will at most be only at the martial master level. Therefore, this pill has significant limitations, otherwise, it wouldn't be worth only a few billion yuan. Not to mention, the top-grade marrow cleansing pill in the system only costs 2 spirit stones, which translates to just over 2 billion. In an instant, the rich fragrance of cinnabar filled the entire Juba pavilion, captivating everyone who entered. Lily was the same the moment the pill was taken out, she was already completely captivated by it. It was Subai's shout that snapped her out of her reverie. Classmate, I can't make this decision myself. Please wait a moment while I go and ask the student council president to come over. Lily stammered in surprise, Danxian, this is the unique fragrance of high-grade pills. I was fortunate enough to see a 3rd-tier pill once during my pre-job internship, but the fragrance of that pill was incomparable to that of the pill in front of me. Who exactly is this handsome young man in front of me? He's even willing to sell such high-grade pills, it's unbelievable. If this one pill were to be successfully traded, the commission would be in the millions in no time, and then I would have enough money to save my mother. With excitement, Lily arrived at the president's office on the top floor. Before Lily could even go inside, the president himself came out, and at the same time, the door to the next room opened. Master Zhang. Lily was somewhat shocked. Had Master Zhang also been alarmed? You should know that Master Zhang is a second-level alchemist of Juboj. He is an alchemist that the president spent a lot of resources to cultivate. He is usually very busy and you can hardly see him. It was thanks to this second-tier alchemist that this branch of the Treasure Pavilion was able to sell several second-tier pills, and they were all extremely profitable. President. Lily was about to report something when she was interrupted by the president. Alright, I think I know what's going on. Take me to see this person now. After the president finished speaking, he looked at old Zhang, who spent most of his time studying elixirs in his room. Old Zhang, you felt it, didn't you? It seems we have a new friend in Tianhai City. Let's go and greet him. Such a strong fragrance of pills, could it be that a high-level alchemist has appeared? Could it be related to yesterday's strange phenomenon? Old Zhang muttered to himself, although the news of yesterday's strange phenomenon was suppressed by the authorities, the people of Tianhai City are not blind. How could they not know about such a big phenomenon? Never mind, if I could obtain this pill, my alchemist rank, which has stagnated for so long, would probably be able to advance another step. Chapter 32 Second-Tier Alchemist. After Lily left, Su Bai, holding the pills, stood conspicuously in the hall. The girls who had been discussing earlier were now looking at Su Bai with surprise. Sisters, am I seeing things? That little brother actually took out a high-grade pill, and the fragrance of it is so strong? It's real. Are you selling this pill? The fragrance of pills. The only time I ever smelled the fragrance of pills was during our internship training. I never expected to encounter it again, and this fragrance is much stronger than that of the pill itself. If this deal goes through, won't Lily be able to get the money to save her mother? May I ask your surname, young friend? The president, who arrived late, said with a smile. Old Zhang watched Su Bai with curiosity. He didn't expect that the person who took out such a pill would look so young. How could he possibly have such a high-level pill on him? After bringing the two of them to the door, Lily stood obediently to the side, knowing that it was no longer her place to interrupt. When Su Bai saw the person who had arrived, and considering the reaction of the waiter earlier, he figured that this must be the president she had mentioned. My surname is Su Bai. Upon hearing this, the chairman's mind raced. Which family in Jiang province was surnamed Su? The president quickly found someone in his memory who perfectly matched the requirements, Su Bai from the Su family. Su Bai, why does that name sound so familiar? Within Jiang province, only that person with the surname Su meets the requirements, and if I remember correctly, his son is also named Su Bai. But, wasn't Su Bai rumored to be a useless person with only 2.5 health points? This person in front of me is clearly a martial arts master. Wait, a martial arts master? The president looked at Su Bai in surprise, carefully sensing that it was indeed the aura of a martial master. How is that possible? This young friend in front of me is clearly only 17 or 18 years old, yet he's already a martial arts master at such a young age? When did this person appear in Tianhai City? How come I have no news about him at all? The president had a bold guess in his mind, but he needed to verify it. May I ask what your relationship is with Su Xingzhou? Su Bai was surprised. Did the president of Juboj really know his adoptive father? But then I thought about it again. My father is a man with assets worth hundreds of billions and is a martial king. He must be very famous in the martial arts circle. Thinking of this, Su Bai readily admitted. That's my father, so what? The president was even more surprised when he heard Su Bai admit it. What's going on? Su Xingzhou's son is a well-known cultivation failure. He's about to take the martial arts exam and he's not even a martial artist yet. Who is this martial arts master now? No, I heard yesterday that the awakening ceremony at number 1 high school produced 3 geniuses, 2 S-level talents, 1 SS-level talent, and even 1 celestial grade talent. Moreover, one of the S-level talents was immediately crippled. That talent belonged to Su Fei, the young master of the Su family. The only person who could cripple Su Fei and not be afraid of retaliation seems to be this person. After all, the Su family and the Su family have always been at odds in the market, and they have done countless underhanded things behind the scenes. If the person in front of us is indeed the legendary Su Bai, then Su Fei's crippling is not unreasonable, since Su Bai is now a martial arts master. It's alright, it's alright. Your father and I have some business dealings. My name is Feng Yuqing, you can just call me Uncle Feng. If I had known it was you, Xiao Su, I would have definitely come out to greet you. Next time you come, you'd better let me know in advance so Uncle Feng can personally entertain you. The president chuckled and instantly bridged the gap between the two. Okay, Uncle Feng. Su Bai reciprocated with the same politeness. This Uncle Feng is at least a martial king, and also the president of the Treasure Pavilion. Making friends with a president like him would be entirely beneficial to me. I heard you're here to sell pills, Xiao Su. Is this the one you're holding? Feng Yuqing asked curiously. The rich fragrance of the pill just now came from the pill in Su Bai's hand. As the two were talking, Master Zhang, who was known as a second-level alchemist, stared intently at the pill in Su Bai's hand, his eyes filled with a thirsty desire. Su Bai nodded and showed the pill in his hand, saying, "That's right, this is a 5th-grade high-quality marrow cleansing pill, which was originally used to improve aptitude, but with my current level, this pill is not of much use to me, so I'm planning to sell it. Uncle Feng, would you like to buy it? Take it, take it. I'll take it no matter the price. Young friend Su, as long as you sell me this pill, just let me know if you need any help in the future, and I, Zhang Dihai, will keep my word." Before the president could answer, Master Zhang, who was standing to the side, couldn't wait to speak up when he heard that the pills were going to be sold. This is actually a 5th-grade pill. In all his years of alchemy, he had only ever seen a few 4th-tier pills, and those few pills were enough to help him break through from a 1st-tier alchemist to a 2nd-tier one. I've actually come across a 5th-grade pill. If I could get my hands on this pill and study it, it would be time to move forward from my current status as a 2nd-tier alchemist, which I've been stuck at for so long. Su Bai looked at the speaker with a puzzled expression. Zhang Dihai stood next to Feng Yuqing the whole time, and Su Bai thought he was a guard or something. But it doesn't seem that way now? Noticing Su Bai's confusion, Feng Yuqing then remembered that he had an alchemist by his side. This kind of high-level pill was more attractive to him than anything else. Look at me, I forgot to introduce him. This is Master Zhang Dihai, a 2nd-level alchemist, so he may be somewhat sensitive to high-level pills. Feng Yuqing explained. Just as Su Bai looked at Zhang Dihai, the system prompted him again. Intermediate alchemist talent detected. Would you like to purchase more to replicate it? Su Bai was taken aback when he saw this prompt. Could an alchemist's talent be copied? However, since we've already encountered it, there's no reason to let it go. We'll just sell this pill later and then copy it. Greetings, Master Zhang. Since I've come to Jubaoj, I'm obviously going to sell this pill to you. There's no need to say that. Indeed, young friend Su, I was presumptuous. How about we discuss the price of this pill? Master Zhang clearly didn't want to miss out on this elixir, and his every word revealed his great interest in it. However, this is what really gave Feng Qingyu a headache. Old Zhang, can't you be a little more reserved? You should know that in transactions, if you show excessive interest in an item, you're almost guaranteed to get ripped off. Especially in the current situation, when they know you really need this thing, the price they offer will be much higher than you originally expected. In any transaction between the two parties, the biggest taboo is to show interest in something. However, given the current situation, we can only do our best to obtain this pill. Chapter 33 The Guild Master shows goodwill by copying the alchemist's talent. Okay, name your price, and if it's right, we can make the deal now. Su Bai nodded, he thought so too. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing pondered for a moment. Although it is unknown what price Su Bai is looking for, the price of a 5th-grade pill usually starts at 1 billion, and a high-quality pill like this would cost 3 to 4 billion. However, Feng Yuqing had also heard of this marrow cleansing pill. This kind of pill has a major drawback. It is only effective for those who have not yet awakened, and has little effect on those who have already awakened. But this also means that the value of this pill will not be the same as that of a normal 5th-grade pill. So, what price would satisfy you, young friend Su? If he really is the Su Bai of rumors, then befriending him would be a good thing. For someone his age to become a martial arts master is a remarkable achievement in itself. Moreover, this person is very likely related to yesterday's strange phenomenon. A flat price of 3 billion, Xiao Su, what do you say? After hesitating for a long time, Feng Qingyu gave a price. This price is already the highest I can negotiate. According to market analysis, this pill can only sell for a maximum of 2 billion. I'm offering 3 billion just to make some connections. If someone can produce a fifth grade pill, then they can't possibly only have one pill. For me, making friends with them is definitely more beneficial than harmful. 3 billion? Upon hearing the price, Subai was slightly taken aback. You know, my expectations this time were only a little over 2 billion, but now I've suddenly gained several hundred million more, which is naturally great. But after thinking about it carefully, Subai understood. It's not that this pill is worth 3 billion, but that the pill plus myself is worth 3 billion. Having understood the reasoning behind it, Subai readily accepted it. After all, his pay-to-win system was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much money he spent, he couldn't see a single drop. I'm really short of money right now, so it would be great if someone gave me money just to befriend me. Okay, let's make the deal now. Subai agreed without hesitation. Okay, Xiaosu, what's your bank card number? I'll transfer it to you directly. Feng Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief when the deal was successful. Fortunately, Subai was not a greedy person, otherwise, he would have preferred not to make the deal. My bank card number is 131-4520. Okay, I've already turned around. Please keep an eye on it. As soon as Feng Yuqing finished speaking, Subai felt his phone vibrate. No need to check, the money has definitely been transferred. Okay, Uncle Feng, here are the pills. Please check if there are any problems. Subai also handed over the pills, but it wasn't Feng Qingyu who took them instead. Zhang Dihai stepped forward, took them, and then prepared to leave in a hurry. Upon seeing this, Subai hurriedly recited the copy talent in his mind. Then, a phone notification sounded, and a system panel notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for copying the intermediate alchemist talent. 1 million premium points have been deducted. Copying an intermediate level talent costs 1 million? That seems pretty cheap. After the copy was completed, Master Zhang hurriedly left. Now he is going into seclusion to study pills. As long as he can gain some insight from them, he will benefit greatly, and it will only be a matter of time before he advances to the third-level alchemist. Don't mind him, old Zhang has always been like this. He's probably just too excited and rushing off to research the elixir. It's alright, it's alright. Anyway, the pills have already been sold, so I won't bother you any longer, Uncle Feng. Subai waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care, and then said goodbye. Alright, then I won't see you off. Remember to give my regards to your dad. After leaving Juboj, Subai wandered aimlessly down the street, everything in front of him both familiar and strange. Just a few days ago, he was a useless person with only 2.5 points of chi in blood. Unexpectedly, he awakened the system just before the martial arts exam and cultivated to the level of martial master in just a few days. I just wanted to enjoy my life in an ordinary way, but I never expected that God would play such a big joke on me. Oh well, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Let the storm rage on. But just then, a phone call interrupted Subai's aimless stroll. I picked up my phone and saw that the contact name was indeed my dad. Sigh, I never expected to experience the kind of family love that I didn't get to experience in my previous life after transmigrating. Click to answer the call, and Su Xingzhou's voice came through the phone. Son, where are you now? Your mother and I are at the gate of your villa. Come back and open the door quickly. Son, didn't we agree to avoid going out as much as possible lately? Who knows what might happen to you if you go out? Shi Ying's voice also came from the phone, but her tone was full of worry. The Su family is definitely preparing for revenge. Every second their son is out there is extremely dangerous, otherwise the two of them wouldn't have moved here so soon. Okay, Mom, I'm coming back right now. Subai hurriedly interrupted the spellcasting. Since his parents were here, he should hurry back. Anyway, he was just wandering around outside. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Su were talking at the entrance of the villa. Honey, do you really think Xiaobai's cultivation level is that of a martial master? How is that possible? He was just a high-level martial artist yesterday, and he's a high-level martial master today? Shireng was filled with doubts, but this was her son, and Xiao Luo would never joke about something like this. We'll find out when that little brat gets here. He actually kept it from his own parents. That brat has really got some nerve. We'll definitely teach him a lesson when he gets back. Although Su Xingzhou was cursing, the smile on his face had never stopped from the very beginning. His own son is a high-level martial arts master. A high-level martial arts master. You have to understand that the champion of the previous national martial arts exam was only a beginner martial artist, while his son is already a senior martial artist. What does this mean? This means that my son, Su Xingzhou, is the top scorer in the national competition this year. This is something I would never have dared to dream of, but now it has suddenly come true. How can I not be excited? Okay. Honey, you should contact your friends more often and tell them, otherwise the Su family's revenge in the shadows could lead to a lose-lose situation. We can't let them hurt Xiaobai. Although there has been no movement from the Su family, Shireng is still somewhat worried. As a mother, watching my son grow up healthy is my greatest wish in life. I don't ask for much else, I just want my son to live a good life. Chapter 34 The Grand Competition Rules, The Secret Realm. Yes, we really need to pay close attention to security. We won't have to worry about it so much after the martial arts exam. I doubt the Su family would dare to provoke Peking University. Back home, Su Xingzhou brought up the idea of moving in for the next few days. Subai thought about it and, since the competition was tomorrow anyway, readily agreed. Principal Chen called before nightfall. These are some important points to note for tomorrow's competition. First of all, this competition will be jointly hosted by 3 provinces, Jiang Province, Dongyang Province, and Tao Province, with the venue chosen to be in Jiang Province. As for Kyoto, and a host of other provinces, they are too far away to be suitable for participating in the competition in the same place. The purpose of each competition is not to determine a winner, but rather to compete among provinces and cities for educational resources in the following year. Every year, cities debate the inequality of educational resources, so hundreds of years ago, the Kyoto Martial Arts Association and the Chinese military jointly issued a statement. You can have resources, but you need to fight for them yourself. The grand competition originated from this. Each competition is jointly organized by one or several provinces, and the rankings determine which province, or even city, receives educational resources in the following year. This approach of letting strength speak for itself has garnered approval from many. However, this has created a vicious cycle where stronger cities become stronger and weaker cities become weaker. But this is the only option available. The world has changed. There is no longer any such thing as equality for all. Everything is based on strength. Even though the Chinese government still promotes the belief that everyone is equal, the gears of human destiny began to turn the moment the spiritual energy revival began. Cities that lag behind each time will also be allocated certain resources to avoid the predicament of encountering a genius but not having the resources to nurture them. This can be considered the last green plant left in the endless desert. Tianhai City is practically invisible in the annual competition. There are several hundred cities of all sizes in the 3 provinces, and Tianhai City is in the middle tier, consistently ranking around the top 100. Every few years, with a bit of luck, they might awaken an SS-level talent and break into the top 50. As for the higher rankings, almost no one wants to compete for them. The top 10 rankings remain largely unchanged each year, and the level of talent awakening is determined by the inheritance of the parents' level of cultivation. Just like those top 10 cities, they are basically the most important cities in the 3 provinces. Educational resources and talent are concentrated here, and the quality of students is unmatched by ordinary cities. Each year, the top 10 cities typically have one SS-level talented martial artist who takes the lead. Coupled with the allocation of resources, people with the same talents simply cannot compare to them. Your SS rank might be considered a mid-level martial artist, but someone else's SS rank is considered a high-level martial artist. In previous years, the competition was just a normal ring match, one-on-one, and then the rankings were determined. But this year is different. Perhaps feeling that the previous rules were too rigid, the rules have been revised across the country this year. The tournament was changed from a ring competition to a points-based competition. All participating students will be placed in a secret realm. A safe area has been cleared out of the secret realm. The safe zone is mostly populated by exotic beasts with strength ranging from quasi-martial artists to beginner martial artists. The levels of exotic beasts are divided into 9 tiers, Tier 1 to Tier 9. Each tier is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Tier 1 corresponds to a quasi-martial artist, and so on. Tier 8 and Tier 9 both represent martial emperor-level exotic beasts, which will be explained later. This is a newly discovered secret realm. While killing strange beasts to earn points, you might also get some unexpected rewards. A Tier 1 beast, with 3 levels rated 1, 3, and 5 points respectively. The scores for second-tier beasts are 10, 30, and 50 respectively. A Tier 3 beast, a Tier 3 beginner beast, can earn 200 points. The difference in scores between the second and third tiers is enormous, which encourages everyone to challenge themselves and defeat enemies of higher tiers. This is also the first time China has tried this. Only by experiencing real battles and carnage can one understand the current predicament of humanity and become a true warrior. Of course, this isn't about sending people to their deaths. Before each person enters, there's a distress button. Pressing it will send the nearest teacher out of the secret realm. Once this button is pressed, the points will be fixed. This change is quite significant, and compared to the previous emphasis on strength, there is now an element of luck involved. You might be a high-level martial artist and, if you're unlucky, encounter a third-tier beast and be eliminated, or you might turn the tables and gain a huge number of points. It's also possible that a novice martial artist might only encounter second-tier beasts after entering, and be able to handle them all, eventually using those points to break into the top 100. Luck is also a part of ability. Subai felt excited upon learning that the competition would be held in a secret realm. I've never even entered a secret realm before. Each secret realm is dangerous, but it also comes with great opportunities. Apart from a few high-level secret realms that are open to the public for joint resistance, most of the less dangerous secret realms are held by certain forces. The same is true for each university, they all have their own secret havens. Even in the few open secret realms, the resources inside have been almost completely looted. And now the location for this competition is actually a secret place that has not yet been fully developed? That means there are still many resources in the secret realm that haven't been taken yet, and you might even find the spirit stones you need inside. This idea excited Subai, who couldn't wait to head to the secret realm and plunder it. After the principal finished giving instructions, another phone call came in. Brother Bai. Fu Gui's loud voice came from the phone. Spit it out. The competition is tomorrow, and you still have time to call me? What are you saying? What are you saying? Do you think I, Wang Fugui, am that kind of person? I called you to tell you that I've already reached the intermediate level of martial arts. Fu Gui said smugly on the other end of the phone. You wouldn't believe it, would you? I, Wang Fu Gui, can go from a beginner martial artist to an intermediate martial artist in just one day. Who else can do that? I asked, who else? Sensing Fu Gui's excitement, Subai fell silent. I wasn't this happy even when I broke through to the advanced martial master level. But seeing how happy Fu Gui is now, it's best not to discourage the kid, or he might really become stupid. Awesome. Subai replied dismissively. However, Fu Gui, who was in a good mood, obviously did not notice Subai's perfunctory attitude and took it as Bai Ji's recognition of him. I'm not going to say anything more. I feel so motivated right now. Cultivating feels amazing. See you tomorrow, brother Bai. See you tomorrow. Chapter 35 Sword Intent, Sky Covering Technique, Fault Plan. After hanging up the phone, Subai did not continue cultivating. The journey from advanced martial artist to martial king is no easy hurdle to overcome. You should know that your mother has been cultivating for decades, and although her talent isn't particularly outstanding, she's only a high-level martial artist now. With the breakthrough pill she had received in her accumulated experience, breaking through to the martial king realm would be no problem. But the problem is, I don't have that much experience. In short, it has only been 2 or 3 days since I truly began cultivating. I have neither accumulated knowledge nor gained experience. In fact, my only battle was yesterday when I was instantly killed by Su Fei in one move. The path from martial master to martial king is a hurdle that countless people stop at, unable to advance any further. This requires not only talent, but also accumulated combat experience. The transformation from blood and chi to spiritual energy requires the baptism of battle. Simply cultivating without any real effort is not advisable. This competition might be an opportunity for me to break through to the martial king level. Although I can no longer cultivate to improve my realm, there are still cultivation techniques I can study. The heavenly rank technique, Yuan Yang Slash, is currently his only technique. My current proficiency is only at the advanced level. Now that I have enough money, I'll spend a little bit of money on in-game purchases. First, spend a small amount of money, 100 million, to directly upgrade to the microscopic realm. A familiar feeling came to my mind, and a memory was directly instilled. This time, his consciousness was directly pulled into his memories, and he personally watched as someone in his memories demonstrated the technique. Then, his consciousness began to imitate the cat's movements and start swinging the sword. Once. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. After countless sword swings, a resolute glint flashed in Subai's eyes in his consciousness. This sword can cleave the heavens, and it can also cleave all things. As the sword was unleashed, the artistic conception shattered, and the memories were completely merged. Subai's consciousness returned to his body at that moment. Without time to think, Subai closed his eyes and began to comprehend the earth-shattering sword strike. Great achievement, perfect perfection, exquisite detail. That's not all. After mastering the subtleties of swordsmanship, Subai's insights did not stop. He continued to advance in that unknown direction. Sudden wisps of sword energy appeared around Subai. That fierce and violent sword energy seemed capable of annihilating everything in sight. As the sword energy increased and was about to fill the entire room, Subai opened his eyes. Boom! The frenzied sword energy dissipated instantly, emitting bursts of booming sounds. Sword intent, complete. Subai looked at the sword intent that had reappeared beside him, but this time it lacked the sharpness and frenzy of before. Under Subai's control, the sword energy felt so gentle, as if it posed no threat whatsoever. Sword intent is the ultimate goal of any cultivation technique, simply intent. Subai had also heard of sword intent, which was common knowledge. The most famous sword intent is the sword strike of the Sword Saint, a strike that shook heaven and earth and moved even ghosts and gods to tears. With a single sword strike, countless alien beasts and races perished. One man single-handedly held off an army of trillions. That sword strike contained boundless sword intent. Wherever that intent reached, not a blade of grass would grow. Since then, the meaning has been deeply engraved in people's hearts. Sword intent, saber intent, spear intent. Once you master a technique to its fullest extent, you will reach the level of subtlety and attain the state of intention. Those who can comprehend the meaning must be among the best of the geniuses. Even the worst yellow rank sword intent can help you easily defeat enemies of higher ranks. For thousands of years, very few people have comprehended the meaning of the will. All those who comprehend the meaning of the will, as long as they do not die halfway through, will surely become one of the pillars of humanity after they grow up. Simply put, even at the martial emperor level, a martial emperor who has comprehended the will can easily defeat 3 martial emperors who have not comprehended the will. That should make you understand how important intention is. The meaning that countless genius martial emperors pursued throughout their lives has now been grasped by a mere martial arts master. If those martial emperors knew this, wouldn't they feel like they'd wasted decades or even centuries of cultivation? Subai didn't know much about it, but he knew that this sword intent must be incredibly powerful. Subai felt an urge to take out his sword and wield it as he remembered, but that might ruin his villa. Suppressing his impulse, Subai thought for a moment and decided to learn a cultivation technique. After browsing through the online store, I finally found the most suitable cultivation technique. Covering the sky technique. Product description: a low-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique that can conceal one's cultivation level. It cannot be detected by anyone below the martial emperor realm. Upon mastery, it can shield one from heavenly secrets, rendering any divination or tracking techniques ineffective and potentially causing backlash. Price: 1 spirit stone. Subai did not hesitate. Even though he only had 1 spirit stone left, he had to buy it just because it could shield him from the secrets of heaven. By the sky covering technique directly. Subai also felt that his cultivation level had improved too quickly these past 2 days and he had become a bit too high profile. Although he didn't want to keep a low profile, the fact that he was now a high-level martial artist was too astonishing if word got out. News of Su Fei's death also spread. The Su family would definitely not let him go. Who knows what kind of crooked tricks the Su family would pull. Even though I have some advantages now, I'd still have to obediently kneel down if a grandmaster came. After purchasing the covering the sky skill, Subai immediately spent another 100 million to directly upgrade to the microscopic realm. This time, nothing strange happened. The memories were received directly. Soon, having mastered the heaven covering technique, Subai directly concealed his cultivation level to that of a beginner martial artist. Even if I can't show off, I still have to put on this act. Otherwise, what's the point of having this cheat code if I can't even put on an act? Releasing a wisp of his aura, Subai nodded in satisfaction. That's right, he has indeed become a novice martial artist. Now everything is almost ready, just waiting for the big competition tomorrow. 4 of the participants from Tianhai City were from this competition. 3 of them are definitely Chu Youyu, Wang Fugui, and Subai. There was also a random passerby who had awakened an A-level talent and was also a mid-level martial artist. In the past 2 days, number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school have also completed their awakening. The second and third middle schools each awakened 1 S-level and 2 A-level combinations, so apart from the first middle school, the other 2 schools each have 3. There were 10 participants in total, from hundreds of cities, adding up to over 1,000 people. Although the numbers seem numerous, throwing them all into the secret realm would likely result in nothing. The size of a secret realm is roughly the same as a province on Earth, and the cleared safe zone can easily accommodate a few thousand people. But you know what? In the past, Tianhai City, which could only awaken one S-level talent at most, has really seen a dramatic turn of events this time, with a massive explosion of geniuses. This time, Tianhai City will not stop at the top 50. With Subai's exceptional talent, why worry about not making it into the top 10, or even the top 5? Subai stopped cultivating and rewarded himself with a good night's sleep to recharge for tomorrow's competition. Meanwhile, in a basement in Jiang Province, news has come in. Tomorrow's provincial capital competition will trigger Operation Leap Forward, the operations level. SSS-level top secret. Chapter 36. Did we go to the wrong class? The higher-ups are finally preparing to make their move? SSS-level top secret. It seems Jiang Province is going to be in chaos this year. Yes, boss. This time, the higher-ups will send a martial emperor to oversee the operation and ensure that no one is left alive. We have obtained all the information about this competition and have already placed personnel in the secret realm to set up an array that is unbreakable by anyone below the martial emperor level and can hold out for an hour. The only Jiang Province martial emperor guardian outside will be held back, and we will hunt him down within the next hour. The secret realm they chose actually has another entrance, which we've already occupied. We'll enter from there and then activate the formation. Okay, I understand. Go and make the arrangements. Son, how come your cultivation level has dropped to the beginner martial artist again? In the living room, Su Xingzhou was puzzled by his son's level of cultivation. Wasn't he a high-level martial artist yesterday? How did he become a beginner martial artist this year? Oh, this is a cultivation technique I practiced last night. It can conceal my aura, but I only concealed it a little bit to keep some trump cards for myself. Subai had no intention of hiding anything from his parents. After all, this cultivation level was only for outsiders to see, and even if it could confuse the enemy for a second, it would be fatal. Not to mention, this technique mainly shields one from the secrets of heaven, rendering any divination or tracking techniques ineffective against oneself, which is exactly what one needs most. Not bad, brave and resourceful, just as I, Su Xingzhou, have in him. Su Xingzhou nodded in satisfaction. Mom and Dad, I'll head to school now and contact you later. Okay, be careful, and don't forget to bring my daughter-in-law back for a meal soon. Before leaving, Su's mother still couldn't help but remind him. Upon hearing this, Subai unconsciously quickened his pace. The pressure to get married was truly terrifying. 10 minutes later. Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. Fu Gue was staring intently at Subai, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's impossible, why? Brother Bai, I feel like you've changed a lot these past few days. In just a few days, you first became a high-level martial artist, and then you also have a celestial grade talent, and there are extraordinary phenomena in the world. Never mind all that, but why has your cultivation level improved again in just one day? A beginner martial arts master. Even the world's top martial arts exam champion from last year wasn't much better, was he? Damn it, while I was still feeling smug about breaking through to the intermediate level of martial artist, Brother Bai, you've already become a beginner martial artist. The two of us together are like cows having a meeting. We're both incredibly awesome. Subai smiled, didn't say much, and changed the subject. Alright, let's hurry back to the classroom. Our teacher might already be waiting for us. Fu Gue thought for a moment and nodded, that's true. Let's go back to the classroom first. The principal seemed to have called me last night, but I was too engrossed in my cultivation and didn't answer. There must be something to inform you about, Brother Bai, do you know? These are some of the rules for today's competition. I'll probably go over them again later. Aha! The two stopped at the classroom door, looked at the sign for Class 2 on the door, and then looked inside. Brother Bai, did we go to the wrong class? I think so. The atmosphere in the class is very strange right now. Although Class 2 is not the worst class, there are still many students who are slacking off as the college entrance examination approaches. But now, every morning they start diligently cultivating and studying. The entire classroom is so quiet you can hear a pin drop. Even those who usually slack off in the last row have started cultivating. Did I go to the wrong class? Is this Class 1? Logically speaking, this situation should only exist within a class of top students, and should have nothing to do with other classes. What's going on now? Just as the two were looking at the class sign and hesitating, Teacher Lee walked towards them with an unfamiliar face. "Subai, Wang Fugue, what are you two standing there for? Hurry up and get into the classroom, I have something to announce." Teacher Lee was a little puzzled. Why were the two of them standing here instead of going into the classroom? But when he reached the door, another person joined the line of people questioning their existence. "Is this still my old class too?" Teacher Lee looked up at the class sign and realized, yes, this was her class too. But what about the students inside? However, at this moment, Teacher Lee saw the contents of the blackboard in the note at the back of the classroom and seemed to understand something. There are 88 days left until the martial arts exam. Decades of diligent study, reading countless books, working tirelessly day and night, all for this moment of nomination. Strive for 100 days, and I will get into Peking University. The martial arts exam doesn't represent everything, but it can be the beginning of everything. 3 years of hard work will bring you a bright future. The classroom was filled with all sorts of motivational yet cynical quotes, and the atmosphere of self-cultivation in the classroom reached its peak for the first time. Even those classmates who had given up on themselves would try again because of the influence of the environment and atmosphere. At least, they couldn't leave any regrets for their youth. At the back of the classroom, the entire blackboard was covered with small notes. The little notes were filled with students' aspirations for the future and the universities they wanted to apply to. Everyone was working hard for their future. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go into the classroom. Teacher Lee came to her senses and felt very gratified. Subai and Fu Gue exchanged a glance and quickly returned to their seats in the classroom. Teacher Lee followed closely behind. After Teacher Lee walked to the podium, she gently patted it and said softly, "Everyone, please stop for a moment. I have something to tell you." As soon as Teacher Lee spoke, everyone stopped cultivating and looked at Teacher Lee with puzzled expressions. "I'm very pleased to see everyone in this good spirits today. I hope you can continue to maintain this level of enthusiasm in the days to come. I've called you here now because I have something to announce. Starting today, the school will reorganize the classes. New rocket class and sprint class have been established. The rocket class will be open to students with a level talent or above. 4 students in our class meet the requirements. Some people are wondering if there are only 3 people in our class, so I have to introduce Gu Chun, who is from another city, sitting next to me. He transferred here and should have been a new classmate in our class. His talent level is S-level. It's a pity that Gu can only be a new classmate with you for a few minutes before he goes to the advanced class. The remaining intensive classes are open to everyone based on their own willingness. In the final days, students who want to make one last push can come to my office after class." "Alright, that's enough. Subai, Wang Fugue, you two come to my office." "Subai, I just came in." "Wang Fugue, I just sat down, and my butt hasn't even gotten warm yet." Chapter 37. Gu Chen wants to cling to a powerful figure. Even so, the two hurriedly followed after Teacher Lee as he left. After the group left, the people in the classroom stopped cultivating and began discussing what Teacher Lee had just said. Class reassignment? There are only 2 months left, and they still want to reassign classes? What's the thinking? The current classes are fine. I've awakened a C-level talent, but I'm only a quasi-martial artist right now. I'm planning to enroll in the intensive training program. I think I can still make a breakthrough. I really envy Subai and Fatty. One is a rich second-generation loser, and the other is Subai's shadow. Both of them have awakened great talents. You know what? Fatty was sitting next to me just now, and I could actually sense that his aura has broken through to the intermediate level of martial arts. Keep in mind that just 2 days ago he was just an ordinary beginner martial artist. What's the big deal? Do you know the sense Subai had when he passed by me just now? That mere glimpse of aura made me feel threatened. Keep in mind, I'm a mid-level martial artist. Even 2 days ago, when Subai was a high-level martial artist, I didn't feel this way. The discussion about class assignments eventually came down to Subai and his companion. There's nothing we can do. Ever since Subai awakened, the school has been filled with discussions about him. Not only because he awakened an amazing talent, but also because the school beauty actually had a relationship with Subai. After Chu Yoyu came to find Subai in person, rumors of their engagement spread throughout the school again, but neither of the two parties involved issued a clarification. This attracted the attention of a large number of onlookers and quickly became the #1 trending topic on campus. Inside the office, Teacher Lee explained the class assignments to the two students, and then told them that they would be gathering at the city gate later to participate in the grand competition, which would be led by a grandmaster to Jeong Province. The previously decided quota has been changed. The school's A-level talent nobody has been replaced by Gu Chen, who transferred from the school to participate in the competition. Number 1 middle school still has 4 people. Then there's the matter of the 3 of them joining the rocket class. The rocket class is actually more relaxed in its management, mainly to bring together geniuses. From the moment he met the two, Gu Chen had already begun to secretly observe them. Is this the chosen one that father and ancestor were talking about, the person who has awakened immortal talent? Gu Chen had some doubts. I just awakened an S-level talent, and I can easily choose between Peking University and National University. Why would my ancestor make me transfer here to curry favor with a stranger? Although I had heard that on the day of awakening, there were many strange phenomena in Tianhai City, and in the end, even divine beasts appeared and all beasts paid homage to them. But is that really a reason to transfer schools just before the martial arts exam? And the big competition is just around the corner. What the hell is going on with this all of a sudden? However, Gu Chen could only complain about it in his heart. Anyone in Xuanzhou knows how the Gu family rose to prominence. By clinging to a powerful figure, the Gu family's fortune soared. According to the patriarch himself, this is a secret method passed down from generation to generation in the Gu family, which can observe a person's fortune and predict the future. To prevent leaks, the knowledge is passed down only to the next head of the family when the previous head is old and frail. This knowledge has been passed down through generations, and the history of the Gu family can even be traced back over 1,000 years. The secret to the Gu family's ability to pass down its heritage for 1,000 years is also related to this secret method. Even though everyone secretly calls the Gu family lackeys, every family head who receives the secret has always disregarded it. How could a group of ordinary people understand the importance of the chosen one? Even a single hair falling from the chosen one is worth more than a lifetime of cultivation, let alone the people who are by the chosen one's side. In the future, they will all be emperors at the pinnacle of the world, beings you can only look up to for the rest of your life. Gu Chen recalled the ancestors' instructions, the first rule of the law of destiny. The chosen one of destiny is always accompanied by a chubby brother, whose talent is definitely extraordinary. Gu Chen glanced at the wealthy people beside Su Bai and nodded to himself. The first condition was met. The second law of destiny states that the talents of the chosen ones will surpass those of everyone else, and they will also possess special talents. A divine talent that commands the worship of all beasts. The second condition is met. The remaining rules still need to be thoroughly understood before they can be verified, but it seems that Su Bai in front of me is the person I'm looking for. But how do we establish a connection, as the old man said? Alright, now that everything is settled, you should head to the city gate and gather there. Xu Youyu should be waiting for you there already. Good. The three agreed and then left the school for the city gate. As expected, Xu Youyu arrived at the city gate early and waited alone. All 4 students from number 1 middle school have arrived, but none of the students from number 2 and number 3 middle schools have arrived yet. The 4 of them had no choice but to wait at the city gate. The grandmaster who was in charge of picking them up arrived shortly afterward. The atmosphere was a little strange as the 4 of them stood together. Even though we're from the same school, we look like strangers when we stand together. We looked at each other, then at each other, and finally all 4 of us just lowered our heads and started playing on our phones. And you know what? The world's technological development is pretty good. Entertainment products like games have been developed, mainly to help people relax their tense minds. Su Bai randomly picked 2 mini-games to play. One is called Digging to Survive. Damn, what a piece of trash game, let's switch to another one. Another one is called Yang Li Jiang. Damn, what kind of garbage games are these in the world? You call this relaxing? I was about to have a brain hemorrhage from playing this, and you call this relaxing? Now I finally understand why my predecessor didn't have the habit of playing games. What kind of stupid games are these? Forget it, the more I play, the angrier I get. I'm such an idiot, why would I even think about playing games? Just as Su Bai was logging out of the game, a phishing message arrived. Xu Youyu, brother Su Bai, congratulations on breaking through to Martial Master. Upon seeing the message, Su Bai couldn't help but glance up at Xu Youyu, but she kept her head down, her long, black hair falling straight down, obscuring her stunningly beautiful face. This conveniently hides her expression, so I have no idea what she's thinking right now. Su Bai looked at the girl, unsure how to reply, as any response seemed inappropriate. If Subai, who has lived 2 lives, still can't see that Chu Yoyu is interested in him, then he's really wasted decades of his life. But it was precisely because Subai knew of this affection that he didn't know how to respond. Although the two were engaged. Oh well, letting things take their course is the best option. Beep beep. Chu Yoyu was too nervous to look at the message on her phone, so she squinted her eyes and slowly read it. My beloved Subai, thank you, Yoyu, and congratulations on breaking through to Martial Master. In an instant, Chu Yoyu felt her face flush, and a strange sense of joy welled up inside her. Chapter 38 Spirit Boat, Team Up. Gu Chen, who was observing the group, naturally noticed this detail, and his judgment was confirmed once again. The third law of destiny. The chosen one is bound to have a stunningly talented school beauty as his girlfriend. I've found out that this Chu Yoyu is my future sister-in-law. With her SS-level talent and Phoenix-like special talent, it seems my judgment was right. This strange atmosphere persisted until the other 2 middle schools arrived late. This time, Tianhai City has finally won a profitable battle. Among the 10 people, 4 have a level talent, 4 have S-level talent, 1 has SS-level talent, and 1 has a celestial grade talent. In previous years, even just 2 S-level talents would have been a cause for celebration. But this time, there are a total of 4 S-level talents, not to mention 2 talents above S-level. The Grandmaster in charge of Tianhai City was also stunned when he saw the 10 people who had arrived. What kind of monstrous city is this? Why are there 2 novice martial artists here? I'm not seeing things, am I? The Grandmaster hurriedly produced the list submitted by Tianhai City and unleashed a lightning strike at the opening ceremony. A divine talent? SS-level talent? 4 S-rank talents? Holy crap, what the hell is this? Is it good for such a team to send a Grandmaster? No, it's not. Ji Anping was secretly surprised. Were the people who distributed this list just sitting around doing nothing? Why would they send a Grandmaster like him to such a monstrous team? But given the circumstances, we can only grit our teeth and bear it. Hopefully, the journey will be safe and uneventful. Ji Anping called out names from the list, and after confirming that everyone was present, he took out a spirit boat from his spatial ring. This was a transport vessel specifically provided for traveling quickly or encountering danger en route. The vessel in his hand was a low-grade Xian-level spirit boat, capable of accommodating hundreds of people at a time and easily reaching the speed of sound. The only drawback is that this spirit boat uses spirit stones as its energy source. That's right, you read that correctly, the energy source is spirit stones. To achieve rapid movement, you must insert a spirit stone to activate it. Otherwise, the only option is to wait for the spirit boat to slowly absorb the spiritual energy in the air and convert it into power to move forward. However, the speed can only reach a maximum of 500 or 600 kilometers per hour. For a planet like Earth that has grown larger after experiencing a spiritual revival, a speed of 500 or 600 kilometers per hour is really nothing. Take the distance between Jiangxi province and Beijing as an example. The 2 provincial capitals are tens of thousands of miles apart, and even traveling at the speed of sound would take several hours. So now, those speeds of 500 or 600 kilometers per hour are really nothing compared to what we're used to. Fortunately, this 1 spirit stone is enough to support the spirit boat at full capacity for about a month, so it's not so hard to accept. Because Tianhai City and Jiang Province are more than 1,000 kilometers apart, the Wealthy Martial Arts Association covered all the expenses to prevent any accidents from happening along the way. Come on up. We should be about an hour or 2 away from our destination. It might be a bit boring during that time, so let's chat a bit. Congratulations in advance on winning the championship. Ji Anping reminded him while also joking. With just these 2 martial arts masters, Ji Anping couldn't think of anyone else who could defeat them and claim first place, unless. Okay, there's no unless. The spirit boat slowly rose, hovered in mid-air, and then shot off with a whoosh. The group inside the spirit boat split into 2 groups. One group consisted of Subai and his 3 companions, and the other group consisted of students from number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school. Since everyone was not very familiar with each other and no one broke the awkward atmosphere, they started talking to people they already knew. Unlike the quiet atmosphere on Subai's side, the students from number 2 and number 3 middle schools were chatting enthusiastically. As a martial arts master, Subai could clearly hear what the group was discussing. Holy crap, Subai is actually a beginner martial artist. Who was the idiot who spread the rumors that he was a good-for-nothing? Luckily, I didn't go to the same school as him and didn't offend him. No way, I just heard a couple of days ago that Subai was only a high-level martial artist. Did he break through after awakening his talent? Is this the power of a celestial grade talent? I had an S-grade talent and spent 2 nights cultivating, but unfortunately, my cultivation level is still only at the intermediate martial artist level. Do you think breaking through is as easy as drinking water? Subai's breakthroughs are as simple as drinking water. We should just honestly work hard to cultivate. I heard that Subai and Chu Yoyu are engaged, but I don't know if this news is true or false, and neither of them has come out to clarify it. Hey, talking about this makes me wide awake. I have some insider information to share. Although the people were speaking very softly, the 2 martial arts masters had greatly enhanced their senses, so the voices sounded as if they were speaking right next to them. As the group chatted more and more enthusiastically, Chu Yoyu blushed again and quickly lowered her head, pretending not to hear. Subai, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, since what others were saying was true anyway. However, Subai didn't have the time to eavesdrop on others. The journey was boring and tedious, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. Guchen carefully collected any usable information to lay a good foundation for him to curry favor with powerful figures in the future. As they chatted, the conversation drifted back to the upcoming competition. This competition uses a point system, where points are earned by killing exotic beasts. But this also means that everyone can team up and act together within the secret realm. A group of people working together is much more efficient than one person working alone. Moreover, there are also Tier 3 low-level alien beasts within the secret realm. If you are accidentally eliminated, it will be a complete waste of effort. Mr. Subai, would you like to come with us? One of the group, an S-rank talent, asked in a low voice. I know all the most talented students from number 2 and number 3 middle schools, so there's no reason for any disagreements. Therefore, the 6 of them decided to stick together as soon as they entered the secret realm, and then form a team to hunt down alien beasts and earn points. The distribution of points is naturally based on merit, with the team leader allocating them. However, it seems there is no suitable candidate for the captain position. 2 big shots are sitting on the side, and if you get on the side of a big shot, your ranking in this competition will definitely not be low. Upon hearing this, Subai opened his eyes in surprise and looked at the group. This is not surprising, after all, they are martial artists from the same city, so it is normal for them to unite. Forget it, I won't go with you guys. I'll be going deeper into the secret realm later, so let's skip the team, Subai said softly. My goal this time is not just to get first place. What attracts me more than the 10 spirit stones reward for first place is the rare and precious materials in the secret realm. Maybe I can even find the spirit stones I've been longing for among them. Alright then, boss. Just let me know if you want to join, and I'll always reserve the captain's position for you. The others were not surprised to hear this. With Subai's level as a beginner martial artist, he could basically roam freely in the secret realm. Not to mention he also has a fiancée, who is also at the beginner level of martial arts master. Fu Gue had by then understood the rules of the competition. Listening to the discussion among the others, it seemed that forming teams was a feasible method. As a mid-level martial artist, I would be grateful if I could make it into the top 100 if I acted alone. But, if I'm with Brother Bai, wouldn't getting into the top 10 be a piece of cake? Thinking of this, Fu Gue suddenly got excited. Wouldn't it be easy to win by just following Brother Bai and being a mere accessory? Just as Fu Gue was excitedly about teaming up with Subai, Ji Hanping seemed to have overheard their conversation and came over to explain. Are you planning to team up within the secret realm? Good idea, but unfortunately, to increase the difficulty of the competition, you will be randomly teleported into the secret realm this time. In other words, once you enter the secret realm, you will randomly appear anywhere in the safe zone, cutting off your chance to find a team. But if you're lucky, you might be able to reunite with a few people. After hearing this, the group was somewhat discouraged, and the newly formed team immediately announced its disbandment. It seems this method won't work either. I'm only a mid-level martial artist right now. What if I encounter some high-level second-tier beasts? That's right. Many strange beasts have the habit of living in groups. If any one of us encounters a group of strange beasts, wouldn't we be outnumbered and have to call for help on the spot? Sai, it seems one of the ideas behind this competition's reforms is to improve our individual combat skills, but I've never even killed a monster before. Is this really a good idea? It's as if anyone has ever left the city. This is our first time facing real beasts, and we have no idea how strong these beasts really are. Luckily, I have good theoretical knowledge. I recognize most of the beasts below the 4th tier. If I can't beat them, I just run away. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope that had just risen in Fugue's heart was shattered once again. It's all over, barbecue is gone. I was hoping to be a big shot's lap accessory, but you ended up doing this to me? You know, brother Bai and sister, you are two incredibly powerful figures, but now I can't even rely on either of them. How infuriating. However, when it came to these strange beasts, Fugue secretly looked forward to them. You should know that your special talent is that of a beast tamer, which includes being able to contract with exotic beasts. Besides the exotic beasts, there are also some animals that were originally from Blue Star but mutated after being nourished by spiritual energy, and they can also be contracted. These animals are actually no different from mythical beasts. The only difference is that the original animals on Earth do not actively attack humans after they mutate. Humans can even become friends through prolonged contact. Alternatively, some low-level beast tamers may develop the talent to contract with animals in order to earn cultivation resources for themselves. For example, some birds used to be fed by people, and no matter how they were released, they would eventually return to their owners. After being mutated by spiritual energy, they became much larger and were even able to carry people in flight. Some of the original horses, after undergoing mutation, became incredibly fast. Some farmed pigs have mutated to produce meat that tastes better, and long-term consumption can even improve blood circulation and overall health. Of course, there are also some animals that, for unknown reasons, have become part of the army of strange beasts. Chapter 39. Even geniuses have to give way to cheaters. Fugue is the perfect beast tamer to contract with high-level exotic beasts. Sometimes he can even use contracted beasts to control exotic beasts and fight with them. This is why a top-tier beast tamer can be of great help to humanity. Imagine what would happen if humanity's top combatants clashed with alien beasts. What happens when a human, as a beast tamer, contracts one of the top combatants of a mythical beast? The situation on the battlefield reversed instantly, and the beast camp was effectively down 2 people, because contracted beasts would also obey the beast tamer's orders to attack their own kind. However, the terms of this contract are certainly not easy, but at least there is a trump card. When the time comes, I'll just enter the secret realm and recruit a bunch of underlings. I'll still win without lifting a finger, won't I? Thankfully, there's still hope. With that thought in mind, Fugue stopped looking at barbecue and took out his phone to start researching his Beastmaster talent. Shu Youyu and Guchan were also stunned. They had originally planned to team up with Su Bai, but they didn't expect there to be such a rule. Along the way, thanks to the conversation, the atmosphere among the group gradually became more harmonious, and they were able to chat from time to time. Thanks to the fact that the spirit boat, which uses spirit stones as its energy source, can travel at a speed comparable to that of a grandmaster, they encountered no danger during the journey of several hours and arrived safely in Jiang province. Wow, are these the people who will participate in this competition? There are so many. A girl from number 2 middle school exclaimed in amazement at the sea of people in front of her. 10 people in one city may seem like a small number, but don't forget there are hundreds of cities with people here. Subai glanced around and found that most of these people were intermediate-level martial artists, with only one advanced-level martial artist among the 100. Subai and his group attracted everyone's attention as soon as they appeared, with the Tianhai City logo hanging on their chests being particularly eye-catching. Holy crap, is Tianhai City some kind of famous city? 2 beginner martial artists, what kind of monsters are these? I thought I was already the strongest in the entire arena as a high-level martial artist, but I never expected there to be such an incredible person. There's still so much time before the martial arts exam, and they're already at the beginner level? The previous national champion was only at the martial master level, so does that mean this small Tianhai city has 2 champions? What kind of city is Tianhai? How come I've never heard of any of the many extraordinary talents here? Wait a minute, let me search it on Baidu. As expected, the protagonist's appearance was extraordinary, and the entire trial grounds erupted in chaos. This training ground is where the grand competition used to be held. Cities participating in the competition needed to register here first, and then the competition would be managed uniformly. Although this time it's been changed to the Secret Realm competition, the registration process is no less rigorous. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the registration location was set at the training ground. Wherever Subai and his group went, countless people from other cities gave way. 2 martial arts masters, they've already secured the championship, how are we supposed to compete? Subai and his companions didn't seem to care about the attention they were receiving. I'll just keep showing off, you can just keep being amazed. However, this made the people behind me feel uncomfortable. Suddenly everyone knew that I was from Tianhai City, and I became the public enemy of the entire place. Everyone quickly made way for them along the way, and soon Subai and his group arrived at the registration office. Jianping sighed from the side, marveling at the charm of such a prodigy, something he had never witnessed in his entire life. You should know that everyone present is a genius from various cities. But if you encounter these few monsters, you have to obediently give way. Chapter 40: The Black Market, Unscrupulous Merchants Everywhere. After all, nobody wants to be targeted by a monster just because of a small queue issue. It would be fine if they didn't meet again later, but they're about to enter the secret realm together. Who would want to offend the strongest martial arts master in the entire arena? However, he's already a martial arts master before even taking the martial arts exam. Why is there no news about this monstrous talent online? That's impossible. The registration for the group was completed quickly, and Jianping offered them a few suggestions. Now that you have registered, you have a few hours to prepare. If you haven't prepared any basic supplies yet, you can take this opportunity to buy some. The competition is tentatively scheduled to last for 2 days. You will be responsible for your own food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation during this period. You can check out the black market next to the training grounds, maybe you'll find something that interests you. After saying that, Jianping left, since his duty was only to bring these people here. Brother Bai, have you prepared the food yet? I didn't know this competition would last for 2 days. I thought it would be over in 1 day. Upon hearing this, Fu Gue complained, why didn't anyone tell me about something so important? 2 days. Subai hadn't expected the competition to last for 2 more days. He could understand it in the past when it was a ring competition, but it would take 2 more days to get to the secret realm. Aren't you afraid that some students might be ambushed and killed while resting in the secret territory? I wasn't prepared either, but Brother G just said there's a black market nearby. Let us go there to buy some supplies and see what he was talking about. Subai shook his head, indicating that he wasn't prepared either, and that he might as well go and see the difference between the provincial capital and the city. I want to go too. Hearing this from the side, Zhu Youyu hurriedly spoke up, saying, this is a great opportunity to find out what Brother Subai is interested in. Subai nodded. Even if Youyu hadn't asked, he would have invited her anyway. Suddenly being in an unfamiliar environment, it's better to have a few familiar people around for support. I'm a little worried about letting Youyu explore these places by herself. After thinking for a moment, Subai extended an invitation to the others. Do you want to come together? It'll be good to have someone to look after you. The group looked at each other, and finally refused. Forget it, boss, we have other things to buy. Let's add each other on Fission and contact each other on our phones. Let's meet here. Okay, we'll get in touch then. Okay, boss, we'll be going now. After they finished speaking, they left, seemingly heading in the same direction as the black market. However, Subai didn't care about all that. There was still one person who hadn't left. Just as Subai looked at Guchen, before he could even speak, Guchen spoke first. I'll go with you. Okay. Subai didn't refuse. After all, they were classmates at the same school, even if he was just a transfer student who had only been there for a day. After deciding where to go, the 4 of them set off for the black market in a large group. Why do we say vast and mighty? Since all 4 of them are undoubtedly rich second-generation heirs, there's basically nothing they can't buy with money if they set their sights on something. Not selling? Then pay more. Arrived at the entrance to the black market. This seems somewhat different from what the group had imagined the black market to be. Compared to the dark, underground black market I had in mind, what on earth is this bustling, crowded black market? Isn't this called the black market? Just as the group was about to go inside out of curiosity, 2 guards standing at the door stopped them. Stop. Each person must pay 100 yuan to enter the black market. Subai and his companions saw the situation from afar and were not puzzled. After scanning 400 yuan with their phones, the guards let them in. Even from outside, you can't really get a sense of how bustling the black market is. Upon entering, the group was startled by the deafening shouts. Upon entering the black market, one sees a group of vendors on both sides of the street, each displaying a cloth covered with a pile of strange and unusual items. Some vendors displayed weapons, but Subai could tell at a glance that they were just ordinary weapons that didn't need any rank. However, in his promotional slogan it became, "Take a look." A yellow rank weapon crafted by a renowned weapon refining master. Today, it's not going for 90 million, not even 9 million, but only 900,000. You won't lose out for 900,000, you won't be cheated for 900,000. Just 900,000 and you can take a yellow rank weapon home. Well, it seems there are unscrupulous merchants everywhere, they're truly ubiquitous. Besides the weapon vendors, other stalls also sold elixirs, cultivation techniques, and exotic beast meat. The only thing you can't imagine here is what you need. Whatever you want, they can provide it. Fu Guo and Chu Youyu also curiously looked around the black market. This was the first time any of them had been to a black market, and most of the items inside were things that only martial artists would use. As for Gu Chen, he was still wondering how he could get in touch with Su Bai. Gu Chen had been to the black market countless times and had been ripped off countless times, so he knew that it was a very dangerous place and that you couldn't survive there without several years of experience. Should I start with my sister-in-law or with the fat man? Money? Gu Chen had already checked, and none of them were short of money, so talking about money would be too vulgar. But besides money, Gu Chen didn't seem to have any other effective methods. Wow, Brother Bai, this black market is amazing. They sell everything. They even sell yellow rank weapons for only 900,000. Brother Bai, let's go buy a couple and play with them. Fu Guo sighed repeatedly. This black market seemed quite different from what he remembered, and the things sold here were all kinds of things. I think I know why there are so many unscrupulous businessmen in this world. Su Bai looked at the foolish Fu Guo with some helplessness. The landlord's stupid son believed whatever people said. He really hadn't experienced the harsh realities of society. Holy crap, Brother Bai, look! Pills that sell for tens of millions in the treasure pavilion are only a few million here? Look, look! There are even Xian rank cultivation techniques for sale. Does this black market have so many good things? Fu Guo's current appearance is like that of Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, dazzled by the sight. All sorts of things that are usually extremely rare seem to become cheap here, and you can buy a whole bunch of them without hesitation. Alright, stop looking at your stuff. Everything here is fake. Su Bai couldn't stand the clear stupidity in Fu Guo's eyes and directly interrupted his fantasy. When Fu Guo turned around, he saw that the three of them were looking at him like he was a fool, and he realized what was going on. Fu Guo chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head sheepishly. Brother Bai, this isn't your first time in the black market, are you a little surprised? Who knew there were so many unscrupulous merchants here? It seems the black market isn't well managed. Chapter 41. Who bargains like that? Hearing Fu Guo's words, Gu Chen, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but speak up to explain. This is not a problem of black market management, it's a tacit, unspoken rule within the black market. As soon as Gu Chen spoke, the three of them looked over curiously. I heard that Gu Chen transferred from another city. He's an S-level talent advanced martial artist. Why would he need to transfer schools? Judging from what he said, he seemed to know a lot about the black market. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Gu Chen continued to explain. In this black market, whether you set up a stall or open a shop, you need to pay a certain market management fee before you can sell your things in the black market. Then there's a rule in this black market: once a transaction is completed, no one can back out, or they will be punished by the people behind the black market. Generally speaking, losing an arm or a leg is considered lenient. For street vendors like this, no matter what you sell, whether it's counterfeit or genuine, as long as it's consensual, neither party can regret the transaction after it's completed. So basically, people familiar with the black market don't wander around these stalls. The shops further inside have some credibility. After listening, Fu Guo suddenly realized that this was how it was, and that there were so many tricks involved in the black market. Su Bai also looked at Gu Chen with curiosity. What was this person's identity? He looked to be about the same age as her, yet he knew so much. You don't need to look at me like that. I just learned these lessons from being scammed a few times before. Gu Chen seemed to sense the doubts in their minds and explained. Hearing this, Su Bai understood. So he had been tricked before. Oh well, it's alright. However, this immediately made the group lose interest in the street stalls, and they headed straight for the shops in the black market. Su Bai glanced at the stalls as he passed by. With the system around, he figured he might find some hidden gems, which would make the trip worthwhile. Soon, Su Bai stopped in front of a street stall. He hadn't actually discovered any treasure, he was just an ordinary jewelry dealer. The stall was filled with necklaces, bracelets, and some cute hair clips. As Su Bai passed by, he noticed that Chu Youyu's gaze lingered on the stall for a long time, but she didn't stop or speak. Su Bai noticed this and stopped to look at the stall. Brother Bai, what are you doing? Aren't these stalls full of worthless fakes? Why are you looking at these things? Fugue looked at the items on the stall next to where Subai had stopped. They were just some ordinary jewelry. What was so interesting about them? Gu Chen, standing beside him, was speechless. These things were obviously what girls wanted. There was only one girl among the four of them. Couldn't they tell? Subai ignored Fugue's words and began to select jewelry from the stall on her own. As soon as the stall owner saw customers coming, he hurriedly got up to introduce the products. Oh my, you young masters and ladies clearly have good taste. Who in this black market doesn't know that I, Wang Matzi, sell only the finest products? Just tell me what you like. I have some high-grade jewelry among my items. If you gentlemen know your stuff, feel free to choose. Wang Matzi explained, but whether his statement was true or not is unknown. Wang Matzi felt a surge of joy as he looked at these young people. Just by looking at their attire, you can tell these people are all quite wealthy. They're easy targets, and if you can make a sale, you can rest for a long time. Moreover, there's a very pretty girl among them, so this jewelry is probably meant to be a gift for her. In that case, the price can be set higher. Wang Matzi did not investigate the cultivation levels of the others, which was an unwritten rule in the black market. Once inside the black market, everyone must conceal their martial arts aura, and others are not allowed to actively probe the cultivation level of others. The guards had already told them this when they entered the black market. Concealing one's aura is simple, one only needs to control the leakage of one's aura. However, this kind of concealment can be easily seen through by someone with a higher level of cultivation, but it also requires active investigation. Subai hadn't intended to hide his cultivation level before, so naturally his aura was completely uncontrolled and everyone could sense it. However, the heaven covering technique, a heaven rank cultivation method, is naturally far superior to such trivial tricks as controlling one's aura. Unless it's a martial emperor or martial god personally, no one else can see through your cultivation level. Moreover, once one's realm breaks through to the martial king level, even the martial emperor will find it difficult to see through one's true realm. If Wang Matzi knew that two of the young men from prominent families who were here to participate in the competition were martial masters, his expression would be quite interesting. Seeing that Subai was still looking around, Wang Matzi couldn't help but make a recommendation. This young master clearly wants to buy jewelry as a gift. Let me recommend a few very suitable gifts for him. As he spoke, Wang Matzi subtly implied whether it was a gift for the girl behind him. Upon hearing this, Subai stopped what he was doing and smiled. Yeah, does the boss have any good recommendations? Of course. My eye for quality is renowned in the black market. All my customers who have bought from me say it's excellent. Look at this necklace. Look at that hair clip, how well it matches the girl behind you. I'm not ripping you off, this necklace, bracelet, and hair clip set only costs 8 million. These pieces of jewelry are all made from top-grade, rare materials, and have even been refined by a master craftsman. They are absolutely worth the price. Upon hearing the price, Subai chuckled inwardly. If I hadn't known that these black market stalls were full of unscrupulous merchants, and that there was a system for authentication, I might have actually been tricked into buying something. Although 8 million is nothing to me, the feeling of being scammed is still quite unpleasant. Subai chuckled, holding a necklace in his hand, and looked at Wang Matzi, saying, Boss, we're all on the same side, just get me a set, otherwise I can just go to another store and they'll still have the exact same thing. Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi's face fell. He had thought he had encountered a big fat sheep, but it turned out to be one of his own. It seems we won't be able to fleece the fat sheep this time, what a pity. Alright, 80,000 it is. You should have said you were one of us earlier. You made me happy for nothing. Wang Matzi's face was full of displeasure. It seemed his plan to make a living from opening a business for 3 months had fallen through. Boss, you must have misunderstood something. Take one character, it'll be 800. Subai held up the number 8 and emphasized it. What? 800? That's impossible. I need 500 to buy the goods, which isn't even enough to cover the stall fee. How can you bargain like that? 800 is absolutely impossible. Wang Matzi was immediately shocked. In all his years of running a stall, who had ever seen someone haggle like that? Chapter 42 2 Yellow Rank Ornaments. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Matzi hurriedly covered his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that no one around him had noticed his surprise. Who knows how this student could bargain so fiercely? In my surprise, I blurted out the cost price. Fortunately, apart from the few people in front of him, no one else noticed what was happening on his side, otherwise he would have had to lay low for a while. Buying something for 500 and selling it for 8 million, what a cunning businessman. Even capitalists would feel ashamed of themselves in comparison. Subai looked at Wang Matzi with a joking expression when he saw him reveal his purchase price. Goodness, it seems the black market is rife with problems. Wang Matzi had no interest in making money anymore. All he wanted was to get rid of this bastard in front of him as soon as possible. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 800 yuan. Now get out of here and don't come back. Upon hearing this, Subai's lips curled up. He quickly selected 3 pieces of jewelry from the stall to complete a set and then paid 800 yuan. Thank you so much, boss. After receiving the jewelry, Subai hurriedly told the others to leave. The 3 pieces of jewelry I chose myself: a necklace, a piece of jewelry, and a hair clip cost a total of 800. If it were just 3 ordinary pieces of jewelry, Subai wouldn't be in such a hurry. But 2 of these 3 pieces of jewelry are actually yellow-tier equipment. It seems that although this boss is a shrewd businessman, there are indeed some good things here, much better than those stalls that are full of junk. However, it's only because you can directly identify the item's level using the system that you can detect the difference. Otherwise, apart from appraisers, it would be very difficult for anyone to notice the difference. After walking for a while, the group slowed down. Ahead lay the shops that had long been a fixture in the black market, and Jubooj was prominently featured among them. Brother Bai, why are you in such a hurry? It's just a matter of bargaining. The boss shouldn't have come at us like that. Fu Gue asked, puzzled. Subai smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything more. Take out the necklace and bracelet, and channel your qi and blood into the 2 pieces of jewelry. Driven by the flow of qi and blood, the 2 pieces of jewelry emitted a faint glow. Upon seeing this, the 3 of them immediately realized that the 2 pieces of jewelry were actually graded equipment. Chu Yoyu's heart stirred upon seeing this. She had just heard the shopkeeper say that these pieces of jewelry were for girls. Could it be that Subai was giving them to her? How should I accept this gift from him when he gives it to me? This is the first time he's ever bought me a present. And this is actually a piece of jewelry with a grade. Will Brother Subai really give it to me? Chu Yoyu felt both happy and apprehensive, fearing that the gift might not actually be for her. Gu Chen was also somewhat surprised when he saw this. Subai and his 2 companions clearly looked like they were visiting the black market for the first time. If it weren't for his warning, they might have been taken advantage of by these unscrupulous merchants and ripped off. But this seems to be somewhat different from what I had in mind. To be honest, Gu Chen had never seen such a thing before the price was reduced from 8 million to 800. This gave him a better understanding of the bottom line of unscrupulous merchants in the black market. They buy it for 500 and then sell it to you for 8 million. Even if you go into the Mahua Fun Age business, you'll still have to leave your underwear behind. It's outrageous. However, Subai's judgment was so good on his first visit to the black market, and he was able to pick out yellow-tier equipment from just a few pieces of jewelry? Keep in mind that even the worst yellow-tier equipment starts at 1 million. In other words, Subai just made nearly 10 million yuan with only 800 yuan, which is terrifying. Is this the terror of the chosen one? They can find good stuff just by casually visiting the black market. Wealth doesn't have many ideas, but unfortunately, I'm uncultured, so all I can say is holy crap. Holy crap. These are 2 pieces of yellow-tier equipment? Fu Gui's big head had a big question mark on it. Aren't these just a few small trinkets I bought casually from a roadside stall for 800 yuan? How did it become a yellow-tier equipment in Brother Bai's hands? What the heck? Now Fu Gui understands why Brother Bai left in such a hurry. If the shop owner knew that he had sold 2 genuine yellow-tier equipment pieces for 800 yuan, he would be kicking himself. That's right, do you understand now? Understood. After activating the 2 yellow-tier equipment pieces, Subai sensed the function of the jewelry. First, there's the necklace, which can protect someone from 1 fatal injury. Based on the upper limit of yellow-tier equipment, it should be able to withstand at most 1 fatal attack from a martial king or lower. Then there's the bracelet. The bracelet's function is not physical defense, rather, it helps the wearer maintain a clear mind and prevents them from being attacked mentally, such as by drugs. A solid form of mental defense. Goodness, these 2 pieces of equipment have maxed out the defense. Unless it's an absolute crushing defeat, there's always hope for a comeback. However, this is not very useful to me. Now that he has reached the advanced level of martial arts master, and with the added bonus of swordsmanship and sword intent, no one below the grandmaster level can defeat him. Subai took out the remaining hairpins and put them together, then presented them all to Chuyoyu. Young fish, I don't need these things, so I'll give them to you. Ignoring Chuyoyu's bewilderment, Subai shoved the 3 pieces of jewelry into her hands, thus giving her the first gift. Chuyoyu stared blankly at the gift in her hand, feeling a little unreal. Am I dreaming? Why does all of this feel so fake? Wasn't Brother Subai always avoiding me? Chuyoyu gently pinched her waist, and the pain told her that none of this was a dream, but a real reality. I never expected that Brother Subai would actually give me a gift. Has this blockhead finally figured it out after all these years? For a moment, Chuyoyu even wished that time could stand still at this moment forever. Although Subai's reason was that he didn't need it, the others found it far-fetched. You're a grown man buying something for a woman? Of course it's going to be unusable. You're just too proud to admit it. After a moment of stunned silence, Chuyoyu looked up and saw that Subai was already walking ahead. Chuyoyu smiled foolishly, put away the 3 items, and followed the group with small, quick steps. The group walked and stopped frequently, eventually arriving at a shop. Treasure Pavilion. That's right, it's Jubooj again. This is also a branch of Jubooj. However, compared to ordinary street shops, the Jubao Pavilion in the black market has a more comprehensive selection of goods. From weapons and elixirs to clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, everything is sold here. After purchasing some basic supplies in the supply area, the group went to the weapons area. Of the 4, only Subai had a pure yang sword in his spatial ring, the other 3 were unarmed. Chapter 43, Low-Grade Jade Spirit Sword of Heaven Level. Generally, weapons are not allowed inside schools. Even when practicing swordsmanship, only wooden or iron swords are permitted. Moreover, with his current energy and vitality, practicing even one sword or saber technique would be too much for him to handle, and each practice session would drain his physical strength. Not to mention taking out a yellow rank longsword, infusing it with one's chi and blood for cultivation. Moreover, these yellow rank longswords and broadswords are worth hundreds of millions of dollars each. Apart from going to university to hunt alien beasts, very few people specialize in weapons during high school. After all, not everyone has a cheat code like Subai. However, since the group is about to head into the secret realm, having a good weapon for self-defense would be beneficial. Even without corresponding techniques, the sharp blade of a sword or saber is enough to injure a strange beast. Welcome! How many of you would like to join us? The receptionist greeted the 4 of them as soon as they arrived. These people clearly had an extraordinary air about them, and they were all wearing spatial rings on their hands, so they were obviously big clients. Subai glanced at the counter. This formal shop was indeed much better. At a glance, these weapons are all low-grade or mid-grade yellow-rank weapons, which are incomparable to the ordinary weapons outside. We're just looking around, Subai replied. Yes, sir. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. Do you have any weapons you like? Pick whatever you like, it's on me. Gu Chen, who had been acting like a passerby, seized the opportunity and hurriedly spoke up. Although none of them were short of money, this method would definitely leave a good impression on them. Oh? Subai glanced at Gu Chen in surprise. This transfer student who just arrived today is so generous, letting me choose any weapon I want? Or is there some other intention? But that's alright, it's a good thing if someone is willing to pay the bill. As for any other intentions, we'll deal with them as they come, no matter what. This isn't quite right. Chuyoyu said weakly. She just felt that it was a bit inappropriate to let someone else pay for her on the very first day they met. It's okay, we're all classmates, and we might have to get along in the future. Just consider this a gift from a friend. Excellent, excellent. I'm determined to be your friend, and I'll make you rich and powerful. I told you, even Jesus can't save me. Don't worry, sister you. Gu really wants to be friends with us. It won't do us any harm, right, brother Bai? Fu Gue was naturally overjoyed to see someone paying the bill. My dad is so stingy with the pocket money he gives me every day, I have to call him to ask permission before I can buy weapons. Now that someone else is paying for it, there aren't so many problems. Well, thank you for your kindness, Gu. Since it's a gift between friends, we'll accept it. Subai nodded in agreement. Gu Chen is clearly not an ordinary person, and his sudden transfer to this school the day before the competition clearly indicates his purpose. It must be that some family sent them to gather intelligence or to befriend them. The commotion on the day of the awakening was so great that it was estimated that anyone with a bit of power in half of Jiang province could have noticed it. Besides, since they're making such an obvious gesture of goodwill, why not just accept it openly? Having more friends means having more options. You never know when you might need them. Hearing Subai say that, Chu Yoyu didn't hesitate any longer and simply nodded. I'm glad you accepted it, brother Bai. I just hope that if we meet again in the secret realm, I can lend you a hand. That's all. Gu Chen spoke cautiously, trying to bring the two of them closer. After all, this request is more like paying Subai to protect you. They're not short of money, so they'd easily refuse my request just because they think it's too much trouble. Subai was relieved to hear this. It was good that there was a need. I'm really afraid of people who offer help for no reason and who don't even have any needs. Because you don't know what he wants, you have to be careful and wary of him. However, if there is demand, then things will be easier. One won't accept something for nothing. He was just helping out when he met him. Even without Subai's actions today, he would have done the same, since Subai was representing a city. It's always a good thing to help out more. Okay, Subai replied simply. The weight that had been hanging over Gu Chen's heart finally lifted with those two words. If you accept it, then you've successfully infiltrated their ranks. Afterwards, the group went to choose their own weapons, looking around as they went. Subai stood there, holding a low-grade Shen rank longsword in his spatial ring, which he looked down on, as well as these Huang rank swords. However, Subai also carefully examined the weapons here, wanting to see what the difference was between these yellow rank weapons and his own black rank longsword. Low-grade yellow leaf sword. A superior grade yellow rank purple smoke sword. Low-grade yellow rank fire-tipped spear. Low-grade celestial rank azure spirit sword. In the yellow rank. Wait a minute. Subai seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly looked back. Low-grade celestial rank azure spirit sword. It was a long sword that looked completely black. The sword was pitted and uneven, and there seemed to be traces of rust on it. The long sword was placed in a narrow corner, and Subai would have missed it if he hadn't looked at it carefully. There are weapons of such high quality in this treasure pavilion, and they seem to have been abandoned, otherwise they wouldn't be in this corner. It seems this trip to the black market was really worthwhile. I didn't expect to actually find a bargain. Subai walked to the counter where the long sword was displayed, picked it up, and played with it for a while. Sister, how much does this long sword cost? Subai asked casually, but in reality, he was holding the long sword tightly in his hand. The young lady who rushed over upon hearing the news didn't immediately recognize the sword in Subai's hand. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered that it was picked up by a hunting team when they were hunting strange beasts outside the city. When they came to resupply, they also sold some things, including this long sword. It seems that because this team was a regular customer of Jubooj, they spent 100,000 to buy the long sword. After that, it was left in the display case unattended, and eventually it was just left in a corner and ignored. If Subai hadn't taken it out today, this longsword might have been thrown away during the big cleanup in a few days. After all, this sword looked so broken and tattered that no one would buy it. After remembering, the young lady smiled sweetly and said, Sir, this sword is only 100,000 yuan. However, this sword is somewhat dilapidated and is already on the clearance list, so I do not recommend that you purchase it, sir. We have other weapons here, why don't you take a look at the others? P.S. The data is really bad, I'm about to give up. Chapter 44 Leaving the Black Market, Conflict. The saleswoman at the counter had no intention of ripping anyone off and truthfully told Subai the real situation regarding the sword. This comparison explains why Jubooj was able to become one of the three major powers in China. With that level of service, who else could do that? Although the saleswoman at the counter said so, this is a low-grade heaven rank weapon, and it can be bought for only 100,000 yuan. How could we miss such an opportunity? It's nothing. I just think this weapon is quite strange. I'll buy it as a collectible. Thanks. Subai made it clear that he wanted to buy the long sword. Seeing this, the young lady stopped trying to persuade her. She figured it was fine as long as the customer wanted to buy it, and besides, this longsword was one of the weapons on the cleanup list anyway, so it was good that it could be sold. Since you intend to keep it as a collectible, I will not say any more. Soon, the other three also chose suitable weapons, and finally they went to the checkout area together. Brother Bai, look how cool this big sword I chose is. It's a mid-grade yellow rank weapon. The appearance and the feel of it are perfect for me. At the front desk, Fu Gue brandished a long knife a few times and spoke to Subai. To be honest, this knife looks really cool, and Fugue looks quite dashing holding it. Hey, brother Bai, what weapon did you choose? Let me see. Fugue sheathed his longsword and looked at Subai curiously. What weapon would brother Bai choose? Upon hearing this, Subai didn't say much, but directly took out the long sword that looked tattered and showed it to the others. Here, this is my weapon. I tried it out, and it seems to suit me quite well. Subai was telling the truth. After all, even a low-grade heaven rank weapon wasn't suitable for him, so what else would be suitable? Seriously, brother Bai? We're going to a secret realm to kill monsters, not to slaughter chickens and dogs. This sword of yours, can it even be used? When Fugue saw the rusty longsword, he was dumbfounded. Brother Bai, we're going to kill alien beasts. What are you doing with this longsword that looks like it's about to rot? Moreover, the blade looks pitted and uneven. Someone who didn't know better would think it was dug out of a garbage dump. Gu Chen was also a little curious. There were so many weapons in the store, but Subai chose this longsword that no one else would buy. What does that mean? He pondered carefully, his gaze fixed on the longsword, determined to glean something from it. Subai must have his reasons for doing this, right? Brother Su. Subai, why don't you choose a different weapon? Chu Yoyu looked at the tattered longsword in Subai's hand and felt a pang of worry. This longsword is probably too weak to even kill a chicken, yet Subai wants to use it to kill a strange beast? It's alright, this sword will do. I find it quite comfortable to hold. Maybe it just looks broken. Subai chuckled. How could he possibly abandon a low-grade heaven rank weapon and choose to use some yellow rank weapons instead? Seeing this, the group wanted to try to persuade them again, but after thinking about it carefully, they decided to stop. Subai wasn't such a reckless person. Although the weapon looked tattered and broken, Subai insisted on buying it. Considering that Subai just bought 2 yellow tier ornaments for 800 yuan, maybe this is also a good item? Thinking of this, the group stopped trying to persuade them. Okay, waiter, could you please tell me how much these weapons cost in total? Welcome back next time. After settling the bill, the group left the black market. Now that supplies have been replenished and weapons have been purchased, and looking at the time, the competition is about to begin. After tidying themselves up, the group headed towards the training grounds, excited about the upcoming competition. Soon the group arrived near the training grounds. Just as Subai and his 3 companions were about to enter the training ground, Fugue spotted several of his classmates from Tianhai City arguing with someone on the other side. Fugue patted Subai on the shoulder, pointed over there, and asked, Brother Bai, should we get involved in this? Those guys seem a bit dangerous. Subai looked in the direction Fugue was pointing and, sure enough, the classmates who had separated from him earlier were arguing with a group of burly men. However, there were only 6 people from number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school combined, including a little girl. Naturally, their momentum was much weaker when facing 7 or 8 strong men on the other side. Now that we've seen it, there's no way we can just ignore it. We're from the same city, so let's see what's going on and help if we can. After Subai understood the situation, he said softly. Hearing Subai's words, the 3 nodded and then walked together toward the direction of the argument. Ha ha ha, aren't you from Tianhai City? How come you sent a bunch of scoundrels to this competition? Only one advanced martial artist. I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your place in the top 100 this time. During the argument, one of the ringleaders began to mock Feng Xinghai and his companions, who were referring to Feng Xinghai as the only high-level martial artist. He is also the de facto captain among these 6 people. Wei Feng, your Jiangdu city only lost to us in the last friendly match. Is it necessary for you to go this far? Feng Xinghai said indignantly that these people started being sarcastic as soon as they met him. It was only because Tianhai City had 2 advanced martial artists, Xu Youyu and himself, that they barely won the last friendly match. Among his defeated opponents was the man before him, Wei Feng. You still have the nerve to talk about that friendly match? If one of our high-level martial artists hadn't been absent due to other matters, do you think you could have beaten me? By the way, what about that pretty girl from last time? Why didn't she come? Could it be that she's scared because she's going into the secret realm to kill monsters? Wei Feng countered, adding that he also noticed that a few people seemed to be missing from Tianhai City. However, Wei Feng didn't pay much attention to it. Not every city can always muster 10 people to participate in the competition. Teams of 4 or 5, or even 5 or 6 people, are quite common. Take Tianhai City for example. I reckon there's at most that girl who's a high-level martial artist, but the others aren't much of a threat. These few words were enough for Su Bai and the others who came over to understand the matter. So they were just a bunch of defeated opponents who wanted to get revenge. Su Bai initially found it quite interesting and was prepared to watch it for a while as a bit of fun. But of all things Wei Feng could say, he had to drag Chu Yoyu into it and be so sarcastic. Well, that's it. Su Bai, who was originally hoping to have some fun, immediately gave up on the idea. He's determined to handle this. Fu Gue, standing to the side, was also furious and wanted to go up and argue with the group. He was determined to teach them a lesson about the consequences of being foul-mouthed. Chapter 45 My Father, Wei Yuanwu. Seeing this, Gu Chen secretly prepared himself, knowing that if it came to a fight later, he would be the first to rush forward. Chu Yoyu was momentarily at a loss when she heard someone insulting her behind her back. What was going on? Su Bai noticed that Chu Yoyu seemed a little off. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out his right hand and placed it on her shoulder, whispering, "It's okay, I'm here for you." The moment Su Bai placed his hand on her shoulder, Chu Yoyu felt less helpless, because someone was always protecting her from behind, just like when she was a child. Before Chu Yoyu could reply, Su Bai, Fu Gue, and Gu Chen walked straight over. At that moment, Feng Xinghai, who was arguing, suddenly saw Su Bai's figure in his peripheral vision, and it was walking towards him. Good heavens, they've arrived just in time. Feng Xinghai glanced at Wei Feng, who was still babbling on, and couldn't help but pray for him in his heart. Goodness, the big shot must have heard that last sentence. Look how close those two are. Warrior, may you rest in peace. Feng Xinghai no longer wanted to talk to this dying man. Why did he have to bring up that person? He was just asking for death. Why are you all so quiet? You guys from Tianhai City are such cowards. I really don't know why we lost to you in a friendly match. What bad luck. Why don't you introduce me to that beautiful girl from before? Maybe if we run into her in the secret realm, I can help you out. Wei Feng was still babbling on, but then a pair of large hands suddenly grabbed him, and then a dark shadow suddenly struck him. Smack! A crisp slap silenced everyone present, leaving them stunned and bewildered. Fu Gue had already reached Wei Feng's side and pressed him down hard with his right hand, followed closely by Su Bai's slap. The situation happened so suddenly that everyone present was stunned and stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at what was happening before their eyes. Wei Feng was stunned by the sudden slap, but his first instinct was to slap back. Fuck you! Before Su Bai could make another move, Gu Chen, who had been observing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Smack! Another crisp slap rang out. Wei Feng was slapped again, but this time it was his own hand that slapped him. After 2 slaps, the people present finally realized what had happened. The first to react were the group of burly men from Jiangdu City. Seeing their captain being beaten, they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight. However, just as they were about to make a move, the group looked at Su Bai. The faint aura of a martial arts master emanating from him intimidated the group, leaving them standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Taking action is not an option, and not taking action is also not an option. No matter which option is chosen, the final outcome will not be good. But to avoid getting beaten up, I'll just watch. The remaining people in Jiangdu City reacted but remained standing still, though they were wary of the sudden appearance of these people. He immediately slapped the captain across the face several times. Anyone would be stunned in that situation. After being slapped again, Wei Feng finally realized something was wrong. After regaining his senses, he tried to distance himself from Su Bai, but Fu Gue was pressing down on him, preventing him from moving. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? How dare you hit me? Wei Feng covered his slightly burning face with his left hand in shock. Who is your father? Your father is standing right in front of you. Fu Gue spat and cursed. Do you know why I hit you? Su Bai's voice was very calm, as if he hadn't been the one who had just hit someone. No. I don't know. Wei Feng replied tremblingly. You suddenly appear and slap me. How am I supposed to know what I did to offend you? Smack. Another slap, this time on the left, making it perfectly symmetrical. And now? Su Bai's voice remained very calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever. I really don't know. I am not satisfied with this answer. Seeing that Su Bai's slap was about to land again, Wei Feng couldn't take it anymore and quickly begged for mercy loudly. No. Don't hit me. My father is Wei Yuanwu. My father is Wei Yuanwu. Su Bai paused for a moment upon hearing this, thinking that the kid already knew the reason. Smack! He was slapped again on the right cheek. Even if your father were the king of heaven, it wouldn't matter today. Tell me, why did I hit you? Having been slapped again, Wei Feng had lost his previous arrogance and now only wanted to beg Su Bai to let him go. Why did you hit me? How am I supposed to know? I don't even know you. Smack! Another slap, 2 slaps on each side, making it symmetrical again. Wa'ada! Wa'ada! After being slapped several times for no reason, Wei Feng couldn't take it anymore and started sobbing quietly. Who is this person? I'm sure they didn't do anything to you. Seeing that he, a high-level martial artist, was completely unable to resist, Wei Feng quickly realized that Su Bai was actually a martial arts master. When did I offend a martial arts master? Normally, I would be too busy currying favor with such a genius to provoke him. That's impossible. Wei Feng gave up struggling, looking utterly hopeless. This person was so unreasonable he wouldn't give any reason, just kept making him guess. This strange behavior quickly attracted the interest of the nearby crowd, and many people stopped to see what was going on. Feng Xinghai and his group of 6 looked at the scene before them in disbelief. Is this still the same unruly Wei Feng from just now? As expected, the big shots are extraordinary when they make a move. Seeing Wei Feng's current miserable state, Feng Xinghai even felt a little sorry for him. So pitiful, TSK TSK TSK. Just as Su Bai was about to slap him a few more times to vent his anger, Wei Feng, who had already given up resisting, suddenly saw Chu Youyu behind Su Bai. In that instant, Wei Feng suddenly remembered what he had said before he was hit. With this connection made, Wei Feng suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope and finally understood why. Stop, 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 big brother, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's raised hand froze in mid-air. What did you do wrong? Su Bai asked. I was wrong, I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. I didn't know she was my sister-in-law, I deserve to die. Brother, please let me go. Look, these slaps might hurt your hands. Wei Feng pleaded desperately, his already swollen face and current expression making him look rather comical. Su Bai, who was originally going to slap him a couple more times, decided to take pity on the kid and let him go after hearing Wei Feng's first words. This time he'll surely learn his lesson and remember this painful experience every time he makes a careless joke for the rest of his life. Chapter 46 Purple Flame Legion. Seeing that the person in front of him had finally stopped, Wei Feng breathed a sigh of relief. What bad luck! Even a casual remark got overheard by the original owner. Damn it, I'm never being a trash talker again in my life. Seeing that Su Bai had stopped, Fu Gue also released Wei Feng. Without the support of wealth, Wei Feng instantly collapsed to the ground, his face bearing a prominent red and swollen handprint. Only then did Wei Feng's burly teammates carefully come up and help him. Go, hurry up and go. Upon recognizing his own people, Wei Feng hurriedly said that he didn't want to stay here for even a minute longer. Seeing that Su Bai and the others did not intend to stop them, the group quickly helped Wei Feng away from the scene. After the show was over, the onlookers gradually left. After Wei Feng and the others left, Feng Xinghai immediately approached them. Boss, we really owe you a lot this time. If you hadn't come, that kid Wei Feng would have really gotten too arrogant. He's just a defeated opponent. He's only arrogant because we outnumber him. Otherwise, what gives him the right to be so cocky? What Feng Xinghai said was true. Even without Su Bai, if it were just Chu Youyu with them, Wei Feng wouldn't dare to act recklessly. It was only because he saw that he was the only high-level martial artist among Feng Xinghai's group that Wei Feng dared to step forward and mock him so closely. It's all right. I only took action because he used a foul mouth. This lesson should teach him a lesson he won't be so rude. Su Bai remained calm as he watched Wei Feng's retreating figure. Even so, thank you very much, sir. Feng Xinghai bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude. If Su Bai hadn't come to their rescue, they would have been severely humiliated by Wei Feng in front of everyone, and he might even have physically attacked them. But as soon as Su Bai made his move, his level as a beginner martial artist already overwhelmed everyone else, making no one dare to act rashly. What followed was truly exhilarating to watch. You were just talking big, now it's real, isn't it? Feng Xinghai's eyes suddenly became serious, his brows furrowed slightly, and he seemed to remember something before reminding Su Bai. By the way, boss, Wei Feng's father, Wei Yuanwu, is the renowned commander of the Purple Flame Legion in Jiandu City. His strength is at the Grandmaster level, and he has a deep influence in Jiandu City. You have humiliated his son so much today. Be very careful, his father may send someone to avenge his son. After all, a Grandmaster cannot be insulted. As a native of Tianhai City, Feng Xinghai naturally knew that Su Bai was a rich second generation with family assets worth hundreds of billions. But merchants and legions are not the same thing at all. Merchants are primarily driven by profit, so their strength is unlikely to be very high, and they rarely have time to cultivate. Legions, on the other hand, specialize in hunting exotic beasts to sell materials. They live on the edge every day, constantly fighting against these beasts, and their strength increases rapidly. Moreover, most of the people in the Legion are basically fearless. If they can't even make a living, what hope is there for them to live? Therefore, many of the people in these legions have a short temper and will start fighting at the slightest disagreement. If Wei Feng's father found out that his son was being bullied, wouldn't he try to get revenge? Even though Su Bai is a rich second generation, this world still values strength above all else. Yes, thanks for reminding me, Su Bai said without changing his expression. A Grandmaster? I wonder if my current strength is enough to fight a Grandmaster? Su Bai mentally assessed his current strength. With various buffs stacked up, Su Bai is now 100% confident of defeating King Wu. But to call him a Grandmaster? Su Bai really wasn't sure. He hadn't even used his full strength once, so he had no idea what his current combat power was like. Moreover, he had never even witnessed a Grandmaster make a move, so he didn't know how strong a Grandmaster was. Could his full force attack compare to that? Su Bai wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was somewhat looking forward to the Grandmaster coming to him so he could test his strength. However, the others were unaware of Su Bai's hidden strength, and they became somewhat worried after hearing the title of Grandmaster. Brother Bai, that kid has such a powerful backer? I knew it. He's so arrogant, his father is a Grandmaster. You know, my dad is only a martial king. Fu Gue felt somewhat helpless after beating the young, the old one followed suit. However, even if he were given the chance to choose again, he would rush forward without hesitation. Xu Youyu's face was full of worry. Su Bai had gotten into this mess because of her. Brother Su Bai, should I talk to my grandfather? Otherwise, they might really come looking for trouble. No need, don't trouble your grandfather. I have a plan for this, so you don't need to worry. Su Bai shook his head and refused. He knew that the grandfather Xu Youyu mentioned was a high-level grandmaster. As long as he stepped in, there would definitely be no problem. Brother Bai, how about I call my dad? One call is all it takes to take care of that Purple Flame Legion. Gu Chen said this in a serious tone, as if it were not a joke. Hey, no, don't worry about this, I have a way. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't seem to be joking, Su Bai rejected his suggestion. Now, Su Bai was even more convinced that Gu Chen's background was not simple. He immediately declared his intention to take down an entire army that's way more impressive than me doing it myself. Feng Xinghai took out his phone, checked the time, and said, "Boss, the competition is about to start. Shall we go in first?" Seeing that the topic had been changed, Su Bai quickly chimed in, "Okay, let's go in first. We're unfamiliar with this place, so it'll be good for us to get to know it better." Gu Chen didn't care. To Su Bai was just a grandmaster, someone he could easily crush with 2 fingers sooner or later. Although Fu Gue and Xu Youyu were somewhat worried, they didn't say anything. With Su Bai's current talent, he would grow into a martial emperor. Moreover, the genius protection law isn't just something to watch. If you want to take action, you have to consider the consequences. The Martial Arts Association and the nation will be the first to disagree. After dealing with this minor incident, the group returned to the training grounds. Almost everyone has arrived now. Looking down from the sky, the densely packed crowd standing in the training grounds was a truly spectacular sight. Su Bai and his group stood in a corner, silently gathering information. However, Su Bai's level as a beginner martial artist created a vacuum around him, and people nearby dared not approach him casually. It's no wonder Su Bai is so high profile. What would happen if these people knew that he was actually a high-level martial artist? He might as well just abstain. Since their cultivation level has already been hidden down to the beginner level, there's no need to hide it any further. That's not called pretending to be weak to fool others, that's called being an idiot. Chapter 47. The grand competition officially begins. Cough cough. A sound came from the speakers inside the training ground. Upon hearing this sound, all the students who had come to participate in the competition immediately fell silent, which meant that the competition was about to begin. Welcome everyone to this competition. The rules will be significantly changed this year from the previous. These are the latest rules for this competition. Please remember them. Then there are the rewards for this competition. The rewards for this competition will be significantly increased compared to last year, with the first place winner receiving a direct reward of 10 spirit stones. In addition, the first place winner of this competition will receive a spirit gathering pill, a choice of a tier 1 weapon, and a chance to enter the treasure vault and choose any item. The second place will be. So, everyone? Don't just think about it, take action. The first ever Secret Realm competition is about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex appeared out of thin air at the registration area in the training ground. The vortex was filled with an unfathomable darkness, seemingly a teleportation array leading to an unknown world. Subai was somewhat surprised by what he saw. Subai had seen this vortex online before. It was created by a martial emperor level expert using the power of the void, allowing for spatial traversal between two coordinates. So, the entrance to the secret realm is to cross through this cave? After the entrance appeared, several martial kings began to maintain order and distribute distress call devices, sending dozens of people in at a time. Stepping into the vortex will take you directly to the secret realm, which means the grand competition has officially begun. Soon it was Subai's turn and his group's turn. The men, including Feng Xinghai, were somewhat nervous about the rich and powerful. Once inside the secret realm, one will truly face the strange beasts, and alone at that. Anyone would be nervous, even Xu Youyu, except for Subai. Upon entering the vortex, Subai felt a sudden, blinding white light appear before his eyes. As the white light slowly dissipated, Subai found himself deep in a forest. In a room filled with surveillance screens, several people were discussing something. I bet 100 spirit stones that our Dongyang province will be number 1 in this competition. Then I, Tao Shine, will gamble on this heaven rank weapon. I just found it in a secret realm a few days ago. Then I, from Jiang province, will also bet 100 spirit stones. The three people speaking appeared to be middle-aged, and they immediately offered several hundred spirit stones and a heaven rank weapon as a prize. If anyone were to see these three people, they would surely be astonished to learn that they are the three guardians of Jiang province, Tao province, and Dongyang province, each representing one of their respective provinces. The auras that the three occasionally emitted indicated that they were three grandmasters. After the bets were placed, one of the muscular, middle-aged martial artists, with several scars on his face, joked. I heard that Lao Zhang, your Dongyang province has awakened an SS-level talent this year? It's a pity that the lads here are not up to par, they only have a few S-level talents. Fortunately, one of them awakened a high-level special talent, which is not bad. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongyuan, known as Old Zhang, rolled his eyes at the speaker and said with some envy. Come on, Lao Luo, you're just being hypocritical after getting the benefit. I heard your S-level talent student is only one step away from becoming a martial arts master, right? This trip to the secret realm might even help him break through to the martial master level. You're really lucky. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongfei laughed twice, then looked at the other person. Brother Ren, are there any outstanding geniuses in your Jiang province this year? I haven't received any news at all. It seems you've done a really good job keeping things under wraps. Luo Hongfei spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. According to the information he had received, it seemed that apart from Gu Chun from the Gu family, there was no news from other places in Jiang province. The competition is about how many resources the provincial capital under your jurisdiction will receive, as well as how many cultivation resources you will receive. So although the group usually got along well, they would still clash when it came to matters concerning their own interests. Ren Mingxian, from Jiang province, the location of this competition, simply smiled upon hearing this. He had already received the news yesterday that Jiang province had produced several geniuses this time, one of whom was unmatched. Immortal grade talent. You have to understand that even I am only an S-level talent. The last time I knew about this immortal grade talent was when. In addition to the immortal grade talent, there is also an SS grade talent, and even an unknown special talent. It's already outrageous enough that a city produces two geniuses, but I never expected that there would be a top-tier beast tamer talent in the end. When has our old Ren ever fought such a rich battle? Ren Mingxian smiled, feigning surprise, and said, Oh dear, I didn't expect you to find out. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide it anymore. Luo Hongfei's smile froze instantly. Ren Mingxuan's words. Jiang Province has produced some promising talents this year? Luo Hongfei was somewhat puzzled. The information he had received clearly indicated that, apart from a few S-ranked talents, there wasn't a single talent with a higher rank in Jiang Province. But does Lao Ren's current appearance seem genuine? Oh. What promising talents does old Ren have this year? He's so confident, and he's keeping it a secret? Luo Hongfei asked curiously. Yeah, Lao Ren, this isn't like you at all. You've got a good talent and you're keeping him hidden? Zhang Hongyuan chimed in, also curious about what Ren Ningxian was really up to. Well, everyone's already inside the secret realm, so you'll probably find out soon enough. Ren Ningxian kept them in suspense and didn't tell them directly. Alright, you guys keep a close eye on the situation inside the secret realm. This is the first time we've tried the secret realm competition, so we can't let anything go wrong. Have those people inside keep an eye on things and try to achieve 0 casualties. At this moment, someone who had been silent in the corner interrupted the group. Okay. 3-inch. Upon hearing this, the three immediately stopped discussing and focused on reviewing the surveillance footage. The only person who could elicit such treatment from the three of them was the sole martial emperor in this grand competition. At the same time, major competitions were being held around the world, and various official bodies launched live broadcasts. Jiangxi Province has used various methods to place drones within the secret territory for surveillance, enabling them to transmit information to the outside world in real time. These drones can automatically lock onto targets and track them live so that people outside can watch. Once you enter the live stream room, there will be countless small screens displayed, a total of 100. Viewers can freely click on one of them to watch from the drone's perspective. Wow, it's finally live. I've been waiting for hours to watch this live stream. Yes, I heard that this competition involves entering a secret realm and killing exotic beasts to earn points for ranking. It's actually about entering a secret realm to fight against alien beasts. Won't there be casualties? This decision seems a bit unwise. The previous arena competition would have been better. What's so interesting about arena matches? I think a real competition is one where you directly fight against strange beasts. Chapter 48. Entering the secret realm, casualties occur. I heard that Dongyang Province has an SS-level talented martial artist this time. He should be the first place winner of this competition, right? Not necessarily. I heard that although Tao Sheng did not awaken an SS-level talent this time, one of his S-level talents also awakened a high-level special talent, and he is only one step away from becoming a martial master. It might even be stronger than that SS-level talent. Laughable. You probably don't know that on the day Jiang Province awakened, all sorts of strange phenomena occurred. This time, the first place in the competition will definitely belong to Jiang Province. Hey upstairs, stop bragging. In Jiang Province, I only know one person, Gu Chun from the Gu family, who has an S-level talent and has mastered 1 or 2 cultivation techniques. If you're talking about him, then you're definitely out of luck. The market is open. Who will take first place in this competition? Will it be Tao Province, Dongyang Province, or Jiang Province? Damn, a money-making opportunity has arrived. I can tell at a glance that Dongyang Province, with its SS-level talent, is bound to be number 1 in the competition. Is there even a question? At the same time the broadcast began, many lottery stations and some established families also opened betting. In the order of Tao Province, Dongyang Province, and Jiang Province. The average odds within Tao Province are 1 minute and 1.1 second, 1 minute and 1.5 seconds, and 1 minute and 1.7 seconds. The average odds within Dongyang Province are 1 minute and 1.3 seconds, 1 minute and 1.2 seconds, and 1 minute and 1.7 seconds. However, the odds in Jiang Province were extremely absurd, with average odds of 1:2, 1 minute and 1.9 seconds, and 1 minute and 1.01 seconds. That's right, Jiang Province gave itself only 1.01 times the odds, which is ridiculously low. There was no way around it. Most people near Tianhai City in Jiang Province knew that strange phenomena occurred frequently on the day of Jiang Province's awakening, and it was not at all like what some people on the internet said, that the highest level in Jiang Province was only S-level. As residents of Tianhai City, upon seeing these gambling platforms, they took out all their life savings and directly invested in platforms in other provinces, with a multiplier of 1.7. While the outside world was buzzing with discussion, nearly 1,000 people who participated in the competition all entered the secret realm. Subai stood still and began to survey his surroundings. Just as the Grandmaster had predicted, everyone was randomly teleported to a different location upon entering the secret realm. The secret realm is a dense forest, with towering trees standing all around. Looking up at the sky, the blazing sun was blocked by the trees, and could only shine on the earth through the gaps in the trees. Is this the secret realm? It seems that apart from the presence of strange beasts, there is no difference between the secret realm and reality. Even, the spiritual energy in the air is more concentrated. Subai sensed the spiritual energy in the air. If he could cultivate in this secret realm for a few days, he might be able to break through to the Martial King realm directly. But I still lack some practical experience, so I'll use these strange beasts to practice. Subai glanced over and saw a wind wolf staring at him menacingly, its greedy eyes seeming to want to tear him apart. Within half an hour of entering the secret realm, hundreds of people were eliminated one after another, leaving the viewers watching the live stream dumbfounded. All of those eliminated were teleported directly to the territory of the alien beasts, and were attacked before they could even react upon arriving at the secret realm. 99% of these people were encountering strange beasts for the first time. They had never seen such a ferocious scene before, and they were so frightened that they stood there dumbfounded, allowing the beasts to attack them. Fortunately, they managed to retaliate after being attacked, but ultimately lost their ability to fight and were eliminated as soon as they entered the game, pressing the distress button. Of course, there are even more unfortunate ones among them. I was immediately targeted by a tier 2 high-level alien beast as soon as I was teleported here, and before I could even react, I was already inside the beast's belly. The mentors were powerless to help in this situation, having already warned everyone of the potential life or death danger before the competition. But this is the first grand competition in the secret realm, so how could these so-called geniuses possibly back down, thinking it's just a bluff? Of course, there were also those who were so terrified upon encountering the strange beast that they immediately pressed the distress button and gave up the competition. Inside the live stream room. Holy crap, someone really died? Did you guys see that? Such a big, living intermediate level martial artist was swallowed whole by that monster. Damn, is this a joke? People actually died. This competition is terrifying. Holy crap, are you serious? I thought the official warning about the risk of death was just a joke, but people are actually dying? What's the big deal? You have no idea how many people die every day like this on the front lines. You think it's outrageous that only one person has died? The comments section was filled with astonishment that someone could actually die during such a major competition. This has never happened before. At most, someone would accidentally injure their opponent in the ring, then take some medicine and go to the hospital to recuperate before returning to their energetic self. However, now that everyone has witnessed a living person being swallowed by a strange beast, many people who have never even left the city feel a sense of dread. I never imagined these beasts were so ferocious. If it weren't for the soldiers fighting them on the front lines, I might be the one being devoured alive right now in that scene. The official change to the competition was also intended to prevent everyone from becoming complacent. War is cruel, and people are dying every moment on the front lines. Moreover, such a large-scale competition can hone the talents of these outstanding individuals in advance, and they will become the fresh blood of China in the future. If you've never even seen a beast before going to the battlefield, what's the use of having a high level of talent but no skills to fight beasts? As time went on, more and more people encountered strange beasts and were gradually eliminated. The first casualty has occurred, damn it. Why do these cowards cry for help as soon as they encounter these strange beasts? Are their cultivation levels and talents just for show? Look at that intermediate level martial artist. When he encountered a low-level second-tier beast, he simply gave up and ran away while calling for help. What kind of martial artist is that? At this moment, in the monitoring room, the three grandmasters who were carefully observing the situation within the secret realm cursed angrily. They had only been in the secret realm for an hour, and half of the martial artists had already been eliminated. Among them are quite a few intermediate martial artists with S-level talents. Advanced martial artists fared much better, and were generally able to react immediately and begin fighting the alien beasts. Even when encountering beasts of the same level, the advantage of weapons can be used to gain the upper hand, and they can be worn down and killed in no time. Fu Gue was quite lucky. As soon as he entered the secret realm, he was also targeted by a second-tier wind wolf. He thought there would be a battle, but unexpectedly, Fu Gue directly used his beast-taming talent to take the wind wolf as his own beast. This scene was captured by a drone and broadcast live to the outside world. This kid's talent is that of a beast tamer? To be able to contract a beast of the same level as oneself, one must be at least a mid-level beast tamer, right? Which province is this person from? How come no one knew about it? Luo Hongfei looked at a surveillance video and asked in surprise. Upon closer inspection of the sign on his chest, it read, Tianhai City, Jiangxi Province. Chapter 49 The Role of Beast Tamers, Points Ranking. Upon seeing this, Luo Hongfei turned to look at Ren Mingxian, only to see a faint smile on his face. Well, Ren, I knew you were so confident. This kid has the talent of a beast tamer. It looks like he has at least the talent of an intermediate beast tamer. But this kid is only a mid-level martial artist, and you're so confident? Luo Hongfei glanced at Fugue's information. The fact that he was clearly a mid-level martial artist made Luo Hongfei a little suspicious. Why was old Ren so confident? However, the data only indicates that he has an S-level talent, while his special talents are not recorded in the data, so it is not yet known what level of beast tamer he is. Ran Mingxian smiled but didn't say anything, though he still gently shook his head to indicate that it wasn't that person. Luo Hongfei looked at Ren Mingxian suspiciously. Even his talent as a beast tamer wasn't what he called a good prospect. Could there be someone with even higher talent? With this question in mind, Luo Hongfei carefully observed the surveillance footage, trying to find out the source of Ren Mingxian's confidence. The viewers in the live stream were in an uproar when they saw this. Holy crap, what's going on? Someone slapped me. Am I dreaming? This guy seems to have tamed the beast and is even using it as his mount. What the hell? How can he tame beasts? If all of us could do that, what would we be afraid of? Aren't they just pets? Holy crap, I woke up so fast. I actually saw someone taming a strange beast. If I go back to sleep, I'm sure I'm not fully awake yet. Can't you guys use any common sense? This guy is obviously a beast tamer who has awakened a special talent, which is why he can contract with exotic beasts. What are you all thinking? I agree with the comment above. This person can contract a beast of the same level as himself, so he's at least a mid-level beast tamer. I really envy this talent. Fu Gue experienced the feeling of contracting the wind wolf and had an answer in his heart, telling himself that he could only contract 2 more exotic beasts at most. If you add any more, you won't be able to handle it and it will backfire. However, it seems that the number of contracts can increase as one's cultivation level rises. Fu Gue breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't limited to contracting only 3-headed beasts, otherwise his talent would have been too weak. At the same time, after making a contract with the wind wolf, Fu Gue felt that he had established a connection with the wind wolf. Upon closer inspection, Fu Gue was surprised to find that he could actually understand what Fenglang was trying to say. Was this the effect of his talent? Not only that, Fu Gue also felt that he could capture the wind wolf with a single thought. After trying it out of curiosity, Fu Gue remembered that beast tamers had a special space where they could put their contracted beasts. The underlying principle is unknown, but it may be related to the spatial ring. However, the spatial ring cannot store living beings. This special space is more like a world of its own. Without much hesitation, Fu Gue immediately began actively searching for exotic beasts, setting a small goal, to first contract 3 exotic beasts. When Shu Youyu was teleported over, she looked around curiously, full of curiosity about everything in the secret realm. Her level of beginner martial arts master already allowed her to roam freely in the secret realm. If it weren't for Su Bai suddenly appearing out of nowhere, Shu Youyu would have been the undisputed champion of this competition. Su Bai relied on cheating, while others truly relied on fate. In previous years, Shu Youyu's talent might have even given him a chance to compete for the national champion. Shu Youyu didn't know whether to call it good luck or bad luck on her way here, because she didn't encounter a single strange beast. However, Shu Youyu wasn't in a hurry. What was so fun about fighting and killing? This secret realm was much more interesting than Blue Star, and there were many things she had never seen before. After traveling this far, only 200 or 300 people remained in the secret realm. The remaining 200 or 300 were all martial artists with real skills who had already fought against the alien beasts. Most of them are martial artists with a level talent, and their cultivation level hovers around the intermediate level. They can handle most of the strange beasts they encounter. The fact that most of the martial artists pressed the distress button kept the dozens of martial arts master instructors in the secret realm busy running around. What were those people who pressed the distress button thinking? You gave up as soon as you entered the secret realm. Why didn't you do it earlier? Several mentors even rushed to the location of the distress call and found that the person seeking help was fighting the monster to a standstill, and even had the upper hand. But the moment he saw reinforcements arriving, he immediately gave up resisting and ran towards his mentor. This left the tutor speechless. You, a mid-level martial artist, are fighting a tier 2 low-level alien beast with a weapon, going toe-to-toe with it. You're just bullying it, and then you tell me you need to ask for help. This is absolutely outrageous. Speechless as he was, the mentor still scooped up the student who was crying for help and then sent him out of the secret realm. Some students were terrified when faced with the strange beasts, and could not even unleash 1/10 of their intermediate-level martial arts strength. After pressing the distress button, the beast attacked, but he could only passively resist. In the end, when the mentor arrived, a mid-level martial artist was killed by a second-level low-level beast. The scene was filled with severed limbs and blood, a sight that made one feel nauseous. Not bad, this beast is indeed much more resilient than a human. It actually withstood 2 of my punches. Subai sighed as he looked at the wind wolf that he had knocked down with 2 punches. Upon discovering the wind wolf, Subai did not kill it with a single sword strike. Instead, he sheathed his weapon and refrained from using his martial arts techniques. He knocked Fong Lang down with a single punch using pure brute force. However, the wind wolf did not die after the punch. It even struggled on the ground, trying to get up and run away. Seeing this, Subai delivered another punch, finally killing Fong Lang completely. After killing the wind wolf, Subai was still wondering how the points would be calculated when his distress signal went off. When I took out the distress signal device, the small screen on it displayed the number 30. A tier 1 beast, with 3 levels rated 1, 3, and 5 points respectively. The scores for second tier beasts are 10, 30, and 50 respectively. A tier 3 beast, a tier 3 beginner beast, can earn 200 points. Subai looked at the distress device in his hand in surprise, wondering about its workings and how the points were calculated. However, the score is only 30 points, which matches the score for a mid-level second-tier beast. After the points were displayed, Subai noticed a points leaderboard in the corner. This distress device is similar to a mobile phone, except it has an extra button for the distress signal function. Subai fiddled with the distress signal device, then opened the points leaderboard. The interface refreshed, and the points leaderboard appeared before Subai's eyes. First place. Chapter 50, Leaving the Safe Zone. First place, G Tianyu 130. Second place, C Chen 100. Third place, Gu Chen 80. Subai didn't see his name until he scrolled down to beyond 50th place. 59th place, Subai 30. Subai clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected there to be so many ruthless people. It hadn't been long, and the first place already had over 100 points. Subai was stunned for a moment when he saw the third place, but he didn't pay much attention to it after thinking that this guy's background was not simple. Subai flipped through the pages for a while, but stopped when the score for the person ranked 100th reached 0. A novice martial artist like this young fish hasn't even killed a single beast? Subai was somewhat puzzled when he didn't see Chu Yoyu and Fugue on the leaderboard. It's normal for him to be rich as a mid-level martial artist. He tries to avoid high-level beasts as much as possible, so it's understandable that he hasn't started business yet. However, Chu Yoyu is a martial arts master who can easily kill 90% of the strange beasts in the safe zone of this secret realm. Almost an hour has passed, and we still haven't encountered a single strange beast? Subai hesitated for only a moment before putting away the distress device, storing the wind wolf's corpse on the ground into his spatial ring, and then staring straight in one direction. From a distance, it seemed as if an invisible barrier enveloped Subai's entire secret realm. The environment outside the barrier is the same as inside the safe zone, except that the strength of the beasts outside the barrier is no longer under our control. This is precisely the unexplored area outside the safe zone of the secret realm. Subai was well aware that fortune favors the bold and dangerous. Although this unexplored region is dangerous, the rewards are proportional to the risks. Moreover, Subai was confident that with all the enhancements from his cultivation techniques and weapons, he should be able to fight a 4th-tier beast, and perhaps even exchange a few blows with a 5th-tier beast. This is also a good opportunity to hone my combat skills. You should know that the highest level in the safe zone is only the 3rd-tier beginner level, someone who can be killed with a single sword strike. It's not a good opportunity to hone my skills. Anyway, there are only 2 days in total, so there's no need to rush to get points. When the time comes, I can easily surpass several people by simply finding a few 3rd-tier beasts. There's no need for me to work so hard to kill beasts and gain points like they do now. Ji Tianyu, Si Chen. Subai silently recited the names of the 2 people in his mind. They were ranked 1st and 2nd on the points leaderboard, so they shouldn't be unknown figures, right? After planning his next steps, Subai headed straight for the barrier. He cautiously reached out his hand towards the outside of the barrier, and without any hindrance, Subai successfully left the safe zone. I bet the person who installed the barrier formation didn't expect that students would actually step outside the barrier on their own. For those high-level martial artists to venture into an unexplored secret realm on their own is practically tantamount to suicide. Sir, based on the fluctuations in the barrier within the secret realm, it seems that some students have accidentally broken out of the safe zone. What should we do? In the monitoring room, a figure rushed in to report. This person is a formation master who specializes in monitoring the operation of the secret realm's formations. The moment Subai left the safe zone, he sensed the fluctuations in the formation and hurriedly went to the monitoring room to report the situation. Ren Mingxian and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. How could a student voluntarily leave the safe zone? How could that be? The martial emperor, sitting in the corner, didn't even look up when he heard this and directly gave the order. It's all right. Send 3 drones over to check the situation. It seems some students accidentally touched the barrier. Don't worry too much. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the formation master hurriedly went down to make arrangements, first going to the drone control room to give a heads up. Sir, are you sure you don't need to send someone to check? If a student accidentally steps outside the barrier, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ren Mingxian was somewhat worried upon hearing this and offered some words of advice, though he was puzzled. According to his understanding, Jiang Province had 2 geniuses who were junior martial arts masters participating in the competition this time. What if these two feel that the safe zone is too easy and want to explore other areas? Moreover, there's no guarantee that someone might accidentally leave the barrier that could mean the loss of a life. Don't worry too much. Didn't you already remind them not to leave the barrier? If any fools really want to go out and die, don't stop them. The emperor replied indifferently, as if it were just a trivial matter. However, as he said, if someone leaves the safe zone to explore the secret realm and die for some benefit, it has nothing to do with the rest of us. However, it seems that apart from Subai, no one else in this competition had this idea at all. There are already tier 3 beasts within the safe zone that I can't handle, let alone leave the safe zone to fight against tier 4 or even tier 5 beasts. Isn't that just going there to die? The Subai family was confident that they could leave the safe zone. Leaving the safe zone is like the fool that Martial Emperor was talking about earlier. You deserve to die. Upon hearing this, Ren Mingxian did not refute it and silently watched the surveillance footage again. Soon, 3 drones arrived at the location of the barrier fluctuations. After investigating for a while and finding nothing, they moved on to continue the live broadcast. Deep in the forest, a second-tier beast collapsed with a thud. Not bad. You've already scored over 200 points, and you're still in first place. Ji Tianyu looked at the points leaderboard in his hand and muttered to himself. However, upon seeing the second-place finishers nearly 200 points, a flash of determination crossed Ji Tianyu's eyes. I have an SS-level talent, so I absolutely cannot let an S-level talent surpass me. We still can't let our guard down, Chen. Ji Tianyu then touched the corpse of the second-tier high-level alien beast in front of him, put it into his spatial ring, and quickly left to find his next prey. He, Ji Tianyu? Sooner or later I will take first place and surpass you. Chen stood on a second-tier high-level alien beast and looked at the points leaderboard, muttering to himself. After these battles, Chen felt that his advanced martial arts realm had loosened somewhat, but he was still just one step away from achieving it. Second-tier beasts are no longer enough to satisfy my strength. It seems I still need to find a third-tier beast to fight, only then can I break through to that realm. After collecting the alien beast's corpse, Chen embarked on a journey to find a third-tier alien beast. Ha, I'm asking you, who else? Who else? At this moment, somewhere in the secret realm, Fugue looked at the 2 mid-level second-tier alien beasts and 1 high-level second-tier alien beast beside him and burst into laughter. After making a contract with the Wind Wolf, Fugue encountered another Wind Wolf, this time at the mid-level of the second rank. Without lifting a finger, Fugue once again contracted a Wind Wolf. Just as he was searching for the third exotic beast, Fugue was targeted by a second-tier high-level Wind Wolf. Chapter 51 Contract with a second-tier high-level Wind Wolf, everyone is shocked. When the second-tier advanced Wind Wolf sensed that the human's aura was not as strong as its own, it immediately stepped out from the shadows. It sensed that there were 2 other humans of its kind beside that human. With the help of their own kind, eating this human will be even easier. Awoo! The second-tier high-level Wind Wolf howled, seemingly communicating with the other 2 Wind Wolves. Fu Gue, who possessed the talent of beast taming, could barely understand what the Wind Wolf was trying to express. In other words, if he gets these two second-tier mid-level Wind Wolves to help him take down the human in front of him, they will definitely get a share of the benefits. After understanding what he meant, Fu Gue burst out laughing. Goodness, I never thought even alien beasts would use PUA now, and there are benefits to it. I think you are the biggest beneficiary. While the Wind Wolf was communicating, Fu Gue gave orders to the other two. All three of them should attack together. He didn't believe they couldn't defeat a second-tier high-level alien beast. When Fu Gue made his first contract with a beast that lacked independent consciousness, he discovered that he could directly contract with beasts of the same level. However, a high-level second-tier Wind Wolf like the one in front of us needs to be rendered unable to resist before we can form a contract with it, otherwise, it will have the idea of resisting, which will lead to the failure of the contract. Just as the high-level Wind Wolf was trying to persuade its two underlings, Fu Gue and two other Wind Wolves suddenly attacked. However, Fonglang reacted quickly, dodging to the side the moment Fu Gue attacked. After all, his name contains the character for wind, so his speed is indeed quite fast. When the Wind Wolf saw that it couldn't persuade its own kind and was even helping the human attack it, it instantly became furious. After dodging the attack, it angrily charged at Fu Gue. Holy crap! The speed of the Wind Wolf surprised Fu Gue, and before he could think, he quickly took out his mid-grade yellow rank greatsword to defend himself. The Wind Wolf slammed down with its claws, directly at the large knife that Fu Gue had just pulled out. Ah! A mournful wolf howl erupted from the Wind Wolf's mouth. It hurts so much. A mid-grade yellow rank weapon is no joke, it's more than capable of breaking through the defenses of a second-tier beast. A bloody gash appeared on the Wind Wolf's claw, and blood was still sizzling out. After being injured, the Wind Wolf retreated rapidly, its eyes filled with terror. What's wrong with this human? Why is it that even though I feel his aura isn't as strong as mine, he's still able to hurt me? Now that the Wind Wolf's forelimbs are injured, it can't run away even if it wants to leave. Not to mention that the two of his own kind behind him were blocking his escape route, preventing him from running away. Haha, you little brat, you actually dare to walk right into a knife's path, trying to scam me, huh? Fu Gue chuckled as he looked at the injured Wind Wolf. The wounded Wind Wolf was now like a lamb to the slaughter in his eyes, waiting for him to make a contract with it. Little Wind Wolf, don't be afraid, don't resist, just obediently let me form a contract with you. As Fu Gue spoke, he slowly approached the injured Wind Wolf. However, as the humans drew ever closer, the Wind Wolf felt an even greater fear in its heart. This human's expression is so lewd, what does he want to do to me? The Wind Wolf fearfully moved back, but the wounds on its paws told it that it couldn't stray too far from this human. Fonglang nervously closed his eyes, not wanting to face what was about to happen. Alright, the contract was successful. How's your wound? Let me see it. As expected, Fu Gue succeeded in casting the contract on the Wind Wolf. Now that we're on their side, I can't let him drag his wounds around and work for me in this secret realm. The Wind Wolf sensed that the human in front of it did not seem to harm it, and slowly opened its eyes. Suddenly, the Wind Wolf realized that it could understand what the human in front of it was saying, and it seemed that it had formed a connection with the human in front of it, and it could not hurt him. The Wind Wolf listened to what the human in front of it said and raised its paw suspiciously, somewhat unable to believe that this human actually wanted to cure its illness. Fu Gue grabbed the paw and examined the injury. This high-grade weapon is indeed extraordinary. It inflicted such a large wound on the beast with just passive defense. Fu Gue took out a healing pill and fed it directly to Fonglang, then bandaged the wound. These items were prepared in the treasure pavilion, just in case they got injured in the secret realm and couldn't be healed, which would force them to withdraw from the competition. So everyone bought some medicine. Soon, under the effects of the elixir, the Wind Wolf felt its injured claws were warm and were not in as much pain as before. Fu Gue had already released the Wind Wolf, and it cautiously tried to put its paws on the ground. Ha! It doesn't hurt anymore? The Wind Wolf hesitated for a moment, then stomped its paw heavily. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, whoa! The Wind Wolf howled softly, seemingly thanking the human before it for its help. But it seems to have forgotten that its wounds were caused by the human in front of it. Fu Gue understood what the Wind Wolf was trying to say and affectionately patted the Wind Wolf's little head. The Wind Wolf nuzzled its head against the hand. Ha ha ha! Fu Gue laughed happily. Now that we've added another key player to our roster, it's time to sweep the standings. Fu Gue glanced at the 0 points on the distress device and the points leaderboard. He realized that he had a total of 4 people, yet he couldn't compete with this group. After resting on the spot for a while, and once the Wind Wolf's injuries no longer affected his movement, Fugue mounted the Tier 2 high-level Wind Wolf and began reaping points. Everyone in the livestream watched the entire process. Everyone was astonished when they saw Feng Lang fawn over Fugue in a human-like manner. What the hell? Is this still the mythical beast I remember? Why can they coexist peacefully with humans? This doesn't make sense. Holy crap, one person with 3 henchmen, and one of them is even a second-tier high-level alien beast. This is outrageous, it's practically cheating. A mid-level martial artist has actually contracted a second-tier high-level beast. Just how high is this person's beast-taming talent? Judging from the current situation, it must be at least high-level, right? Holy crap, a high-level beast-tamer? Who is this guy? Why have I never heard of him before? Tianhai City, Jiang Province. What kind of place is Tianhai City? While the live stream audience was shocked, even the big shots in the monitoring room couldn't sit still. Zhang Hongyuan, what? This guy named Wang Fugue is actually a high-level beast tamer? Well, Lao Run, you've been hiding it well. Luo Hongfei, holy crap, Lao Run, you have no martial ethics. You still say it's not this kid? He's a high-level beast tamer, and he'll definitely be in the top 10 of the final points ranking. Ran Mingxian listened to their complaints but just smiled like an old fox without saying a word. This was nothing, yet the more surprising things were yet to come. Even the taciturn martial emperor in the corner spoke up in praise. Not bad, a high-level beast tamer, and his control over beast taming experience is also quite good. He's a promising talent. P.S. My debut is coming soon, please give me some gifts. Please give this a 5-star review, everyone. Love you all. Omega? Chapter 52 The Furtive Examinee, Flaming Bear. It's important to know that even the 3 major academies are vying to recruit this genius, which shows the importance of top-tier beast tamer talent. While the grand competition in the secret realm was proceeding as normal, several candidates were acting suspiciously within the secret realm. Why do you think the higher-ups sent us to put these things here, and even made us pretend to be examinees to participate in the competition? The person speaking fiddled with something on the ground and put it in, then dusted off his hands and complained. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and finish the task above. We'll all benefit from it, and maybe we can even break through to the Martial King realm in one fell swoop. Yes, hurry up, don't let others get suspicious. The other 2 urged him on, watching a drone in the distance warily. Alright, you 2 are really talking without understanding the situation, aren't you? Okay, let's move on to the next one. After finishing in this area, the group crouched down and carefully avoided the drones overhead as they made their way to another location. At this moment, at the entrance to another world, several figures were also exchanging words. It's been an hour since those humans entered the secret realm. When are we going in? I'm starving. You idiot, all you think about is food. Our goal this time is to kill those human geniuses. Don't just think about food all day long. If it delays our plan, will you take responsibility? We've only been in the secret realm for an hour. I wonder if the people we sent in have set up the formation yet. It would be funny if we couldn't even get through the barrier later. If anyone were to see these figures at this moment, they would realize that they are actually from another race, and that each of them is quite powerful. While the group was arguing and debating, the martial emperor, who had been sent down from above, spoke up. Alright, the time isn't right yet. Let's enter the secret realm in 12 hours. This mission can't afford any mistakes. They're just a bunch of martial arts kids. According to my sources, the human race has 1 martial emperor and 3 grandmaster level experts. I will go and hold them off. The group in the secret realm is yours to handle. I want to emphasize again that this mission cannot afford any mistakes, especially with that immortal grade talent Subai. We must make sure he dies here. After saying this, the martial emperor turned to look at the group and said solemnly, if anything goes wrong with this mission, the master will definitely not let you off the hook. If that talented martial artist is allowed to grow up, it will have a huge impact on our alien race and on the final war. You don't want to see yet another Sword Saint emerge, do you? When the Sword Saint was mentioned, the men's expressions clearly froze for a moment, followed by a wave of fear. Is that so-called immortal grade talent really that amazing? One of them asked in a low voice. What do you think? Subai was moving freely through the deep forest, sensing the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Suddenly, Subai noticed a huge dark figure resting against a tree ahead. I stopped and looked closely. Fiery bear, a tier 3 beast. This is an extremely terrifying beast. No one in the wild wants to encounter it. The flaming bear gets its name from its thick, tough hide. Ordinary weapons cannot break through its defenses in a short time. Moreover, once he sets his sights on you, it's hard to escape. He'll relentlessly chase after you, determined to devour you. With its thick skin and enormous size, even a martial artist of the same level would give it a wide berth if they encountered it alone in the wild, for fear of offending this fiery bear. Generally, only hunting teams of 4 or 5 people might have the slightest thought of hunting a fire bear when they see one. As for those who act alone, they can only stay as far away as possible. At this moment, the fire bear was resting against a big tree, with a spiritual herb beside it that seemed to be very rich in spiritual energy and looked like it was about to ripen. However, the spirit herb was blocked by the huge body of the fire bear, so Subai could not see what the spirit herb was. Upon seeing the fiery bear, Subai felt not fear but rather a sense of joy. Along the way, there were many second-tier beasts and a few third-tier beasts, but they all looked weak and frail. I wonder if they could withstand my sword strike. The fiery bear in front of me can meet all my needs, so I'll use it to test my current strength. Subai took out the pure yang sword, a low-grade Shin-level sword he had purchased from the system shop. It was more than enough to deal with the fire bear in front of him. As for the low-grade heavenly rank Azure Spirit sword, Subai hasn't studied it yet. Using it to deal with this high-grade third-rank alien beast would be too much of an insult to the bear. Looking at the sleeping fire bear, Subai picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it hard at the bear's head. The fiery bear was startled awake and touched its head with its paw. Feeling a sharp pain, the fire bear immediately stood up and roared, "Roar!" After venting its anger, the fire bear quickly looked around and soon saw Subai standing in the distance, looking at it with a smile. "Roar!" The fiery bear roared angrily at Subai, then charged towards him, ignoring the spiritual herbs that were about to mature. Subai almost laughed when he saw this big, clumsy guy charging angrily toward him. This fire bear is so stupid. It's really single-minded. It didn't even look at the spiritual herbs and just came to attack me. However, Subai was not in a hurry. He held his sword and assumed a fighting stance to deal with the attacking fire bear. Roar! The fiery bear slapped straight at Subai's head. Seeing this, Subai swung his sword forward, aiming a heavy blow at the bear's paw. This sword strike was purely Subai's blood and chi power, without any enhancement from any cultivation techniques or sword intent. However, the seemingly ordinary sword strike caused both the man and the bear to retreat a few steps after facing the fiery bear head-on. Looking at the fire bear, which he had already slashed with a wound, Subai smiled slightly. Indeed, the fire bear actually withstood this sword strike, only suffering a superficial wound. A noticeable wound appeared on the paw where the flaming bear had slapped down, and blood was flowing out at that moment. This sword strike actually broke through the fire bear's defenses, leaving a wound. If outsiders saw this, they would be extremely surprised. You know, the fire bear is known for its thick skin and tough flesh, making it difficult to break through its defenses, which is why many people avoid it when they see it. Unexpectedly, Subai, who was also a martial artist, broke through the fire bear's defense with a single sword strike, leaving a wound on its body. This wound further enraged the already furious fire bear. Not only had this human disturbed its rest, but he had also dared to hurt it. Today, either this human dies, or I, the bear, perish. Roar! The fiery bear slapped its chest twice with its 2 paws, then charged at Subai again. Chapter 53 Mysterious Beasts, inspiring the idea of taming them. Seeing this, Subai was no longer in a hurry. Since he could break through its defense with his own blood and chi, he might as well let it train with him for a while. Subai sheathed his long sword. He wanted to test whether he could gain the upper hand against the fiery bear with his own flesh and blood. Thump! The fiery bear collapsed to the ground. Subai looked at the pure young sword in his hand and sighed. It seems that physical strength alone is not enough to break through the fire bear's defenses. It is indeed a troublesome beast. After sheathing his long sword, Subai engaged in close combat with the fire bear. Although the fight was evenly matched, Subai sometimes even gained the upper hand. But Subai couldn't break through the fire bear's defense with his fists at all. It truly had thick skin and tough flesh. Having roughly assessed his current strength, Subai was too lazy to continue playing with the fire bear. He directly slashed out with his sword, and the fire bear's head fell off. After collecting the fire bear's corpse, Subai walked towards the spirit herb that the fire bear had been guarding. Before he could even see the spirit herb, a small figure flashed past it, and the spot where the spirit herb had been was now empty. Where did my huge spirit herb go? Subai was full of questions. He hadn't even seen a single hair of the spiritual herb, and it had vanished into thin air? Subai hurriedly looked at the spot where the figure had just flashed by, and there were signs of digging in the soil. Good heavens, I'd been outmaneuvered by the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Subai began searching for the small figure from before. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be that same figure who had taken the spirit herb. Damn it, you better not get caught by me, or you're in big trouble. Subai cursed inwardly, realizing that his base had been raided. After searching for a while, Subai didn't see any strange traces. That spiritual herb was something that even a third-tier beast would guard, so it must be worth a lot of money. However, Subai could only feel unlucky and learn from his mistake. Next time he encountered this situation, he would make sure to get the item first before going out to have fun. Otherwise, things would turn out like they are now, with someone directly raiding our base. 3 hours had passed since the start of the competition, and it was now noon, with the blazing sun high in the sky. Fortunately, the forest is warm and pleasant thanks to the shade of towering trees. After beating him up, Subai felt a bit hungry, so he found a nearby water source, took out the fire bear's carcass, and began to dissect it on the spot. A barbecue grill, various seasonings, and an ignition device that resembles a lighter. After collecting the usable supplies from the flaming bear, Subai simply dug a large pit and buried the useless items. He put the unwanted items into his spatial ring, then took out the bear meat, lit a fire, and started roasting. As Subai did this, a mysterious thought also lingered in his mind. Brush some oil onto the bear meat, and it sizzles under the intense heat. Crackling, crackling. Seeing that the roasted meat was almost cooked, Subai picked up the seasonings from the side. Cumin, chili powder, sesame seeds. With Subai's skillful handling, a delicious and visually appealing roasted bear meat dish was successfully prepared. However, Subai didn't rush to eat. After taking out a plate and setting it up, Subai continued to grill the second piece of meat. After becoming a martial arts master, Subai needed to consume many times more food than before, and this piece alone was definitely not enough. Although martial artists can absorb spiritual energy to achieve a feeling of fullness and thus be able to go for long periods without eating. But Subai felt that this feeling of fullness was not real at all. Didn't he enjoy the fragrant and crispy fried chicken wings, or the delicious and flavorful roast meat? Why torture yourself by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to feel full? Is it because the food isn't appealing anymore, or is your stomach already full? After finishing the second piece of meat, Subai didn't stop and continued grilling the third piece. Subai divided a piece of meat into about a pound. Although these 3 pieces were still a bit insufficient, they were enough to satisfy his craving. Just as Subai finished preparing the third roast meat and turned around, an unfamiliar beast appeared on his barbecue plate. The strange beast was small, its body coiled like a snake around a piece of roasted meat, and it seemed to have 2 small horns on its head. Seeing Subai's gaze, the beast seemed startled and immediately rolled up the roasted meat, then disappeared under Subai's watchful eye. That's right, it's gone. Subai stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Only the missing piece of roast meat on the plate told him that he hadn't been seeing things that had truly disappeared right before his eyes. Subai snapped out of his daze and looked around the plate in shock. How exactly did that strange beast disappear? Subai was certain that the strange beast hadn't been too fast for him to see clearly. It had simply vanished into thin air. Recalling the appearance of the strange beast, Subai searched through his entire memory but found no record of it. It seemed to be a new species that had not been discovered before. Subai thought about it carefully, and suddenly he remembered the strange beast's methods from earlier. This seems familiar? Subai recalled how it vanished in an instant, and then recalled the scene of his spirit herb being stolen. It seems that all of this is connected. Well, so it was you who stole my spirit herbs, huh? I don't care what new breed you are today, just don't let me catch you. Subai began to plan how to catch the strange beast, but he still had no idea how it had suddenly disappeared. Out of the corner of his eye, Subai noticed the plate with 1 piece of grilled meat left, and a plan formed in his mind. Judging from how small this little guy is, he's probably not an adult yet. Let me show you the dark side of society first. He. A perfect plan unfolded in Subai's mind. You think you're so cool that you can just disappear? Judging from how it looked just now, it should take a little time to execute this technique, but it will be very short. It's just a brief moment. If I seize the opportunity and take control of it first, then I shouldn't be able to use that mysterious method. invisibility, teleportation, and instantaneous movement. Subai could only think of these three methods from earlier. Subai knew that any beast possessing any one of these three methods was an extremely precious beast. Some higher-level beasts can easily manipulate humans of the same level, and even have the strength to kill enemies of higher levels. Subai also had the idea of subduing them. You should know that your system can copy talents, and Fugue just happens to have a top-tier Beastmaster talent waiting for you to copy. Once we capture this beast, we can sign a contract. With such a strange beast around, I have another trump card. Subai had momentarily forgotten to copy Fugue's talent, and now he deeply regretted it. If I had known, I would have copied the talent first, then upgraded it to a celestial grade talent. I don't believe I couldn't take down this little beast. Despite being called a strange beast, Subai wasn't actually sure what it was. It can be frightened and knows to run away, which already shows a certain level of intelligence. However, it doesn't seem to be very strong, so why does it have intelligence? Is it a mythical beast, an animal, or something else entirely? Chapter 54, give him the feeling that he can sneak up on me from behind, and then turn around and fight back. Is it a mythical beast, an animal, or something else? Is it a mythical beast? Subai had this question because he had seen a pair of small, pointed horns on the head of that figure when it flashed by. Moreover, its small body resembles that of a dragon. All these signs combined suggest that the strange beast from before was not simple. Perhaps, it's a dragon? Subai wasn't sure either. He had only seen a general outline, the most obvious feature being the pair of small horns on its head. In Subai's mind, this creature with a snake's body and horns on its head could only be the legendary guardian beast of China, the dragon. On the day of his awakening, Subai also exchanged a glance with the divine beasts and the strange phenomenon from afar. The feeling was like a collision between space and time. Although it was just an unusual phenomenon, Subai felt that the divine beasts that appeared one after another were living beings. However, all of this was just Subai's conjecture. To verify the truth of all this, all we need to do is capture that magical creature, and then we'll know whether it's real or not. Looking at the remaining piece of meat on the plate, Subai placed the other piece of freshly grilled meat on top. Then he turned back and took out another piece of fresh bear meat, which he put on the barbecue grill and started grilling it. Although it appeared that Subai was grilling meat, he was actually already preparing to strike while keeping an eye on the movements behind him. Give him the feeling that he can sneak up behind me, then turn around and counterattack. However, Subai did not feel any movement behind him until he finished cooking this piece of roasted meat. Subai frowned slightly. Could it be that the guy was too frightened to come any closer? Even so, Subai decided to make 2 more pieces of roasted meat to try. If it still didn't appear, then so be it. Just don't let me run into it again. Subai slowed down his movements and waited quietly for the commotion behind him. As soon as a piece of grilled meat is finished, so too does one's patience. When it was time to grill the second piece of meat, I had just put the meat on the grill when I heard a slight noise behind me. If what just happened hadn't occurred, and Subai hadn't been on guard, he might not have even noticed the subtle commotion. Subai listened to the subtle sounds behind him and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Finally, you took the bait. I thought you weren't coming. Subai gathered his chi and blood in his legs so that he could control the little guy who stole his things as quickly as possible. Although Subai already knew the little guy had arrived, he still pretended to continue grilling the meat. I scared it once, so it should be more cautious this time. With that mysterious disappearance technique, Subai must take it down in a very short time. Subai pretended not to hear the noise behind him. After a while, the noise behind him became much louder, probably because he had gradually relaxed his guard. After all, this tiny little guy looks like he was just born, so he doesn't have much intelligence. When the situation remained unchanged, Subai realized that the time had come. Reverse hand, grab. Subai turned around in an instant and unleashed an astonishing burst of power, grabbing the little guy in one swift motion. The little one, still shaken from the shock, made a childish, pitiful sound as he felt his body being controlled. A woo-woo-woo. The little guy, realizing what was happening, tried to use his escape technique, but found that he was being controlled by the human in front of him and couldn't do so at all. At this moment, the little guy finally panicked. It was the first time it felt that it was about to be in great danger, and it kept struggling in Subai's hands, trying to escape. Subai felt this power and naturally increased the pressure in his hand, firmly controlling it. At this moment, Subai finally saw clearly what kind of creature the little guy who had stolen his things twice was. Look closely, and you'll see tiny, slightly protruding horns, eyes like a rabbit, body like a snake, scales like a fish, ears like a cow, and several pairs of small claws. Wow, wow. The more I look at this thing, the more it resembles the dragon described in legends. But, does such a small dragon really exist in this world? Suddenly, Subai felt the little guy in his hand stop struggling. It looked at Subai pitifully, as if it had resigned itself to its fate, blinking its little eyes. Subai looked down and met the pitiful eyes. He admitted that he was momentarily captivated by the little guy's appearance. But the thought that this little guy not only stole his spoils but also ate the food he had painstakingly baked made him even more disgusted. This is intolerable. Subai watched as the little guy raised his other hand and gently flicked its head. Sudden. A voice suddenly appeared in Subai's mind. I messed up, whoa. Upon hearing this sudden sound, Subai hurriedly looked around to see where it came from. But after searching around, Subai found that there was no one there, and finally slowly turned his gaze to the little guy in his hand. Was that voice from the creature in front of us, which appears to be a divine beast? Subai looked suspiciously at the little guy in his hand. If that sound really came from it, then it definitely has to be identified as a divine beast. Are you talking to me? Subai held the little guy up to his face and asked curiously. Seemingly sensing Subai's confusion, the voice rang out again from within his mind. Wha? No. Don't eat me. The voice came again, and Subai looked at the little guy in his hand in shock. This gluttonous creature was actually a divine beast? Subai was once again certain of his guess, but the little guy still looked too small, and Subai couldn't be sure if it was the legendary creature. Your body is covered in blue and white, which seems to resemble the dragon in a game from my past life. From now on, I'll call you Little Azure Dragon. Subai muttered to himself. Now that he had captured the little green dragon, there was no way he could let it escape. Knowing that this could very well be a legendary dragon, how could Subai let it go so easily? Moreover, such a small creature, whose intelligence is not yet fully developed, is stealing my food. It seems to be all alone. This guy, he might just follow me around like a puppy if I just coax him a little. Who are your parents? Why are you stealing food all by yourself? Subai still planned to subtly inquire. In case the little guy accidentally got lost, his parents were both powerful divine beasts. If they found out that he had kidnapped their son, wouldn't they be doomed? Mom and Dad? What is this? Can we eat it? The little guy heard the new word and thought it was something delicious, instantly turning from fear to joy. Subai slapped his forehead in exasperation. Good heavens, it seems this really is a wild divine beast. But this makes it even easier to fool people. Chapter 55 The Mysterious Valley, Space-Type Divine Beast. You stole my food, and now that I've caught you, how are you going to make it up to me? Subai spoke sternly, as if he were interrogating a criminal. No. Don't eat me. I'll talk. The little green dragon saw that the human in front of him had suddenly gotten angry and said something inexplicable. What do you want to say? Subai asked in confusion. What's wrong with this little guy? Does he really think he's a sinner? I know a valley with lots and lots of delicious food. At this point, the little green dragon became visibly excited and began to fantasize about stuffing all those delicious foods into its belly. However, after the initial excitement, a sense of melancholy washed over him as he continued. But there are so many powerful creatures inside, I can't sneak in to eat anything delicious. After being caught several times, I'm too scared to go in anymore. Little green dragon looked very aggrieved. I used to be able to eat lots of delicious food inside, but after those big guys came, I didn't dare to go in anymore, otherwise I would be beaten half to death if I got caught. Upon hearing this, Subai exclaimed, Good heavens! He was just worried about not having a place to test his strength against a strange beast when the little green dragon unexpectedly provided him with important information. Moreover, it seems there will be a lot of gains after this fight. I wonder what this little green dragon is enjoying. However, judging from the fact that this guy stole his spiritual herb the first time he met it, something that even the little green dragon is so greedy for must be something extraordinary. Subai suppressed his excitement and continued to ask questions, but he still did not let down his guard against the little green dragon. After all, with his bizarre disappearance methods, who knows if this guy will just vanish the moment you let go? Delicious food? Where is that valley? Maybe I'll be interested and go check it out. Hey! Are you going to the valley? You want to eat something delicious too? You're so strong, you should be able to beat those big guys, right? You know, none of those big guys have ever grabbed me like this before. Little Azure Dragon pondered in his heart. But with its intelligence level of nearly 2.5 years old, it couldn't possibly come up with anything. But it knew that the powerful human in front of it seemed to be going to the valley to find something to eat, and that it would be good if he could defeat the big guys in the valley. Does that mean I'll be able to eat so much delicious food again? As the little green dragon thought about it, stars seemed to appear in its eyes. It wished it could immediately take the man in front of it into the valley so that it could eat lots of food. Are you going? Take me with you, I can show you the way, I know where those big guys are. The little green dragon excitedly transmitted its thoughts to Subai. Hearing the little green dragon in such a hurry, Subai realized that there must be many treasures in this valley. Big guys? Let me meet these so-called big guys myself. However, Subai was not in a hurry, and pretended to be contemptuous as he said to the little green dragon in his hand. Why should I take you with me? Just tell me which direction it is, and I can get there by myself. I don't even need to share with you. This tactic is called feigning indifference to lure the enemy into a trap. Upon hearing this, the little green dragon became anxious. No. Take me with you. I don't eat much, I can lead the way for you, and I can teleport you there directly. In his haste, Xiao Qinglong revealed his trump card. Subai finally understood why this guy could disappear right under his nose. Teleportation? Spatial manipulation? You must know that this is an extremely rare talent in the world. This little green dragon actually has a spatial talent? Subai was somewhat surprised, but he couldn't believe Xiao Qinglong's one-sided account. Subai checked the system to examine the little green dragon in front of him, and the feedback he received was: this feature is not currently supported by the system. Please wait for future updates. Well, that only means a verification is gone now. Subai will only know by experiencing it himself. Seeing this, Subai immediately launched into his deception technique. You really want to go? Aha! Little green dragon nodded vigorously. I can let you come along, but how can I be sure you're not lying to me? What if you just run away? No. I would never lie. Little Azure Dragon quickly shook its head again, indicating that it hadn't lied to Subai. But Subai has no choice now. He doesn't have the talent of a beast tamer, so he can't directly sign a contract with the little green dragon. If it runs away, he will really suffer a great loss. But then I realized that I caught this guy because he was greedy, so I had to take a gamble, otherwise there was no way to resolve this stalemate. Subai placed the little green dragon in front of him again and said seriously, from now on, you must follow my orders and not act rashly. Also, judging from your appearance, I'll call you Little Azure Dragon from now on. Little Azure Dragon. The little green dragon seemed a little confused about what little green dragon meant, but after a while it realized that this was the name the human in front of it had given it. Little Azure Dragon, yay! From now on, I'll be called Little Azure Dragon. The little green dragon was initially a little confused, but it quickly put those doubts aside and happily shouted the name Subai had given it. Seeing the little guy's happy expression, Subai let go of his hand and then nervously watched the little green dragon's next reaction. The freed little green dragon did not leave immediately as expected, but instead flew in mid-air, circling Subai again and again. Little Azure Dragon, didn't you say you could teleport directly to that valley? How do you teleport? Subai looked curiously at the little azure dragon flying in mid-air and asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, the little green dragon moved and arrived directly in front of Subai. Without further explanation, the little azure dragon closed its eyes on the spot, and after a short while, a passage that looked like a gate to another world appeared out of thin air in front of Subai. Holy crap! Subai was surprised. This little guy didn't seem very strong, but he actually had this trick up his sleeve? However, after the little green dragon created this portal to another world, the dragon itself looked somewhat weak, and a weak voice echoed in Subai's mind. Hurry up and get in. Once we're in, we'll reach the valley. I can only hold out for a little while. Although Xiao Qinglong looked weak, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Subai snapped out of his daze, hurriedly packed up all the barbecue equipment, and then prepared to enter the teleportation portal. Before putting it away, Subai tossed another piece of bear meat to the little green dragon in mid-air. It happily caught the meat, held it up, and then ate the whole piece in a few bites. Not bad, following this human really does bring good food. After finishing his preparations, Subai quickly passed through the portal, with the little green dragon following closely behind. A flash of white light appeared again, and then. P.S. A small dungeon is coming soon. Chapter 56 Saber-Toothed Tiger, Crisis. A flash of white light appeared, and when they reappeared, the man and the beast had clearly arrived at another place. Subai looked around in surprise and quickly realized that he had indeed arrived in an unfamiliar environment. What the little green dragon said was true. Wow, I'm really something. Subai was surprised. He hadn't expected that what the little green dragon said was true, and that he could even teleport others along with him. It should be noted that Little Azure Dragon's current strength is not even comparable to that of a second-tier alien beast at most, it is only a first-tier alien beast. In human terms, it would only be a quasi-martial artist. But with only the strength of the first rank, he is already able to teleport people. Just how heaven-defying is this talent? Subai was somewhat envious, but the system couldn't even detect this talent yet, let alone copy it. But even if we can't get it, it's okay, after all, we still have a silly little green dragon. Upon arriving in the unfamiliar environment, Subai immediately surveyed his surroundings. Only after confirming there were no threats did he ask the little green dragon beside him. Which direction is that valley you mentioned in? Follow me, it's not far ahead. There are two big guys guarding the entrance to the valley, so be careful. The little green dragon's childish voice rang out again, and then it slowly flew towards the valley. Subai looked at the little azure dragon flying in the air with a puzzled expression. This little guy didn't have wings, so how did he fly? If you're at a higher level, you can fly using spiritual energy, but this little guy seems to have been born with the ability to fly. Subai had no time to remain puzzled. Seeing that the little azure dragon was already some distance away, Subai quickly followed. Within minutes, after passing through a thicket of trees, Subai saw the valley that the little green dragon had mentioned. Although it's called a valley, it's actually more like a huge mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there's a very obvious entrance, and as the little green dragon said, there are two strange beasts guarding the entrance. Subai looked closely and saw that both beasts were saber-toothed tigers, high-level third-tier beasts. Good heavens, even the two gatekeeper beasts are third-tier beasts that I've been searching for a long time. As its name suggests, the saber-toothed tiger has extremely sharp teeth, just like swords. If a saber-toothed tiger finds an opportunity, it will not hesitate to strike and deliver a fatal blow. With one bite, its sharp teeth can instantly leave several bloody holes in your body. But this also makes the most valuable part of the saber-toothed tiger its teeth, which are rare materials for crafting weapons. However, these two saber-toothed tigers are a bit troublesome. Although Subai's attack power is already sufficient, he would really be unable to withstand a bite from a saber-toothed tiger. The valley is just ahead. Those two big guys are fierce, so be careful. Little Azure Dragon glared angrily at the two saber-toothed tigers and said. It tried to sneak in countless times, only to be stopped by these two saber-toothed tigers, and almost ended up in their stomachs. How awful. But it's all right now. With this powerful human teaching these two big guys a lesson, they'll definitely suffer. Subai nodded slightly without answering, and carefully lowered his head to slowly approach the valley. The little green dragon seemed to understand something, and like Subai, it lowered its altitude and hid next to Subai as it moved forward. Soon, the two stealthily arrived at the entrance. There were lush bushes on both sides of the entrance, and Subai was observing the reactions of the two saber-toothed tigers in one of them. However, the two saber-toothed tigers seemed unaware of Subai's arrival and remained motionless at the entrance, guarding him. Subai carefully took out the pure yang sword and secretly circulated his internal energy to prepare to kill one of the saber-toothed tigers instantly. Once the cultivation technique was fully activated, Subai seized the opportunity and slashed directly at the nearest saber-toothed tiger with his sword. Yuan Yang Slash. To be on the safe side, Subai used only 30% of his strength in this sword strike, but the saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground with a thud, its head and body separated. This sudden turn of events left the other saber-toothed tiger somewhat bewildered. It was guarding the gate perfectly well, so can someone tell me why the tiger next to me suddenly had its head split off? However, the saber-toothed tiger was still a third-tier beast, and it quickly reacted and attacked Subai directly. Little Azure Dragon secretly watched from behind as Subai attacked, figuring that going up in this kind of battle wouldn't make much of a difference. If I can't beat this human, I'll take him away one more time, since he fed me. After slaying one saber-toothed tiger, Subai blocked another saber-toothed tiger that was charging at him with his sword, leaving his sword wound on its body. After being knocked back by a sword, the saber-toothed tiger bared its teeth and glared angrily at Subai. This human not only killed his brother, but also dared to injure him. Today we must tear this human being to pieces, or we will not be able to quell the hatred in our hearts. The saber-toothed tiger watched the human warily, afraid that he might suddenly attack. Subai had no other thoughts. He had never been afraid of anyone in the Imperial City PK, whether it was a 3rd tier or 4th tier beast, he would kill it with one sword. Subai activated the Yuan Yang slash once more, its sharp sword energy spreading through the air, causing the saber-toothed tiger not far away to tremble slightly. The human in front of me seems to be about the same strength as me, so why is he able to unleash an attack that makes me so afraid? At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger only wanted to escape, casting aside any thoughts of brotherly revenge or personal vendetta. All it wanted was to survive. However, despite his thoughts, the saber-toothed tiger found that his limbs were stuck together as if glued, and he couldn't move an inch. The saber-toothed tiger could only watch helplessly as the human slashed at it with his sword, unable to muster even the slightest will to resist. With a single sword strike, another corpse lay before Subai. Subai quickly put away the 2 saber-toothed tiger corpses, waved to the little green dragon behind him to signal him to follow, and then rushed into the valley. Little Azure Dragon watched in shock as the human killed the saber-toothed tigers one by one with a single sword strike, as if slicing vegetables. This human is even bigger than everyone else. It seems we'll be able to get lots and lots of delicious food in this valley this time. Seeing Subai waving at him, the little green dragon eagerly followed. Once inside the valley, it becomes an even more hidden paradise. I initially thought it was just a cave, but it was a bit bigger and wider than a cave. But who knew that this would be the scene inside? The space inside the valley was vast, so vast that Subai didn't know how to describe it. This is like a hidden paradise that has been hollowed out from the entire mountain. At a glance, there is also a very large natural lake inside. As soon as Subai entered, he felt many murderous gazes directed at him. At this moment, Subai felt a real crisis for the first time. Chapter 57 Three-headed, 4th Order Beasts, 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. Upon closer inspection, several strange beasts were found resting by the lake. The strange beasts that were resting by the lake sensed the unfamiliar presence and slowly stood up, staring intently at the intruder before them. Subai casually glanced at a strange beast, a raging wild boar? Tier 4, beginner beast. Let's look at the other one, the Azure Serpent, a mid-level 4th tier beast. The last one, the Azure Cloud Sparrow, a high-level 4th tier beast. Damn, there are 3 4th tier exotic beasts right here, equivalent to the Martial King level. Why are you increasing the intensity so quickly? Seeing the hostile look in the eyes of the 3 strange beasts, Subai knew that he probably couldn't avoid this fight. Perfect timing. I wonder if these 3 4th tier beasts can force me to use my full strength and let me have some fun. Subai decided to strike first, and his first target was not the lowest level Berserk Wild Boar. Although the Berserk Boar has the lowest cultivation level among the various beasts, it is probably the most resilient in a fight, with thick skin and tough flesh, even surpassing the Fire Bear. The Azure Serpent, with its body spanning tens of meters, is inherently resilient and difficult to kill. The last one, the Azure Cloudbird, is an aerial beast. If it flies up into the sky and harasses me, plus the attack from the other 2 strange beasts, I might die here today. These are beasts at the Martial King level. I have no idea how much my strength is compared to theirs. I must be careful to avoid a disaster. Not to mention that this Azure Cloud Sparrow is the strongest of the 3 strange beasts, and we must put all our effort into dealing with it. Subai took the sword and began to activate his cultivation technique, his sword intent subtly unfolding. While the beasts were still warily watching Subai, the intruder, Subai moved with lightning speed and arrived in front of the Azure Cloud Sparrow in an instant. The Azure Cloud Sparrow is a 4th tier exotic beast, and its reaction speed is incredibly fast. The moment Subai charged at him, the Azure Cloud Sparrow flapped its wings, wanting to fly to the sky, for this was its true home ground. However, just as the Azure Cloud Sparrow took flight, Subai's sword struck down. With the enhancement of sword intent, the pure young sword cuts with unparalleled smoothness, as if slicing through iron like mud. With a single sword strike, one of the Azure Cloud Sparrow's wings was severed. Bang! The bluebird crashed heavily to the ground, its blood splattering everywhere. One wing was neatly severed and fell to the ground. The Azure Sky Sparrow lay on the ground groaning in pain, clearly having lost its fighting ability. Seeing that this human dared to attack first, the Azure Serpent and the Raging Boar could not hold back and attacked Subai together. The Azure Serpent spat at Subai from a distance, and Subai quickly dodged. Saliva splattered onto the wall, making a sizzling sound, and a large patch of the earth was corroded. Subai looked at the corroded wall behind him with lingering fear. He hadn't expected that the azure serpent could attack from a distance. Luckily, he had reacted quickly. A fierce glint flashed in Subai's eyes. Did they really think they could bully him just because it was 2 against 1? Dodging the charging attack of the raging boar, Subai slashed at the tail of the azure serpent with his sword. Put! The azure serpent split in 2, blood gushing from the severed joint, and hissing wildly. But this only enraged the azure serpent further, and it lashed out again, trying to entangle Subai. One of the rampaging boars couldn't break in time and crashed into the wall, causing the entire valley to tremble. Subai dodged the snake's body with a quick movement, but because he was not as fast as the azure serpent, he was still touched by its body. Subai crossed his arms to brace against the tail, and he was pushed back more than 10 meters before he finally stopped. Cough cough. Subai coughed twice, surprised that just one attack had embarrassed him so much. It seemed that after this battle, he would need to cultivate some techniques to strengthen his physique. Damn it, this snake is really tough. They say you have to strike a snake at its vital spot. Today I'll tear you to pieces. Subai unleashed his full sword intent, cleaving the sky and the earth with a single strike. One sword strike, and 10,000 swords fall. The azure serpent, which was still somewhat smug, was cleaved into several pieces by this sudden sword intent, dying with its eyes wide open in disbelief. After the sword strike, Subai felt somewhat weak. Damn it, I forgot I'm just a martial arts master now. I can't fully unleash the power of my techniques, my blood and energy are simply not supplied enough. Subai was temporarily weakened. After slamming its head against the wall, the raging boar shook its slightly dizzy head, then refocused its gaze and attacked Subai. Of the 3 strange beasts, the berserk boar was the weakest. It was easy to deal with, as it survived to the end, yet it was also difficult to deal with, as it crashed into a wall. But now, the weakened Subai was clearly no longer able to fight the wild boar, and could only use his agility to outmaneuver the ferocious boar. Its meager brain capacity doesn't allow it to think much, it just blindly charges forward. While dealing with the raging wild boar, Subai was also searching for rare and precious materials in the valley. According to Little Azure Dragon's description, there should be many rare and precious materials in this valley. Every spiritual herb or other object is filled with spiritual energy, which can almost instantly restore one's condition to full. This is all my fault for completely forgetting to prepare pills to restore my chi and spiritual energy. I simply forgot about it. The strange beasts I encountered before were all killed instantly with a single sword strike. There's not much spiritual energy loss, a couple of breaths and it'll be fully replenished. But to my surprise, the big guy that Little Azure Dragon mentioned, apart from the 2 third-tier beasts guarding the gate, was actually full of 4th-tier beasts, Martial King level beings. Little Azure Dragon discovered Subai's predicament from the shadows and quickly recalled what could rapidly restore his condition. I've got it. Little Azure Dragon thought of a place perhaps that thing would be useful to this human. So the little green dragon hurriedly transmitted its voice. Keep walking straight ahead, then turn right. There's a spring there, I used to drink from it all the time, so it should be able to help you. The little green dragon's voice rang in his heart. Subai had no time to hesitate and quickly followed the little green dragon's instructions to find the spring it mentioned. Subai kept running forward, and when he passed a fork in the road, he turned right without hesitation. Soon he saw the spring water in the little green dragon's mouth. As soon as the spring was seen, the system also sent a notification. Eternal elixir, produced from the Spirit Eye Spring. A single drop of this elixir can instantly restore all spiritual energy, making it a powerful weapon for turning the tide of battle. Subai's eyes lit up with joy when he saw the notification. He hadn't expected there to be such a heaven-defying spiritual liquid in this valley, and there was such a large pool of it. A single drop can restore all spiritual energy. Subai found it hard to believe that there was an entire pool of such a thing in front of him. It seems the little green dragon is tasting really good stuff, and it sounds like there's more than one, lots of delicious things. Without thinking further, Subai quickly scooped up a few drops of spiritual liquid with his hands and swallowed them in one gulp. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body instantly restored and his condition fully recovered, Subai quietly watched the ferocious wild boar that had caught up with him. After chasing you for so long, it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 58, One-Hit Kill, A Great Harvest. After chasing you for so long, it's time to send you on your way. As expected, the raging boar quickly caught up. Upon seeing Subai ahead, it charged directly at him without hesitation. However, Subai has now recovered his spiritual energy and is no longer afraid of the ferocious wild boar in front of him. The only thing to be aware of is that when the berserk boar is attacked, it will go into a berserk state as its name suggests, and its spikes will protrude. Its defense and attack power have both increased significantly, making it no match for ordinary martial artists. Subai frowned slightly, not expecting that the most troublesome one in the end would be the raging wild boar. The wild boar still charged forward relentlessly, fearless and undaunted. Subai looked at the 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid behind him. He couldn't let the wild boar waste it. Subai unleashed the full power of the Yuan Yang slash, instantly unleashing a powerful sword intent. However, the raging boar didn't care at all and stubbornly charged towards Subai. One sword cut him down. With a single sword strike, the immense sword intent transformed into a phantom sword, slashing fiercely towards the raging wild boar. Whoosh! Carrying the full force of Subai's sword intent, it charged straight at the raging wild boar. The rampaging boar's pace was unaffected by the sword intent. It would smash into anything that stood in its way. Bang! When the ferocious wild boar clashed with the sword intent, a powerful shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust, engulfing the ferocious wild boar within it. Subai looked nervously into the smoke and dust. The no harm without smoke rule is a major taboo in battle. He had managed to kill a mid-level 4th tier Azure Serpent with a single strike when he was close to his full strength. This low-level 4th tier Berserk boar should be no problem, right? The smoke and dust gradually dissipated as time passed. Subai watched the smoke and dust with tension. The raging boar was neatly cut in half vertically, its blood staining the earth red. Even so, the raging boar's body, already split in two, would occasionally twitch, making one wonder if the creature was truly dead. Subai breathed a sigh of relief. If the Berserk boar had gone into a berserk state, it would have been really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he killed it with a single sword strike beforehand. Subai ignored the corpses of the strange beasts. The 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid behind him was obviously many times better than the corpses of those beasts. They turned back and stood before the 10,000-year spirit liquid once more. Subai was extremely envious of the large pool of spiritual liquid, knowing that it could instantly restore all spiritual energy. If, during a battle, both individuals had nearly exhausted their spiritual energy, and then suddenly drank a drop of spiritual liquid, my health instantly returned to full. How are the opponents supposed to play? They have no chance. However, this treasure, which could be fought over by countless people, seemed so ordinary in this valley, sitting in a corner like a stagnant pool. However, no one can give Subai an answer. All he needs to know is that this pool of 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid now belongs to him. Subai took out some bottles, poured them directly into the pool to fill it up, and then put them into his spatial ring one by one. After filling more than a dozen 1-liter bottles, the pool slowly dried up. At the same time, the spirit eye spring mentioned in the description of this 10,000-year spirit liquid also appeared. At the bottom of the pool, a pure white lotus flower stood out prominently. At this moment, Subai could also see a drop of white spiritual liquid slowly condensing in the center of the lotus. Upon seeing the lotus, Subai was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the 10,000-year spirit liquid wasn't a one-time use item. If he could take this lotus with him, there would be a continuous supply of spirit liquid. Spiritual Eye Spring, a treasure capable of producing 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid, yielding 1 drop daily. Its other uses are unknown. Upon seeing the introduction, Subai exclaimed in surprise again, "Wow!" He never expected that this incredible 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid could only be produced at a rate of 1 drop per day. Based on the effects of this spiritual liquid, Subai was certain that if it were released to the public, it would be worth 100 million per drop, and someone would probably buy it. And this is only 1 drop a day. Isn't this a veritable treasure trove? Subai carefully dug down with his hands until he saw the roots of the lotus. Then he collected the entire lotus and the surrounding soil. However, after creating the lotus, Subai was puzzled as to where he should place the spirit eye spring. A spatial ring cannot hold this kind of thing. It can only store inanimate objects. But clearly, this lotus flower in front of us cannot be called an inanimate object. Master, this lotus flower can be stored in the system space, and the system space allows you to freely control whether time passes over it. Seeing Subai's deep hesitation, the system proactively offered a reminder. With the system's reminder, Subai had no more worries and directly put the lotus flower, along with the moist soil, into the system space. The system space was more like a world of its own when Subai's consciousness entered it. He saw a space that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Compared to the outside world, this place appears exceptionally desolate. However, the sheer size of the space surprised Subai. He had always thought that the system space was like the inventory slots in his previous life's game, but he never expected it to be a small world. After controlling the normal flow of time of the lotus, Subai's consciousness exited the system space. They are still in the valley. Although they have dealt with the few strange beasts, the dangers in the valley may not be completely eliminated. Moreover, one should know that there was a bluebird by the lake whose wings he had cut off, but which he had not killed. After collecting the spiritual liquid, Subai rushed back to the lakeside. Seeing the azure cloud sparrow lying on the ground groaning in pain, he didn't hesitate to cut off its head with a single stroke, causing it to die on the spot in the northwest. Now it's harvest time. After that, Subai never encountered any other strange beasts, as if those 3 beasts were already the most powerful beings in the valley. Under the guidance of the little green dragon, Subai found several more rare and precious materials, each of which was enough to drive any expert at the Grandmaster level or above crazy. Subai was amazed. He never expected that there would be so many rare and precious materials in this small valley, and that they would be taken by these few small fourth-order beasts. No one would believe it if he told others. Subai's harvest was quite bountiful. He even found nearly several hundred spirit stones in one place. Spirit stone. This was my initial goal. I never expected that there would be something like this in this valley. When Little Azure Dragon brought Subai to the spirit stone storage area, he rushed up and ate several stones in a row. But its little belly was like a bottomless pit. It ate several spirit stones but had no effect whatsoever. Subai quickly stopped the little green dragon, who still wanted to eat, and after some persuasion, he finally got it to give up its idea of spirit stones. The more Subai obtained, the more alarmed he became. This valley didn't seem like something that a few strange beasts could have created. Later, Subai even found several extremely rare longevity fruits among them. Based on those few fourth-tier beasts, Subai really didn't believe that they could have collected all these things. Looking at the adorable little green dragon in the air. Is it possible that this was actually the cave left by the baby dragon's parents? While Subai was reaping a bountiful harvest, the alien race at the entrance to another secret realm checked the time and was preparing to take action. Chapter 59 Alien Invasion. The group outside the entrance to the secret realm glanced at the time on their phones and calmly said, "Let's go. It's been 12 hours. Those guys should have finished their work by now. The hunt begins. Die." Ci-Chen held a long sword in his hand and charged at the low-level third-tier alien beast in front of him. After a loud shout, the beast collapsed to the ground. Ci-Chen didn't rush to find the next target. Instead, he quickly took out his distress device and checked the leaderboard. With the 200 points provided by this Tier 3 beast, Ci-Chen successfully overtook Ji Tianyu to become the number 1 on the leaderboard. To explain, because the level of the monsters killed by the protagonist has exceeded the scoring system, the data is stored in the score, but because there is no setting, higher-level monsters will not be counted in the score. First place, Ci-Chen 1220. Second place, Ji Tianyu 1110. Third place, Xiao Xingyuan 1080. Fourth place, Chu Youyu 950. Ci-Chen was very pleased to feel the powerful strength brought by the Martial Master Realm. I never expected that I would actually break through to the Martial Master Realm through this competition. You know, there are still several months until the National Martial Arts examination. This time is enough for me to solidify my strength as a beginner martial artist. Then I just need to practice some techniques that correspond to my special talents. With all this preparation, I might be able to get a good result in the martial arts exam just by relying on my S-level talent. But when it comes to competing for the national champion title, Ci-Chen is still pretty sure he has a pretty good idea of what he's doing. Because he awakened his talent ahead of time, even with his S-level talent, he cultivated to the level of a beginner martial artist. Wouldn't those SSS-level talent prodigies be defying the heavens? So Ci-Chen had a good idea of what was going on. He didn't want to compete with those prodigies for the top spots. As long as he could squeeze into the top 10, he would consider it a success. Ci-Chen was satisfied after seeing himself in first place. It seemed that he could catch up with this SS-level genius. But who was this Xiao Xingyuan? Ci-Chen clearly remembered that this person was definitely not on the leaderboard before, so how did he suddenly appear on the leaderboard? Ci-Chen became wary. He knew Ji Tianyu very well, which was why he was so sure that he could surpass him and become number 1. But who is this Xiao Xingyuan who suddenly appeared? Gu Chen was actually pushed out of the top 3? That's the young master of the Gu family, fully equipped with divine gear. And who is this 4th-ranked Chu Youyu? It sounds like a girl's name. When did such a powerful woman appear? But I didn't get any news about it. Ci-Chen looked at the two unfamiliar people who suddenly appeared and felt that the situation was getting out of his control. Now he could only try to get more points. As time has passed, fewer than 100 people remain in the secret realm. Almost everyone was being monitored and the entire process was being broadcast live, so Chu Yoyu's amazing performance naturally surprised many people. Inside the live stream room. Who exactly is this beautiful woman? Why haven't we heard a single word about her? Goddess. She's my goddess now, and I'm going to confess my love to her. This strength, a beginner martial artist? How is that possible? How could someone be a beginner martial artist before even entering the secret realm? This can't be real, right? Holy crap, she's so ruthless. How could she bear to hurt such an adorable bunny? But even the goddess looks so beautiful when she's attacking. Jiang Province, Tianhai City, why is it this place again? Isn't Wang Fugue, who led 3 henchmen to wreak havoc in the land, also from this place? The viewers in the live stream were both surprised and delighted by the sudden appearance of this beautiful woman who possessed both looks and talent. I'm happy because I finally have a beautiful goddess to look at, and I don't have to watch that bunch of grown men killing each other anymore. However, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed the Jiang Province badge on her chest and speculated whether there was any connection between the goddess and the beast tamer. Old Ren, you explain yourself. At this moment, Zhang Hongyuan and Luo Hongfei in the monitoring room questioned Ren Mingxian, how could this old guy be so good at hiding things? The two had already seen Chu Yoyu's information, SS-level talent, beginner martial artist. Can anyone tell me what the intelligence agencies are doing? How come they didn't even have a single word about such a big thing? Keep in mind that this is a genius with SS-level talent, and his cultivation level is even higher than Martial Master. It's a complete dereliction of duty on the part of the intelligence department that they didn't even know about such a genius. Ren Mingxian smiled and said in response to their questions. Didn't I tell you that person isn't Wang Fugue? It's not Wang Fugue, but you just won't believe me. What can I do about it? And Lao Luo, you should be secretly happy. 2 of the top 3 in the standings are from your Tao province, while my Jiang province doesn't have a single one. Sigh. Ren Mingxian first feigned weakness towards the enemy. Although I don't know why the trump card hasn't been played yet, I guess he's waiting for some opportunity. Ren Mingxian didn't see any trace of him from the drone's perspective, which was strange. However, geniuses have their own ideas, which are beyond the comprehension of us old folks. Let it be. Anyway, the competition is still a long way off, no rush. The few suspicious examinees had finished arranging all the items and found a secluded corner to hide in, waiting for the adults to arrive. Some of them even carefully evaded the drone's automatic tracking several times to avoid being exposed, and had even thrown away their distress devices early on. Anyway, once the adults arrive, I'll just leave with them. Staying here will expose my identity sooner or later. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? A voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the waiting group. Now that we've done our duty, sir, what do you need us to do? Or should we just wait for you here? One of them replied in their mind. This is a special way of transmitting sound between different races. As long as the distance is not too far, the 2 sides can convey information to each other in their consciousness. You all stay where you are. Once we reach the edge of the barrier, we'll coordinate an attack from the inside and outside. Just follow my orders. Yes, sir. We will remain where we are and await your orders. There was no reply, but the 3 of them were overjoyed. After waiting for so long, the adults have finally arrived. They knew that they were in danger of being discovered every second they hid there. They were only able to infiltrate the secret realm because of the special items given to them by the higher-ups, which allowed them to disguise themselves as humans and blend in. However, the effect will gradually fade over time, and before the adult arrives, a human expert will come first. Within the formation, the presence of alien races is easily detected by humans. In the blink of an eye, a martial emperor and 3 grandmaster alien races had arrived at the edge of the barrier of the secret realm's safe zone. After closing his eyes and sensing it for a moment, the martial emperor confirmed. That's right, the array's subordinates have already set up their positions in the designated spots. We can begin now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barrier, Su Bai, with the little green dragon, returned to the safe zone laden with spoils. P.S. Speed up the progress, it feels a bit slow. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review and recommend it if you're looking for something to read. Thanks. Chapter 60. The formation was destroyed, and the signal was interrupted. Back in the safe zone, Su Bai didn't rush to hunt the alien beasts. Instead, he took out his distress device and glanced at the leaderboard. The first few names were ones I remembered before, but who is this Xiao Xingyuan? They actually broke into the top 3 and pushed the others out. However, Subai was only curious for a short while. There are countless participants in the competition. Among them, besides a few obvious geniuses, there are certainly many hidden talents who are waiting to make a name for themselves during the competition. Xiao Xingyuan might be one of them. But why aren't the monsters I killed included in the points leaderboard? Subai looked at his unchanging 30 points and wondered. Logically speaking, a tier 3 beginner level alien beast should be worth 200 points. The third tier high level alien beasts I killed outside the safe zone and the 5 alien beasts in the valley did not count towards my points. Otherwise, based on the points for 4th tier alien beasts, I would probably be in first place already. But that doesn't really matter. I can just find a few more tier 3 low level alien beasts to kill and I'll probably get first place. With this in mind, Subai began to wander around the safe zone, searching for traces of 3rd tier alien beasts. Upon encountering a tier 3, low-level alien beast, Subai would slay it without hesitation with a single strike, collect the corpse, and quickly move on to the next beast. The technique was swift and decisive, and the person moved with incredible speed. Several times, drones even captured the moment Subai instantly killed a tier 3 alien beast, only to find the beast's corpse had been collected and disappeared the next second. The person's appearance was not shown in the shot. Holy crap, guys, am I seeing things? What was that thing? It just vanished in a flash? Holy crap, such a huge tier 3 beast was instantly killed? Who on earth was that? What kind of monster is this? He instantly killed a 3rd tier alien beast, and even the drone couldn't keep up with his speed. Why isn't there a clear view of their face? There's just a fleeting figure. Who is this? I've never seen them before. Everyone in the livestream was speculating about the identity of this mysterious big shot, but the monitoring room was already in an uproar. Especially Luo Hongfei, who had always been praised, stood up in surprise. Old Ren, you old rascal, you're really dishonest. Your Jiang province has actually produced several geniuses this year, and you're still pretending to be weak while trying to fool me? Trying to play those childish tricks, huh? How old are you anyway? Zhang Hongyuan did the same, looking at Ren Mingxian with ill intent. I thought that although I might not be able to defeat Lao Luo this time, he had a genius who could break through to the martial master level at any time, while my SS level hadn't even touched the edge of the martial master level yet. But Zhang Hongyuan never expected that Jiang province, which was clearly at the bottom of the rankings, actually harbored as many as 3 extraordinary talents. Yes, a monster. Those 3 can't be described as geniuses at all, they're absolute prodigies. With the observational skills of the 3 grandmasters, they naturally saw the figure in the surveillance footage. Moreover, the points on the leaderboard are updated in real time, so how could they not know who this person in front of them is? Subai, from Tianhai City, Jiangxi Province, possesses the talent of a celestial. Upon seeing the immortal grade talent, the group was visibly taken aback, then their eyes lit up with fervor. Nearly 1,000 years later, has this talent actually reappeared? However, the group was immediately puzzled as to why such a talented genius would participate in this small competition. Given the rarity of this talent, he probably would have been admitted to those universities long ago, right? Moreover, wouldn't such a peerless genius travel thousands of kilometers to this place and be afraid of being assassinated by alien spies? The alien races have done their fair share of dirty deeds over the years, but the humans can only feel indignant but cannot express it. Humanity is currently at a disadvantage on the interdimensional battlefield and has no say whatsoever. Thinking about this, the group felt that something was amiss. It seems, something is about to happen. The martial emperor in the corner seemed to say nothing, but he was actually deeply shocked. Of all the people present, no one knew better than him what this talent truly represented. The shock was greater than all the previous surprises, including the wealth of the beast tamer's talent and the fact that someone had broken through to the level of a martial master. Jiangxi Province, Tianhai City. What kind of mysterious place is this? The 4 aliens were at the edge of the barrier contacting several undercover agents in the safe zone, asking them to come to the edge of the barrier to prepare to meet up with their group. As the leading martial emperor, he was currently concentrating on sensing the arrangement of the formation. That's right, besides being a martial emperor, he also has a special identity, a formation master. At this moment, the array materials that had been placed in the designated locations by the others also began to tremble slightly under the influence of this martial emperor. The materials scattered in various locations seemed to be drawn together, linking one by one, and slowly forming an array. Now! Shatter the formation. With a shout, the Martial Emperor unleashed his full power, shattering the so-called safe zone formation before them. The moment the formation shattered, the formation master outside the secret realm also felt a tacit understanding, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting immediately. The group in the monitoring room, seeing the completely lost signal, seemed to sense something was wrong. The four of them got up and flew straight towards the entrance of the secret realm. Tens of millions of viewers in the livestream were filled with questions as the screen suddenly went black. What happened? Why did the screen suddenly go completely black? What's going on? My goddess, where did she go? What the hell is that damn streamer doing? Get the feed back up. Holy crap, I was really enjoying watching that. Fu Gue was ganging up on one guy with four of them. It looked so satisfying, but he was just hiding in the back the whole time. What a waste of such a talented guy. What's wrong with the organizers? Fix it quickly. How can anyone watch it with this black screen? My brother is still in there, and I'm waiting for him to get a good ranking so I can brag about it. RNM, fix. At this moment, the live stream was filled with curses. I was watching something perfectly fine, and suddenly the screen went black? However, the screen in the live stream quickly returned to normal, showing not footage from the secret realm, but an announcement. Notice. Due to a technical issue causing the drone signal to be lost, the live stream is currently suspended pending technical support. Thank you for your understanding, and we apologize. After this announcement came out, everyone criticized it even more harshly. How could such a big competition have technical problems? It was just getting to the exciting part and it was gone? However, this announcement only provided a temporary explanation. The people who spoke had all rushed into the secret realm, and it's unclear what exactly happened within it. Chapter 61, Alien Race Enters the Formation, Examinees Gather. Within the secret realm, the alien Martial Emperor, having barely had time to rejoice at the completed formation, hurriedly gave his orders. Zhu Debiao, of the three of you, only you are suitable to enter the formation. The other two will join me in holding off the human experts. Remember this, if you fail to complete the mission or make any mistakes this time, I will tear you to pieces when we get back. Alright, let's go inside. Before Zhu Debiao could reply, Hemingway, as the vampire emperor, didn't want to say another word to the pig in front of him, so he kicked him straight in. Based on his Grandmaster level and the fact that he has been feeding on humans for a long time, this mission is best suited for him to hunt. He was all too familiar with the scent of humans. But I wonder if this idiot will get himself into any trouble. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Zhu Debiao wasn't angry at all after being kicked into the formation. After all, a large and delicious meal was waiting for him, so why would he be angry? Sir, sending the dead pig in won't cause any trouble, will it? With his pig brain? Yes, sir, it would be better to let me in. I guarantee I can kill everyone inside in the shortest amount of time. That dead pig will just go in and eat, and that would be bad. The other two spoke up with concern. As the three people who knew him best, how could they not know the nature of that dead pig? No need. He must have some brains to have reached this level, and he does have a knack for finding humans. Let him go. Prepare for battle. I can already sense the presence of a powerful human expert. Hemingway looked in a certain direction, towards which the human Martial Emperor and the three others, Old Ren, were rushing over. From afar, the group could already see that the area that was originally a safe zone was shrouded in thick black fog, indicating that this event was extraordinary. The Martial Emperor, with his exceptional insight, immediately recognized it as a defensive formation, which could only be entered with the permission of the formation master. Otherwise, it would be necessary to forcefully break through the formation and attack from the outside. Alternatively, it can wait for the energy required for the formation to operate to be exhausted, causing it to disappear on its own. Upon seeing this formation, the Martial Emperor felt uneasy. What happened? Where was the defensive array of the safe zone? How did it turn into this defensive array? Could it be that some alien race has infiltrated them? Oh no, this is terrible. This change naturally attracted the attention of the students who were inside the formation. The main problem was that the thick black curtain blocked out the original light in the secret realm, and the areas covered by the formation were pitch black. Several candidates thought this was also part of the exam, and without hesitation, they took out something resembling a flashlight from their spatial rings and illuminated the surroundings. The light was so bright in the darkness that Zhu Debiao went straight toward it after entering. As a different race, their vision was completely unaffected in the dark, and they were as agile as in daylight. Upon reaching a bright spot, Zhu Debiao saw a human holding a light source, cautiously looking around. However, Zhu Debiao didn't care about any of that. He just looked at the human with a bit of a craving. This aura, another delicious human. I haven't had such delicious food in ages. Zhu Debiao rushed out and swallowed the intermediate martial artist with S-level talent in one gulp before he could react. Zhu Debiao patted his unchanged belly and smacked his lips. This little bit of food wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Su Bai seemed to have noticed something as well, and frowned as he looked at the dark sky. What's going on here? At the same time, the instructors inside the formation also looked curiously at the suddenly darkened sky. What was going on? They didn't remember this being a part of the exam. Several people took out special communicators, trying to contact the people outside the realm. What was going on? However, when the group took out their special communicators, they found that for some reason, the communicators could not receive signals and they could not communicate with the outside world at all. It was only then that the group realized that things seemed to be out of control. What on earth had happened? The group was very puzzled and decided to set off to find the other mentors to discuss what had happened. As for most of the candidates, they thought this was another test, so they hid in a place and waited to see what would happen. But most people neither hid nor took action, remaining where they were and waiting for the next developments. Unlike those idiots who just turned on their lights, they didn't expose their location. In the middle of nowhere, in a secret area, you're trying to burn your life by shining a light in the dark? Do you think this is your home, where you can just turn on any light and it won't matter? If you attract several strange beasts, you'll be outmatched with your bare hands and fists, and you won't even know how you were eliminated in the end. Sure enough, those candidates with their lights on were soon found by Zhu Debiao and devoured one by one, crunchy and delicious. Many candidates who were hiding in the shadows and trying their best to conceal themselves witnessed this process and looked at the terrifying aura emanating from Zhu Debiao with horror. How is this possible? Isn't this a grand competition? Why would a grandmaster from another race be involved? Where are the martial emperor experts? Where are those great guardians? How could we possibly allow this alien race to enter the secret realm? After Zhu Debiao had gone far away, the examinees who saw this situation hurriedly left the place and quickly traversed the jungle in search of human martial artists. In this situation, everyone must be informed and gather together as soon as possible to come up with a solution. Otherwise, they will be captured one by that terrifying alien race, and eventually the entire army will be wiped out. The news spread quickly among many martial artists, and soon dozens of examinees gathered in a huge tree hollow. Fu Gui, Chu Youyu, Gu Chen are all among them, including several mentors they have already met. Most of the people on the leaderboard had arrived, except for Xiao Xingyuan and Su Bai, who had suddenly appeared. Most of the survivors gathered together to discuss solutions. What's going on? Why did a Grandmaster level expert break into the competition? Wasn't there a barrier? How were they able to get in? If you ask me, let's charge out together. Maybe there's still a chance. Otherwise, we're just waiting to die here. I'm a high-level martial artist now, and my future is bright. Don't worry, they'll definitely find a way to rescue us. This sudden darkness is probably the work of the alien race. All our communication facilities are useless now. Don't panic, everyone. With such a big change happening here, those adults outside will definitely notice what's going on. We just need to wait for rescue, there's no need to go out and risk our lives. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, and the group quickly split into two factions, seemingly ready to part ways. At this moment, Chu Youyu and the others looked around anxiously, searching for Su Bai's figure. After scanning the room and finding no one, Chu Youyu felt a pang of anxiety. Could something have happened to Su Bai? Chapter 62 The Lizardmen, Torture. Chu Youyu and her companions discreetly moved away from the crowd to a corner. Those people were still having disagreements. Even at this point they were probably afraid of dying too soon. Meanwhile, the top-ranked individuals on the leaderboard quietly retreated to a corner. There was no argument with that group of people. These idiots. If that powerful alien finds them, the first to die will be this group of people arguing right now. And those who wanted to rush out together. The group was too lazy to even offer any advice. Respect the fate of others and let go of the urge to help others. What does that have to do with me? Fast forward to the scene where they're captured by the alien race. Chu Youyu, Fu Gui, and Gu Chen were discussing in a corner whether or not to leave this place. With so many people around, this place will definitely be exposed eventually. At that point, there will be no way to escape. Chen and Ji Tianyu sized up the three people in the corner. Although it was dark inside the tree hollow, both of them had a feeling that these people were not simple. Some people can tell a person's general background just from their demeanor. As members of prestigious families, Chen and Ji Tianyu were well versed in the art of judging character. Thinking about it, the two hesitated whether to go and say hello. In this situation, it's clear that having a group of friends increases the chances of survival, while acting alone and being discovered means certain death. Those who are at the Grandmaster level or above are far beyond the capabilities of everyone present. It should be noted that even the strongest mentors among them are only Martial King level experts. Compared to a Grandmaster, a Martial King is utterly insignificant. Even if everyone rushed at him, they would only be easy prey. While everyone was discussing it, Pig de Biao, who had been searching for humans for a long time, finally realized something was wrong. Why are there fewer and fewer humans around? How long has it been since we've found more than a few? However, Zhu de Biao did not suspect anything else. After all the communication facilities inside the formation had been destroyed, so how could these humans hide together if they could not contact each other? Several undercover agents were also involved in the operation with Zhu de Biao. At this point, their concealment period had ended, and they reverted to their true forms. They worked together with Zhu de Biao to search for traces of humans. Subai walked to a place where the smell of blood in the air seemed to indicate that a strange beast had just died. But at that moment, Subai seemed to have kicked something. Although the formation was now pitch black, Subai crouched down to examine the object carefully. Subai was startled when he saw what he had kicked. Isn't this a human arm? Why are there human remains here? What happened here? Subai hurriedly looked around, and after confirming that there were no strange beasts nearby, he carefully examined the situation in the area. Subai quickly noticed a strange smell permeating the surrounding air. Besides the smell of blood, there was also a lingering aura of violence. This doesn't resemble the kind of traces humans can leave behind. Moreover, there were no signs of a battle nearby. It's very likely that the owner of that severed limb was killed instantly, without even having time to react. Those who have persevered until now are truly exceptional, 1 in 100. A third-tier beast simply cannot do what is happening right now. The cunning frog keeps touching your belly. There's only one truth: a major incident has occurred within the safe zone. Subai thought of the Su family for a moment, but immediately shook his head. If the Su family had that kind of ability, they wouldn't be alive today. But apart from the Su family, the only ones capable of achieving this situation are alien races. Subai was startled by his own conjecture. You should know that there are martial emperors outside the secret realm. How dare the alien races hunt down human geniuses so openly? Thinking of this, Subai quickly concealed himself, just as he heard a sound coming from not far away. Brother, why do you think those lords still want us to stay in there? With Lord Pig around, there's nothing we can do in this secret realm. Yes, these humans are really cunning. It's taken so long to find 2 or 3 humans, which is not enough to eat at all. I wonder where they've all hidden. Sai, stop talking. Let's hurry up and find the rest of the humans. The human experts have already arrived. The formation outside probably won't hold for long, sir. Especially that Subai, he must be buried here. As they talked, the group hurried towards Subai's direction. Subai listened to their conversation from the shadows. The preceding conversation already sounded strange, and then it turned out that the group's target was him? Subai wondered if he had offended anyone in the secret realm. Moreover, based on their conversation, they don't seem to be human. Aside from the human race, only one truth remains in the end. These people are from another race. Are these people here for me? Has the safe zone really been invaded by alien races? No wonder the sky suddenly darkened. The alien race had set up another formation on top of the barrier. Subai hid in the shadows and waited for the group to approach. The group's aura was only at the martial master level, which he could handle. The visibility was very poor, and Subai could only vaguely see several figures walking towards him. When the group arrived at the site of Subai's hiding place, the three were not given time to react. Subai instantly killed 2 alien races with a single sword strike, leaving one alive for questioning. The surviving alien was frozen in terror, too terrified to move. This is an encounter with a human mentor? I ask, you answer, understand? Subai placed his sword against the last alien head, applied slight pressure, and asked in a cold voice. Understood, understood. Upon hearing this, the alien nodded frantically like a rat, fearing that the sword would kill him in the next second. Subai carefully examined the alien race before him. It has a lizard's head, a human body, and a long tail. His face was filled with terror, as if he was frightened by his own ruthless methods. But this lizard man wasn't stupid. While cooperating with Subai, he secretly contacted the pig lord in his mind. I'm asking you, how many people are there in total this time? What is your highest level, and what is the situation outside? Subai's eyes sharpened as he coldly questioned him. The surviving alien happened to be the leader of the three, and he barely escaped death by standing on the edge. There are 4 of us this time. This lizard man was still trying to stall for time. Once he contacted the adults, he was determined to make this human die a horrible death. Subai didn't say anything after hearing this nonsense, and slowly cut his sword into the head. He stopped just as he was about to scratch the skin and continued asking. I ask, you answer, just get to the point. If it happens again, I don't know where your head will go. 4 people, the highest level Grandmaster. Right now, your human martial emperor is fighting the Blood Clan martial emperor outside. While you hold them off, let the Grandmasters and the 3 of us come in to hunt down humans. Feeling threatened, the lizard man spoke rapidly, recounting the entire incident in just a few seconds. After listening, Subai pondered for a moment, and just then, the lizard man found that the signal in his mind had finally received a response. The lizard man's face lit up with joy. Human, your death is imminent. Chapter 63: The Provocateurs and Conservatives, discovered. Unfortunately, before he could even feel happy for a second, Subai's sword slashed down without hesitation. You. The lizard man looked at Subai with resentment before dying, then fell straight down. The last reply I received before I died. Where are you? He was already dead just as he was about to answer. It gives hope and then despairs. No one knows what the final feeling will be like. Most importantly, he died without ever knowing that the person in front of him was Subai, whom they had been so eager to kill. Subai pondered the current crisis, the highest realm, Grandmaster. When fighting a 4th-tier beast, as long as he is at full strength, he can kill it instantly with a single, all-out attack. The power of that strike was probably comparable to that of a Grandmaster. But this doesn't mean Subai can defeat a Grandmaster. Not to mention that this last alien was actually a Grandmaster-level expert. How could a Grandmaster-level expert appear here? If reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, all the examinees in the secret realm would probably have died here. Once a Grandmaster is discovered, no one, including myself, can resist him. Thinking of this, Subai quickly left the place. This place is not safe to stay. Subai wasn't stupid. He knew that the man had revealed so much information to him just to buy time. Subai didn't believe they didn't have secret communication methods. The fleeting surprise on his face before he killed him was genuine. So Subai swung his sword without hesitation. Grandmaster. I'll have to rely on the system to deal with this behemoth. I wonder how Yoyu and Fugue are doing. I hope nothing bad has happened to them. Subai was powerless to do anything after hearing the news, and couldn't help but feel worried. The most urgent thing now is to find a place to access the system and see if there is any solution. Unfortunately, most of the 100 spirit stones I just acquired will probably be swallowed up by this damn system. Once I get out, I'll definitely have to ask a few big shots for reimbursement. How could a mere test taker have faced such a serious threat to his life? The promised Tier 3 beast turned out to be a Grandmaster. Is this okay? This is not good. Hateful. Several thousand meters away from Subai, Zhu Debia was looking at the signal that appeared in his mind with confusion. This thing kept ringing, but after I replied, it stopped talking. What does that mean? What are those 3 little lizards up to? Zhu Debia stopped and waited for the lizards to reply, not wanting to miss any important information. However, Zhu Debia was destined to wait in vain for a response, since all 3 lizards were dead. Would their souls reply to him? Inside the tree hole. The 2 sides in the dispute finally reached a conclusion. The group of several dozen people was divided into 3 factions. One faction was the breakthrough faction, proposed by a group of test takers. The main strategy is to rush out together and return to the outside world before the alien race can react, so that there is no need to worry about the alien race attacking. Even the boldest alien race wouldn't dare to openly storm into the arena and kill people. When the masses rise up and attack, even a Grandmaster will not be able to withstand it. The other faction is the Conservatives. Their idea was to stay hidden in the tree hole forever. As long as the alien race doesn't find this place, reinforcements will arrive sooner or later to save everyone, but the timing is uncertain. The advanced faction felt that instead of waiting to die, they might as well make a charge, since at least there was still a glimmer of hope. As for the least populated faction, it is the Go with the Flow faction, led by the top few on the leaderboard. There were only a few people inside: Xu Yaoyu, Wang Fugui, Gu Chen, Xi Chen. Completely disregarding the ideas of the two factions, they figured that even if the Grandmaster really came to kill them, they would have ways to protect themselves. However, this kind of life-saving method should never be used casually unless it is absolutely necessary. So the group just watched the two factions argue, and after everyone except them had chosen sides, they prepared to take action. The advancement faction is led by a mentor, and the rest are mostly intermediate martial artists, or a few scattered advanced martial artists. Their talents are all at least A-level geniuses. However, no one stopped these people from going to their deaths. After all, it's not bad to have these people go out to attract attention and buy time for everyone. That's just how the world is. If you try to persuade others out of pity, and end up dying yourself, then it's a losing proposition. As for others wanting to act like saints, everyone else is more than supportive. This is a world where people kill without blinking an eye, and hundreds or thousands of people are sacrificed every day on the battlefield. It's not the so-called equality for all that was mentioned before. There are various legal conditions that constrain it. This is a world of high-level martial arts where strength speaks for itself. What's the use of you bunch of people who don't even have this much courage? Hiding here like cowards, waiting for the reinforcements that have been delayed for so long? Even if reinforcements arrive in the end, they'll only be there to collect your corpses. I think you should just hide. The radical faction members, who were about to leave, couldn't help but curse. In his mind, if everyone rushed out in different directions, someone would surely survive. But if we stay in this tree hole, we'll eventually be discovered and wiped out by the grandmasters of the alien race. It's better to go all out and fight. To be honest, what these people said is not wrong. When you encounter difficulties, don't always think that someone will come to your rescue. You should be brave enough to break through the predicament in front of you. But they overlooked one problem. Their martial arts skills were a full 4 major realms below those of a grandmaster. There are 4 major realms in total. Has anyone thought about this concept? To others, a swarm of people rushing out is just like a bunch of ants making a futile struggle. They'll probably be wiped out before they even get out of there. The radical faction, including a mentor, consisted of only a dozen or so people. But these people gritted their teeth and decided to make a charge, hoping that if they could escape and spread the message, they might be saved. There's no need to persuade us anymore. We have different paths and cannot work together. The gap in strength between us and the alien race is too great. There is no need for us to resist. We should just leave it to fate. Before the conservatives could continue speaking, a voice suddenly made everyone tense up, their expressions filled with horror as they stared at the entrance to the tree hole. Oh dear, so the little mice were all hiding here. No wonder it took so long to find just a few. This really saves us a lot of trouble. After waiting for a few minutes and still seeing no news, Zhu Debiao continued searching for traces of humans. But unexpectedly, when passing by a huge tree trunk, Zhu Debiao smelled a strong human scent. The taste of delicious food. So many smell so good. They were all hiding here. Everyone was shocked. The alien grandmaster had arrived. Chapter 64. The wonderful things you imagine are just someone bearing the burden for you. Oh no! Those who initially held differing opinions now lost interest. In this situation, being blocked at the cave entrance by a grandmaster means that a single misstep could lead to total annihilation. Students, find the right moment and run. We'll hold them off, and you'll split up and run. Don't just stand there, run. At this moment, several mentors came to their senses and shouted anxiously. Every child present might be a hope for the future battlefield. The highest peak they and their companions could reach in their lives was probably only Grandmaster. But these children are different. Their talents far surpass mine, and once they grow up, their contributions to China and all of humanity will certainly be far greater than mine. When faced with life or death situations in foreign tribes, the Chinese people have always been able to unite as one, which is the reason why they have been able to confront foreign tribes for thousands of years. At this moment, even though they knew they had reached a dead end, the mentors still stepped forward without hesitation, exchanging their lives for the opportunity for these young Chinese talents to grow. Is it worth it? Worth. Several instructors stood firmly before all the students, but their slightly trembling legs betrayed the fear in their hearts. Are you scared? Afraid. Do you regret it? No regrets. Even those secretly observing from the corner couldn't help but feel admiration. The reason why China has been able to stand tall for thousands of years is because of a group of people who are carrying heavy burdens on the front lines. Many of the candidates present also realized what was happening. Their fear urged them to leave this place as soon as possible, to run as far away as possible. However, some people were moved by the scene and stood firmly by the side of the mentors to fight against the invincible enemy before them. Even so, many people still ran away out of fear. Before long, apart from those standing in front facing the alien race, most of the others fled in all directions. Zhu Debiao didn't stop them, quietly watching this good show, clicking his tongue in amazement. You humans are truly a strange race. So loyal and righteous, yet fleeing in such a sorry state. I really want to admire this beautiful scene a little longer. In Zhu Debiao's view, those who escaped would ultimately end up no different from those who stood in his way. Their fate would be the same, death. It's just a waste of a little more time. But what we missed was a great show. You alien races slaughter our human geniuses with such wanton abandon. Aren't you worried about retaliation from the human race? One of the mentors couldn't help but question the Grandmaster before him. Including myself and my group, there are nearly 100 humans here. Are these alien races really not afraid of the wrath of the human race? It should be noted that although China has struggled somewhat in the interdimensional battlefield in recent years, it has not been in a situation of overwhelming dominance. Why are these alien races so audacious as to directly attack all the geniuses in one arena? This situation, although it has happened before in history, but almost all of the incidents involved only one person. There has never been a case like this before, where candidates in a major competition are being slaughtered. When confronted with the question, Zhu Debiao was too lazy to answer it. After glancing around and seeing that most of the people who were supposed to run had already done so, he slowly walked towards the crowd. If this mission weren't so important, I would have liked to play a little longer. Let me see, where is Su Bai? Zhu Debiao recalled the image in his mind and compared it with everyone present. The main target this time is still that human named Su Bai, with immortal grade talent. We must never allow this human to grow up. Zhu Debiao had already screened the group of people who had run away, and none of them matched the image in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, there must be someone among the remaining group of people who was looking for me, right? After scanning the room, Zhu Debiao frowned in displeasure. This is troublesome. That human isn't in here. Looks like I'll have to go find him myself. Little mouse, where will you hide next? Finding no sign of Su Bai, Zhu Debiao lost interest in continuing to play with the others and decided to simply eat them one by one while he went to find his target. There are a few secondary objectives involved. Let me see. Chu Youyu, Wang Fugue, Chen. A series of images flashed through Zhu Debiao's mind, all matching the little mice in the corner. This was, in a way, a piece of good news. Without any further words, Zhu Debiao charged straight at the crowd, grabbed a piece of food standing in front of him, and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, the other instructors, though knowing their attacks were ineffective, still drew their weapons and charged at the alien in front of them. Zhu Debiao was surprised to see that a group of food dared to resist, and he had originally intended to let them live a few more seconds. If you don't cherish it, then let's die together. Zhu Debiao reached out with his other hand to grab the instructors, intending to eat them all up. Bite. The weapon struck Zhu Debiao, and as expected, even with the strength of several martial kings, they couldn't break through Zhu Debiao's defenses. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Not to mention that the alien in front of them was 2 whole realms older than them. This blow was less than a tickle to Zhu Debiao. Zhu Debiao grabbed several instructors who rushed over, somewhat disdainfully, and handed them over to them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fast-moving arrow shot towards the back of Zhu Debiao's head, with a faint whooshing sound coming from behind. Zhu Debiao knew about the commotion behind him but did not react. They're just a bunch of weak humans. Do you think they can hurt themselves with such a small attack? Don't be ridiculous. Ignoring the attack from behind, just as Zhu Debiao was about to devour several people, an arrow pierced through his defenses and pierced straight into the back of his head. Buzz. Even after the arrow pierced the bow, its tail continued to tremble, demonstrating the power of the sword strike. Ah! The pig Debiao, in pain, loosened his grip, and the humans he was about to eat all fell to the ground. After realizing what was happening, they quickly distanced themselves from the alien in front of them. The remaining people looked curiously in the direction from which the arrows had come. Upon seeing a figure in the tree, everyone realized that none of them recognized the person. This person definitely wasn't there when we were communicating inside the tree hole just now. Shu Youyu and the others also looked in the direction of the attack with concern. Apart from Su Bai, they could not think of anyone else who could do such a thing. However, just as the group looked in that direction, on a tree in the distance stood a boy dressed plainly, with a few strands of hair fluttering slightly in the wind and a serious expression on his handsome face. He held an unusual bow in his hand, and the way he aimed again indicated that the arrow had been shot from his hand. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the group realized, who is this person? Chapter 65 Xiaoxing Yuan is on the verge of death. Su Bai makes his appearance. The person who came was clearly not Su Bai. But besides Su Bai, is there anyone else who can injure a grandmaster? What level of weapon is this person holding that it has such power? At this moment, Xiaoxing Yuan, perched on a tree in the distance, cautiously watched the distance with his bow and arrow at the ready. That arrow was shot by myself. Because of the urgency of the situation, Xiaoxing Yuan aimed directly at the alien race and fired an arrow. He thought this would only buy him some time, but to his surprise, the alien race completely disregarded his attacks and didn't even try to dodge. You should know that the longbow in your hand is a high-grade earth-rank bow and arrow, a weapon obtained by accidentally finding a cave in the secret realm. This is a weapon that is only a little bit away from reaching the heavenly rank, and even some grandmasters find it hard to possess. And now I have obtained such a weapon. This bow and arrow were formed by the chi and blood he infused into it. Unexpectedly, with the bow's enhancement, a single arrow could actually damage a grandmaster. Who attacked me? Zhu Debiao endured the pain and pulled the arrow out of his head. He squeezed it hard and it crumbled into mist and dissipated. Zhu Debiao never expected that his carelessness would allow an ant to harm him. At this moment, he was filled with rage and determined to find this person and tear him to pieces to vent his anger. Zhu Debiao turned his head to look in the direction from which the attack was coming, ignoring even the main force in front of him. At this moment, all he wanted to do was kill this person. With a sharp look in his eyes, Zhu Debiao realized that the one who attacked him was just an ant that could be crushed with a flick of his wrist, and his anger grew even stronger. The Grandmaster's power erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Debiao had arrived in front of Xiaoxing Yuan. Seeing this, Xiaoxing Yuan once again shot out the arrow he had prepared. This time, Zhu Debiao was on guard. He knocked the arrow away with one hand and then reached for him with the other. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and Xiaoxing Yuan was immediately captured by Zhu Debiao. You damned ant, how dare you hurt me? You have some nerve. Zhu Debiao angrily cursed at Xiaoxing Yuan in his hand, the spittle he sprayed making Xiaoxing Yuan, who was in direct contact with him, feel nauseous. Am I going to die here today? Father, mother. I have failed your expectations, but I have no regrets. If only I could have the opportunity to grow. You alien races, you are all my dead. At this moment, Xiaoxing Yuan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Having lost his parents at a young age, he persevered step by step to reach his current level, and even awakened an SSS-level talent upon awakening. I thought this competition would make me a star and set me on a completely new path. I never imagined it would end like this. Perhaps, this is fate. 18 years later, I'll be a hero again. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. At this moment, Xiaoxing Yuan's eyes were filled with determination, and he showed no fear of the impending death. At worst, we can start all over again. Enraged, Zhu Debiao snatched the weapon from Xiaoxing Yuan's hand. For an ant to be able to harm me, this weapon must be extraordinary. If I could get my hands on this weapon, wouldn't my strength increase dramatically? Zhu Debiao is several times larger than a human. His height alone is probably 3 or 4 meters tall. Ordinary people would have to look up to see Zhu Debiao's entire figure. Zhu Debiao's hands were so large that they could envelop an entire human being. At this moment, Xiaoxing Yuan was held firmly in Zhu Debiao's hand and could not move at all. Zhu Debiao snatched the weapon from Xiaoxing Yuan's hand with his other hand, curiously examining the weapon that could injure an ant. A little spiritual energy was injected into it, and an arrow naturally condensed on the longbow. As soon as the arrow appeared, Zhu Debiao felt a deep threat from it, as if he would be seriously injured if the arrow were shot at him. This longbow, its grade is beyond my expectations. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain this time. It wasn't in vain that I gave up a bunch of people to kill you. He. It's such a waste that an ant would use such a high-level weapon. Only those with strength like myself deserve to possess such a weapon. Ants can never fight giants. Kid, since you've given me such a generous gift, I won't torture you anymore. Remember, don't try to be a hero in your next life. That's not how you become a hero. Having said that, Zhu Debiao exerted a little force in his hand, intending to finish Xiao Xingyuan off. Meanwhile, the people who had been inside the tree hole earlier scattered and fled because Zhu Debiao had been attracted away. No matter what, we can't let the opportunity that others risked their lives for go to waste. Xu Yaoyu, Fu Gui, Si Yichen, and the others also took this opportunity to leave this place. Even with the strongest trump card, its effectiveness is limited when facing a grandmaster whose level far surpasses one's own. Unless you have such a powerful trump card that you can instantly kill a grandmaster, then you don't need to run away, just watch the show. But if you don't have the ability, you should just run away. Xiao Xingyuan was suffocating due to Zhu Debiao's exertion. At this critical moment, the last one to appear was the protagonist. A single sword strike, traveling 1,000 meters in, came hurtling towards us. Sensing the threat of death emanating from the swordlight, Zhu Debiao, having learned his lesson before, dared not be careless and flung Xiao Xingyuan out of his grasp. Bang bang bang! After knocking down several trees, Xiao Xingyuan finally stopped at the 6th tree, by which time he was on the verge of death. But he held on to his last thought, staring intently at who had saved him. At this moment, 1,000 meters away in the sky, Su Bai's aura had clearly reached the Grandmaster level, and he was hovering in mid-air, coldly looking at Zhu Debiao. That proud, upright figure held a rather shabby-looking longsword in his hand. His sharply defined features exude handsomeness. In a daze, Zhu Debiao seemed to see a figure circulating among the alien race. That sword strike split the heavens and the earth, slaying through alien races and beasts. With just one man and one sword, he forced all races to stop advancing even half a step. That person was the Sword Saint, the only human saint in 1,000 years. If it weren't for that Sword Saint from 1,000 years ago, the current blue star and humanity would have long been devoured by all races and transformed into new territories. Someone asked before, is there such a terrifying level of talent in the immortal rank? At the time, I was somewhat dismissive of the Sword Saint Zhu Debiao. But now, he seems to realize how terrifying this talent is. The boy in his eyes looked exactly like Su Bai in the portrait, but his current level of cultivation was completely different from what was described in the intelligence. He was clearly a novice martial artist, but now the aura of his cultivation level was comparable to that of a grandmaster like myself, and even showed signs of surpassing him. How is this possible? That terrifying attack was actually a sword strike from the young man not far away? Chapter 66 Yuan Yang Blazing Flame Slash. This is completely impossible. Isn't he a beginner martial artist? Zhu Debiao probably couldn't understand why his target had gone from a novice martial artist to a grandmaster on par with him. At this moment, Su Bai, who was showing off in mid-air, was actually feeling a pang of heartache. Don't be fooled by how cool he looks now. This is a grandmaster 1-hour trial card that I bought with nearly half of my spirit stones. Damn, I spent 50 spirit stones to buy a 1-hour trial card. If a grandmaster hadn't suddenly appeared, would I have needed to waste this money? These 50 spirit stones would probably be enough to upgrade my strength to the advanced martial king level, or even possibly break through to the grandmaster level. An 18-year-old grandmaster. This is something that has never even been heard of in the long history of the world, let alone actually achieved. Even now, Su Bai's advanced martial arts master status is a record-breaking existence in history. An advanced martial arts master at the age of 18 is a strength that would crush his peers in any year. Moreover, you should know that the first-place winner of this competition will only receive a paltry 10 spirit stones, apart from other rewards, which is not even enough to break even. No, compensation is necessary. Su Bai's heart was bleeding. 50 spirit stones might not be a big deal to him. But you only need to change the unit. One spirit stone is worth approximately 1 billion yuan. 50 spirit stones is a whopping 50 billion. 50 billion. You should know that your parents worked hard for half their lives and only had a fortune of hundreds of billions. He was only 18 years old and already possessed assets worth hundreds of billions, but due to the current crisis, half of them were cut off. That's an incredible amount of special talent. Fortunately, Su Bai still had half of the spirit stones left in his spatial ring, otherwise his weak heart would not have been able to withstand such a blow. Damn it! At this moment, Su Bai transferred his anger to the ugly monster in front of him. They're not pigs, they're not people, are all other races this disgusting? My 50 spirit stones were wasted on this dead pig. Death sentence, repeated. The little green dragon tilted its head and watched Su Bai, who had undergone a tremendous change, with curiosity. What's wrong with this human in front of me? Why does he suddenly seem so mysterious? The aura emanating from Subai had no effect on the little azure dragon, as if Subai beside it was not a grandmaster at all. Or perhaps his own level of understanding is similar to Subai's. However, it is clear that both of these guesses are wrong, and the truth is probably known to very few people. A powerful sword aura slashed towards Zhu Debiao, who had no time to dodge and hurriedly used both hands to block the attack. Bang! A loud crash was heard, and the huge pig Debiao was sent flying backward. A huge arm was seen flying out in mid-air, traveling dozens of meters away. Zhu Debiao's forearm, which he used to defend against the sword energy, was cleanly severed. The other hand was not spared either. The violent sword energy surged into the arm, causing even more pain than if it had been severed. Rage, endless rage. How could Zhu Debiao have imagined that a grandmaster was hidden in such a small secret realm? When this grandmaster awakened a few days ago, he was only a high-level martial artist, and his realm was only a beginner martial artist when the competition started. But who would have thought that this beginner martial artist with such extraordinary talent would actually be a grandmaster in the true realm? Having grown into a grandmaster in just a few days, Zhu Debiao felt a deep sense of despair. With such extraordinary talent, a few days is equivalent to decades of cultivation. In less than 6 months, humanity will launch a full-scale counterattack on the battlefield in the other world. Zhu Debiao knew he was now at his wit's end. However, when he tried to send the message out, he found that he couldn't contact anyone outside the formation at all. Originally intended to prevent human communication within the formation, the array has now inadvertently protected itself. At that moment, Zhu Debiao suddenly caught a glimpse of the longbow he had just snatched from another boy, and the hope he had given up on was rekindled. With the added bonus from this weapon, I might be able to launch a counterattack with an arrow while Subai isn't paying attention. Subai frowned slightly. This sword strike had only severed one of the alien's arms. He and the alien race were almost at the same level, but with the heaven rank weapon and heaven rank swordsmanship in his hand, although he did not use his full strength, he only managed to cut off one hand? It seems that this alien race, which is somewhat similar to pigs, has indeed inherited the characteristics of pigs, with its main feature being its thick skin and tough flesh. Seeing the alien race rise again, Subai did not hesitate and tried to combine his swordsmanship with his special talent. Yuan Yang Blazing Slash. The fusion of sword energy and flames greatly increased the power of the sword technique. This was a sudden idea that Subai came up with on a whim, but he didn't expect it to be a success as soon as it was tested. Subai hesitated to unleash his sword strike. He was reflecting on the changes that occurred when the sword energy and his talent combined. With practice, he could better apply these skills in actual combat next time. Sword energy mixed with raging flames condensed in the air, fear surged in his heart, and with one strike, he drew his sword. Subai imbued this sword strike with sword intent once again, making it a truly earth-shattering strike. It was Subai's sword strike that declared his existence to the world. At this moment, Zhu Debiao was unwilling to give up. He used the last bit of spiritual energy and power in his body to shoot the last arrow at Subai in the air like a madman. With the weapon's grade boosting it, this sword strike was enough to threaten Subai's life. However, this arrow collided with Subai's sword. Zhu Debiao's arrow, full of hope, was completely consumed by flames before it even got close to the sword energy, without even a ripple. Filled with endless fear and resentment, Zhu Debiao was reduced to ashes by the sword energy and raging flames, leaving no trace in the world. Ah, it's so hot. I'm going to die. Just as Subai was still marveling at how he had killed a grandmaster with a single sword strike, that soft, adorable voice in his heart rang out again. Turning my head to look, I realized that the burst of flames had ignited the tail of the little green dragon beside me. This top-tier talent's flame was extraordinary. The little azure dragon anxiously circled around in the sky but couldn't extinguish it no matter what it did. Subai found the scene somewhat amusing. The little green dragon, lacking the limbs to extinguish the flames, anxiously watched its tail burn in the sky. The scalding flames clung to its tail no matter how hard it tried to shake them off, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, it sent a message to the human in front of it. Seeing the little aggrieved look on the dragon's face, Subai quickly helped the little guy put out the fire, which calmed him down considerably. At the place where Zhu died, only a longbow remained on the ground, with no trace of his sword energy left on the bow. This made Subai a little curious. What kind of weapon could remain unscathed from his sword intent? Its quality must be at least comparable to the Azure Spirit sword in his hand, right? Chapter 67 The Heart of a Strong Man, Xiao Xingyuan's Crazy Imagination. Under a large tree not far away, Xiaoxing Yuan, who had been holding himself up to stay unconscious, finally closed his eyes after the dust had settled. Su Bai's godlike demeanor was deeply imprinted in his heart. From then on, he would always remember this moment, a moment he would never forget for the rest of his life. Su Bai picked up the longbow and casually played with it for a few moments, finding it quite comfortable to handle. According to the information provided by the system, this is a high-grade Earth-rank longbow. I didn't expect there to be such a weapon in this secret realm. Su Bai looked curiously at Xiaoxing Yuan, who was already unconscious in the distance. His simple clothes indicated that this was definitely not a weapon he originally possessed. It is highly likely that the longbow was obtained after entering this secret realm. Who would have thought this seemingly ordinary kid would have such luck? At that moment, the system popped up another notification. SSS-level talent detected. Special talent detected, part of the strong. Would you like to purchase more to replicate it? The sudden notification startled Su Bai. Is this kid actually a genius with SSS-level talent? And this special talent, the heart of a strong man? What is this thing? Seemingly sensing Su Bai's doubts, the introduction to the heart of the strong reappeared. Heart of a warrior, an extremely rare and special talent, appearing only once in a century. Possessing this talent will prevent you from experiencing any setbacks on your martial arts path. All worries and pressures will become your driving force to become stronger. You are immune to mental attacks and possess an exceptionally resolute character. Upon seeing this introduction, Su Bai was stunned again. What exactly is this heart of the strong? Throughout this 1,000-year history of martial arts, Su Bai searched through all the historical records in his memory but found no record of the heart of a strong person. But judging from this description, it seems to be a hidden talent? Stress becomes motivation, immunity to psychological attacks. Holy crap, what kind of insane talent is this? Su Bai hurriedly recited copy in his mind. Copying the heart of the strong talent will deduct 10 spirit stones. Your balance is insufficient. Would you like to recharge? Su Bai's lips twitched. What kind of talent is this that requires 10 spirit stones from me? System, you really dare to ask for a high price. But after thinking about his hidden talent, immunity to mental attacks, Su Bai still reluctantly chose to recharge. 10 spirit stones deducted, talent copy successful. After the system notified him that the copy was successful, Su Bai moved his body slightly, but did not feel any obvious changes. Although I had some doubts, the current situation seemed to leave me no time to think about it. Blood was flowing from the corner of Xiaoxing Yuan's mouth while he was unconscious, and his condition seemed dire. Su Bai hesitated for a moment, but after thinking it over, he decided to take out a second-tier recovery pill from his spatial ring after copying the kid's talent. Then he took out a drop of the 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid and put it into Xiaoxing Yuan's mouth. The moment the 10,000-year spirit liquid entered his mouth, Xiaoxing Yuan, who was in a coma, felt as if a vast ocean had entered his withered body, instantly replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. The effects of the recovery pill were gradually becoming apparent, and the broken ribs in the body were closing up again under the influence of the recovery pill. The residue and stagnant blood inside the body were also spurted out in a large mouthful of dead blood. After the effects of the pills and elixir took hold, Xiaoxing Yuan, who had been unconscious, struggled to open his eyes. Xiaoxing Yuan's abundant blood and energy gave him the ability to move around, albeit with difficulty. The little green dragon, curious about the human with his eyes closed, stepped forward and nudged him. Seeing the human's brow twitch slightly, the little azure dragon, frightened, scurried behind Su Bai. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at the blurry figure. The figure before my eyes slowly overlapped with the figure in my heart, finally revealing Su Bai's handsome appearance. Thank you, thank you. Xiaoxing Yuan's extremely weak voice came through. After opening his eyes, Xiaoxing Yuan tried to move his body. But the expected excruciating pain did not come. Instead, a feeling of weakness made it impossible for me to exert any strength. Alright, I've given you a recovery pill and some other things. You're fine now, just need to rest for a while. Su Bai glanced at Xiaoxing Yuan, who was struggling. Even knowing he was seriously injured, he still wanted to thank his savior and even wanted to test his current physical condition. It's no wonder he has the heart of a strong man. With his cultivation level as a novice martial artist, he was able to face a grandmaster head-on. If it were me, I would definitely not do it. But he did it. He did something that no one else dared to do. As it turned out, he succeeded, successfully attracting the attention of the alien grandmaster and buying all the candidates a chance to escape. But if I hadn't intervened in time, this kid with his SSS-level talent would probably have perished here. Fortunately, they made it in time in the end, thus avoiding the loss of a human genius. Xiao Xingyuan was visibly startled upon hearing this. The person who saved my life has saved my life again? Recovery pills, and other things. Xiao Xingyuan, having regained his senses, was astonished to find his body brimming with energy and blood, and experiencing a warm, comforting sensation throughout. Xiao Xingyuan felt the changes in his body a recovery pill alone could not have such an effect. Even the best recovery pills he knew of didn't have an immediate effect, let alone since his injuries were almost completely healed. Xiao Xingyuan was immediately moved. This complete stranger must have used some extremely precious elixir or rare treasure to save me, right? He said he wanted to take the recovery pills so he wouldn't have any psychological burden and could focus on recovering. There are such kind people in this world who not only saved me twice, but also used some precious things on me, whom they had never met before. This. How can a mere novice martial artist like myself ever repay such a debt of gratitude? At this moment, Xiao Xingyuan felt nothing but gratitude towards Su Bai. How lucky he was to have met such an important person as Su Bai. Xiao Xingyuan secretly made up his mind that once his injuries healed, he would do whatever this big shot in front of him asked him to do. If he told him to go east, he would never go west. I've made up my mind about him for life. Su Bai looked at Xiao Xingyuan with a puzzled expression, wondering what he was thinking and why his mood was so unpredictable. But when Xiao Xingyuan came to his senses and looked at him, Su Bai felt that the boy's gaze was strange. If he had to say something, Su Bai couldn't put it into words. Alright, you can rest for a while. The reinforcements should arrive soon. By the way, what's your name? Su Bai asked. I didn't call out? Chapter 68: A Crushing Defeat. The alien race flees in disarray. Xiao Xingyuan's answer left Su Bai momentarily speechless. This kid looks honest, how come he's just like Fugue? I asked you what your name was, and you said you didn't have one? Su Bai, exasperated, reiterated. May I have your name? Oh. Boss, my name is Xiao Xingyuan. Xiao Xingyuan looked embarrassed. It turned out that the person was asking for his name. He thought he had done something wrong. You don't need to call me Big Boss, just call me Su Bai, Su Bai said casually. Okay, Brother Bai. That's enough. Do you remember what just happened? Su Bai asked in a deep and serious tone. Xiao Xingyuan, having grown to this level on his own, naturally understood the meaning behind Su Bai's words. Hiss. My head is spinning. What just happened? Xiao Xingyuan asked blankly, seemingly not remembering what had just happened. That's right. In the situation just now, I used some precious treasures to save you and buy time until a mysterious person appeared. He killed the alien Grandmaster with 2 sword strikes, and then you were unconscious for a while. Do you understand? Su Bai looked at Xiao Xingyuan with a sense of optimism, thinking, this kid's quick on the uptake, not bad. Su Bai had thought this through before saying it. Even if you really want to show off. But an 18-year-old Grandmaster killed a veteran alien Grandmaster with 2 sword strikes. Anyone who heard this would think it was some kind of fantasy, even the Emperor Wu would have to exclaim 666, a Chinese internet slang term for something amazing. But Su Bai knew that his Grandmaster's strength was just a trial card, and ultimately not his own true strength. If this news were to be leaked just to show off, the alien race would probably do everything in their power to nip it in the bud. This time he's a Grandmaster, next time he'll be a martial emperor, and the time after that he'll be a martial god. I'm just a lowly advanced martial artist. It would be bad if so many big shots paid attention to me. I'll at least play it safe and develop my strength first, and then come looking for trouble when I'm a martial emperor or martial god. However, the claim that he used some treasures to buy time, and then a mysterious person intervened, seems much more plausible. This also laid the foundation for him to later play the victim and compensate for his losses, providing him with a reasonable excuse. Okay, I understand. Xiao Xingyuan nodded his head lightly like a chick, indicating that he understood. Just as Xiao Xingyuan was looking at Su Bai with admiration, a small head on Su Bai's shoulder startled him. Brother Bai, watch out. Xiao Xingyuan, still recovering from his injury, tried to shoo away the creature that had suddenly appeared. Su Bai was also startled and looked in the direction Xiao Xingyuan was looking. The little guy on Xiao Xingyuan's shoulder shrank back in fright. Seeing this, Su Bai explained. It's alright, he's just my pet. His name is Little Green Dragon, and he's a little shy. Subai pulled the little green dragon behind him over, held it in his hands, and introduced it to the little dragon. The little green dragon was a little scared when it saw a new human standing in front of it. The humans I encountered before were all bad people. They rushed towards me as if they had seen some kind of treasure. Only Subai not only gave me delicious food, but also let me have a big meal back in the valley. Originally, Xiao Qinglong planned to run away after finishing this job. But this human said that as long as you follow him, he will keep giving you the same kind of food that's been roasted over a fire. It was the first time I had ever eaten that food. The delicious roasted meat immediately attracted me. He was caught twice stealing food by Subai, and then had another hearty meal with him. The little green dragon's intuition told it that following this human would mean plenty of delicious food. And so, little Azure Dragon was once again tricked by Subai into coming along. Hi. Hi. Xiao Xingyuan greeted the pet somewhat shyly when he first saw it, not caring whether the beast could understand him or not. Xiao Xingyuan estimated that it was an extremely rare beast. Despite its weak aura and small size, it could fly in the air. Brother Bai is indeed Brother Bai. He can even possess such a rare and exotic beast. Hello? A soft, cute voice echoed in Xiao Xingyuan's mind. Xiao Xingyuan looked at the little green dragon in Subai's hand in shock. What was that voice just now, and where did it come from? Looking around, Xiao Xingyuan confirmed that there was no one else nearby besides himself and Subai. Finally, he looked at the little green dragon in Subai's hand in disbelief. He can talk? Xiao Xingyuan asked, his tone full of uncertainty. In Xiao Xingyuan's memory, only beasts at the Grandmaster level or above possessed basic communication abilities that could talk. Could it be that this beast before us is a 6th-tier Grandmaster level beast? Thinking of this, Xiao Xingyuan was extremely surprised. Brother Bai himself was already a Grandmaster, and now he even had a Grandmaster level beast as a pet. This was too powerful. He wasn't speaking, he was just communicating with you in his mind. Don't be surprised. The rescue team has arrived. Get some rest and then get ready to leave. Subai replied and then looked up at the sky. The sky, which had been darkened by the formation, suddenly had a large hole, and light shone in the instant the formation shattered. At this moment, the previously dark safe zone was restored to light. The students who were frantically fleeing stopped and looked up at the light in the sky that represented hope. Then he spread his legs, his tense nerves relaxed instantly, and he knelt down on the ground, powerless. Rescue, they've arrived. Outside the formation, the battle that had raged for so long finally came to a conclusion. As a vampire warrior, Hemingway was not suited to fighting in daylight. Even though he had reached the Martial Emperor realm, some traces of that damned bloodline influence still remained. Only by breaking through to the Supreme Martial Emperor realm can this limitation of bloodline be completely suppressed. In this situation, there are still few people from other races. Battles at the Grandmaster level and above are fleeting. When masters clash, every move can be fatal. In less than an hour, the battle ended with the alien race suffering a crushing defeat and fleeing in disarray. Even if Xu Debiao, who was trapped in the formation, did not die at Subai's hands, he would still die without a burial place because of his companion's escape. From beginning to end, he was merely a pawn used to complete a mission. Moreover, given that pig's gluttonous nature, everyone inside the formation would probably have been slaughtered in less than an hour, leaving no one alive. This is why Hemingway allowed Xu Debiao to enter the formation. The group watched helplessly as the alien race escaped, while a group of students remained inside the formation. Who knows how many alien races are inside this formation? This sneak attack was definitely premeditated. If they had entered the formation any later, there might not have been many students left. Hurry in and save them. Before the Martial Emperor could finish speaking, the 3 Grandmasters swarmed into the formation like rabbits. You should know that these are the 3 people's most precious treasures, and the strongest geniuses are all in there. Chapter 69 Rescue arrives, Mysterious Man? The 3 of them were extremely anxious at this moment, especially Ren Mingxian. This year, Jiang Province finally produced a few exceptional talents that gave us a chance to show off, but they're all going to die here. After entering the formation, Ren Mingxian sensed the aura of the alien race and then rushed directly to the place where Xu Debiao had died. Upon arriving at his destination, Ren Mingxian quickly surveyed his surroundings, determined to eliminate the alien race that had slaughtered human geniuses. Ren Mingxian looked around and saw a very strong alien aura, but why couldn't he find it? Although no trace of the alien race was found, Ren Mingxian did see the little demon he had been longing for. Subai is still alive? The alien race's goal this time is most likely to be to stifle the growth of a celestial grade talent in advance. This time, they even went so far as to mobilize alien races at the Martial Emperor level to carry out the operation. With 2 Grandmasters by his side, this lineup was truly luxurious, and the alien race almost succeeded. Hey, are you alright? Are you okay? Seeing that there were no traces of alien races nearby, Ren Mingxian disregarded everything else and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about their well-being. Upon going up, he noticed another person lying next to Subai. The little guy has some recollection of himself. In the tens of minutes before the signal was interrupted, this guy named Xiao Xingyuan suddenly broke through the encirclement like a dark horse and rushed into the top 10 of the leaderboard in an instant. When the group picked up the man's file and looked at it, they discovered that he was actually a hidden SSS-level genius from Tao province. This immediately made Luo Hongfei very happy. It seems that there are quite a few geniuses in his Tao province. This left Zhang Hongyuan, a native of Dongyang province, speechless. I thought that with an SS-level talent this time, I wouldn't be at the bottom, but I didn't expect that not only did Jiang province suddenly emerge, but Tao province also quietly rose to prominence. How am I supposed to play this game? Tell me, how am I supposed to play this game? Zhang Hongyuan simply kept quiet. His 100 spirit stones had essentially gone down the drain. The information obtained by the few people on duty was only the data from the awakening registration. The talents of Su Bai and his group were so extraordinary that they were kept secret. But this couldn't be kept secret for long, and there was no need to hide it, which is why their talents appeared in the latest data. The latest information is the data left when registering at the trial grounds. I had only had it for a short time and hadn't had time to analyze it before the competition started. This method of intelligence gathering also allows 1 or 2 hidden super geniuses to emerge each year in the competition. After more than a decade of obscurity, I'm finally going to make a name for myself today. After all, isn't it exciting to see a dark horse suddenly emerge? Seeing Xiao Xingyuan's somewhat weak appearance, Ren Mingxian was curious about what had happened. Seeing Su Bai standing unharmed to the side, Ren Mingxian simply turned his attention to Xiao Xingyuan. Hey kid, are you alright? What happened just now? Your clothes are all torn. At this moment, Ren Mingxian noticed Xiao Xingyuan's tattered clothes and asked him with concern. In this situation, given Xiao Xingyuan's level as a beginner martial artist, it would be impossible for any third-tier beast in the safe zone to injure him. Therefore, his condition is very likely caused by the intrusion of the alien race. It's nothing. I just need to rest for a bit. Just now. Xiao Xingyuan recounted what had just happened. The story of Su Bai killing the alien grandmaster with 2 sword strikes was described as Su Bai appearing after the author was seriously injured and saving him with some special life-saving items, and then stalling until the arrival of a mysterious person. The mysterious man left after killing the alien grandmaster, without uttering a single word. Ren Mingxian became increasingly alarmed as he listened. It's hard to imagine that the events Xiao Xingyuan described just now were done by such a weak child. In that situation, how much courage does it take to do something like that? I'm not sure I could do it myself. And Su Bai actually stepped in to help under those circumstances, even though the two had only met once. Who is the mysterious expert Xiao Xingyuan mentioned? He was able to kill a grandmaster of a foreign race with just 2 sword strikes, and it sounded like he did it very easily. If I had that kind of strength, I wouldn't have been blocked outside the formation for so long and unable to end the battle. 2 swords would have decided the outcome. However, Ren Mingxian continued to question him but didn't get any information. It seemed that Xiao Xingyuan's memories were only of Su Bai saving him and the appearance of the mysterious person. He had been unconscious for the rest of the time. I had only been awake for a short while when I saw the sky brighten again. Seeing that someone was coming to clean up the mess, Su Bai secretly slipped away, as he had more important things to do. The competition is probably going to have to end prematurely, given how it is now. Ending early is fine, the problem is that little Azure Dragon is still in the secret realm. If I were to bring this guy out of the secret realm, who knows what those grandmasters and martial emperors might notice, and then? For now, we should find Fugue, copy his talent, and form a contract with the little green dragon. In any case, all you need to do is exchange a little bit of alien beast meat for a walking teleporter, which is a deal that seems like a huge win. Moreover, this guy is almost equivalent to a treasure-hunting beast. The delicacies he mentioned were rare and precious materials that many people could only dream of, and even spirit stones were eaten one bite at a time. If this guy didn't have any treasure hunting ability, Su Bai's spirit herb wouldn't have been stolen, and the 3rd-tier beast meat wouldn't have been eaten. Overall, having this guy by my side is definitely more beneficial than harmful. After leaving, Subai concealed himself and used the remaining few minutes of his Grandmaster experience card to search for Fu Gue and the others. Soon, Subai spotted a very well-hidden bush, chuckled, and headed straight for the group. Just now, at the moment the formation shattered, Subai used the heaven concealing technique to hide his cultivation level. To outsiders, he is currently a mid-level martial artist. Therefore, when Rin Mingxian looked at Subai, he didn't have much doubt. A mid-level martial artist was probably able to survive this alien race's operation because of that mysterious person. Otherwise, as the target of this alien race, Rin Mingxian already knew in his heart whether Subai could survive when he was blocked outside the formation. The variable in this case is that mysterious person. With such strength, why didn't they intervene from the beginning and directly shatter the formation? After recovering from his shock, Rin Mingxian wanted to find Subai again to find out what had happened, but Subai had already disappeared. But that's alright, we can ask after we get out. The alien Grandmaster is dead, and with his intermediate martial arts master strength, he can move freely within the safe zone. Next, we need to tally the death toll and identify the undercover agent. The fact that another formation could be established in such a short time suggests that there must be a traitor or mole among the alien races. Ren Mingxian was more inclined to believe that it was a mole. Within the human race, the existence of traitors will never be tolerated. This attack by the alien race was the most insane in nearly a century, as they actually attacked all the participants in the competition. The last time something like this happened was before. Have these alien races forgotten the lessons of the past? Do they really think we humans are easy to bully? Chapter 70 Immortal Grade Beast Tamer Talent, Immortal Grade Alchemist Talent. A top-tier special talent Beastmaster has been detected. Do you wish to spend money to replicate it? Copy, Subai silently replied in his heart. At this moment, Subai was a few dozen meters away from Fu Gue when the system notified him that he could finally obtain the Beast Tamer talent he had been longing for. Subai had previously deposited 1 billion of the 3 billion he had earned from selling pills into the system as a precaution, and now that situation had come in handy. While copying, Subai concealed his cultivation level as an intermediate martial artist again. Copy successful. 10 million has been deducted from system balance. After successfully copying the talent, Subai did not hesitate to spend another 100 million to upgrade his top-tier Beast Tamer talent to a celestial-grade Beast Tamer talent. The moment the upgrade was complete, Subai seemed to feel a special connection between himself and the little green dragon beside him. This time, it wasn't necessary for Little Azure Dragon to send him a message. In his mind it seemed that he could send a message to Little Azure Dragon on his own initiative. Instead of speaking, they communicated directly in their minds, thus avoiding all eavesdropping methods. Feeling the changes brought about by the Celestial Beast Tamer talent, it truly lived up to its reputation as a celestial talent that surpassed other levels. Simply possessing it had such a significant effect. Subai looked at the alchemist talent he had copied earlier in the system panel. After spending 1 million to copy it, I forgot to upgrade this talent because I didn't need it for the time being. Now that I see such a significant improvement in my immortal grade talent, it's only a matter of 100 million anyway. There are still 900 million in my own system balance, so upgrading by 1 won't hurt. After spending another 100 million to upgrade his alchemist talent to the immortal grade, this time it didn't have a significant effect. After the upgrade, Subai felt that the flowers, plants, and trees around him seemed much more welcoming. There are some very obscure and rare plants called Subai that you can name and know the uses of just by looking at them. Although this function can also be accomplished by the system. But this is different now. Now I can identify what these rare and precious materials are and what their uses are without needing a system, which greatly improves efficiency. In the current situation, Subai certainly cannot test the true function of his immortal grade alchemist talent, but he will soon be able to use his Beast Tamer talent. In the bushes, besides Fu Gue, Xu Youyu, and Gu Chen, 2 more people followed, forming a temporary 5-person team. The 5 of them were among the most talented in this secret realm competition, and each of them had some trump cards to protect themselves. If the 5 of them go together, their combined chances of survival are obviously much greater. But if they weren't careful, it could have resulted in a team wipe and a 5-kill situation, so the group had to be extra cautious as they went. Even after the sky brightened again, the group immediately found a place to hide and observe the situation. But instead of the alien race, they were greeted by Subai, whom they had been worried about. Brother Bai. Where have you been? Didn't anyone warn you about the alien invasion of the secret realm? Hurry up and come hide. Upon seeing Subai, Fu Gue disregarded the presence of any other races and immediately went out to pull Subai into the bushes, making a shushing gesture and whispering. What are you doing? Your recklessness will kill us all. Ce-chan asked in a low voice. The situation is still unclear, so why rashly bring over a complete stranger? If Ce-chan had known these people were so unreliable, he wouldn't have left with them. It's alright, it's alright. More people means more hope. If this young man wants to come with us, that's fine too. Ji Tianyu tried to smooth things over. The moment Ji Tianyu saw Su Bai, the aura of a martial arts master emanating from him immediately caught Ji Tianyu's attention. Of the 5 people Dubai knows so far, one of them, Ce-chan, is already a beginner martial artist, and the girl next to him is also a beginner martial artist. Ruchen Ji Tianyu from Jiang province had dealt with him many times. Although he only had an S-level talent, he was just as good as Ce-chan, who had an SS-level talent. Of the 5, the strangest one was the chubby boy. Despite being only an intermediate-level martial artist, he managed to squeeze into the top 10 of the points ranking. Ji Tianyu had already experienced his methods from the several strange beasts he encountered along the way. He even summoned a wind wolf from his beast taming space because of his wealth, which almost made Ji Tianyu subconsciously attack. Fortunately, Fugue explained in time that this was a strange beast contracted with his beast tamer talent, otherwise he would have been ganged up on and beaten by Ji Tianyu and the others. Then, with 3 storms clearing the way, the journey was very safe, and the alien races did not come looking for us. Which martial arts master on the list is this new one? A martial arts master is definitely not an unknown figure on the points leaderboard. I should at least remember them. In previous years, only a handful of people had already reached the level of a martial arts master before the martial arts exam. But what's going on this year? There are 3 martial arts masters in just one competition. This would have been absolutely impossible in previous years. While the group was hiding in the bushes, Subai hadn't noticed that there were 2 more people. Upon seeing the 2 unfamiliar people, Subai felt a sense of vigilance. Who are they? Subai looked at the 2 of them with a puzzled expression and asked. These 2 are Ce-chan and Ji Tianyu from the points leaderboard. After we met them. I see. Subai seemed thoughtful after hearing this. Gentlemen, the alien race has been killed by the human experts who arrived, and there is no danger now. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire secret realm, making it audible to everyone. Dear students, due to an unforeseen event, this competition has been brought to an early end. The invading alien experts have been slain. If you are still alive, please press the SOS button on your hand. Someone will come to help you out of the secret realm. The moment the formation shattered, all communication signals were restored. The disconnected drone regained its signal, and everyone in the control room got busy again. The drone footage was restored and quickly put into use to search for survivors. As for the lack of synchronization between the live stream footage and the drone, it had been almost an hour since the footage was lost, and there was a lot of discussion in the live stream room. What are you doing? The footage still isn't restored after an hour. Are you even competent technicians? It's been an hour. I hope nothing bad has happened inside the secret realm. Cutting off the footage is just an attempt to keep it from us. What exactly happened inside the secret realm? Why hasn't the scene been restored after so much time? Can anyone come forward and give an explanation? The sudden interruption of the competition video had already caused dissatisfaction among many people, and it has not been fixed even after so much time has passed. It's worth noting that most of the people watching the live stream placed bets on this competition. Now you're telling me you won't let me see the live feed? Who knows if you're going to pull any tricks behind the scenes? Chapter 71: The Little Azure Dragon's Choice. Hearing the news of the alien race's slaughter, Ce-chan finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Now that the competition has ended early, there's no need for me to stay with these people anymore. Anyway, based on the previous rankings, I'll be number 1 this time, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The people in front of him were nothing more than his defeated opponents. After figuring it out, before the others could continue speaking, Ce-chan left without looking back after saying just one sentence. Now that the crisis has been resolved, I'll be leaving. Without further ado, Ce-chan pressed the distress button on his hand after leaving and followed the arriving mentor out of the secret realm. Although Ji Tianyu also wanted to get to know the others, the current situation meant there was no such opportunity. Anyway, they're all ranked among the top on the leaderboard, so there's bound to be a chance for them to meet again. Then I won't disturb you any longer. You two continue your conversation. From the very beginning, Ji Tianyu seemed like a nice guy, and it seemed that nothing could affect his mood no matter what happened. After Ji Tianyu left, the feeling of unfamiliarity also disappeared, and the group started talking again. But all three of them were concerned about where Su Bai had gone and why they hadn't met him before. Moreover, his name has never been seen on the leaderboard. Logically speaking, with Su Bai's level, it is impossible for him not to even be on the leaderboard. Su Bai didn't explain further, simply offering an excuse and letting the topic drop. Ha! As Fu Gue was chatting, he seemed to suddenly discover something and looked curiously behind Su Bai. The little green dragon looked at the unfamiliar humans with the same curiosity as before. If it weren't for Su Bai's presence, little azure dragon would probably have already activated the teleportation yo-yo. Brother Bai, what is this thing? Fu Gue pointed curiously at the little blue dragon behind Su Bai. The tiny creature flew in mid-air, hiding behind Su Bai. Its adorable appearance immediately attracted the attention of the group. You're the one who's a thing, your whole family are things. Upon hearing this, little green dragon angrily replied to Fu Gue. The sudden sound startled Fu Gue, who took 2 steps back in disbelief, as if he had encountered something terrifying. This thing can talk? Xu Youyu and Gu Chen, who were completely unaware of the situation, looked at Fu Gue as if he were a fool. This kid is always so loud and boisterous, and now he's even talking nonsense? What can talk? From beginning to end, wasn't he just talking to himself? It's no wonder the two of them viewed wealth in this way, since Xiao Qinglong spoke directly to people's hearts, and others couldn't hear him at all. Hey, can't you two hear what this little guy is saying? He's saying my whole family are monsters. Fu Gue looked at the group in disbelief, wanting an explanation. He had clearly heard the little guy in front of him speak. Alright, this is a little guy I met in the secret realm. He might become a partner in the future. He can indeed speak, but he communicates with you in his mind, which is why you young fish cannot hear him. Su Bai hadn't intended to tease Fu Gue, and seeing that the others were somewhat confused, he explained. After some explanation, the group roughly understood what kind of creature the little green dragon was. Su Bai didn't intend to hide it from his 2 childhood friends, and as for Gu Chen, it wouldn't matter if he heard it. So, this little guy might be a legendary mythical beast, a dragon? Xu Youyu looked at the little green dragon with curiosity and couldn't help but reach out to touch it a few times. Although the little green dragon was a little scared of these humans, it did not resist because of its trust in Su Bai, and nervously let the human touch it a few times. After realizing that the human had not harmed him, the little green dragon lost all its remaining caution. After all, he was just a little dragon with the intelligence of a few years old. He was easily fooled and followed Su Bai. Gu Chen remained watching from the sidelines as always, resting his left hand on his right and stroking his chin in deep thought. Gu Chen felt that the little azure dragon looked very similar to the legendary Chinese protective mythical beast, the dragon, but the little guy was too small and didn't look like a dragon at all. But this little guy clearly doesn't seem to have any spiritual cultivation, yet he can communicate with people on a deeper level. Gu Chen had never heard of any strange beast possessing such a magical skill in all his years of life. It was completely beyond the scope of strange beasts. As for the little green dragon's teleportation ability, Su Bai deliberately concealed it. I was shocked when I found out about this myself, let alone how surprised others would be if they knew. Moreover, if word gets out, little azure dragon's special talent, teleportation ability and spatial talent will definitely attract the attention of others. Such talent would be something even a martial emperor would desperately crave. Anyway, we don't usually need to use little azure dragon's talent, so it's not bad to keep it as a trump card. Is this a dragon? Fu Gue also came to his senses and looked at the little green dragon in amazement. Comparing the small azure dragon before him to the mythical beasts of the previous strange phenomena, it really did seem like a miniature version of a dragon. Su Bai didn't answer again. Now he had to make a decision. Little azure dragon, do you really want to come with me, to leave this secret realm, or rather, leave this place? Su Bai looked at the little green dragon in front of him and asked seriously. Previously, he had always relied on deception to keep Xiao Qinglong following him. But now it's time to leave the secret realm, and I've also acquired the talent for taming beasts, so I can sign a contract with the little green dragon at any time. But that's definitely not what Su Bai wants. If the little green dragon grows up and recalls this experience, he will definitely feel resentful, and I don't want to plant a time bomb by my side. It's better to be honest and just tell him that if he wants to follow me, we should sign a contract. If you don't want to, that means the two of them are not meant to be, and there's no point in forcing it. He possesses immortal grade talent and various special immortal grade talents, as well as his own ultimate backup system. He will eventually encounter even the legendary mythical beasts. Pets are friends too. Just let things take their natural course, there's no need to force it. Little Azure Dragon remained silent for a long time after hearing this, seemingly deep in thought about Subai's question. Leave? I've been in this place for so long that I don't even know the exact amount of time. During this time, the little green dragon experienced many things and even encountered humans who attacked it. But no human being could provide him with the same delicious food as Subai in front of him. Not only that, this human also taught those annoying big guys in the valley a lesson on his behalf. It seems, there's nothing fun to do here. Following this human meant there was always meat to eat, no hunger, and he treated her very well. Even after taking his things, he didn't blame her. The little green dragon's intelligence is ultimately only that of a child. Subai's slight gesture of goodwill is like an oasis in the desert for the little green dragon. It seems there's nothing wrong with following a person like that. P.S. Doesn't this adorable little blue dragon deserve a 5-star review? Chapter 72, Contract Formation, Number of Casualties. After thinking it over, the little green dragon nodded its head without hesitation. Okay, I'll go with you, but you have to give me good food every day from now on. The little green dragon's childish voice echoed in Subai's mind. Subai smiled slightly upon hearing this. This was the best possible outcome. Don't worry, there will be lots and lots of delicious food in the future. No matter what happens, don't resist. I'll take you out of the secret realm. After Subai finished speaking, he began to try to use his beast tamer talent to form a contract with the little Azure Dragon. At this moment, little Azure Dragon also felt something strange appear in his head, as if it wanted to do something. But Subai's words just now left him no choice but to accept the power. He was simply curious about what was happening. With the help of the little Azure Dragon, Subai's celestial grade beast tamer talent also came into play, and he formed a contract with the little Azure Dragon in just a few seconds. After the contract was completed, Subai felt an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the little green dragon. It seems that now I don't need to speak to communicate with Xiao Qinglong in my mind, just like before. At the same time, Subai also sensed a beast taming space. As long as he had a thought, the little green dragon could enter the beast taming space. However, when Subai's consciousness entered the beast taming space, the dark and oppressive atmosphere was extremely depressing, as if he had been living in a prison. Subai frowned slightly upon seeing the environment of the beast taming space. But soon Subai's brows gradually relaxed. A celestial grade talent couldn't possibly be this bad. Subai discovered that as long as he had a thought, he could conjure up whatever he wanted in the beast taming space at any time. Whether it's decorations or the azure sky, everything can be brought to life within the beast taming space according to one's imagination. Moreover, when Subai entered the beast taming space, a new explanation suddenly appeared in his memory. The beast taming space can accelerate the growth rate of contracted creatures, but the specific bonus is unknown. Subai spent a short time remodeling the beast taming space. Seeing that it was similar to the outside world, he left the beast taming space with satisfaction. After his consciousness left the beast taming space, Subai returned to reality. The little green dragon curiously sensed the contract within its body, and seemed to feel a sense of familiarity with the person in front of it, a human. Subai rubbed the little green dragon's head happily and said, "Little Azure Dragon, we're family now. You can just call me Subai. We're leaving soon, why don't you go inside and play for a while?" Huh? Wait a minute. Before little Azure Dragon could even ask where to go, he found himself in a completely new space. From the moment it entered the beast taming space, the little Azure Dragon experienced the thrill of its growth boost. Soon, the little green dragon was immersed in this pleasure and no longer felt uneasy about being separated from Subai. Seeing that the little green dragon had disappeared, the other two, apart from Fugue, were somewhat bewildered. Brother Subai, where did little Azure Dragon go? Shu Yoyu had just finished touching the little green dragon and was still feeling a little unsatisfied with its soft texture, so why did the little green dragon suddenly disappear? Fugue, standing to the side, had already seen through the truth of the matter. As a wealthy man who had already contracted a 3-headed wind wolf, he was already very familiar with the methods of beast tamers. So, does that mean Brother Bai actually has the talent of a beast tamer? The more he thought about wealth and status, the more surprised he became. He never expected that Brother Bai not only had a celestial grade talent, but also had the same beast tamer talent as himself. As expected of Brother Bai, not only does he possess celestial grade talent, but he also has special talents. He's truly amazing. Brother Bai, you also have the talent of a beast tamer? Fu Gue couldn't help but ask, those were just my guesses. It would be more authentic to hear the person's answer. That's right. Subai didn't hide anything after hearing this. In any case, the existence of the little green dragon would be exposed sooner or later, and there was no need to hide his talent as a beast tamer. Holy crap! Brother Bai, you're practically Lady Luck's favorite son. Fu Gue was surprised after receiving an affirmative reply. Anyone who knew that the same person possessed not only celestial grade talent but also special talents would be incredibly envious. Not to mention that this special talent belongs to an extremely rare beast tamer. Chu Youyu and Gu Chen looked at Su Bai with curiosity upon hearing this. This is really leaving people no way to survive. First, he awakened that legendary immortal grade talent, and then it turns out he also has an extremely rare special talent? If anyone else had any of these talents, they would probably be laughing in their sleep. However, Su Bai actually possesses two at the same time? This luck is so good, you'd believe he's the boyfriend of Lady Luck. Su Bai smiled calmly and offered no further explanation. There's no point in staying in the secret realm any longer, it's time to leave. Inside the training grounds, one batch after another of the candidates were sent out by their advisors. Each of their faces displayed a different expression: fear, apprehension, unease. The students who had been hiding in the tree hole were mostly unharmed, only slightly frightened. A few unlucky individuals encountered hordes of strange beasts on their escape route and ultimately died in their jaws. However, these were just isolated incidents. Most of the students were still sitting on the trial grounds, their eyes glazed over, their limbs weak, as if they had lost their souls. The pharmacists and doctors who examined these students simply told them to take a break, and the initial diagnosis was that they were overly frightened. The fact that this group of ordinary martial artists were able to escape when faced with the presence of a grandmaster from another race was due to their subconscious stress response, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to move at all. The moment they saw the reinforcements arrive, almost simultaneously, the tension in most people's hearts instantly eased, and they were stunned. Sir, the casualty count is complete. After half an hour of counting, all the casualties were accounted for. The deceased examinee goes to retrieve the body based on the location of the distress signal. If no remains are found, then they can only return with the distress signal. Okay, go ahead and say it. After all the surviving examinees left the secret realm, Wu Huang, Run Mingxian, and the other two returned to the monitoring room. At this moment, a mentor was holding a list of casualties and was preparing to report. Sir, excluding the normal death toll, the total number of casualties after the signal was cut off was 13, including 6 in Dongyang Province, 4 in Tao Province, and 3 in Jiang Province. The number of normal deaths before the signal was cut off was 7, and there were more than 20 people with injuries ranging from minor to serious. After speaking, the mentor fell silent, awaiting instructions from the person before him. Bang! A loud slamming sound rang out. All eyes turned to him, and Zhang Hongyuan's face was gloomy, his right hand clenched into a fist. Chapter 73 Resumes Livestream reveals the truth. The province that suffered the most losses in this competition is Dongyang, which also has the highest number of deaths. How could Zhang Hongyuan not be furious? It wouldn't have been a big deal to spend 100 spirit stones, we could just try our best to win them back next year. But now, not only have we lost 100 spirit stones, but our own province has also suffered the highest number of deaths. This information will definitely be made public, and how many people will laugh at him for making Dongyang province a laughingstock? Moreover, those students who died were the future pillars of Dongyang province, and now 7 of them have been lost at once. Among them are several S-level talented martial artists whom I admire. You alien races, you truly deserve to die. Alright, Lao Zhang, now is not the time to lose your temper. The Empress comforted him softly. He knew that Zhang Hongyuan was filled with anger but couldn't release it, but the most important question now was what to do next, which was a difficult problem. The incident was caused by an alien race. Although their operation ultimately failed, the fact remains that people died. We will definitely seek an explanation from the other race for this matter. Otherwise, how could our great nation of China tolerate foreign races committing atrocities on Chinese soil? A life for a life is a matter of course, and this matter will surely just pass by. What should we do next? This death list must be made public, otherwise it will be difficult to explain this accident. Furthermore, for these deceased individuals, including martial artists who died in accidents, all their families will receive a compensation of 10 million yuan, and the deceased and their future children will enjoy priority and welfare benefits. Ran Mingxian and Luo Hongfei both nodded in agreement. This approach was indeed feasible. Although many people signed a life or death pact before entering the secret realm, this life or death pact is a contract that is signed every year. There haven't been any problems for so many years. Who would have thought that such a big problem would arise in the very first Secret Realm competition? If this matter is not handled properly, the pressure from public opinion can be quite severe. If an alien race finds a loophole to infiltrate and kill the examinees, those responsible will all be held accountable, or at least reprimanded, if the higher-ups hold them accountable. Seeing that everyone agreed, the Martial Emperor nodded and said to his mentor, "In that case, let's resume the live broadcast now and give a full report on this emergency and the casualties." Okay. After saying that, the mentor prepared to leave and announced that the live stream would resume. Wait, let's attribute those deaths that happened to the alien race. That way, we'll have more leverage later. Upon hearing this, the tutor was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered and nodded in agreement. Yes, sir, I'll revise the script and resume the live stream right away. This time, the mentor has truly left, and the document description still needs to be revised. Since the higher-ups have ordered changes, then we'll change them ourselves, since they're targeting other races anyway. Soon, the mentor, having revised the description, arrived at the live broadcast room with the latest casualty report. After conveying the orders, the instructor came to the microphone, and the live stream returned to the studio setting. The live stream is back? Why is it just one person? I want to watch the competition. Who wants to see your big face? Host, get out of here. I know you're handsome, but please switch the camera to the Secret Realm. I've invested all my savings from the past year in Dongyang province. What's wrong? Why does it feel so serious? Did something happen? The anchor still has a script in hand, senses something big is about to happen. Let's record the screen first. The previously quiet livestream chat instantly erupted with comments as soon as the stream resumed, with everyone wondering what had happened. Logically, if you fixed the technical issues, shouldn't you restore the video quality? What's such a big streamer doing here? Cough cough. The mentor cleared his throat as he looked at the livestream chat filled with comments, and then began to explain why the livestream was paused. The livestream was interrupted because of a signal loss within the Secret Realm. Jiang Province, Tao Province, Dongyang Province, and His Majesty the Martial Emperor immediately went to the Secret Realm to investigate, and it was ultimately determined to be caused by an alien race. Before the mentor could continue speaking, the entire live stream room erupted in chaos. Holy crap, forgive me for only being able to say holy crap, the grand tournament has been invaded by alien races. Are there any casualties? How is the situation now? What? The alien race has actually invaded the Secret Realm? What are they doing? How could such an important competition allow the alien race to invade? What are they even doing? An alien race? There are alien spies in Jiang Province? Aliens really are everywhere these days. Although the live stream chat had already exploded, the mentor remained calm and continued talking about what would happen next. This could be an even bigger trigger. It is understood that there were 4 aliens who came this time, 1 Martial Emperor and 3 Grandmasters. In the end, with the help of several Guardians, the aliens were routed and 1 Grandmaster died. The mentor paused for a moment, because what he was about to say would instantly spread throughout the entire internet, and the masses would rise up to attack him, launching a massive anti-dissident campaign across China. With the help of the Chaoyang residents, in the final operation, a total of 35 hideouts of the alien race were discovered, resulting in over 1,000 casualties, including 4 or 5 Martial Emperor-level experts. Furthermore, leveraging the impact of this incident, China demanded an explanation from the alien race. Ultimately, the vampire Martial Emperor and 2 other Grandmasters were dragged out by the alien race to pay with their lives, and the execution of the 3 was broadcast live across the entire Chinese internet to quell the matter. As expected, these words immediately triggered a frenzy of comments in the live stream chat. What? There's actually a Martial Emperor among the alien races this time? How is that possible? Martial Emperor, Grandmaster, why are the alien races so crazy this time? Even aliens at the Martial Emperor level have made a move. What's going on? An alien race at the Martial Emperor level? The live broadcast signal was lost for over an hour, which means it wasn't resolved immediately. How severe must the casualties be? Good riddance. Let you foreign races invade China, why didn't you all die with that Martial Emperor? You all deserve to die. Now that we know the good news, it's time for the bad news. The mentor paused for a moment before continuing. The competition was terminated early due to special reasons, and the rankings will be calculated from the last moment when the signal was disconnected. According to statistics, the total number of deaths in this operation against the alien race has reached 20, and nearly 20 others have suffered injuries ranging from minor to serious. This action by the alien race is a serious provocation against humanity, and we strongly condemn it. After delivering a series of official-sounding remarks, the mentor turned off the camera without hesitation, leaving the audience completely bewildered. Chapter 74 Points Ranking, Top 100 List. The news of the explosion left all the viewers stunned for a moment, and there were very few comments on the screen. But soon, everyone recovered from their shock after receiving the information. Seeing that the camera in the live stream had been turned off, the viewers immediately turned into keyboard warriors, frantically sending out comments. What the hell? Say it again, how many casualties? 20 dead, what are you all doing? Duo Xiao? 20 dead and more than 20 injured? Are you kidding me? The total number of accidental deaths in previous years didn't even reach this many, did you? The alien race is too ruthless. This time they actually slaughtered dozens of geniuses of our human race. They must pay with their lives. I just recorded the whole thing and posted it on the Bobo forum. Anyone who needs it can watch the replay. Why end the competition early and keep the points rankings as they were originally? What gives you the right to make this decision behind the scenes? You lost your bet upstairs, didn't you? Which one did you bet on? Don't worry. While everyone was talking at once, the recorded livestream video quickly went viral online, with the top 5 trending topics all being discussions about this incident. In no time, the video on the Bobo forum went viral across the internet, and almost everyone who went online knew about it. The perspective returns to the training grounds. After a period of adjustment, many people recovered and finally appeared more normal. Seeing this, the others in the monitoring room also got up and came to the training ground. Now that the competition has ended ahead of schedule, the rankings can be announced directly. Meanwhile, another scene appeared in the popular livestream, but this time it was a scene from the trial field. When the livestream resumed, many people quieted down for a while, but some people still frantically typed questions. In the scene, the people in the training ground have recovered and stood up again. Those who had left the secret realm long ago were now staring intently at a screen. The large characters at the top of the screen immediately drew everyone's attention. Points Leaderboard. 5 large characters were displayed at the top of the screen. Rankings are something many people care about, and releasing them now is undoubtedly a way to divert attention. But clearly, the method succeeded, and everyone's attention was focused on the leaderboard, waiting for the final number 1 to emerge. Zichen, Ji Tianyu, and Xiao Xingyuan, who had just fully recovered, stood at the front of the screen, and several of them were sure to be among the top 10. Su Bai and the others stood on the other side of the screen, waiting for the ranking results. The rest of the people who had a chance to make it into the top 100 looked nervously at the leaderboard, hoping to secure a place among them. The previously fixed points leaderboard rules were suddenly changed, making it possible that the situation has been finalized. The integration calculation rule has been changed from before the signal is disconnected to after the signal is restored. Because the records of killing alien beasts are stored locally even when the signal is interrupted, and are immediately transmitted to the cloud once the signal is reconnected, thus synchronizing the leaderboard. The sudden change to the previously settled rankings caused a stir among everyone in the training grounds. Those who were at the bottom of the rankings were afraid of falling out of the top 100, while those who were close to the top 100 were hoping to break into the top 100. After all, a large portion of the deaths were among candidates who were originally in the top 100 of the rankings. Upon death, the score is invalidated, and the ranking is adjusted accordingly. Maybe I'll have a chance to break into the top 100? Before the rankings were announced, the Martial Emperor and the 3 Grandmaster Guardians had already arrived at the trial grounds. The 4 people remained suspended in mid-air, waiting for the rankings to be announced. Several more people would need to descend when the awards were presented. Because the incident happened so suddenly, none of the 4 of them had time to check the latest points leaderboard. At this moment, they were all a little curious about who was in first place. Everyone knows who was in first place before, Zichen. However, due to the change in the scoring rules, the points missed during the time of the alien invasion have been counted, so the order of the top few may have to be changed. After the 4 arrived, the screen finally changed under the watchful eyes of everyone. 50 people. A string of names slid slowly, starting from the bottom 100 and adding one by one. For a moment, those who were initially frustrated and nervous on the trial field clenched their fists excitedly after seeing their names. I never expected to make it into the top 100. This really has a real impact on my city's ranking. If a player makes it into the top 100, their city will receive preferential treatment in the following year, with better educational resources to cultivate talented martial artists for the city. Then, as they grow up, some of them will stay to protect the city, and indirectly, the city will become safer and safer. He will also gain a large amount of cultivation resources, so he won't have to worry about his resources for at least the next 5 years. Some people who were originally on the leaderboard were filled with regret when they saw that their names were not on the list. Why didn't they kill a few more monsters? They had originally planned to conserve their strength for the final sprint. Who knew this would happen so suddenly? Otherwise, why would I be holding back? I could just go on a killing spree. Now things are much better, their strength has been preserved, and the competition has ended ahead of schedule. The moment the leaderboard started refreshing, the comments section erupted once again. I can't wait. The rankings are finally coming out. Who will be the champion this year? I didn't bet on it, but I'm still so curious. 91st, that's my brother Zhu Ningfei. My brothers made it big, haha. I bet my entire fortune of 10 million on Tao Sheng to win. Just in case, I've been doing more than a month of strategy analysis. Tao Sheng will definitely be number 1, he definitely will. 10 million, brother, you're ruthless. With this accident, who knows what might happen? See you on the rooftop. Hurry up and announce the first place winner. Which province is this winner from? It feels like there are so many dark horses this year. Jiang province has a beast tamer and a martial arts goddess. Tao province has a hidden genius, Shaoxing Yuan. May I ask, what does Dongyang province have? A netizen from Dongyang province, although I'm not human, you really are a dog, you dog. As time passed, the names of those ranked 50th to 100th were quickly displayed on the screen, creating two opposing camps. Some were happy, and some were sad. But these are just appetizers. What everyone is really looking forward to is the top 10, and even the final number 1. Shaoxing Yuan was also staring intently at the big screen, eagerly anticipating where Su Bai's name would be ranked. Based on his ability, he should at least be number 1, right? You were able to get first place because you only have the ability to be number 1. Su Bai got first place because the upper limit is only first place. For Shaoxing Yuan, no one present could compare to Su Bai. They were from completely different worlds. Chapter 75, The Surprising Ranking. While you were still struggling to break through to the martial master level at the age of 18, Su Bai had already taken a long lead. After displaying the top 50 names, pause briefly and then continue scrolling through names 5011. Among these names, several people who were just filled with regrets suddenly became excited. Unexpectedly, not only did I not fall off the list, but I even made it into the top 50. No one knows how thrilling this roller coaster ride was. Soon, as names passed by, many people breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from their hearts. But then, everyone's eyes were once again glued to the screen. Next up is the list of the top 10. Thump! A name appeared on the screen, surprising both the examinees present and the 4 people in mid-air. Xu Youyu, Fugue, Shaoxing Yuan, and the others were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. How could he be in 10th place? If he's 10th, then everyone here doesn't even deserve a ranking. This was a shared thought among them. As they looked up, Su Bai's name was prominently displayed on the big screen. Su Bai had anticipated this, so he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, he had just returned to the safe zone and hadn't even had time to kill a few more alien beasts when the alien race arrived. After dealing with the situation, he ended the competition as soon as possible. Even if I wanted to kill more monsters, there was nothing I could do. However, the points from his several 4th-tier beasts were not included at all. A Tier 3 beginner beast gets 200 points, so my Tier 4 beast should at least get several thousand points. Even so, Su Bai was not in a hurry to correct the mistake. He also wanted to see who would have been number 1 if he hadn't been there. Su Bai, 590 points. Each of the top 10 names this time has its own score. After Su Bai's name lingered for a moment, the 9th name appeared. However, Xu Youyu and the others had no interest in watching any longer and looked at Su Bai beside them with shocked and surprised eyes. The doubt in his eyes seemed to be asking Su Bai what was going on. According to his strength, this shouldn't be happening? Shaoxing Yuan stared at the names on the screen in disbelief, and he was still in a daze when the next name appeared. Su Bai. Why is Brother Bai ranked 10th with 590 points? Is this fake? You have to know that Brother Bai is a grandmaster, and he can easily crush a group of 3rd-tier beasts. How could he only have 590 points and be ranked 10th? You should know that you earn nearly 1,000 points by searching for and killing the strange beasts. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. No, this is definitely not right. There must be a problem with the program. Brother by strength can't possibly be ranked 10th. Xiaoxing Yuan himself hadn't even realized that he had become Su Bai's number 1 underling. Even if he found out that Su Bai was in 10th place, he would rather believe that it was a system error or that Brother Bai wanted to keep a low profile than believe that Brother Bai was actually in 10th place. There's bound to be a twist. Xiaoxing Yuan stared intently at the screen without blinking, as if the points leaderboard would change at any moment. Su Bai felt the gazes of the people around him and smiled faintly, saying nonchalantly, "It's alright, keep watching, there might be a surprise later." After hearing Su Bai's words, the group looked back at the screen with some skepticism, and the name of the 9th place was revealed. Kai Kuan, 650 points. It was an unfamiliar name, and the group didn't pay much attention. The next name came up. Xiao Ji, 780 points. I don't know her either. Next one. 6th place, Wang Fugue, 880 points. Very good. Fugue waved happily when he saw his name. I never expected that I, a mid-level martial artist, would actually make it into the top 10, and even take 6th place. 5th place, Gu Chen, with 960 points. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. As an S-level high-level martial artist, making it into the top 10 was already in line with his expectations. He hadn't expected to even squeeze into the top 5. 4th place, Ji Tianyu, with 1080 points. Ji Tianyu was somewhat surprised to see himself in 4th place. According to his predictions, he should have been in the top 3. Who had pushed him out of the top 3? It's worth noting that the rewards for the top 3 and 4th place are vastly different. Although I don't care about this reward, my family cares more about our ranking this time. 3rd place, Xiaoxing Yuan, 1200 points. Xiaoxing Yuan showed no reaction when he saw his own name. He just wanted to know what was going on with Su Bai's results. How could his brother Bai, a grandmaster, be ranked 10th? After the top 3, everyone on the list will be brought into the spotlight so that the audience can get to know them. When they reached the top 3, everyone got excited. The final answer is about to be revealed. Who will take 1st place? Brothers, this is so nerve-wracking. Who is in 1st place? Even Ji Tianyu, young Master Ji, is only ranked 4th. I didn't expect there to be a dark horse. Wow, this competition is so exciting. Not only did the alien races end the competition early, but there were also dark horses surging to the top of the rankings. Only a few popular contestants managed to stay in the game. Only 2 left, Ci Chen and the goddess, right? Which province will win 1st place? I don't know which province it is, but I know it definitely won't be Dongyang province. Send it by the large quantity. Dongyang province, you slandered me, mocked me, and now you're showing your true colors. I'll remember this grudge. Hashtag. Everyone is eagerly awaiting to see who will be in 1st place, Ci Chen or the goddess? Ci Chen stared nervously at the big screen. He had already heard that the beautiful girl named Chu Youyu was a genuine beginner martial artist when he came out. They were simply incomparable to a martial artist like myself who had broken through in a secret realm. I was indeed in 1st place on the leaderboard before, but now that the system has changed, that girl not far away could very well surpass me. 2nd place. 2nd place, Ci Chen, with 1,900 points. The moment the 2nd place finisher appeared, the live chat exploded. Even Ci Chen himself stared dumbfounded at the big screen. Although he was somewhat prepared, Ci Chen still couldn't believe it when the facts came. Chapter 76 raises questions. I've actually been surpassed. Holy crap, sister you, look! Ci Chen is actually in 2nd place. Fu Gue stared in astonishment at the name of the 2nd place winner, Ci Chen, whose 3 large characters were prominently displayed. Upon hearing this, Chu Youyu looked up at the screen and saw that the 2nd place was indeed Ci Chen. This also means that I will be the 1st place winner in this competition. But why do I feel no joy at all? Chu Youyu looked at Su Bai beside her, her eyes filled with complex emotions. With Su Bai's strength, how could he only be ranked 10th? Could there be something wrong with the points system? When the results were announced, everyone in the live stream fell silent. The live stream room was almost empty of comments. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the result. It should be noted that among the 3 provinces, Jiangxi province had the lowest support. In the previous analysis, Gu Chen was the only person in Jiang province who could be considered somewhat capable. But later everyone discovered that Jiang province had several dark horses that unexpectedly broke into the top 10, and now the number 1 spot is also held by someone from Jiang province. Even Xiaoxing Yuan, the biggest hidden genius in previous years, was defeated, and in the end, Jiang province, which was not favored by most people, won first place. This result even surprised the 4 people in the air. The first place was actually this girl. Although her martial arts master level was impressive, she initially admired the environment upon entering the secret realm before beginning to hunt the strange beasts. I thought Xi Chen would be firmly in the top spot after breaking through to the martial master level, but I didn't expect that he would still be taken away by someone else. Of the 4, Ren Mingxian was the most surprised. The name of the person in 10th place was unexpected. Although Su Bai had only just begun to exert his strength before the signal was cut off, his score quickly surged forward. But Ren Mingxian still thought highly of Su Bai. How could someone with a celestial grade talent be an ordinary person? But how do we explain this 10th place ranking? Ren Mingxian was completely baffled. What exactly had happened? After a brief silence, there were still only a few comments in the live stream. Almost everyone fell silent. Jiang province winning first place was something most people didn't expect, and some of those who had bet on Dongyang province and Tao province were on the verge of collapse. Especially that man who previously spoke eloquently and staked his entire fortune of tens of millions. He's probably already thinking about how to end up on the rooftop. First place, Xu Youyu from Tianhai City, Jiangxi province, with 1920 points. With the announcement of the winner, the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the audience was shattered. Damn it, how come Jiang province is in first place in the end? I bet on Dongyang province and Tao province, but I didn't bet on Jiang province, and I got 20 more points. Damn it! I bought $1 million worth of tickets in Dongyang province, and you're telling me we didn't even make the top 3? You're such a waste. Brothers, this might be my last message. He's already on the rooftop, bought 10 million worth of Tao province property. Hey bro up there, wait for me. I also bet on Tao Shang. I've put all my life savings into it, and now I've lost everything. Gamblers deserve a terrible death. I bet everything on Jiang province. I'm from Tianhai City. Before, when I told you guys to bet on Jiang province, not a single one of you believed me, ha ha ha. This night was destined to be an extraordinary one. Xi Chen looked at the scores on the screen with resentment. The difference between the two was only 20 points. It's just a difference of 1 second-tier beast. How could Xi Chen accept such a huge gap? If the difference was several hundred points, I could comfort myself that I was already at a disadvantage, but now I'm only 20 points away from first place. How am I supposed to eat lychees now? Etc. Just as they were about to announce the first winner, Xi Chen spoke up, unwilling to give up. At that sound, everyone's eyes turned to him. Even the only shot on the trial ground was focused on Xi Chen. Seeing that all eyes were on him, Xi Chen sharply stated his thoughts. I propose that the mentors and guardians re-examine the points system and recalculate the points data. After speaking, Xi Chen glanced around at the somewhat dejected people around him, then his eyes narrowed, and he said firmly. After all, the points system was interrupted this time. If there is any deviation in the points, it would be irresponsible to everyone present. Please, Guardian, seriously consider this suggestion. After speaking, Xi Chen clasped his hands and bowed to the 4 people in mid-air. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the people who were already standing on the rooftop in the live broadcast room. That's right. There was an accident during this competition. What if the points rankings were calculated incorrectly? And the signal was interrupted for a while. Who knows if some data was missed? This thought crossed everyone's minds, and the comments section was flooded with messages. Recalculate. Recalculate. Meanwhile, some people who had already failed the test were now filled with renewed hope. Even if the hope is slim, at least there is hope, isn't there? Afterwards, some people who knew each other started discussing it in hushed tones, seemingly feeling that what Xi Chen said made no sense. The 4 people in mid-air frowned upon hearing this, surprised that someone would question the authenticity of the points system. But seeing the growing skepticism on the training grounds, the group began to consider the matter. At the same time, Su Bai also frowned slightly. Xi Chen's words at this moment clearly showed his dissatisfaction, feeling that he should be the number 1. What? You're not happy that our little fish got first place? Then, just as the 4 were still pondering, Su Bai's voice drifted from the crowd. Guardian, I feel that some of my points data has been missed. I hope you gentlemen can check the data again. Please. Subai's words were very sincere. There's no need to hide this. It's just killing a few fourth-tier beasts, isn't that basic stuff? Basic operation, don't be silly. And since he's already trying to get close to his wife, shouldn't he give him a good thrashing? Subai's first impression of Seichen was quite ordinary, and she even felt a little disgusted by him. Since that's the case, it's clear that the integral was calculated incorrectly. As for you, well, that's another story. Subai's voice drew everyone's attention to him. The name on his chest indicates that he is ranked 10th on this points leaderboard. If someone who made it into the top 10 directly states that there's a problem with their points, then the credibility is even higher. Chapter 77, Re-examining the data shocks everyone. Upon hearing this, the audience members who were standing on the rooftop stopped and looked at their phone screens with renewed hope. Seichen then looked at Subai, and smiled after seeing his face clearly. Oh, it's this guy. I thought it was someone else. Despite the alien invasion, he's swaggering around the secret realm, making one wonder if he's some hidden genius. Seichen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Subai. He was a little nervous when it was someone else. The examinees in the training ground looked at Subai, who revealed the aura of a novice martial artist. Only then did everyone realize that there was a martial arts master beside the number 1 goddess. Upon seeing these people, several candidates immediately exclaimed in surprise. Wait, aren't these the ace team from when we registered? There were already 2 martial arts masters before they entered the secret realm, and this young man was one of them. I was wondering who was in 10th place, but it turns out it's this big shot. How could someone with his martial arts master cultivation only be in 10th place? There must be a system error. This explanation happened to be played in the live stream. In an instant, the barrage of comments was filled with the words "recalculate again," with the losers bearing the brunt of the criticism. Upon hearing this, the 4 people in mid-air began to consider whether they should recalculate the statistics. Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? Ren Mingxian recognized Subai at a glance. Ren Mingxian, who had already suspected that the system might be malfunctioning, immediately confirmed his suspicions upon hearing this. This data must be reanalyzed. In my opinion, we should check the data again. It won't take much time anyway, otherwise the public's doubts will remain. Now everyone is starting to doubt whether there's something wrong with their points. In that case, why not recalculate them? Ran Mingxuan's reasoning was sound, which convinced the 3 who were still hesitating to make a decision. Old Luo from Tao province didn't care. It was just a matter of recalculating the data. If the data was wrong, Tao province might be able to regain its number 1 position. That's right, that's what I think too. Luo Hongfei nodded in agreement. But the final decision still rests with the martial emperor, who possesses the highest level of cultivation. After a moment's thought, he spoke, his voice audible to everyone present. Since everyone has questions about this ranking, let's recompile the data and rankings, and broadcast the whole process live. We've always valued fairness, impartiality, and transparency. As the martial emperor finished speaking, the large screen in the trial arena immediately changed its image. There is a computer-like device placed in the picture. The live stream from the trial grounds was now focused on the big screen, and everyone was eagerly anticipating what would happen next. The screen moved. At this moment, a person who looked like a technician walked up to the computer, casually operated it a few times, and then entered the data backend of this competition. After syncing the cloud data, refreshing the rankings did not change anything. The entire operation was broadcast live on the big screen and in the live streaming room. At this point, the doubts in the comments gradually disappeared, but some people were still unwilling to give up and wanted to see the specific data inside. Following the instructions received through the technician's headset, he started by clicking on each of the top 100 to check their specific score data. Xu Ningfei, ranked 91st, with 132 points. Detailed points data is as follows. 1. Defeat a Tier 1 beginner beast to gain 1 point. 2nd, 5 points for defeating a Tier 1 high-level alien beast. 3. Every single point statistic was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes, even including the time and level of the beasts killed. This also directly eliminates the possibility of data errors. Up until the top 50, not a single person questioned the data on the screen. These data records are even accurate down to the minute, specifying which monsters were killed and how many points were earned. No one spoke. They waited silently for the top 10 scores to be tallied. Soon, the data for 50th to 11th place were also passed over, and no one in this group raised any questions. The data here is so detailed, it's even clearer than what I recorded myself. The data shows that we are now in 11th place, and there are no issues with the data. The training ground was completely silent, everyone staring intently at the large screen. The number of comments in the live stream decreased significantly, as everyone was hoping that the data for the 10th place, which was what Subai had mentioned, was incorrect. If that's the case, then there's even more hope. After a while, the technician pointed to the data for 10th place. The interface was refreshing, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Chen stared intently at the large screen, afraid of missing any details. If Subai's data is correct, then my second place is almost certainly confirmed, and I have no hope of winning. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Subai's data was updated. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, and everyone remained motionless as if time had stopped. Even those who were just whispering were stunned when they saw the data, and it took them a long time to recover. The live stream seemed to be frozen, not a single comment appeared for most of the day. The first piece of data that appeared on the big screen was Subai, ranked 10th, with 590 points. 1. Defeat a Tier 2 intermediate beast to gain 30 points. Part 2, 0 points were awarded for defeating a Tier 3 high-level alien beast. 3. 0 points were awarded for defeating a Tier 4 intermediate beast. Part 4, 0 points were awarded for defeating a Tier 4 high-level alien beast. 5. Kill a 4th tier enemy. Besides the first one, 4 more surprising data points appeared before everyone's eyes. Tier 3 high-level alien beasts received 0 points, and Tier 4 alien beasts also received 0 points. How is this possible? How could he have killed so many high-level alien beasts? Aren't there at most low-level 3rd tier alien beasts in the safe zone? This is what everyone is thinking right now. Those in the trial grounds who knew about the situation within the secret realm looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring incredulously at the score data on the big screen. Let alone those 4th tier beasts. The second one alone, a high-level Tier 3 alien beast, was already something that none of the people present could contend with. And now you're telling me that I struggle to kill even a 2nd tier beast, while someone else easily kills several 4th tier beasts. One of them was even a high-level 4th tier beast. What does a 4th tier high-level alien beast even mean? If this were a human, it would be equivalent to a high-level martial king. Keep in mind that several of the instructors present are only at the martial king level. How is this possible? The technicians responsible for checking the data were also stunned when they saw these points data. They stared at the monitor in disbelief. For a fleeting moment, he even felt that the system had malfunctioned. Chapter 78. The points ranking has been updated, and Subai is in first place. The technicians were stunned at the table, but quickly realized what was happening and began to check the authenticity of the data. After typing out a string of code, he used all the skills he had accumulated in his life, and the final result was no data anomalies. Emperor Wu, Ring Mingxian, and the other two also looked at Subai's score on the screen with surprise. Tier 3 advanced alien beasts. The highest tier in the safe zone is only Tier 3 low alien beasts. This is an absolutely impossible mistake, and there are 4 of them. If such a strange beast truly existed, the drone footage would have captured it long ago. There would be no way it would have been left for Subai to discover and kill. Thinking back to the fact that Subai had not appeared in the surveillance footage since the start of the competition, and recalling the little incident involving the barrier, she realized that Subai's figure had not appeared at all. The group immediately realized that the unusual movement of the barrier was real, and that Subai had very likely stepped out of the safe zone on his own. The 3 looked at Ren Mingxian in surprise. So this was the hidden genius he had been talking about? How could an 18-year-old novice martial artist kill a high-level martial king? No, the group sensed that Subai's strength had changed again, breaking through from a beginner martial artist to an intermediate martial artist. Subai was also surprised to feel the changes in his body. Unexpectedly, after the Grandmaster experience card ended, I naturally broke through to the martial king level. Seeing the absurdly high-level 4th tier beast in the data, Subai raised his cultivation level by 1 level, becoming an intermediate martial artist. This surprised them again. An 18-year-old intermediate martial arts master? There was still some time before the martial arts exam. What a prodigy! This is a prodigy! After a moment of silence and shock, the technicians checked the points system and confirmed that it was not a system malfunction, but genuine data. The data is all normal, and the scores are recorded correctly. As soon as the words were spoken, Subai's score data was confirmed. In an instant, the expected surprise did not materialize. All that awaited them was a deathly silence. In the training ground, everyone silently watched the data on the screen, where the words Tier 4 Beast were prominently displayed. It turns out, the points calculation really was wrong, but the error occurred because someone killed a higher level beast, making it impossible to calculate the points. Who is this deity? For a moment, the technicians didn't know how to calculate it, since apart from the 200 points for a Tier 3 beginner level beast, there were no points set for higher level beasts. But soon, the voice coming from the headset brought him back to his senses, and he added a few new features to the points system. Tier 3 beasts have base stats of 200, 300, and 500 for beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, respectively. The 4th tier beasts have 800, 1000, and 1500 respectively. The moment these data points were entered, the leaderboard refreshed again, and the 10th place name was no longer Subai. Looking at the first place, Subai had suddenly become the number 1, and his score had changed to 4,390. 3,800 plus 590 is equal to 4,390. Let's look at the second place. It's still Chu Yoyu, 1920. After the data was improved, Subai's score was far ahead, leading Chu Yoyu by a whole Chen's margin. At this moment, the comments section went wild, and the people on the rooftop smashed their phones, ready to embrace freedom once again. The dramatic ups and downs in just a few minutes have made these people give up. That martial arts master can kill a 4th tier beast single-handedly. What makes you, Chen, compare yourself to? Just a few low-level 3rd tier beasts? Even 10 more wouldn't be enough for you to catch. When Chen saw the data on the 4th tier alien beast, his mood plummeted. How is this possible? We're both 18, how come you're so arrogant? Chen initially thought that the calculation error Subai mentioned was a system malfunction, but it turned out that the system was unable to perform the calculation. That means the system's point statistics were correct, and my points were perfectly normal. And now Subai has become the new number 1, while I become number 3? This sudden turn of events was hard for Chen to accept. Second place wasn't so bad, but third place was definitely unnecessary. Xiao Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction after seeing the refreshed leaderboard. That's more like it. I knew that with Bai Ge's Grandmaster level, how could he possibly be a mere 10th place? Only the first place is worthy of Bai Ge's status. Seeing that Chu Yoyu, who was originally in first place, had become second after the leaderboard was updated, she showed no disappointment. Instead, she was happy that Subai had become first. Our little Bai is indeed very strong. If we want to protect Xiao Bai, we must cultivate even harder, at least we can't hold Xiao Bai back. Chu Yoyu secretly vowed that she must work hard to cultivate and protect Subai in the future. Fu Guei and Gu Chen, on the other hand, had expressions that said, I knew it, and were not too surprised by the result. It would have surprised them even more if Bai Gu hadn't come in first. Everything is going as expected. After a long silence, the few comments that had been filling the live stream chat came back to life, and the screen was flooded with comments again. 666666, right now I can only express my feelings with 6. Awesome, you're awesome. A martial arts master killing an enemy across an entire major realm, even the top geniuses and champions of recent years couldn't do that, right? Holy crap, there's still a long time until the martial arts exam, and you can already kill a martial king who's higher than you? What will happen when the exam comes around? Damn it, I thought there would be a twist, but twist my ass. My million. What kind of place is Tianhai City in Jiang Province? How come so many monsters have suddenly appeared here? Holy crap, guys, check the trending topics. So many suicide attempts are trending. Hey, you guy who lost 10 million, are you okay? Interesting. Was that the kid who caused the barrier fluctuations earlier? He's really bold, daring to step out of the safe zone and even kill a few 4th tier beasts. This kid, not bad. The martial emperor in midair spoke calmly, offering his comments with great interest. Luo Hongfei and Zheng Hongyuan remained silent. In this competition, Jiang Province won first place with an overwhelming victory, without any suspense. Upon seeing these 4th tier beasts, the four immediately connected the earlier anomalies in the barrier to their suspicions, which explained the situation. If a 3rd tier high-level alien beast is missed in the safe zone, that's understandable. But if you say there are several 4th tier alien beasts, isn't that pure nonsense? No matter how careless they were, they couldn't possibly have left behind several 4th tier beasts. This was blatantly harmful. Of the three, only Ren Mingxian had the last laugh, and 2 of the top 3 were from Jiang province. Chapter 79. If you're so awesome, why don't you just fly to the sky? By the way, what about that student who stepped forward to save a group of people? Who was it? The emperor then turned around and asked. Sir, it's Xiaoxing Yuan from our Tao province, currently ranked 4th on the points leaderboard, Zhang Hongyuan hurriedly replied upon hearing this. After the leaderboard was updated, all the top 10 players moved down 1 place, and Xiaoxing Yuan, who was originally in 3rd place, dropped to 4th. Not bad. This kind of sense of responsibility from a human genius deserves commendation. Let me think about it. In that case, because of his heroic act, he is specially rewarded with 710 points and granted the qualification to enter the treasure vault and choose any item. The martial emperor casually decided on Xiaoxing Yuan's reward, 710 points and 1 chance to choose. Anyone with eyes can see that these points are simply a way to target someone's 1900 points. There's nothing we can do. Some people have no ability but still dare to raise questions. Since the points data is correct, let's just give them a small punishment as a consequence. As the reward for Xiaoxing Yuan was announced, there was a murmur of surprise in the trial arena and the livestream, everyone realizing that this was aimed at someone. But what Xiaoxing Yuan did truly deserves this reward. He saved the lives of dozens of people. The standings have changed again. Chen, who was originally in 2nd place, was now pushed out of the top 3 and could only get 4th place. Someone looked at Chen, whose expression changed countless times in a short period of time before gradually returning to normal. The expected anger and resentment did not materialize. Chen remained remarkably calm until he received his reward and calmly left the trial grounds. Xiaoxing Yuan became one of the top 3 in a state of complete bewilderment, and many of the examinees he had rescued in the tree hole applauded. In that situation, if it were them, they would never sacrifice themselves for a group of people. A person with exceptional talent and excellent character is often loved and respected by many. Soon, the competition came to an end after an award ceremony by a martial emperor and 3 grandmasters, and the candidates in the trial arena gradually left. As for Su Bai and the others, they were kept behind because there was something they needed to talk to. The people in the training ground gradually left, and the live broadcast room was closed after the award ceremony, but what happened in this competition went viral on the Bobo forum, with various trending topics emerging one after another. Guardian, is there anything we need you to do with us? Seeing that the others remained silent, Su Bai took the initiative to ask. As Su Bai spoke, Xu Youyu and the others looked at him with curiosity, seemingly wondering why they had been left behind. Chen and Ji Tianyu left immediately after the award ceremony. For them, there was no need to stay unless they were in the top 3. So, of the few people who remained, apart from Su Bai and his group, Zhu Ningfei and Kai Kuan exchanged a few casual words and then left. Even if the others didn't ask him to stay, Su Bai would still take the initiative to ask them. After all, he had to let the big shots bear the losses he suffered in the secret realm, and also extort some compensation for emotional distress. In a martial arts competition, a grandmaster emerged. It's reasonable for me to ask for 100 million in compensation, right? When Su Bai asked, Ren Ningxian didn't waste any more words. After all, most of these people were geniuses from Jiang province, and they were all potential trump cards for the future of Jiang province. The main reason I've kept you all here is to inquire about your talents and specific levels of strength. With the martial arts exam just around the corner, we naturally want our province to achieve good results in the exam. Now, as the top 10 in this competition, you are the most likely to achieve good results in the National Martial Arts Examination. We have decided to give you some extra rewards to ensure your continued training. Run Mingxian explained. Indeed, the talents of you are the most extraordinary I have seen in decades. Each of you is capable of standing alone. With your participation this year, we're sure to achieve great results in the martial arts exam. Luo Hongfei chimed in from the side. After all, one of these people is a hidden SSS-level genius, Xiaoxing Yuan. But this SSS-level genius, who would have been a surefire first-place candidate in previous years, only managed to get 3rd place this year. The first 2 are clearly even more terrifying. Zhang Hongyuan could only listen to the 2 talking silently from the side. This time, Ji Tianyu, the only genius in Dongyang province, is also a member of the Ji family. I'm afraid that someone like me, a grandmaster, wouldn't even be interested in investing in him. After a brief conversation, the 4 quickly learned about everyone's talent level and strength. After learning that Fugui's talent was that of a top-level beast tamer, even Zhang Hongyuan was surprised. They originally thought that this kid was already quite good as a high-level beast tamer, but they did not expect that Fugui was actually a top-level beast tamer. You should know that one of the pillars of humanity today started out with his top-notch beast tamer talent. If he's properly nurtured, wouldn't that mean Fuguei could be the next martial emperor? No one else encountered any unexpected problems, and when it was Su Bai's turn. Although Ren Mingxian had already anticipated this, he fell silent after hearing Su Bai's words. You're so awesome, why don't you just fly to the sky? Celestial grade talent. Top tier Beastmaster talent. Top tier fire type talent. Any one of these three qualities, if possessed by anyone, would qualify them as a top tier genius. However, how could all three talents be found in the same person? This made even the few people who had lived for decades, including this martial emperor, want to ask the heavens. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Those who had already witnessed Su Bai's talent were not surprised at all. They had used up all the surprise they would have felt over the next few years in just a few days. Even if Su Bai told them he possessed all the talents, and all of them were top tier, they wouldn't be surprised. They'd become numb to it. Su Bai referred to it as a top tier special talent because he was too lazy to explain immortal grade special talents. Having one immortal grade cultivation talent was already quite good. Adding more immortal grade special talents would be excessive. Since the alchemist's identity hadn't been revealed yet, there was no need to say it out loud. 3 were already enough to surprise the others. After their initial surprise, the 3 gave each of Su Bai and the others a spatial ring containing their extra reward, which was a personal investment from the 3 of them. Most of the items here are pills that can enhance and stabilize one's strength, and each person also receives 10 spirit stones. After calculating, Su Bai recovered 20 spirit stones from this loss, which is far from enough. After telling the others to leave first, Ren Mingxian pulled Su Bai aside and enveloped them both in spiritual energy. P.S. I'm speeding up the pace a bit. I feel the descriptions are too detailed, and many people say it's too watery. Chapter 80: The Mysterious Man's Identity? Compensation. After telling the others to leave first, Ren Mingxian pulled Su Bai aside and used his spiritual energy to envelop the 2 of them, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Ren Mingxian went straight to the point. Su Bai, when the alien Grandmaster was fighting that mysterious person, did you see what that mysterious person looked like? Ren Mingxian and the others were still wondering who this mysterious person was and why he would help them. But wouldn't it be better to help a few people fight off the alien race or simply leave a few behind? Could it be that he doesn't want to show his face, or there's some other reason? Ren Mingxian was curious about how this mysterious person had entered the secret realm. Clearly, he wasn't a member of the alien race. Could he be one of their own? But apart from ourselves and a few others, where are there any other Grandmasters in this competition? Or perhaps this Grandmaster is hidden among the crowd, or perhaps he was sent to protect someone. Upon hearing this, Su Bai realized that the reason he had been pulled aside for a private talk was because of this matter. It seemed that the identity of this mysterious person had piqued their curiosity. Guardian, the situation was critical at the time, and I was only concerned with saving my own life. I didn't have time to pay attention to anyone else. All I know is that the mysterious man was dressed in black robes and killed the alien Grandmaster in just a few seconds. His weapon seemed to be a sword. Su Bai seemed to be deep in thought, as if he were really recalling the scene from that time. But Su Bai is lying through his teeth right now. After all, the mysterious person is himself. How can you expect me to make up a story? Ren Mingxian sighed at Su Bai's realistic acting, thinking he might have gotten some clues. After all, it was thanks to that mysterious person who killed the alien Grandmaster that we were able to save the students on the list. Otherwise, at least half of them would have died. Thankfully. Since Su Bai doesn't know either, there's nothing more to say. Just as Ren Mingxian was about to give some instructions, Su Bai spoke up first. Guardian, this time, in order to resist the alien Grandmaster and for the future of human geniuses, I resolutely used some precious life-saving items. It was supposed to be just a normal competition, but this time a Grandmaster suddenly appeared. Su Bai paused here. If someone could get to where they are now and not even understand the meaning behind his words, then they would have wasted their life. Ren Mingxian thought Su Bai was up to something when he heard the first half of it, but he realized in the second half that this kid had this in mind. This kid's got some nerve, daring to even try and take advantage of me. Although Ren Mingxian thought this way, he also looked at Su Bai with a hint of appreciation. Ren Mingxian chuckled lightly. Don't call me Guardian anymore, I can't accept your title. My surname is Ren Mingxian. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Rin or Brother Xian from now on. Brother Xian. Without hesitation, Su Bai shouted. The man in front of him, Ren Mingxian, looked to be in his 30s or 40s. As the guardian of a province, he was at least a grandmaster. Calling him Brother Xian wouldn't hurt him. Upon hearing Su Bai's address, Ren Mingxuan's smile widened even further. With his celestial grade talent, he is a future candidate for martial emperor. As long as he doesn't perish halfway, he will surely become another leader who leads humanity forward. The returns on my current investment are unimaginable. Since you've put it that way, just tell me what you want. As long as it's within my power, I can get you what you need, but only once. Ren Mingxian suggested that Su Bai choose the compensation himself, and it's estimated that he'll definitely have to pay a hefty price this time. No, how can I bear this alone? This accident wasn't just my fault. I have to blackmail those two old guys later. I want spirit stones, lots and lots of spirit stones. After hesitating for a moment, Su Bai said these words firmly. Now, everything you want to buy in the system shop requires spirit stones, and every single item there is something that can attract countless powerful individuals to fight over. For example, a Grandmaster 1-hour trial card. If you have enough spirit stones, you might even be able to exchange it for a Martial Emperor trial card. However, external forces are always just external forces. Only the strength that one has complete control over is true strength. Fortunately, many things that are hard to buy in the outside world, such as top-grade chi gathering pills, can also accelerate one's cultivation speed. With a cheat code at your fingertips, why bother with the tedious process of slowly cultivating? With enough spirit stones, what can't you get by spending money? Ren Mingxian was taken aback when he heard this. What did this kid need so many spirit stones for? Although spirit stones can quickly improve one's strength, this method will severely damage one's foundation. If one's foundation is unstable, even if one has high talent, one may not be able to defeat opponents of the same realm. Well, given how clever this kid is, how could he possibly do something like this? He probably needs spirit stones to do something. I currently only have a few hundred spirit stones on me. I just won 100 coins, and if I give myself another 100, 200 coins should be enough, right? Su Bai looked at Ren Mingxian expectantly. When it comes to spirit stones, 100 or 80 is not too many, and 40 or 50 is not too few. As long as you don't make me lose money, or I'll really cry. 200, is that enough? Ren Mingxian asked. After saying this, Ren Mingxian carefully observed Su Bai's expression. Unfortunately, although Su Bai was overjoyed inside, he appeared very calm on the surface. Okay, thanks, Brother Xian. Su Bai had originally hoped to receive 100 spirit stones as compensation, since even grandmasters needed spirit stones for cultivation or other purposes. Su Bai hadn't expected to get 200 gold coins. Ren Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief. 200 spirit stones was a huge reward anywhere. If this kid tried to push his luck, he would only look down on him. Know when to stop while you're ahead, and don't be arrogant or impatient. Excellent, truly a talent worthy of our Jiangxi province. Alright, here are 200 spirit stones, please accept them. Ren Mingxian waved his hand, and 200 spirit stones appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Su Bai did not hesitate and put all the spirit stones into his spatial ring. 200 spirit stones is a huge sum of money even for a grandmaster. Since they are so willing to invest in me, I will definitely do my best to help them if they encounter any difficulties in the future. After accepting the spirit stones, Ren Mingxian removed the spirit energy shield, and Su Bai also prepared to leave. By the way, I'll make a list and send it to you about what you need for the treasure vault selection opportunity later. You can just choose one item from it. Ren Mingxian reminded Su Bai's retreating figure. The competition has officially ended. After leaving the training ground, Su Bai met several people waiting outside. When they asked him questions, Su Bai just gave them a casual answer and didn't press them further. Where do we go now? Chapter 81. The Beast Tide arrives. Where do we go now? The group, who had just finished the competition, discussed it and found that there wasn't much fun to do, so they decided to go straight back to Jiang Province. Xiao Xingyuan, having no parents and no ties in Tao Province, decided to return to Jiang Province with Su Bai and the others after some thought. On the spirit boat, Fu Gui looked at Xiao Xingyuan, who had followed them, and asked Su Bai beside him. Brother Bai, what's going on? Who is this guy? Why is he with us? As Fu Gui asked questions, he kept glancing at Xiao Xingyuan. He heard that Xiao Xingyuan had an SSS-level talent when he was revealing his talent. That's second only to Brother Bai's talent, and even a bit stronger than Sister Yu's SS-level talent. But, why is this guy coming back to Jiang Province with us? Isn't he from Tao Province? Did he betray us? Fu Gui looked at Xiao Xingyuan with a strange expression, wondering what this kid's purpose was. Su Bai shook his head upon hearing this. Who knows why this kid followed me after leaving the training ground? Isn't he from Tao province? Gu Chen looked at Xiao Xingyuan with a wary expression. This kid, it seems like he has the same goal as me. Brother Bai, can I come with you guys? Anyway, I'm an orphan, so it doesn't matter where I live. Maybe if I stay with you, we can help each other out in the future. Xiao Xingyuan asked somewhat nervously. After all, Su Bai was the only person in his 18 years who was willing to help him after only meeting him once. This was the first time Xiao Xingyuan, who had grown up in an environment of humiliation and bullying, had felt the warmth of the world. As the injured person myself, I naturally know how serious my injuries were at the time, and ordinary recovery pills simply wouldn't have the desired effect. Moreover, upon waking up, he found his qi and blood overflowing, and his original level as a beginner martial artist instantly stabilized. He only needed a few days of cultivation to break through to the intermediate level martial artist. Xiao Xingyuan certainly wouldn't believe it if it weren't for the use of some rare and precious natural materials or valuable elixirs. Xiao Xingyuan spoke nervously, afraid that Su Bai would refuse. Otherwise, the world is so big, yet there's nowhere for you to belong. You can come with me if you want, but I won't provide food and lodging. You'll have to take care of that yourself. Su Bai didn't care. After all, Tianhai City was such a big place, it wouldn't be affected by the addition of Xiao Xingyuan. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen an SSS-level genius with the highest talent other than his own immortal grade talent. If he doesn't perish along the way, his final achievement will be at least that of a martial emperor. With both parents deceased, I see a bright future ahead for this kid. Okay, let's get back to the main topic. Now he has suddenly obtained 200 spirit stones, plus the first place in the competition and the extra rewards, for a total of 220 spirit stones. Including the spirit stones found in the valley, there are now more than 300 spirit stones in total. That might be something to consider improving my cultivation level. The Grandmaster he met today made Su Bai realize that improving his strength was an urgent matter. Today you can be a Grandmaster, tomorrow a Martial Emperor, the day after tomorrow a Martial Emperor, and the day after that 10 Martial Emperors, and so on. Although he has now broken through to the Martial King level, he is only barely qualified to be a Grandmaster or Martial Emperor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Bai sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air to stabilize his realm by circulating the Enlightenment technique. The transformation from Martial Master to Martial King is a sudden change, where the body's qi and blood are transformed into spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is significantly more powerful than blood and qi, and its ability to materialize is one of the differences between blood and qi and spiritual energy. The energy will be transformed into purer spiritual energy, which will greatly enhance one's control over weapons, formations, and so on. This breakthrough was also due to the use of the Grandmaster Experience card, which allowed me to convert my qi and blood into spiritual qi in advance, and then accumulate experience by fighting against a 4th-tier alien beast. Breaking through to the Martial King realm was merely a natural progression. The main task now is to familiarize myself with controlling spiritual energy, which is completely different from blood and qi. Seeing that Su Bai had started cultivating, the others, feeling they had nothing else to do, also sat down and began cultivating. Traveling is always tedious and boring, and so is spiritual practice. Boom, boom, boom. A loud rumble instantly startled the group of cultivators, who immediately got up to observe their surroundings. Looking down from the sky, everyone was stunned at that moment. At this moment, the Grandmaster in charge of piloting the spirit boat hurriedly walked towards the group and anxiously said, "A beast tide has broken out in Tianhai City. It is said that a spatial rift suddenly appeared outside the city. A beast tide has formed in a very short time, and there are even beasts at the Martial Emperor level among them. Tianhai City, I guess it can't be saved. Before they launch an attack, what should we do? How about I take you away?" This last statement was made out of desperation. Beast tides are something that everyone in China avoids at all costs. Over the past 1,000 years, less than 1 in 10 cities has survived a beast tide. Even if they miraculously survive until reinforcements arrive, the city will have been completely destroyed, and reconstruction will take an unknown number of years. No, no. My parents are still at home. Upon hearing this, Chu Youyu immediately retorted, "My parents are still in Tianhai City, how could I have run away?" "That's right, my parents are in the city too. We can't run away, and we mustn't run away." Fu Gue, unusually, put away his smile and said with a serious expression, Who knew that such a terrible thing would happen after I went to participate in a big competition? A beast tide. This is something that only happens once every 10 years, and it just so happens to be in Tianhai City, right after these people returned. Just attacked by alien races, and now encountering a beast tide. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Subai quickly racked his brains to think. Leaving was definitely not an option. Just as Yoyu and Fugue said, all three of their families are in Tianhai City, and it is impossible for them to abandon them and leave alone, so they can be ruled out directly. But the beast tide has already reached a considerable size and cannot be stopped. What should we do? If the beast tide is detected before it forms, there is still a chance. Each city has a special item containing the Martial Emperor's spatial power. Disposable items can forcibly destroy spatial rifts before they stabilize, thus preventing the formation of beast tides. Once a 7th tier beast appears, it's basically a death sentence. That means the spatial rift has stabilized. Unless a Martial Emperor level expert seals it, a continuous stream of strange beasts will appear in this spatial rift until it is sealed or destroyed. Chapter 82 7th Order Beast, Taking the Initiative. Now that a 7th tier alien beast has appeared in the spatial rift in Tianhai City, it is obviously impossible to close the spatial rift now. Subai frowned. The beast tide seemed to be a dead end. Unless the Martial Emperor intervened, Tianhai City would perish within a day. The few grandmasters in the city are no match for the 7th tier beasts, let alone the many 6th tier and 5th tier beasts among them. Even 6th tier alien beasts are beyond Tianhai City's ability to resist, let alone 7th tier alien beasts among them. Gu Chen was filled with thoughts as he looked at the endless tide of beasts. Should he ask his grandfather to come over? The reason I was able to come to Tianhai City was because my grandfather broke through to the Martial Emperor realm after his seclusion, and then he sent me to Tianhai City to find Brother Bai. Given the current situation, Grandpa should come, right? Gu Chen took out his phone and sent a message to his grandfather. Reply instantly. You wait there, kid. Your father and I are on our way right away. Even if you die, he can't die. Grandpa Gu, who had just finished his seclusion, was still getting used to what had happened during his seclusion when his grandson sent him a message. I clicked on it and took a look. Holy crap! Grandpa Gu was so surprised that he stood up from his chair and left without hesitation after sending a telepathic message to Gu Chen's father. After receiving a positive reply, Gu Chen silently put away his phone. What do you mean, even if I die, Brother Bai can't die? Who's your grandson here? Is there no law or justice left? Am I the biological son, or is Brother Bai the biological son? However, knowing that his grandfather was coming soon, Gu Chen reassured everyone present. Brother Bai, I've already told my grandfather what happened here. He should be here in about half an hour. My grandfather is a Martial Emperor. After Gu Chen spoke, everyone on the spirit boat looked at him with a hint of doubt in their eyes. The same applies to Fu Gue and Shu Yoyu. After all, Gu Chen and the others weren't even classmates for a day. They had just transferred schools to participate in the competition, and they knew nothing about his character or family background. But after hearing what he said, his family seems to be quite well off? Martial Emperor? You know, that damn Vice Dean was also a Martial Emperor before. Now you're telling me your friend's grandfather is a Martial Emperor? What's the difference between this and meeting a friend who tells you that his family is actually billionaires? Subai glanced at Gu Chen in surprise. I knew this kid had an unusual background, but I never expected he had a Martial Emperor behind him. The Martial Emperor. You should know that there isn't even a Grandmaster in the entire Tianhai City, let alone a Martial Emperor. Fortunately, with the Martial Emperor present, this beast tide can be held until reinforcements arrive. The matter here has probably already been reported to the Martial Arts Association, and a specific Martial Emperor level expert will come to support the complete destruction of this spatial rift. Humans now have methods to completely eradicate these newly formed spatial rifts. However, those spatial rifts that have existed for a long time have been completely stabilized. Even the most powerful Martial Emperor in the world couldn't do anything about these spatial rifts. He could only send in his army and members of the Martial Arts Association to suppress them. If the Sword Saint were still alive, there might still be hope to eradicate these spatial rifts. But ever since that decisive victory against the alien beasts, the Sword Saint has been missing, though the aliens have never launched another large-scale invasion since. No one knows exactly what happened, but the disappearance of the Sword Saint caused panic among the human race. The strongest humans were all frantically cultivating in order to reach the level of the Sword Saint. Unfortunately, even after so many years, no new sword saint has been born, and friction with alien races on the interdimensional battlefield has gradually increased. Although reinforcements have arrived, the alien beasts have now assembled. With a 7th tier beast present, Tianhai City is in grave danger. Subai looked down at the endless stream of strange beasts beneath him, so densely packed that he couldn't see the end of them. Can Tianhai City really hold on? I haven't even had a chance to enjoy these 200 spirit stones that I just received. Subai calmed down and searched for trial cards in the system store. Besides the Grandmaster Experience card, which cost 50 spirit stones, the Martial Emperor Experience card now costs 100 spirit stones and only lasts for 10 minutes. Emperor Wu's actions were even more outrageous. 500 spirit stones could only buy 1 minute of the experience. 500 spirit stones to buy 1 minute? Although it was a bit outrageous, Subai felt that the price was normal. After all, this is currently the strongest realm in the world. That's the Martial Emperor realm, the dream of countless people for a lifetime. But with Subai, you only need 500 spirit stones to experience it, and this is not just a simple experience. Even if your trial card expires after you reach the Martial Emperor realm, your understanding of the Martial Emperor realm will still remain. In future training, bottlenecks will be negligible for you. Just like Subai, who broke through from Martial Master to Martial King directly after his trial card expired. Without bottlenecks, breakthroughs in cultivation are as easy as eating and drinking for Subai, who is overpowered. We can't afford Emperor Wu, but Empress Wu will do, right? With a shout, Subai immediately bent down and jumped off the spirit boat. Don't wander around on the spirit boat, I'm going down to check the situation. The aura of the Martial King erupted directly, and Subai used his spiritual energy to propel himself into the horde of strange beasts. Everyone was stunned by the sudden burst of Martial King aura. By the time they reacted, Subai had already rushed off the spirit boat. Looking down, the roars of strange beasts echoed across the sky, each one staring ahead, seemingly intent on conquering Tianhai City. Moo! A tremendous roar came from behind the beast, carrying a hint of oppressive power. The already restless beasts could no longer contain their bloodlust upon hearing this voice, and they charged madly toward the gates of Tianhai City. On the spirit boat, Shuyoyu and Fugue saw Subai rush down, and they both thought of following him down, even if it meant dying together. Guchen felt the same way, knowing that his grandfather had said that even if he died, Brother Bai couldn't die either. Subai's act of charging into the beast tide is nothing short of suicide. Knowing the truth, Xiao Xingyuan and the Grandmaster hurriedly stopped the group of people who wanted to follow. Xiao Xingyuan knew Subai's true strength. He was a Grandmaster, capable of instantly killing any Grandmaster of the same realm with a single sword strike. Brother Bai must have had his reasons for doing this, otherwise, he wouldn't have recklessly rushed down to his death. Brother Gu, Brother Fugue, and this sister-in-law, don't be anxious. Brother Bai must have done this with a sense of propriety. You've known Brother Bai for so long, don't you know what kind of person he is? The few people who were stopped were also thinking about what was going on. Fu Gue reacted the fastest, followed by Gu Chen. Holy crap, yeah, how could Brother Bai, such a cautious and steady guy, do something so suicidal? Chapter 83 Martial Emperor Trial Card, Abyss Demon Dragon. After thinking it through, Fu Gue was no longer in a hurry. Brother Bai always did things with certainty, and he would never do something he wasn't sure about. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. How could the chosen one of destiny perish because of a mere beast tide? Just sit back and wait to be carried away. Upon hearing this, Chu Yoyu lost the urge to rush down, but the worry in her eyes revealed her true feelings. You should know that there are already 7th tier beasts down here, which are comparable to the Martial Emperor realm, even if Subai just revealed that his realm was Martial King. But there are 3 major realms between a Martial King and a Martial Emperor. How could Subai possibly be a match for a 7th tier beast? It's alright, sister you. Don't you know Brother Bai? He must be absolutely certain before he did this. We can just wait for him on the spirit boat now. Fu Gue came over and comforted her. The scene shifts, and the camera focuses on Subai. At this moment, Subai, who was hovering in mid-air with the help of spiritual energy, frowned as he watched the strange beast rushing towards Tianhai City. Then, without hesitation, he took out the Jade Spirit Sword and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Have you ever heard of a sword technique that descends from the sky? Yuan Yang. Blazing Slash. Subai wielded his sword and slashed fiercely into the horde of beasts. Boom! A loud crash resounded from the army of alien beasts. With a single sword strike, billowing dust covered Subai and the strange beasts within 100 meters. The dust gradually settled. The person emerging from the dust was no longer Subai, but a mysterious figure wearing a mask and covered in a black robe. The mysterious person was none other than Subai, who had just landed. To conceal his identity, Subai purchased a heaven rank equipment from the system shop. After using it, he could hide his face and aura, making it impossible for even a martial emperor to detect his true appearance. As for the black robe he was wearing, Subai had just bought a low-grade black robe with some defensive attributes. It's no wonder Subai wanted to hide it. The 18-year-old King Wu was already extraordinary enough to shock the entire Chinese nation. But if you say he was an 18-year-old martial emperor, who the hell would believe that? Not even a ghost would believe it. Moreover, if the alien race were to obtain this information, Subai had no doubt that they would send a martial emperor to attack and kill him. You mean the martial emperor of the human race? Every single one of them is on the front lines. How could we possibly send someone specifically to protect you around the clock? Even if it's just the loss of one martial emperor, countless people will die every day on the otherworld battlefield. After concealing himself, Subai also came up with his explanation. The idea of an omnipotent, mysterious master is truly timeless. Since it's all the same person, they can just push all the outrageous things onto their master. Now that we have no worries about the future, let's kill to our heart's content. Emperor Martial Trial Card, use them all, and this too. The moment he activated the trial card, Subai closed his eyes and carefully sensed the sudden increase in power. That's the feeling. I wish I could always use this power. Subai felt the powerful force within his body and looked at these strange beasts, which seemed to be something he could easily crush with a single thought. Just now, King Subai's sword strike wiped out all the strange beasts within 10 meters of him. These cannon fodder were really weak. Roar! Roar! As soon as Subai appeared, the strange beasts around him roared at the suddenly appearing human with alarm. This human has killed so many of his own kind as soon as he appeared. This person in front of me is very dangerous. However, the low-level beasts, which were not very intelligent to begin with, were quickly blinded by rage, and beasts from all directions rushed towards Subai. Roar! The charging beast roared angrily. If anger could kill, Subai would have been torn to pieces by now. Seeing that most of the strange beasts were attacking him, Subai frowned. But immediately, the Azure Spirit Sword reappeared in his hand. At this moment, the Martial Emperor realm allows him to unleash the full power of the Azure Spirit Sword, and the Yuan Yang Slash, a heaven rank technique, also erupts with its full force. Not enough, not enough. When the sword intent is unleashed, nothing in the world can rival it. A terrifying strike was brewing in Subai's hand. This earth-shattering sword was a declaration that the human race would rise again. The moment the sword intent was unleashed, many of the charging beasts paused, and then a rare look of fear appeared on their faces. He tried to escape, but Subai's sword had already struck. Boom! A sword strike, unstoppable, slashed in one direction, its speed creating sonic booms. Until the sword intent disappeared, it was clear that no living creatures could be seen within 1,000 meters of where the sword intent had been. Seeing that a path had been cleared, Subai quickly charged toward the 7th-tier beast he had sensed. There are only 10 minutes left. If the 7th-tier beast is not killed within 10 minutes, then there is absolutely no hope. The 7th-tier beast, several kilometers away, seemed to sense something, and its angry roar once again echoed through the sky. Moo! After locating the source of the sound, Subai immediately took to the air and rushed towards the direction of the sound. After the low-level alien beasts failed to stop them, they marched towards Tianhai City in a mighty wave. Such a commotion by Subai must have attracted the attention of several martial kings and grandmasters on the city wall of Tianhai City. Because this matter concerns the survival of Tianhai City, even the parents of Subai and his two companions were conscripted to the city walls. If the army of alien beasts attacks, these grandmaster martial kings will have to desperately buy time for the civilians who have not yet had time to evacuate. A martial artist must now bear the weight of the responsibilities that come with the rights he has gained in ordinary times. As long as people are alive, there is hope. From a distance, the army of strange beasts that had been charging forward was cleaved into a wide path by a powerful sword aura. This caused the few people on the city wall who could see it clearly to gasp in shock. Who is that mysterious person in black robes, and why did he take the initiative to attack the beast tide? Could it be that reinforcements have arrived? The idea popped into their minds. But this idea was quickly rejected by everyone. When the reinforcements arrive, they will first greet the group before planning how to completely resolve the spatial rift. And have you ever seen anyone whose supporters are dressed entirely in black robes and wear masks on their faces, just to avoid being seen by others? The spirit boat in mid-air was also spotted by a few sharp-eyed people. At this time, coming to Jiang province. Oh no, it's the children. When Su's parents and Chu Yoyu's wealthy parents saw the spirit boat, they all thought of it at the same time. The group exchanged glances, then quickly pulled out their phones and dialed a number. After locating the source of the sound, Subai quickly spotted the 7th-tier beast. Its enormous body occupies nearly 100 meters of space, and the serpent god, which is hundreds of meters long, looks extraordinary. At this moment, his dark eyes were fixed on the human who had suddenly appeared in mid-air. This human, even he felt a deep threat from that distant sword strike. Subai recognized the identity of the strange beast at a single glance. Abyssal Demon Dragon. Chapter 84. The Abyss Demon Dragon dies, mysterious energy. With a length of nearly 100 meters, if the Abyss Demon Dragon were to touch it, it would at least cause serious injury. Subai looked at the enormous Abyssal Demon Dragon, and the two locked eyes, both filled with apprehension. This Abyssal Demon Dragon is clearly a high-level 7th-tier beast, and its realm is very stable, which is quite a problem for me. Although the Abyss Demon Dragon was wary of the human before it, Subai's sword strike had just killed many of its underlings, so it was clear that the newcomer had ill intentions. Human, leave now and I'll spare your life. Some broken Chinese came from the mouth of the Abyssal Demon Dragon. The Abyssal Demon Dragon realized that it could not see through the human in front of it. I have more important things to do now and don't have time to get entangled with this human. It would be troublesome if a powerful human arrived later. The enormous head stopped in front of Subai, its words full of threats. The way it seemed poised to attack made it appear as if it would strike immediately should Subai disagree. Subai didn't say much. The important thing now was to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. He picked up the sword with his right hand, pointing it directly at the head of the Abyssal Demon Dragon. Human, you're asking for death. This action instantly enraged the Abyssal Demon Dragon, which roared and attacked Subai without hesitation. Subai dared not be careless in the face of the attack from the 7th-tier advanced alien beast. As the huge body attacked him, Subai quickly created distance. Bang! Wherever the Abyssal Demon Dragon's tail went, huge trees collapsed, raising clouds of dust. Subai was somewhat horrified when he saw the power. He had underestimated the strength of this Abyssal Demon Dragon. Subai couldn't help but take it seriously, and he fully activated his cultivation technique in sword intent. Seeing Subai retreat, the Abyss Demon Dragon wanted to press its advantage and opened its mouth, sending a strange blob of slime towards Subai. Subai dodged the attack by sidestepping, the slime landing on the ground with a sizzling sound. Soon, a large hole was corroded in that area of ground, which looked quite frightening. Subai quickly launched his counterattack, unleashing a full-force sword strike that, to the horrified gaze of the Abyss Demon Dragon, severed its body in two. Roar! The Abyssal Demon Dragon roared and struggled in pain, its screams echoing for miles around. The Abyssal Demon Dragon never expected that a casual attack from this human would leave it severely injured. At the beginning, shouldn't you use 1 or 2 moves to test the strength? Why did you use your ultimate move right away? The Abyss Demon Dragon felt somewhat aggrieved. It had only wanted to test the strength of this human, but it hadn't expected that this one sword strike would seriously injure it. How could it possibly continue the fight? But the pain in his body made the Abyssal Demon Dragon realize that he should run away now, or he would die here. Before leaving, the Abyss Demon Dragon stared intently at Subai and uttered a harsh threat. Kid, I'll remember you. I'll definitely come back for revenge. But soon, under the terrified gaze of the Abyssal Demon Dragon, Subai unleashed the same sword strike once more. Thump, thump, thump. The head of the Abyssal Demon Dragon rolled to the ground, and the remaining half of its body, after losing control, also crashed heavily to the ground. Even the Abyss Demon Dragon couldn't figure it out. Such a terrifyingly powerful attack, how could this human be able to unleash 2 consecutive sword strikes? This is impossible. Originally, he thought that since the human had already exhausted most of his spiritual power by unleashing a sword strike, he would just make a threat and go back through the spatial rift to recover from his injuries before returning to take revenge. I just used a technique to speak, and your spiritual energy instantly returned to full? Subai watched all of this calmly. The old saying has been around for ages, villains die from talking too much. Why doesn't anyone believe it? After the Abyss Demon Dragon died, the low-level beasts around it were instantly leaderless. Without the command of the Abyss Demon Dragon, these low-level beasts scattered in all directions. On the city wall of Tianhai. The prepared crowd watched nervously as the strange beasts approached the city. The endless stream stretched as far as the eye could see, like a massive army pressing in. But just as everyone was feeling uneasy, the originally orderly beast tide suddenly stopped. The once orderly beast tide instantly became chaotic, with the beasts running wildly in all directions. Of course, a group of strange beasts still rushed towards Tianhai City in a panic. Seeing that the crisis had been averted, everyone on the city wall was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The beast tide is over? At this moment, a man standing to the side spoke with some uncertainty. After this person spoke, more and more people came to their senses and stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The beast tide that made countless people talk about changing color, just like that, ended? Everyone, don't let your guard down. If this is a trap set by that beast behind us, stay extra alert. At this moment, the guardian with the highest level of cultivation present spoke up to give instructions. Yes. Subai put away the corpse of the abyss demon dragon. He wondered how it would taste when he fed it to the little green dragon. After collecting the corpse, Subai looked at the spatial rift with curiosity. How exactly did this thing form, that it can continuously produce strange beasts? What is the space opposite it like? How about, we go in and take a look? Subai had never heard anyone mention what was on the other side of this newly formed spatial rift, and a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. There's no reason why, it's just that I only have 2.5 minutes left on my Emperor of War experience card. At this moment, Subai's spatial ring was already filled with piles and piles of alien beast corpses. It's estimated that this huge pile could fetch at least tens or hundreds of billions when sold. Not to mention that some of these are the corpses of high-level exotic beasts, which can be used as materials for refining weapons, making them even more valuable. Subai was preparing to find a secluded corner to change his clothes before leaving. But at that moment, the system suddenly emitted another notification sound. Mysterious energy detected. Please approach to absorb it. After absorption is complete, the system will upgrade again. Please check after upgrading for more upgrade details. Mysterious energy? Subai looked around in confusion. After looking around, Subai's gaze finally settled on the spatial rift. Aside from this spatial rift, the only other mysterious energy that matches what the system described is this suspicious spatial rift. After glancing at the Martial Emperor trial card with only 1 minute left, Subai decided to take the risk. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Subai gradually approached the spatial rift, constantly observing the system's reaction. Even though they were a meter apart, the system still didn't send any notification. Subai frowned. Did he have to touch the spatial rift himself? This is quite dangerous. Damn, we haven't encountered any major problems along the way, so why should we be afraid of this small spatial rift? Subai hardened his heart and placed his hand directly on the spatial rift. A moment later, thankfully, no problems occurred, and the system notification sound arrived as expected. Absorbing mysterious energy. Please wait. Chapter 85. The spatial rift disappeared, and now you understand? Absorbing mysterious energy. Please wait. 1%, 3%, 20%, 50%, 99%. Absorption complete, system upgrade in progress. The moment the system notification ended, Subai was surprised to find that the spatial rift he had touched had also disappeared. This system can actually absorb spatial rifts and completely eradicate them? Subai watched this scene in shock. A problem that has plagued humanity for millennia was solved so simply, in just a few seconds? That's right, only a few seconds passed between Subai touching the spatial rift and disappearing. In just a few seconds, the terrifying spatial rift vanished. Who would believe that if I told them? Subai stared in astonishment at the hand he had just placed there, finding it hard to believe that he had solved one of the biggest threats to the human race. However, the effect of the trial card soon disappeared, and Subai's strength dropped to Martial King. Sensing the sudden drop in his strength, Subai hurriedly found a secluded spot to remove his equipment, restored his original appearance, and flew back to the spirit boat. With the help of spiritual energy, Subai quickly returned to the spirit boat. The group had witnessed everything that had just happened below, and now that Subai had returned, everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. Feeling a little flustered by their stares, Subai weakly asked the group. What are you doing? Holy crap, Brother Bai, how did the beast tide suddenly dissipate? Did you do this? After a while, Fugue suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Brother Su. Brother Subai, I'm so glad you're alright. Shu Yoyu's unease vanished the moment she saw Subai return unharmed. It's good that you weren't injured. Shu Yoyu now feels that her cultivation level is still too low. Even when her brother Subai is in danger, she can only watch from the sidelines. I must work harder to cultivate. Brother Bai, are you alright? Gu Chan and Xiao Xingyuan came over to ask a question. Don't worry, what could possibly happen to me? After replying, Subai stepped forward and tapped Fugue on the head. Do you think I could have done something this big? Your brother Bai is a martial king, not a martial emperor. Subai felt it was necessary to explain, otherwise, given the kid's personality, he would think he had to walk sideways. Fugue, looking completely innocent, covered his head and complained. Brother Bai, even if it's not true, you don't need to hit me on the head every day. If you keep doing that, I'll go crazy. Are you going to support me then? No, you already have sister you definitely won't want me anymore. Looks like I need to find a wife quickly, otherwise I'll have no one to take care of me if I get knocked senseless one day. Hearing this, Shu Yoyu glared at Fugue, her cheeks puffed out, but she was secretly overjoyed. Fugue, you rascal. I'll definitely take better care of you from now on. Upon hearing this, Subai glanced at Shu Yoyu beside him, and only after finding that she had no objection did he jokingly scold Fugue. You rascal, it's questionable whether anyone will even want you in the future. You'd better hurry up and find yourself a wife. After some playful banter, Subai explained that the beast tide was only resolved because his master intervened, otherwise, how could he have possibly dealt with it on his own? Hearing this, the people on the spirit boat were finally convinced. I see. I understand everything. Fugue suddenly spoke up happily. The group, including Subai, immediately turned their gazes toward Fugue. What did this kid know now? Subai looked even more puzzled. What do you know now? Fugue then approached the crowd with a mysterious expression and said, I understand. Brother Bai has made rapid progress recently and has reached the martial king realm. This must be because of this mysterious master, right? So that's why Brother Bai suddenly rose to prominence. Now I understand everything. Gu Chen, Xiao Xingyuan, and the others seemed to be deep in thought upon hearing this. If we go by that, it seems there's some truth to it. With a mysterious master secretly helping him, and with the blessing of his immortal talent, his cultivation level will definitely increase rapidly. The mysterious person who could resolve the beast tide must be at least a martial emperor, or even a martial sovereign. The group was startled, all taken aback by their own suspicions. This also included the Grandmaster who was piloting the spirit boat, who was terrified upon hearing these secretive messages. Oh no, I've come across so many secrets, will I be silenced? The more the Grandmaster listened, the more alarmed he became. In the end, even the martial emperor and the martial sovereign appeared. He looked around nervously, wondering if his master, this peerless genius, was nearby. Subai did not explain upon seeing this. Fugue finally became a bit more reliable and came up with an excuse for himself. You really understand now, that's good. Seeing that Subai did not object, the group silently accepted the idea. Gu Chen was even more relieved that he had latched onto a powerful figure early on, otherwise even if he took the initiative, the other party wouldn't want him. Xiao Xingyuan looked at Subai with admiration. Brother Bai is so low-key. He is clearly a grandmaster, but he is still so low-key. I must learn from Brother Bai. He appears to have one trick up his sleeve, but he's actually holding back a whole host of tricks. As the beast tide gradually subsided, the Grandmaster controlled the spirit boat and headed towards Tianhai City. The moment the spirit boat set sail, the parents on the city wall were filled with anxiety. The group had just made contact with Chu Yoyu and the others on the spirit boat. Su's parents were in a state of panic after learning that Subai had voluntarily rushed into the beast tide. If their son dies, what's the point of everything they've done? My dear-in-law, don't worry. You know Xiao Bai, he's always been very clever. Nothing will happen to him. Chu Yoyu's mother, Yan Lanmeng, comforted her from the side. For Yan Lanmeng, Subai and Yoyu were already considered married in the hearts of both families, not to mention that Xiaobai had awakened a celestial talent. The young couple still like each other. They were childhood sweethearts and innocent friends. So even though the two have never publicly announced their relationship, in the hearts of both families, she is already their daughter-in-law and son-in-law. Fu Gui's parents also came over to comfort them, assuring them that everything was all right. In the blink of an eye, the spirit boat arrived above Tianhai City and then slowly descended before everyone's eyes. The scattered beasts outside the city had already been eliminated by ranged warriors before they could even attack, and the people on the city walls couldn't even touch a single beast. After annihilating the alien beasts that charged towards Tianhai City, the remaining alien beasts left in various directions outside the city. A beast tide that could have wiped out Tianhai City was thus quietly averted. Have we won? Some people made incredulous noises. They had already prepared to die to climb the city walls, but the beast tide ended so abruptly. Chapter 86: The Martial Emperor Descends. Several parents were already waiting at the spot where the hearse landed. Little fish, is our little white all right? Sue's mother, Shering, looked at Chu Yoyu, who was the first to come down, and asked her, while glancing behind Chu Yoyu out of the corner of her eye, trying to see if her son was inside. Auntie, brother Subai is fine. Isn't he standing there perfectly fine? Look. Chu Yoyu took Sue's mother's hand and pointed at Subai behind her. Sue's mother looked in the direction Chu Yoyu was pointing, and Subai stood there feeling embarrassed and uncomfortable. Subai couldn't help but touch his nose. He'd taken too much of a risk this time, forgetting to let his family know he was safe first. Fu Gui rushed straight to his parents, giving them a big hug before turning to Subai. Thankfully, Xiaobai is all right. Gu Chan and Xiao Xingyuan exchanged a glance. One was a grandfather and father on their way, while the other was an orphan. The awkward situation made them want to slip away, but they didn't know where to go. The two of them decided to give up and just stand awkwardly behind Subai. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the beast tide incident came to an end, and Subai and the others went home. Seeing that Gu Chan and Xiao Xingyuan had a good relationship with her son and were new faces, Su's mother warmly invited them to come to her house for a visit. The two looked at Subai, and after receiving permission, nodded in agreement and followed him back to Subai's villa. Xiao Xingyuan was a little reserved when he arrived at the villa. He was used to being frugal, so he was not used to being in a villa. He even walked on tiptoe. Gu Chen was also a little nervous. This was an opportunity to build a good relationship, and he had to seize it to leave a good impression on his aunt and uncle. When Subai got home, his parents couldn't wait to ask him how his grades were. I was watching the live stream just fine, but my son didn't appear on screen for a while, so I wanted to wait and see what happened next. As everyone knows, the beast tide arrived, and all martial artists of the martial master level and above were urgently summoned to the city walls to defend against it. The situation was critical, and the two hadn't had time to pay attention to the news. When they saw their son return, they hurriedly asked him about it. Son, you didn't embarrass your dad, did you? Su Xingzhou asked with a stern face. Upon hearing this, Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you even my real father? What do you mean by shameful? That means we'll definitely take first place decisively. The airspace outside Tianhai City. Two figures were traveling at high speed, with the one in the lead occasionally unleashing spatial power to teleport instantly. In just half an hour, the old man from the Gu family, who had traveled thousands of kilometers, arrived in Tianhai City. The old man dared not delay for a moment. The hope for the Gu family to take off again lay here, and there could be no mishaps. In the air, Grandpa Gu, who had arrived quickly, began to observe the surrounding situation. However, after looking left and right for a while, and even confirming the three big characters Tianhai City at the city gate, Old Master Gu became even more puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be a beast tide? Where are the strange beasts? Aren't situations that can be called beast tides usually involve tens of thousands of strange beasts? What's going on with this calm situation? Seeing that there was no danger around, Grandpa Gu took out his newly acquired foldable phone, operated it for a moment, and made a call. Hello? Gu Chen felt a little guilty after dialing the number labeled Grandpa in the contact list. I was so excited just now that I seemed to have forgotten to tell my grandfather about the situation here. So, we're in Tianhai City now? Sure enough, as soon as I answered the phone, I heard Grandpa Gu asking me with a smile. My dear grandson, where is that beast tide you mentioned? Would you believe me if I said the beast tide has been dealt with? Gu Chen cautiously probed. Stop pretending. What's going on? Where's the beast tide? Upon hearing this, Old Master Gu didn't bother to say anything more and directly asked the question. Well, that's a long story. Let's keep it brief. Simply put, it's... Gu Chen gave a brief account of what happened, including clarifying whether Subai's mysterious master had resolved the beast tide. Grandpa, I'm at Brother Bai's house right now. Do you want to come over? Gu Chen asked. They came all the way from their family, it must have been hundreds of kilometers, and they just took a quick look and left? Send me your location. Okay. At this moment, an emperor who had received the news from Kyoto also rushed to Tianhai City. Spatial rifts are of paramount importance. Once they appear and stabilize, Emperor Wu must personally eliminate them. Otherwise, if the spatial rift becomes more and more stable and continues to expand, this place will soon become another forbidden zone for humans. With a distance of 1,000 miles, Emperor Wu could no longer foolishly rush forward. Above the martial emperors are all the most powerful warriors of the human race, and shattering space is as easy as using one hand. Upon receiving the news, this martial emperor forcibly tore through space to teleport over a long distance. However, since the distance is quite far, forcibly tearing through space requires a buffer period. Fortunately, after several spatial teleportations, Emperor Wu quickly arrived above Tianhai City. However, when he saw the situation in Tianhai City, he frowned in confusion. Wasn't it said that the spatial rift here had stabilized? Logically speaking, the beast tide should have started during the time I was traveling. But, the calm and peaceful Tianhai City in front of us doesn't look like it has experienced a beast tide at all. After observing for a while, he suddenly looked sharply in one direction. That direction is exactly where Subai killed the Abyss Demon Dragon. Before he could even say hello, the martial emperor teleported instantly, arriving at the original location of the spatial rift in the next second. He frowned as he looked around. As a martial emperor, he keenly sensed that something was indeed different about his surroundings. There was a strong smell of blood. This aura. It was definitely a 7th-tier beast. Etc. Emperor Wu looked toward the original location of the spatial rift. Although it was empty, as someone who frequently dealt with spatial rifts, he was certain that there had indeed been a spatial rift there before. But, why did it disappear? Or has it been sealed or destroyed by someone? That's not right. Who else besides the martial emperor could destroy a spatial rift? There are no signs of a seal here either. Has the martial emperor already been here? Upon considering this possibility, the emperor was startled. Emperor Wu also came, so why didn't I receive any information? Who was this person? Chapter 87 Emperor Yan. He was certain that all the known martial emperors within the human race were negotiating with alien races in the interdimensional battlefield, leaving only 3 martial emperors within China to maintain order. He was a martial emperor who specialized in dealing with such emergencies. Because his special talent was fire-based and his main cultivation technique was also fire-based, he was known to the world as the Flame Emperor. The other 2 are known as the Sword Emperor and the Vast Heavenly Emperor. The Blade Emperor, true to his name, is someone who has become an emperor by specializing in the way of the blade, while the Vast Heavenly Emperor is mostly a title he gave himself. The other 2 were on the front lines, so they usually left these kinds of backyard problems to him to handle. But what's going on now? However, once the crisis was resolved, Emperor Yan was relieved. As long as the spatial rift was fixed, everything would be fine. However, it would be worthwhile to find out who this mastermind is who is secretly pulling the strings behind the scenes. After completing the investigation, Emperor Yan instantly teleported to the Guardian's office in Tianhai City. Who is it? The moment Emperor Yan appeared, the Guardians of Tianhai City reacted and shouted. However, when he looked over, he quickly said respectfully, "Your Majesty, we were unaware of your presence and apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality." Emperor Yan waved his hand impatiently and went straight to the point. "You were the ones who reported this beast tide, right? Do you know who dealt with it?" The Guardian quickly took over the conversation, as he had also been wondering why the beast tide had suddenly disappeared. Aside from the spirit boat outside Tianhai City, he couldn't think of anyone else who would step in to resolve the crisis in Tianhai City. "Reporting to you, sir, I've heard that this beast tide was caused by the mysterious master of a son of the Su group in the city. The mysterious person's strength and realm are unknown, but according to several people, the 7th-tier beast was killed by this person's master. At that time, I personally witnessed a mysterious man in black robes wielding a long sword. With just one strike, he cleaved a wide path through the beast tide. What happened next was just as you see now. The beast tide retreated in an instant, and all the strange beasts that emerged from the spatial rift hid outside the city." The Guardian told everything in detail. After all, he was the one who reported the danger of the beast tide. Now that Emperor Wu has taken action, the beast tide has ended. What if he gets accused of lying about military intelligence? After listening, Emperor Yan nodded thoughtfully, wondering who this mysterious man in black robes really was. Do you know where the son of the Su group lives? I'd like to have a chat with him. I know, at. Inside the villa, Subai began to review the gains from the beast tide and the competition. The only regret is that this martial emperor trial card cost me 100 spirit stones, which is a whopping 100 billion. His father's life's work, hundreds of billions, were spent in 1,000 small goals? However, it seems that in the world of high martial arts, paper money will always be just paper money, and it will instantly become worthless once the economy collapses. Spirit stones are different. As one of the essential resources for martial artists' cultivation, they are a form of hard currency no matter where you go. Even if all humans die, alien races and beasts can still absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. They have intelligence too, you know. After summarizing, Subai's current assets include over 200 spirit stones, several beast corpses, dozens of liters of 10,000-year spirit liquid, the spirit ice spring, and most importantly, the corpse of a 7th-tier beast. The meat of a 7th-tier alien beast that is 100 meters long is enough to feed countless meals. When cooking today, Subai took out several pounds of 7th-tier exotic beast meat. The physical body of a martial emperor realm cultivator is a great tonic. Gu Chen's grandfather and father also arrived quickly. Upon learning that the two had come to help his son, Su Xingzhou happily welcomed them. Since we're guests, let's celebrate our son's first place in the competition. Mr. Su, your Xiaobai is truly an outstanding person. I never expected that our Jiang province could produce such a gifted individual. Congratulations on winning first place in this competition. At the dinner table, Gu Zhanghai and two middle-aged men chatted as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Mr. Gu, you're being modest. Your Xiao Chen is quite good too, ranking in the top 10 in the competition. These are things I never dared to dream of before, but I never thought they would actually come true one day. Ah, one more. When the two were in high spirits, they filled their glasses again and drank it all in one gulp. But soon, an uninvited guest suddenly arrived at the villa's entrance. Led by his guardians, Emperor Yan quickly arrived at the entrance of Subai's villa. Instead of directly investigating the situation inside the room, Emperor Yan gently rang the doorbell. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Shiring got up to open the door. After opening the door, Shiring naturally recognized the guardian of Tianhai City beside Emperor Yan, but who was this person next to him? Hello, I'd like to ask if Subai is home? Emperor Yan took the initiative to ask. He sensed a familiar presence as he approached the villa. If this aura is correct, it should be Subai from inside the villa. Moreover, why is there an aura of a martial emperor inside this villa? Wait, there's another grandmaster. What's going on? Shiring was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and called into the room. Son, someone is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Subai put down his chopsticks and walked out of the living room. Seeing the person who had come, he asked. Who is it? What do you need? The others at the dinner table, seeing that something seemed amiss, also came out into the courtyard and looked towards the entrance. Holy crap! When the old man saw the person, he immediately started swearing. The moment he spoke, the surprised looks came from the people around him. How old are you? Why are you so trendy? Before old Master Gu could explain, he bowed slightly and said. Greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Yan. I am Gu Hongyi, from the Gu family of Jiang province. Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Why would the legendary martial emperor come to see Subai? But they soon realized that this martial emperor was probably there to deal with the beast tide, but it turned out that he had already been dealt with by Subai's master. Perhaps they came here to inquire about the beast tide? Emperor Yan. The group bowed slightly, mimicking the manner of old Master Gu. However, Subai did not bow with the others, but still politely greeted them. Emperor Yan. This humble yet assertive personality instantly caught the attention of Emperor Yan. In an instant, Subai was as if the Flame Emperor had seen through him completely, leaving him with no secrets whatsoever. Is this kid the mysterious man's apprentice? Why does his aura feel so familiar? Chapter 88 Mother Pearl. This scrutinizing gaze made Subai feel somewhat uncomfortable for a moment. Moreover, this is the first time I've faced Emperor Wu. Will he see through my disguise? After a moment of silence, Emperor Yan finally spoke. Is this Subai? Emperor Yan asked Subai with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately felt much more at ease. It seems the cultivation technique provided by the system is quite reliable, just as I expected. As expected, even the martial emperor could be concealed by my heaven covering technique. This was a worthwhile investment. Yes, may I ask what business Emperor Yen has with me? Subai replied immediately. After hearing Subai nod in agreement, Emperor Yen found the young man increasingly impressive. Logically speaking, a student who hasn't taken the college entrance exam yet should be surprised for a long time even if they only see themselves from afar. The other two young men next to him are behaving normally now. But now, Subai in front of him seemed to see him without any surprise, as if he were looking at an ordinary person. Etc. Emperor Yen suddenly seemed to have discovered something new and investigated again in surprise. This kid's cultivation level is actually intermediate martial artist? Even the well-informed Emperor Yen was somewhat surprised to see Subai's cultivation level. This kid still had some time before the martial arts exam, yet he had already reached the intermediate martial arts master level. What level was the previous national champion, a beginner martial arts master? This kid is already an intermediate martial arts master before he's even 18. Does that mean he'll have to be an advanced martial arts master when he takes the martial arts exam? However, Emperor Yen, being a martial emperor, quickly recovered from his surprise and returned to the main topic. Subai, I heard that this beast tide was resolved because your master intervened. I'd like to ask if it's convenient for your master to visit me. As soon as the words were spoken, the group of people who had just come to their senses were surprised again, including the guardians who had come with Emperor Yen. Who is this person in front of me? This is a renowned, world-famous top figure, one of the pillars of the human race, and an existence admired by countless people. But now this kind of person is actually taking the initiative to say they want to visit someone? What's going on here that a martial emperor would say such a thing? Could it be that Subai's master is also a martial emperor? Upon hearing this, Subai immediately understood the true purpose of Emperor Yan's visit. So you were looking for yourself? He probably noticed the spatial rift. I didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but unexpectedly, that bastard system suddenly notified me that it had discovered some mysterious ability, and directly wiped out the spatial rift. Although it's a good thing, it's easy for this to be exposed, brother. Something that only Emperor Wu could handle personally, you solved by letting me touch it for a few seconds. Isn't this blatantly telling people that there's an Emperor Wu here? Now look what's happened, they've come knocking on our door. You said if you had a martial emperor as your master, it would be fine, you could make it sound good, but this is my own master, is that acceptable? Well, my master doesn't like to communicate with outsiders. I only contact him when it's important. Or, if you need to see my master, I can pass on the message for you next time? Subai asked timidly, afraid of offending the martial emperor in front of him. As I recall, I had seen news about this Emperor Wu on trending topics several times. Most of the news consisted of stories about killing alien races and beasts, and the methods used were always extremely cruel. This person in front of him seemed to be a completely different person from the one who appeared very kind. However, that was all Subai could say. You can't expect me to conjure up a master for you on the spot, can you? Emperor Yen was clearly taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting that his request for leave would be rejected. But upon closer reflection, if it weren't for this beast tide, his master probably wouldn't have shown up at all. He'd probably be some rogue cultivator, or some old guy who's already gone into seclusion. Since he doesn't want to come out, and he's also a martial emperor, I can't force him to. I just wanted to get to know them, but since they didn't want to, then so be it. It's nothing. Since your master doesn't like to show his face, then let's just leave it at that. Just give him my regards next time he comes. Emperor Yen shook his head indifferently, and finally turned his gaze back to Subai. Ha? Wait a minute. Subai, you're the Subai who won first place in the Jiang province competition? Emperor Yen seemed to remember something. The news of the competition between the three provinces of Jiang, Tao, and Dongyang had naturally reached the other emperors in China. The information about Subai, who ranked first, was preserved until the arrival of a mysterious person because he had killed a fourth-tier alien beast and resisted a grandmaster of an alien race for a while. Thinking about it now, I guess that mysterious person was his master? Thinking about it this way, nothing seems strange after all. An interesting little fellow, a celestial grade talent, with several top-tier special talents. Emperor Yen suddenly became interested in Subai. With a celestial grade talent, besides that one, this guy in front of him should be the second person in China with a celestial grade talent, right? However, the situation within China is currently dire, and it is not possible to send out defenses to protect the human genius at all times. However, now that he has an unknown martial emperor master by his side at all times, he probably doesn't need to worry about his safety for the time being. Since that's the case, with a celestial grade talent, this should be a preordained martial emperor, and thus a junior of mine. They probably don't need much in terms of cultivation resources, and they already have a master with weapons, so it seems they don't have much to offer. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Yan took out a bead from his spatial ring and tossed it directly to Subai. Subai, this bead is a mother and child bead. Thank you for resolving this beast tide. I don't have anything good to give you, so please accept this bead. If you need any help in the future, just crush that bead in your hand, and I will sense it and get there as quickly as possible. I'm really looking forward to our next meeting. The last sentence was transmitted through sound, and only Subai could hear it. After saying that, Emperor Yan tore through space and left without looking back. Spatial rifts don't disappear for no reason, and the fact that the spatial rift was resolved in such a short time suggests that this little guy's master is quite extraordinary. Or does he have a way to permanently resolve the spatial rift? But all of this is just speculation. Only Subai knows the truth, and his master doesn't even meet him. Then we can only wait until the next time we meet. By then, his level of understanding should be high enough to know about that matter, right? Let's hope so, otherwise, humanity won't be able to hold on. Chapter 89. My villa is very big, want to come and see it? Subai pondered the meaning of Emperor Yan's last words with a puzzled expression. Was he looking forward to their next meeting? Does this need to be transmitted telepathically, or is there some other meaning behind it? But since they've already left, there's no need to think about it too much. Throughout the entire process, apart from the two people talking, everyone else just watched in surprise, completely oblivious to their presence. Even Su Xingzhou looked shocked. He was the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? Well, we've never seen anything like this before. Emperor Wu took the initiative to visit you. Anyone else would have been able to boast about it for 10 years, right? The highest level I've ever encountered in my daily life is nothing more than a grandmaster. This brat of mine actually managed to get the martial emperor, the renowned Yan emperor, to personally visit me. What is this kid up to? Su Xingzhou looked at Subai carefully for a moment. This was indeed his son. Lord Zhong, why don't you stay and have a meal with us? We've just started eating. After the important figure left, Shering greeted the remaining guardians of Tianhai City. These days, having some connections is much better than having none, especially when that person is the guardian of your city. Building a good relationship is always beneficial. Hearing the call, Jiang Qi snapped out of his reverie. Upon realizing it was an invitation, he shook his head and declined. I apologize, Madam Su. The people who were evacuated from Tianhai City due to the beast tide have not yet been fully settled. I was only able to take time out of my busy schedule because of the presence of Emperor Yan. However, I need to go back and give instructions for the next steps, so I won't stay any longer. Enjoy your meal. Alright, then please take care, Lord Jiang. After receiving the reply, Jiang Qi turned and left to give instructions for the next steps. No one expected the beast tide to end so quickly. The people who had just been evacuated now had to be brought back, and their feelings had to be appeased. This is undoubtedly a time-consuming and laborious task, but as a guardian, it is something I should do. After Jiang Qi left, the people in the villa exchanged glances before returning to the dining table. Gu Chen, Gu Hongyi, and Gu Jianhai were all dumbfounded. Although they knew that Subai would eventually take off, and then the Gu family would rise again by clinging to his coattails. But nobody said that the thighs would grow so fast. It hasn't been long, yet even Emperor Wu has to personally pay a visit. Ask the three of them, would they have ever imagined such a thing happening to them? It's something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. This child is terrifying. According to Gu Chen, Gu Hongyi already knew that Subai's true realm was already that of a martial king. However, even as a martial emperor, he couldn't discern Subai's cultivation level at all. He felt as if Subai were a mid-level martial master. If it weren't for his own grandson saying it, Gu Hongyi would never have believed that Subai was King Wu. Even when Emperor Wu arrived, he didn't realize that this kid was King Wu. Otherwise, why would he be so calm? Intermediate martial arts master is acceptable, but try becoming a martial king instead. At this moment, Gu Jianhai understood his father's intention. As the head of the Gu family, he naturally knew some of the family's secrets. It seemed that the ancestors' knowledge was truly effective. No wonder the Gu family had produced a martial emperor long ago. Unfortunately, centuries have passed, and everything has changed. The Gu family has also fallen into decline. Subai toyed with the beads in his hand. What did Emperor Yan mean by this? Did he want to befriend him? Subai was certain that something capable of transmitting messages over extremely long distances wouldn't be cheap. The most crucial point is not whether it's cheap or not, but that this bead can directly summon a martial emperor, which is equivalent to a martial emperor summoning talisman. A martial emperor, the strongest martial artist in the world right now, could arrive immediately if I simply crushed this so-called mother-child bead in my hand. Isn't this a trump card? And a frighteningly big one at that. After putting away the mother and child beads, the group returned to the living room. After finishing their meal, Gu Chen's father and grandfather left after giving some instructions, seeing that there was nothing else to discuss. After all, there's such a large Gu family behind them, it's definitely not good for both of them to leave. Anyway, there's nothing else going on here, so Gu Chen can stay here alone. After finishing his meal, Gu Chen left the villa and headed towards another villa. He had already made all the necessary preparations when he transferred to Tianhai City. His place of residence was not far from Subai's villa, and it only took a minute or two to walk there. After learning about Xiaoxing Yuan's background, Gu Chen felt some sympathy for him. He finally awakened his SSS-level talent, but unexpectedly, he started the game with both parents dead and suffered constant abuse from a young age. However, such a genius is worth befriending, not to mention that this guy might become your brother in the future. They're all big fans of Brother Bai, so they have to join forces to prevent anyone else from interfering in this relationship. My villa is very big, would you like to come and take a look? So, Xiaoxing Yuan followed Gu Chen to his villa. Just pick a room and stay. Here's the key. You can stay as long as you want. Gu Chen led Xiaoxing Yuan to the living room, lay down on the sofa, casually pointed to several rooms upstairs, and told Xiaoxing Yuan to choose one at random. Then he tossed him a key to the villa. Seeing that Xiaoxing Yuan had not made any move, Gu Chen turned his head and looked at him in confusion. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. Xiaoxing Yuan, who is fearless and doesn't even fear death, is now teary-eyed, as if tears are about to flow. Hey bro, wait, why are you crying? Is there something you're unhappy about? Tell me, and I'll do whatever I can to make it happen. Gu Chen had never seen such a scene before, and he hurriedly got up and went to Xiaoxing Yuan's side to comfort him. No. It's nothing, I just got some sand in my eye. Xiaoxing Yuan said, his voice choked with emotion. After saying this, he wiped his face and then walked upstairs to his room. This guy is acting strangely, Gu Chen muttered, finding Xiaoxing Yuan's behavior quite perplexing. However, what Gu Chen didn't know was that, besides his parents, he was the second person to treat Xiaoxing Yuan so well. The following days were peaceful. The group of students no longer need to go to school, they can focus entirely on preparing for the martial arts exam. Subai's intermediate martial arts skills are of little use at the school, and the same is true for Gu Chen and the others. The school is offering them very little help now. In order to stay there, Xiaoxing Yuan directly asked the teachers there for leave. However, Xiaoxing Yuan's school doesn't seem to have recovered from his story of a poor boy's rise to success. They want to threaten Xiaoxing Yuan to go back quickly, or they will expel him. Gu Chen couldn't stand it when he heard about this. He snatched the phone, scolded the teacher, and then immediately arranged for Xiaoxing Yuan to transfer schools. Alright, now the 5 of them are completely united. Meanwhile, in a basement in a certain province. Big Eater. Chapter 90. The water meter reader, open the door. Meanwhile, in a basement in a certain province. Idiots. They're all a bunch of idiots. What are you bunch of good-for-nothings for? This mission not only killed a few ordinary students, but also a grandmaster. What use are you bunch of useless trash to me? 1 martial emperor and 3 grandmasters, with the help of the formation, and you still can't kill a mere martial artist? Are you all trash? Speak up, are you mute? A celestial grade talent, a celestial grade talent. Do any of you know how terrifying a celestial grade talent is? Why would I risk exposure by having a martial emperor follow me? Isn't it because I want to complete this mission perfectly? Look at what you've done. Not only did you fail to kill the person, you even killed a grandmaster. Do you know how risky this is? If we succeed, great. If we fail, great. You. All of you. And me, you're all doomed. At this moment, the 3 alien races who escaped from the secret realm were being verbally abused by a person in a basement. This person was the head of the ethnic minorities in several nearby provinces and the direct superior of the three men. This mission was dispatched by the 7th level martial emperor in front of us, who sent a few people on it. You have to understand that this mission was ordered by the person at the very top. If his three subordinates don't do it well, he will suffer the consequences as well. Useless trash, good for nothing. He knew that nothing he said would make a difference now the mission had failed, and there was no way to take action again that was the consequence of failure. Before they could think it through, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Water meter reader, open the door. Oh, okay. After agreeing, the Empress instinctively opened the door. By the time he realized he was in the basement, it was too late. Don't move, put your hands behind your head. Upon seeing this, the group immediately tried to run away, but it was all in vain. The alien race had already sold them out under pressure, and this time, the Yen Emperor himself was leading the team. When the foreign killer was apprehended, another round of heated discussions erupted online. Holy crap, did you guys hear? The winner of the competition in Jiang province this time is a city we've never heard of before, Tianhai City. One city has produced 3 top 10 finishers. Did you guys see that screen recording? That ruthless guy named Subai actually killed a 4th-tier alien beast. That's outrageous. That was a Martial King level alien beast. Why is everyone's focus different from mine? Am I the only one who saw that this competition was attacked by alien races? I heard there were even alien martial emperors among them. I'm the on-site expert. This attack involved 1 martial emperor and 3 grandmasters. 1 grandmaster is already dead. We suffered over 20 casualties. I heard it was because of an inside traitor. Haha, am I the only one who feels sorry for CHN? He was clearly second in the competition, but he became 4th just because he raised a question. I'm professionally trained, I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it, haha. Subai didn't pay much attention to the online discussions. I feel like a fat sheep, with a bunch of wolves eyeing me, wanting to devour me. If I don't work hard to cultivate myself, this little lamb will soon become the fat meat in other people's mouths. In the days that followed, Subai took some time to visit Juboj and sold all the corpses of these strange beasts. Only the flesh of the abyss demon dragon was kept by Subai, as it was extremely nourishing. The pile of corpses, including some 4th and 5th tier beasts, took almost a long time to count before a total price was finally determined. The corpse of this entire 1,000 cubic meter spatial ring, along with the materials from the abyss demon dragon that could be used for refining artifacts, was ultimately valued at over 500 spirit stones. It was clear that the payment could no longer be settled in Chinese currency, so it was only after Feng Yuqing, the president of Juboj, requested that the payment be settled in spirit stones. These 520 spirit stones are probably mostly worth so much because of the refining materials from the abyss demon dragon. You must know this is material for a martial emperor, a 7th tier exotic beast. Even at the headquarters of Juboj, the highest level they can receive is materials from martial emperors and 7th tier exotic beasts. Online, that's the kind of material for a martial emperor level cultivator, but those who own it are almost never going to sell it. Would a martial emperor really lack spirit stones? A trip to a secret realm could easily yield hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones, so there's no shortage of them. Moreover, most of the spirit stones were passed down from these powerful figures, or collected by legions. This small branch of Juboj naturally didn't have 520 spirit stones, so Feng Yuqing told Subai to go home and wait for a day, and he would present them to him with both hands the next day. Subai didn't care. He figured a day or two wouldn't make a difference, and a powerful organization like Juboj wouldn't renege on its debt. So he went home to cultivate. The news that the son of the Su group had a martial arts master quickly spread throughout almost the entire Tianhai city. Subai, who was already the champion of the competition, attracted many people to befriend him. During this period, people would frequently come to Subai's villa to deliver gifts. Subai accepted all of these offers, reasoning that it was a waste not to take them. As for those forces that wanted to recruit him, Subai refused them without hesitation. You think you can buy your freedom with such a small thing? How is that possible? Thanks to Subai, the Su Group's business is booming, and many companies that used to ignore it are now eager to cooperate with the Su Group. Su Xingzhou was initially very happy, but one day he saw the president of Juboj personally deliver 520 spirit stones to his son, and he immediately decided to quit. What's the point of working so hard to build a company all my life? Isn't it just so my son won't lose at the starting line? And look at what's happened now. His son casually holds over 500 spirit stones, which translates to over 500 billion Chinese yuan in assets. More than 500 billion. I, his father, have worked hard for half my life and only managed to build up a fortune of 100 billion. As a result, his son spent over 500 billion yuan, equivalent to 5.5 lifetimes. Why bother running a company? He might as well just retire. So, not long after, Su Xingzhou directly hired a few people to manage the company and then stepped back from the front lines to become a hands-off boss. Shering fully supports her husband's decision, so that the two of them can have more time to enjoy their time together, something they haven't experienced before, and spend more time with their son. Su Bai spent the rest of his time cultivating every day, and sometimes he would meet with Fu Guwei and the others to keep each other motivated. Seeing that even someone as strong as Su Bai was taking the lead, the others secretly resolved to work hard at their own cultivation. However, they were clearly overthinking it. Su Bai's cultivation involved simply consuming a pile of spirit stones and spirit gathering pills purchased from the system shop every day. After the system update, Su Bai discovered that he could finally view the little Azure Dragon's attribute panel. Upon seeing the spatial talent, Su Bai didn't hesitate to spend money to copy it. However, the price required for this in-game purchase is truly exorbitant, a full 100 spirit stones. However, you get what you pay for. Su Bai was pleasantly surprised after trying it out. This spatial talent was even more powerful than he had imagined. Chapter 91 Breakthrough to Grandmaster, Martial Arts Examination Approaches. Su Bai's spatial talent is only at the Martial King level, yet he can tear through space and teleport, just like a Martial Emperor or even a Martial King. It can also teleport instantly like Emperor Wu, which is simply a divine tool for chasing or escaping. With this talent, what do I have to fear from being hunted down? Just go wild. In the days that followed, many people knew about the rumors surrounding Su Bai's mysterious martial emperor master, and no one continued to cause trouble. Even the alien races became much more peaceful after the Great Purge. As for the Su family, because the alien race's operation failed and Su Bai had a mysterious master protecting him, they could only vent their anger on the Su family. Before he could even take revenge, he was captured by the alien race, tortured severely, and then thrown to be fed to the dogs. Time is like a galloping horse, always passing by swiftly and mercilessly without you even noticing. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the martial arts exam. At dawn, Su Bai, who was deeply immersed in cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, and his powerful aura exploded instantly. Grandmaster, accomplished. Su Bai, feeling the power within his body, couldn't help but exclaim. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's time for the martial arts exam, and my cultivation level has reached the Grandmaster level in these 2 months. An 18-year-old Grandmaster, this is not just a fantasy, it's practically a pipe dream. As we all know, the top scorer in last year's martial arts exam was a junior martial arts master. How many levels are there between a martial arts master and a Grandmaster? There are 2 whole major realms of difference between them, and how many years of effort must have gone into that time? During this time, Su Bai did not forget Fu Guwei and the others. While they were diligently cultivating, Su Bai also provided them with some spirit stones and spirit gathering pills to help them. However, compared to Su Bai, Xiao Xingyuan, who has the best talent, has already reached the initial Martial King realm, and Chu Youyu, who has received special training, has even reached the intermediate Martial King realm. Fu Guwei and Gu Chen were slightly inferior. The former was an intermediate martial artist, while the latter was an advanced martial artist. However, since Fu Guwei is a beast tamer, he should focus more on cultivating exotic beasts to better unleash his potential. Of the 3 wind wolves bound by the wealth contract, only the second-tier high-level wind wolf was kept. The other 2 were released. After that, Fu Guwei used his connections to get a treasure hunting rat and an ice flame sacred lion cub, and then fed them all sorts of resources. So far, after being fed by Fu Guwei, that second-tier wind wolf has actually undergone a bloodline reversion and has been promoted to a swift wind wolf. This kid actually managed to stumble upon such an extremely rare opportunity. He's incredibly lucky. The Gale Wolf is currently at the initial Martial King level, making it far stronger than its master. The treasure-seeking rat and the Ice Flame Holy Lion also broke through to the 3rd-tier beast level through feeding, and are now 3rd-tier beginner beasts. Su Bai got up and left the room. Today was the martial arts exam. He should go to the school. Looking at the missed call on my phone, I saw it was from the principal. Su Bai didn't know what was going on either. After saying goodbye to Gu Chen and the others, they went to school together. F5 assembled, off to school. On the way, Fu Guwei, being a chatterbox, naturally kept talking non-stop. I haven't interacted with anyone much for 2 months, and I'm practically going stir crazy. Hey, brother Bai, did you know that not only is the grand competition being reformed this time, but the martial arts exam is also being completely reformed? It seems that a martial emperor found a supreme treasure in one of the three great secret realms, called something like the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda? Hearing this, the others looked at Fugue curiously. The method of the martial arts exam had changed this year was really strange. Seeing the group looking over, Fugue knew that they must be cultivating every day and knew nothing about the news. Fugue immediately raised his chin arrogantly and continued. After testing by the human race's high-ranking officials, it was discovered that the Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda is a spatial treasure. Anyone who enters it can attempt a challenge, and a strange beast corresponding to the challenger's strength will appear inside. But apart from their strength, everything else about the beasts inside is fake. Moreover, after multiple tests, the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda has a total of 99 floors. Every 10 floors you conquer will grant you a reward from the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. To date, no one has reached the top floor. Even the martial emperor himself seems to have failed at the 80-something floor. These rewards range from weapons to rare and precious materials, and are completely random. And most importantly, this tower can record the time and number of floors reached by those who attempt to enter the tower in real time, as well as a series of leaderboards and lists. It can also conjure entrances and exits for various places to enter the tower for testing. After a series of tests, the higher-ups decided to replace the martial arts exam with a tower climbing test. The top 100 in this tower climbing test will go to Kyoto for the final competition. After finishing his speech in one breath, Fugue's proud expression became even more undisguised, as he looked at the group of people who were all eager to praise him. However, Subai fell into deep thought, not expecting that the martial arts exam would also change its format this time. A tower challenge? Rewards? What on earth is going on here? But this is not bad either. The ranking of the tower challenge is just a question. I wonder how I would fare if I tried to challenge the tower with my current Grandmaster level strength. Seeing that the others were ignoring him, Fugue seemed to suddenly remember something and continued, by the way, I heard that besides us Chinese participating in this martial arts exam, it seems that people from other races will also be participating. It's very strange. Why would people from other races participate in our Chinese martial arts exam? They clearly have ulterior motives. What are the higher-ups thinking? What was said unintentionally was taken to heart. When a member of a different race participates in the martial arts examination, everyone knows it's like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken, it's all ill-intentioned. But, why would those people at the top agree to this request? Knowing there's a trap, but having no choice but to step into it? Subai couldn't figure out what was going on, but he had a feeling that the alien races participating this time were very likely targeting him. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Soon, after 2 months, the group returned to the school. At the school gate, passing students saw several people and began to discuss them in surprise. The title of first place winner in the Subai competition became famous throughout Tianhai City, and many people who followed the bets on the first place winner in Jiang province made a fortune. Hey, do you guys think those are Subai and his group? I heard that the 5 of them swept all the top 3 spots in the competition. It's like something out of a science fiction movie. How could I not recognize them? But one of those 5 seems to be from Tao province, right? What's he doing at our school with Brother Bai? Holy crap, could it be that Xiaoxing Yuan switched allegiance to Jiang province because he succumbed to Brother Bai's charm? Does that mean the top 3 in this competition will all be from Jiang province? It's incredible, it has to be Brother Bai. I heard that Brother Bai killed several 4th-tier beasts in the competition. It's been 2 months, and I can't even imagine how strong Brother Bai is now. P.S. Let's get to the main story quickly, the beginning was too drawn out. Chapter 92 Global Live Broadcast, Tower Climbing. The group ignored the discussion and went straight into the school. Because of the previous class division, all 5 of them are now in the same class, and their class locations have already been told to them. When I arrived at the classroom, Principal Chen had been waiting for me for a long time. Today is the annual martial arts examination, an exam that can determine one's fate. In a ring competition, many people would have difficulty catching up because they had awakened some very poor talents. But now the martial arts exam has been reformed and has become a tower climbing mode. If that's the case, perhaps some people can still achieve a good ranking through their own efforts. I heard that the ranking criteria for the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda are based on a combination of factors, including cultivation level, talent, number of floors cleared, and time taken to clear the pagoda. This is the first time this has been implemented, and many people don't know how the 9 Treasures Pagoda works. they will only know after trying it once. As a result, the atmosphere at the school today was noticeably tense. This martial arts exam will be broadcast live globally, with the leaderboard synchronized in real time. All candidates, please enter the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda in an orderly manner to attempt the challenge. Enter the tower challenge in batches of 100 people each. Please enter in an orderly manner according to the schedule. Those who violate this rule will have their scores invalidated and will be permanently banned from participating again. To reiterate, please enter the 9 treasured glazed pagoda in an orderly manner for the examination. Please note the following precautions inside the pagoda. 1. It was now 9:50. After Subai and his group learned some information from Principal Chen, the entire school went to the 9 treasures glazed pagoda together. The entrance to the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda is placed by the Martial Arts Association. There is one entrance per city, and all candidates need to enter from the designated location. Students from number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school, and number 3 middle school are all gathered in one place, and the entrance to the 9 treasures pagoda is located in a square. The items in the square had long been cleared away. From a distance, the clone of the 9 treasures glazed pagoda looked incredibly tall and extraordinary. However, this was merely a clone that the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda conjured it while its true form was in Kyoto. Now it seems that this 9 treasure glazed pagoda truly lives up to its name as a supreme treasure. There are countless cities on the entire planet Earth. How can this 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda create so many clones and accommodate so many people trying to climb the pagoda at the same time? Won't it get crowded? Each batch consists of 100 people, which means there are at least several hundred or even 1,000 cities involved. Based on 100 cities, each group would have at least 10,000 people. To accommodate 10,000 people simultaneously attempting to conquer the tower, what kind of treasure is this 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda? Soon, after repeated reminders, it was 10 o'clock. When the time came, the 9 treasures glazed pagoda suddenly changed. A vortex appeared at the entrance of the pagoda, which was very similar to the teleportation portal from before. At the same time, the global live broadcast also started. Hello everyone, welcome to the first new martial arts examination. I'm your commentator, Chichi. Hello everyone, the annual martial arts exam is here again. I'm your commentator, Yuanxiu. Have you missed me? Inside the live stream, 2 official commentators greeted the viewers. The live stream was flooded with tens of millions of viewers the moment it started. This year's new martial arts exam saw everyone across the country given a day off, with only a few official personnel still carrying out maintenance work. Many people, even though they are not taking exams, get up earlier than those who are taking them. Everyone wants to see what the reformed martial arts exam will be like. And don't forget, this martial arts exam even involves foreign races. It's said that they will also send people to participate in this exam. Between the geniuses of different races and the geniuses of the human race, who is superior? Everyone was really looking forward to this competition. You see, they rarely saw any alien races except on the front lines, and could only get some information from the internet. The name of this live stream room was also quite interesting. In the Battle of the Prodigies, who will ultimately prevail? The martial arts exam I've been waiting for so long has finally begun. I've known about the reforms to the exam for a while now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what it will be like. What? Even the geniuses of the alien races are participating in this martial arts exam? What's going on? The alien races definitely have ulterior motives. Why would they let them participate in this competition? Kill these bastards. They actually dare to participate in our martial arts exam. Do they think there's no one in China who can stand up to them? Do they think they can get involved, whether they're cats or dogs? Damn it, my son died because of these sons of bitches. We can't let them get away with this. Go China! Rise up! The live stream chat quickly turned into a heated debate, transforming into a massive outcry. Seeing this, the 2 commentators didn't want to forcefully interrupt, but as the leaderboard changed, they quickly found a direction for their commentary. Please look at the screen, everyone. The first batch of candidates have now entered the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, and the rankings have changed accordingly. The current number 1 is a high-level martial artist from Sichuan province. It's only been less than 3 minutes, and he's already reached the 2nd level. It seems everyone is in high spirits this year, which is a very good start. Meanwhile, the first batch of examinees on Subai's side also entered the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Once inside, the rankings outside the 9 treasures glazed pagoda change every moment. 1 second. It's people from Sichuan province, the next it's people from Qinghai province. Once the first batch of people entered, no one could stay in first place for more than 3 seconds. The number 1 spot on the leaderboard changed hands almost every second. 10 minutes passed quickly. One by one, people began to collapse on the first few floors, leaving the glass tower and slinking away from the examination hall. Most of these people are those who don't work hard on a regular basis, and they don't put in any effort even as the martial arts exam approaches. When their talents awakened, these people had already sentenced themselves to death in their own hearts, and this outcome was entirely predictable. Soon, 20 minutes later, more people began to be kicked out of the glass tower. Many people collapsed on the 10th floor, defeated and kicked out by the strange beasts inside. There is a threshold every 10 levels, since there is a reward every 10 levels, so the difficulty will naturally be higher. A few people made it past the 10th floor and continued to climb the tower, but soon many people were eliminated in each subsequent level. Once one batch is finished, the next batch moves in immediately. The main focus is on seamless transition. Soon, several waves passed by, and the top teams on the leaderboard gradually stabilized. The first few are people who have already passed the 20th level. They are no longer counted in the batch. Even if they are still trying to pass the tower, it will not affect the next batch to enter. First place, Chen from Yaoan City, Tao Province, 21st floor, time, 37 minutes and 40 seconds. Second place. Subai quickly noticed that the first place winner was an old friend. He hadn't expected that this guy had entered the glazed pagoda so early and even won first place. Chapter 93 Ranking List, Alien Prodigies. Soon, after several batches, it was Gu Chen and Fu Gui's turn. After the two entered the rankings, their rankings climbed rapidly at a visible pace. Fu Gui quickly entered the top 10 of the rankings by outnumbering his opponents. However, based on talent and skill alone, Fu Gui could probably make it into the top 100 of the rankings. With his overall strength, Fu Gui is likely to maintain his position in the top 100. Soon it was Chu Youyu's turn. After entering the tower, Chu Youyu's talent and intermediate martial king level alone propelled her to second place on the leaderboard before she even started challenging the tower. Holy crap, who is this Chu Youyu from Tianhai City? How come she's already in second place right away? This is cheating for nothing. If you don't even know my goddess, then what are you watching the live stream for? My goddess was already a beginner martial artist 2 months before the competition, and her level is only higher now, don't you understand? This name. I seem to remember it. Isn't it from the competition during the last alien invasion? Yes, that's it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful after only 2 months. She's already in second place in the blink of an eye. Just how terrifying are Chu Youyu's skills and talent? She'll probably be number 1 this time, right? Brother, what nonsense are you spouting about Kunba? The really powerful big shots always make their appearances last, not to mention that there are alien prodigies participating this time, but we haven't even seen a shadow of them yet. Chu Youyu's sudden rise to second place sparked heated discussions across the country. Just who was this Chu Youyu, who had rushed to second place as soon as he entered the tower rankings? At that moment, a name quickly appeared on the leaderboard, instantly causing an uproar among the viewers in the livestream. Top 10. The top 5. This name immediately jumped to third place as soon as it appeared. Third place, Kyoto Sima Nan, first floor, time, 1 second. Holy crap, the young master of the Sima family in Kyoto has made an appearance. I never expected him to participate in this martial arts exam. You know, these young masters are usually directly admitted without any special consideration. I never thought I'd see the Sima family's name. Even the Sima family only managed to rank third. Just how extraordinary is Chu Youyu, who came in second? Is her talent or cultivation level frighteningly high? I didn't expect so many aristocratic families to participate in this competition. It seems the alien races are coming on strong this time. Everyone should be careful. Sima Nan's appearance shocked the entire nation for a moment, but soon another name appeared, directly shattering everyone's expectations. First place, Werewolf Luo Tianming, first level, 1 second. Can someone tell me what the hell the werewolf race is? Is this some kind of alien race? They just took first place without any suspense at all? What the hell? Why is the werewolf clan ranked first? Even Sima Nan is below them. Is this what they call a prodigy among alien races? It's over. Even Sima Nan has been overshadowed. You know, Sima Nan is the most talented person in the Sima family in the last 100 years. I remember he was already a beginner martial artist in the last Kyoto competition. Now, 2 months later, he should be at least a senior martial artist, right? Even a high-level martial artist was outmatched. Could this Luo Tianming from the werewolf clan be a low-level martial king? How is that possible? Luo Tianming's appearance surprised everyone, including someone in the Kyoto team who had some connection with Sima Nan. The entire Sima family was astonished by this situation. Their young master had an SSS-level talent and had broken through from a beginner martial artist to a beginner martial king in just 2 months. Now, a prodigy from the werewolf clan can easily suppress his young master. Just how strong is Luo Tianming from the werewolf clan? Must the prodigies of our great nation of China be forever suppressed by the prodigies of foreign races, forever beneath their feet? 3rd place, Lion Nan clan, Mo Wuxiong, 1st level, time, 1 second. Just as the 1st place was taken away, another alien prodigy rushed up the list again, aiming for the top 3. Now, only Chu Youyu remains in the top 3 of the rankings, while the 1st and 3rd are both geniuses from other races. It's over, it's over. This time, the alien race is really coming on strong. They've almost monopolized the top 3 spots. This is our Chinese martial arts exam. No way. Where are the geniuses of our human race? Where are the prodigies of the other aristocratic families? How come there's only Sima Nan now? Don't let us be overshadowed by the alien race. Amidst countless sighs in the comments, some unusual comments stood out. Ha, so this is all there is to your human race? Once our race's prodigy emerges, won't your human race obediently kneel down? That's it? That's all? I thought you were more ruthless. I really don't know how such a weak race has lasted this long. Sooner or later you will all become our slaves. Luo Tianming of the werewolf clan is too strong. He actually overpowered the Lion Man clan this year. Go Luo Tianming, cripple all these humans. How could anyone in the livestream not know what was going on with these comments? Damn it, those aliens are practically taunting us right to our faces. How can we tolerate this? Keyboard warriors, charge. Damn you bunch of idiots, why aren't you usually this arrogant? Now you just like to rub it in, huh? What kind of beasts are you alien races? Our human race hasn't even produced many geniuses yet, so what are you pretending for? You son of a bitch. You alien prodigies are nothing but a bunch of trash, clowns. Let's see how you jump around. The livestream instantly turned into a flame war, with the 2 commentators exchanging glances. In the end, due to their official status, they continued to commentate on the martial arts exam. The verbal battle lasted for a full 10 minutes, and the top 3 rankings remained unchanged. Xi Chen, who entered in the previous batches, has completely stopped ranking, stopping at 10th place and then stopping at the 39th level. A moment later, another name moved up 1 place, pushing Xi Chen out of the top 10. There is still one familiar face in the top 10, Ji Tianyu. Just as the war of words continued, a name shot up the leaderboard like a rocket. In just 3 seconds, without the slightest pause, the name went straight to 1st place and firmly secured its number 1 position. 1st place, Kyoto Dragon Voyage, 1st floor, in 1 second. Ah, you bunch of idiots, now you see it clearly. I've already told you, your alien race's prodigies are just a bunch of useless trash. When the tiger is away, the monkeys become kings. Keep barking like a dog. What are you pretending for all day? It's hilarious. The sudden appearance of Long Yuanhang caught everyone off guard. After the Sima family made their move, did even the Long family participate in this martial arts exam? Interesting. At this moment, only Subai and Xiao Xingyuan's groups remained in the entire square. Most of the people who entered earlier had stopped at the 10th or 20th floor, which was probably the result of a vocational college. As you move up, once you get to the 20th floor, you can choose from most undergraduate programs, and above the 30th floor, you can choose from colleges all over the country. The results of this martial arts exam ranking will almost certainly determine which university you will attend in the future. Because the ranking is based on comprehensive performance, there will be no awkward situation where someone has the ability but cannot get into their desired college. Those martial artists with lower skill levels but great potential will also stand out in this martial arts exam and be able to go to better academies to obtain ample resources. Only the top 100 on the leaderboard will go to Kyoto for a tournament. P.S. It's almost 200,000 words. I'll do a book test then, change the title, and collect everyone's thoughts. I'll read every comment, and feel free to share your ideas in the comments section. I should be able to update a few more chapters today, and quickly reach 200,000 words. Please send me a gift to support me. Chapter 94: Human prodigies are inferior to alien races? Subai breaks through the tower. Currently, within the top 100 of the rankings of Fugue, Guchen, and others are gradually shifting downwards as one prodigy after another emerges. After Xiaoxing Yuan entered, his ranking quickly rose to the top 10. The top 10 positions are now basically stable, and even if someone with better talent enters, their ranking will fall behind because they are just starting out in the tower. The current leader is still Long Yuanhang from Kyoto, who has already climbed to the 40-something floors in just over 10 minutes and is still climbing at a rate of 1 floor per minute. Even the threshold every 10 floors only takes an extra minute at most, and then you continue to move on to the next higher floor. The alien race that was just shouting has now fallen silent, but they secretly hope that a prodigy will emerge once again. First place, Long Yuanhang, 47th floor, time, 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Second place, Luo Tianming, 43rd floor, time 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Third place, Sima Nan, 42nd floor, time 18 minutes and 40 seconds. The top 3 have now reached the 40th floor of the tower, and the speed at which the rest of the group climbs the tower has visibly slowed down. While everyone in China was celebrating, a dark horse quietly entered the rankings. 10th. 5th. 3rd. 1st. First place, Demon Clan's Madly Charming Moon, 30th floor, time, 7 minutes and 1 second. Second place, Kyoto Dragon Voyage, 49th floor, time, 20 minutes and 10 seconds. In just a few minutes, another alien prodigy reached the 30th floor in just 7 minutes, directly surpassing Long Yuanhang's 49th floor to become number 1. The alien race instantly went from being silent to being extremely arrogant. Oh dear, I thought your human race's prodigies were so formidable, but I didn't expect them to be overtaken. I wonder whose voice was louder just now. Haha, I told you that you humans are only fit to be slaves and will never be able to surpass the geniuses of my race. You should go wash up and go to sleep instead of daydreaming. Look how smug you are. You only have a slight advantage. Our human race's prodigies will catch up in no time. Just you wait. Still being stubborn? Long Yuanhang is already the strongest prodigy your human race can boast, right? You're not hoping for another human to emerge who's even stronger than Lord Kuang Jiaoyue, are you? To tell you the truth, this Kuang Jiaoyue is the most powerful genius among our various races. Her realm has already reached the advanced martial king level. What do you humans have to compare with her? The appearance of the advanced martial arts master instantly left everyone in the live stream speechless. Holy crap! An 18-year-old advanced martial king, is this alien prodigy really that terrifying? If it were a prodigy from China, perhaps the initial martial king level would already be the limit? Everyone was speechless for a moment, unable to find any way to refute this statement. Could it be that our great nation of China, with its billions of people and countless geniuses, is ultimately inferior to these invading alien races? We can't compete with the older generation, we can't compete with the top combat power, so must the younger generation also live in the shadow of the alien prodigies? Is there really any hope left for humanity? The situation in the livestream has reversed, and now it's the turn of Chinese netizens to remain silent. However, some resentful righteous warriors are still fighting against the alien race, easily taking on 10 opponents at once. The hearts of everyone watching the live broadcast on TV and mobile phones were in their throats. This was the first time that the issue of alien races had been brought to the forefront, making everyone aware of the crisis. I thought life was peaceful and idyllic, but I never expected that even as invaders, the alien race would cultivate so diligently that one of them became a high-level martial king at the age of 18. 18 years old. The first place in the previous martial arts exam was a junior martial arts master. Although those disciples from aristocratic families did not participate, and their talent awakening was brought forward this time, it is still incredibly powerful in comparison. This year, the average cultivation level of the top human race members is around the initial martial king level, except for Subai. Everyone could only silently pray that another prodigy would emerge from China and slay all these so-called prodigies from other races. After persisting for a while, Guchen finally collapsed on the 49th floor, and the disadvantage of his S-level talent became apparent at this moment. The difficulty of the 50th floor increased more than threefold instantly, making it completely beyond my ability to handle. After leaving the glazed pagoda, Guchen immediately glanced at the rankings, only to find that the number 1 spot had once again been taken by an alien race. First place, Demon Clan's Mad Moon, 47th floor, time, 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Second place, Kyoto Dragon Voyage, 55th floor. Looking down, Guchen quickly saw his name in the top 30 of the rankings and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad. But this first place. Guchen looked towards where Subai was. Seeing that Subai was still in the same spot, Guchen no longer had many concerns. Once Brother Bai makes a move, whether it's a werewolf or a demon, they all end up being defeated by him. However, this 9 treasures glazed pagoda truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme treasure. I've only cleared 49 floors, yet I already possess 4 of these treasures. Aside from the other 3 items that weren't particularly useful to him, the only thing that caught Guchen's eye was the reward for the 40th floor. It turned out to be a low-grade earth rank weapon that was very suitable for me. This kind of weapon is hard to buy even if you have money. Are the rewards from the glazed pagoda really this generous? Guchen had just come out, and after so many batches, it was finally Subai's turn. The 12th batch, please enter the 9 treasures glazed pagoda as soon as possible to attempt the tower challenge. Upon hearing his group called, Subai couldn't help but yawn. For a grandmaster like myself, conquering the tower is like child's play. Everyone's chasing each other. With just a slight movement from me, I've already reached the limit of the martial arts exam. Upon entering the tower, the 100 people were immediately assigned to a separate space. Before anyone could observe the surroundings, the strange beasts that had appeared were already attacking the people trying to break into the tower. With just a thought from Subai, those first-tier alien beasts died instantly. The second level, instant kill. The third level, instant kill. The 10th floor, instant kill. In less than a minute, Subai had already reached the 10th floor of the glass tower as soon as he entered it. Subai didn't even see what the strange beasts inside were before he instantly killed them. Since Subai started challenging the tower, the glazed tower hadn't even reacted in a short time, seemingly wondering what kind of ghost this 18-year-old grandmaster was. After Subai had already passed the 10th floor, the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda finally realized that the rankings had begun to change. Amidst the anticipation of everyone in China, the name of the first-ranked alien race moved down 1 line to become the second-ranked race. The person who replaced the strongest prodigy of the alien race had a completely unexpected new name. P.S. An extra chapter. Chapter 95. We are number 1. First place, Subai, 10th floor, Tianhai City, Jiangxi Province, in 30 seconds. Holy crap! 10,086 inch. Damn it, after holding back for so long, it's finally a reversal. This Subai. Does anyone know this guy? 10 floors in 30 seconds, holy crap. Holy crap. 10 floors in just 30 seconds? How did they do that? That's outrageous. Just who is this Subai? Jiang Province, Tianhai City. It's this Jiang Province, Tianhai City again. It seems like several of the top 10 on the list are from Jiang Province, including that Chu Youyu from before. What kind of place is Tianhai City? I looked at the rankings and there are 5 people from Tianhai City in Jiangxi Province. It's almost comparable to Kyoto. Ha, I told you not to be too happy yet. He's just a high-level martial king. We still crushed him and saved the 10th floor in 30 seconds. Breaking news! We've reached the 20th floor, and it took us 2 minutes. Our great nation of China has billions of people, with countless geniuses emerging one after another, each one a hope for the future. How could we possibly be defeated by you alien races? Sooner or later, we will set foot on your territory and sound the horn of counterattack. I found the information. 2 months ago, during the alien invasion competition, Subai was the champion. 2 months ago, he was able to kill a 4th-tier high-level alien beast on his own. I'd like to say the same thing to you, don't get too excited yet. Maybe we just haven't put in our full effort yet. The live stream chat turned one-sided again because of Subai's appearance. The keyboard warriors, who had been silent for a long time, could no longer contain their excitement, and their fingers were leaving afterimages as they typed. Meanwhile, the principal, who was watching the leaderboard outside the square, and Sue's parents, who were watching TV, were both incredulous. Is all of this real? The bright number 1 spot on the leaderboard is held by Subai? At this moment, the students who had already been eliminated from the glass tower were also watching this scene in astonishment. Who could have imagined that Subai, who was once rumored to be a cultivation failure, would achieve such success today? Number 1 in the world, surpassing the geniuses of various superfamilies, and kicking alien prodigies, is this still the Subai in everyone's hearts? I vaguely remember that before his talent awakened, Subai was always extremely low-key and even created the illusion that he was a waste. No one expected that he would become the world's number one. The world's number one is actually a student from my high school, ha. Well done. Damn, these aliens dare to be so arrogant on our territory. I really don't know why we let them participate in this martial arts exam. Principal Chen laughed heartily to the outside world, saying that being first in the competition is far from being the best in the world, not to mention that this year's martial arts exam also has the participation of ethnic minorities, making it more popular than any previous year. If Long Yuanhang has any hidden trump cards up his sleeve, he might have a chance to surpass the demon race and become number one again, but the odds are. While the two commentators were still discussing the future rankings, the barrage of comments made them glance at the leaderboard. Wait, everyone, look at the leaderboard. The person who cleared the 20th floor in 2 minutes is number one. Another new genius has emerged in China. No, this can no longer be called a genius or a prodigy. This is a monster, an unparalleled monster. Reaching the 20th floor in 2 minutes, that speed is absolutely annihilation. Just who is this Subai, that he can crush a group of geniuses? Number one. Humans are number one. We are number one. No matter how great the difficulties, there will always be someone who steps forward. This prosperous era is just as you wished. The two commentators gave a passionate explanation. It was thought that China would be outmatched by the alien race this time, since Long Yuanhang was already everyone's last trump card. However, even he was completely suppressed by an alien race member. 1 second everyone was discussing how to turn the tide, and the next second someone provided the answer. That means he won first place without any suspense, clearing 20 floors in 2 minutes. No one in the world could do that so easily. On the 30th floor, the illusory beasts that appear become increasingly stronger based on the level and strength of the person attempting to climb the tower. Even so, these strange beasts could only withstand one move from Subai before being instantly killed. On the 40th floor, Subai looked around with interest. The unchanging scenery on the first floor begins to change on the 40th floor, transforming into lava scenes, ice and snow scenes, and so on. Moreover, these generated beasts were able to use the terrain to their advantage to buy time before launching an attack on Subai. After realizing that it was difficult to harm him, Subai struck with his sword. With just one sword strike, any obstacle will become unobstructed. While venturing into the tower, Subai discovered that some of the strange beasts on several floors were actually old guys from the secret realm, which was truly unexpected. Subai's rocket-like ascent left many viewers of the live stream speechless. This includes Gu Chen. As a high-level martial artist, he found each level extremely difficult when he was in the 40s, and he had to exert all his strength to barely pass through. But Brother Bai went on and on, one layer after another, with almost no pauses. Did I just stumble upon a fake tower? First place, Subai, Tianhai City, Jiangxi Province, 50th floor, time, 10 minutes. Second place, Demon Clan's Mad Moon, level 56, time, 27 minutes. The difference between the two was obvious, and Subai's first place was completely secured. As the story progressed, Xiao Xingyuan's talent became increasingly apparent. With his SSS-level talent, the heart of a strongman, and a low-level longbow, Xiao Xingyuan was doing very well in the Glazed Pagoda. With all these advantages, Xiao Xingyuan's ranking quickly rose to the top 10. The current top 5, from top to bottom, are Subai, Kuang Jiaoyue, Long Yuanhang, Luo Tianming, and Sima Nan. 3 humans and 2 alien races. So far, only 3 alien prodigies have participated in the battle. Kuang Jiaoyue is already the strongest among the alien prodigies, and even if more alien prodigies participate, the current ranking will hardly change. Upon reaching the 50th floor, Subai discovered that the beast before him had already reached the Martial King realm, but it still couldn't withstand a single sword strike from him. 2 ends, 4 ends. Until they reached the 59th floor, there were even 16 strange beasts at the Martial King level. These 16 strange beasts attacked from all directions, and it took Subai a minute to get through this level. A flash of white light, and when Subai opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the 60th floor. The beast standing in front has reached a higher level, now a mid-level Martial King. However, as long as the number is not too large, Subai can still kill these beasts of different levels with one sword strike. Chapter 96 Ceasefire Agreement, the Alien Race's Purpose? Xiao Xingyuan has now reached the 40th level, and he is more than capable of dealing with some beasts at the Martial Master level. He can also practice his archery skills in the process. The longbow was drawn, and after being infused with spiritual energy, an arrow formed from the condensed spiritual energy appeared on the string. Whoosh! The moment the arrow was released, a whooshing sound rang in my ears. The arrow pierced the head of the beast at the martial master level without any resistance, as if it were unstoppable. After a flash of white light, Xiaoxing Yuan arrived at the next level. On the other side, with his swift wind wolf, a novice martial king, Fu Gui was no match for the group of tier 3 beasts within the 40 levels. Passing through the 40 levels was only a matter of time. Holy crap, just how overpowered is Su Bai? I'm one of the contestants, and my talent is pretty good too, S-level talent, but I only managed to reach the 30th level. Can you understand the scenario of one person facing several or even dozens of beasts of the same level? I couldn't hold on until the 30th floor. No way, Su Bai not only came from behind to surpass them, but now he's already overtaken them by more than 10 minutes in floor level? Just how strong is Su Bai? Don't worry about how high it is, just shout awesome. Su Bai is awesome. Su Bai is awesome. Seeing Su Bai dominate the top spot on the leaderboard with no chance of being surpassed, everyone was overjoyed. In this open confrontation with the alien race, humanity has won. Inside a massive command post on the battlefield against the alien race. 10 minutes ago. Oh dear, it seems you human prodigies still have a long way to go. Honestly, these guys can't even be a little more humble. Taking first place right off the bat is really no fun. Inside a conference room, a huge screen was broadcasting the martial arts exam live. There are dozens of people sitting here. If you carefully sense their aura, you can find that everyone here is at the martial emperor level. Besides some martial emperors from the human race, there are also several martial emperor powerhouses from other races here. The idea of having the alien prodigies participate in this competition was proposed by the alien race itself. The human emperors naturally knew that this request was ill-intentioned, but they were helpless to do anything about it. Everyone thought that the human race and the alien race were still evenly matched. But all the warriors fighting on the front lines know that since the Sword Saint left, the alien races have become bolder and bolder each year. The previously peaceful coexistence has become increasingly severe in the last 100 years, with the restart of the interdimensional battlefield and various alien races becoming restless. Several large-scale battles even broke out over the years, and the conflict between the two clans was only resolved when Emperor Wu intervened. However, from a broader perspective, the alien races have already gained a huge advantage, and some even have the idea of further invading China. With the annual martial arts examination in China approaching, the martial emperors of several races from another world discussed and came up with a decision. The alien races naturally learned of the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda immediately after the humans obtained information about it, and everyone also knew that there would be rewards for breaking through the pagoda. Several alien martial emperors exchanged a 6-month ceasefire agreement for 3 alien prodigies to explore the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, with the martial arts exam being a secondary requirement. The leaders of the human race thought about it and knew there was a trap involved, but China really needed a 6-month ceasefire agreement right now. Since the previous probing, small-scale conflicts have broken out on the interdimensional battlefield every day, and the alien race has the upper hand 8 out of 10 times. The number of casualties in China every month is extremely high, but there is nothing that can be done about these alien races. The top combat power is already inferior to the alien races, and the mid-level combat power is even less than several other races. If a 6-month ceasefire could be achieved, at least tens of thousands of deaths could be avoided. Based on that alone, they would have no choice but to agree. Moreover, all they wanted was to exchange for a few qualifications to enter the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which doesn't seem to be a problem. When they obtained this treasure, several emperors had already entered it to explore it. Even the most powerful martial emperors to date have only managed to reach the 80-something level at most, with most failing at the 90-something level. As for the levels above 90, no one has been able to explore them yet. The rewards offered seem quite substantial, even tempting several martial emperors. But, are these rewards enough to make the alien race agree to a 6-month ceasefire and pay such a high price? Without much time for them to think it over, the agreement was quickly finalized. But, the gaze of the alien races has never been that 9-treasured glazed tile pagoda. Inside the conference room, looking at the screen where the alien race had unsurprisingly won first place, one of the alien martial emperors also made a sarcastic remark. Upon closer inspection, the faces of several human martial emperors darkened. How could the people present not know about Long Yuanhang, a top genius? You should know that Long Yuanhang is the strongest known person in this year's competition. It was thought that he would definitely be able to give the alien race a hard time, but unexpectedly, the 3 geniuses of the alien race are stronger than the last. The group was somewhat pleased to see Long Yuanhang overpower the 2 alien prodigies, but it was really hard to control their expressions when the last alien prodigy suddenly appeared and took first place. They chose to ignore the mockery and sarcasm from the foreign race. I never expected that even the prodigies from those aristocratic families in Kyoto would be outdone by the alien race. This time, we have truly lost face for the entire nation. Seeing that the others didn't react, the alien waved his hand, thinking it was boring and not fun at all. The group continued reading, and although the top 3 names remained largely unchanged, the martial emperors discovered many new names in the top 100 and even the top 10. It's important to know that the list of exceptionally talented individuals each year is usually reviewed by a few people to ensure that no one knows who the person is. Gradually, they even discovered that there were several unfamiliar names among the top 10, names they had never seen before. What's going on with these people? As they continued watching, Kwang Jiaoyue's tower climbing speed greatly pleased the alien races. Before long, she was almost catching up with Long Yuanhang, who had started climbing the tower much earlier. Although she is a woman, her temperament and strength are far superior to the other two. Not bad, not bad. Then you should take a look at who trained her. She is the most talented person in my demon race in the last 100 years. If nothing unexpected happens, she may be the successor in the future. Alright, our werewolf clan's Luo Tianming is no worse than you. Real combat is all about strength and trump cards, not something that can be tested with just a treasure. We'll see who's the best in the arena. Since the ranking of the glazed pagoda has been largely fixed, there is no need for the human martial emperors to insist on a particular ranking. Just as the werewolf martial emperor said, everything still depends on actual combat, which is why the top 100 will have another arena battle. P.S. We're missing some names. Feel free to suggest some in the comments, including names of several martial emperors and new characters later on. Chapter 97. How dare the stars rival the brilliance of the moon? The strongest in China this time should be that kid from the Long family. I didn't expect that since that one from the Long family went into seclusion, another disciple with exceptional talent has emerged. This talent could make him another martial emperor in the future. I really didn't expect that the Long family, which had been keeping a low profile for so long, would produce another genius. I hope this child can inherit some of the glory of his father in the Long family. What a pity. If it weren't for certain people suddenly joining the competition, the Long family kid would probably have won first place this time. Sigh. Don't just focus on that kid from the Long family. Look behind them, the Sima family has actually participated in the martial arts exam this year. This is really rare. In previous years, no aristocratic family wanted to participate in the martial arts exam, but this year most of them have. Sima Nan, this kid has a good reputation. He's probably the only one who can be compared to Long Yuanhang. This year's strongest contestant should be chosen from these two. Several human emperors also began to discuss the current situation. The martial arts exam, which only takes place once a year, is not just an ordinary test in the eyes of these people. Each and every one of these candidates could very well be a warrior on the battlefield of the future. Each and every one of these human prodigies is a rising star and a pillar of the future human race. Witnessing the rise of generation after generation, seeing the human race and the Chinese nation progress day by day, their current perseverance has meaning. Just as the group was still talking, the voice of the commentator in the live broadcast room instantly drew their attention back. The next second, they witnessed a name soaring like a rocket on the leaderboard without stopping at all. 50. 10th place. 3rd place. Having already secured a place in the top 3, this dark horse that suddenly emerged showed no signs of slowing down and set its sights directly on 1st place. 2nd. 1st. Dozens of martial emperors in the conference room witnessed the emergence of Su Bai, the dark horse, who crushed everyone in just a moment and won 1st place without any suspense. The 10th floor took 1 minute. Even the martial emperors were dumbfounded by this speed. How come this kid seemed to be climbing the tower faster than they were? You should know that you are a martial emperor. These candidates are only 18 years old. Even if they awaken earlier this year, their cultivation level will have improved slightly. This kid is at most a martial king, right? A martial king can clear the tower faster than I, a martial emperor? And how could someone so easily crush the 2nd place player who is already over 40 levels high? Who is the 1st place player? The other alien martial emperors also stared intently at the screen with grim expressions. It should be noted that all 3 of their alien race's prodigies have already made the list, so the only dark horse that could suddenly emerge is a human prodigy. After several tens of minutes of tower climbing time had already passed, How could someone still be able to instantly top the leaderboard? Soon, the names on the leaderboard changed, and finally, the two big characters Subai appeared in the eyes of everyone in the conference room. Subai. The several martial emperors from the alien race were all startled, clearly realizing what this name represented. However, the human emperor looked at the number one name on the leaderboard on the screen with a puzzled expression. Subai, who is this? Are there any prominent families with the surname Su in Kyoto? The group quickly filtered through their minds and soon confirmed that the Su family was not among the aristocratic families they knew, let alone having such a peerless prodigy. So who exactly is this person? When did such a genius appear in China? I have no idea. The group of people looked at each other, wondering who this person was. But soon, the vampire emperor, his voice trembling, cleared the fog for the group. This, the immortal grade talent is indeed terrifying. If only I had known. What? It was him? The other alien martial emperors were also surprised upon hearing this. They had almost forgotten about this kid. With his celestial talent, who in this world could compare to him? Even the exceptionally talented Kwang Zhaoyue of the last 100 years paled in comparison to this celestial talent. How could the stars dare to compete with the bright moon? Hearing the exclamations of the group, the Star River Heavenly Emperor and his companions turned to look at them. What do these people mean by celestial talent? Is it the talent I remember? Information about Subai's immortal talent did not spread widely. It was only known in some cities near Tianhai City. Within China, only those three martial emperors knew all of Subai's information. Anyone else who wanted to view Subai's personal information would have to obtain an SSS-level top secret authorization first. But whether it's kept secret or not doesn't really matter. Immortal grade talent has already been circulating among the upper echelons of the alien races, but most people don't believe it. They don't believe that a second immortal grade talent could appear in this world. Wrong. The Star River Heavenly Emperor suddenly found information about the name Subai in his memories. That was a message from 2 months ago about an alien attack on the competition, and the person leading the team was none other than the Vampire Martial Emperor. Good heavens, the number one, a celestial grade talent. A martial master, he killed 3 4th-tier alien beasts ranging from beginner to advanced levels, resisted a grandmaster of an alien race for a moment, and was ultimately killed by a mysterious figure suspected to be a martial emperor. Upon hearing the words, the mysterious person of Emperor Wu, the Star River Heavenly Emperor suddenly connected the previous message with this one. A hidden martial emperor has seemingly emerged in Jiang province, resolving the beast tide problem. Wow, there was actually information, I just missed it. With such extraordinary talent, capable of defeating enemies beyond their level, how could such a prodigy not be number one? In an instant, the Star River Heavenly Emperor understood everything. Subai, who is currently ranked number one, was actually another immortal grade talent possessor of the human race after 1,000 years. A celestial grade talent. A celestial grade talent. Another celestial grade talent has appeared among the human race. Were those 4 in charge of the operation last time useless? A martial emperor and 3 grandmasters couldn't even kill a mere martial master. In an instant, the faces of the alien martial emperors turned ugly, not only because the first place had been snatched by the human race, but also because the human race had actually produced another immortal grade talent. The last time, the Sword Saint, who possessed the talent of the immortal rank, single-handedly repelled all the alien races. That earth-shattering sword strike was terrifying even to hear about, and countless alien races turned pale at the mere mention of it. Well, you humans are truly a remarkable race. Every time you're in dire straits, you always find a glimmer of hope. I really want to study you more closely. The werewolf emperor suddenly spoke up, and upon closer inspection, his face was now filled with intense curiosity. No need for you to worry about that. But it seems that in the end, the genius of our human race still prevails. Emperor Xinghe replied happily. Chapter 98. A guy even more perverted than a pervert? Now that the situation has reversed, it's the turn of those alien martial emperors to remain silent with dark faces. They were just as happy as they were, and now they are just as upset. This time, the purpose was clearly to send the clan's prodigies to deflate the humans' arrogance and let them know the gap between them. As expected, the appearance of the immortal grade talent completely disrupted their plans, leading to an incredible comeback in front of the whole world. Now look what happened, he's become a clown. As time slowly passed, more and more people began to be eliminated. Many talented martial artists were left behind, but after persisting for 20 or 30 minutes and passing the 30th floor, they gradually ran out of energy and fell one by one below the 40th floor. Those with a slightly higher cultivation level have a chance to reach the 40th level or higher. Once you reach level 40 or above, you'll have a chance to compete for a spot in the top 100 of the leaderboard. That's the final chance to go to Kyoto for the grand finals. Even just being last in line and going through the motions is better than not being qualified to participate at all. Almost an hour has passed since the martial arts exam began, and all batches have already entered the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. After such a long time, everyone who remains in the glazed pagoda is now among the top 100 on the leaderboard. The first thing these people did upon emerging was to look at the rankings on the glazed pagoda. After confirming their own rankings, they began to pay attention to the names of the top 100. When everyone's eyes turned to the first place, the name that appeared surprised and stunned everyone. Subai? Who is that? When people see this name, their first thought is always, who is Subai? Looking down, there's Long Yuan Hang, Sima Nan. These are the familiar names. So who exactly is this Subai? How could he possibly overpower the prodigies of the capital's aristocratic families? Demon race, mad and charming moon? Holy crap! The second place is actually an alien race. Even peerless geniuses like Long Yuan Hang and Sima Nan were overshadowed by the alien race? If it weren't for Subai, wouldn't the number 1 spot on this ranking be held by an alien race? Many people quickly pulled out their phones and logged onto various forums to search for who the Subai was. Damn it! I didn't expect this broken tower to be so difficult to pass, and all they have is this piece of junk to give a beggar. I really don't know why they sent me to the human race. I'm speechless. After a long time, Mo Wuxiang of the Lion Man clan was kicked out of the glass tower, and the final floor number was fixed at 69. The first thing Mo Wuxiang did after being kicked out of the glazed pagoda was to look at the leaderboard. First, the top 3. Upon seeing the name of the first place winner, Mo Wuxiang frowned deeply. Subai. Wasn't this the target of the operation? I didn't expect them to be so powerful. At this point, Subai's level had reached the 70-something level, which was higher than everyone else on the leaderboard. Looking down, Mo Wuxiang's already furrowed brows tightened even more. I never expected that even that crazy woman could only rank second. Is Subai's immortal talent really that strong? 70-something floors. He actually managed to get through those insane 69 levels. He really is the kind of person who can keep that crazy woman at bay. It seems he does have some strength. Not bad, not bad. With such a formidable opponent, it seems this trip wasn't a waste. Mo Wuxiang stood there and murmured to himself. He is currently located on the edge of China, and the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in front of him is an avatar that was sent to the capital to retrieve. Since the decision was made to arrange for several people to participate in this martial arts test, the 3 alien prodigies had already been gathered together, waiting to enter the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda to begin the test when it started. The alien race, upon hearing this news, also wanted to possess the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. It was a treasure that could be obtained as a reward for simply clearing the pagoda. Who knew if there might be even more treasures inside? Moreover, according to inside information, even the few martial emperors of the human race only managed to reach the 80-something level, with the 90-something level acting as an insurmountable barrier that separated everyone. Not to mention the 99th floor and above. The main purpose of this trip was for a plan, and the 9 treasures glazed pagoda was just a side thing. If that plan succeeds, this planet will be ours sooner or later, so why bother with this one treasure? Everything will belong to our Lion Man race then. Sima Nan, Luo Tianming. The 2 of them forced their way through the 70 floors and arrived at the next floor, the 71st floor. However, the 2, who were already struggling on the 70th floor, were quickly eliminated and kicked out of the glass tower on the 71st floor, which was twice as difficult. The 2 of them looked at the leaderboard the moment they came out. Only 5th place. Sima Nan looked at his ranking with slight dissatisfaction. He should have been in the top 3, no matter what. Looking up, Sima Nan discovered that 2 of the 4 people in front of him were from different races, and the third person was an old acquaintance of his. What's going on? Even that guy can only rank in the top 3, so who are the first and second place? With these questions in mind, Sima Nan continued to look up. Second place, Demon Clan's Mad Beauty Moon. An alien race? There's actually an alien race that's stronger than that freakish guy? Then who exactly is number 1? The gaze shifted upwards again, to Tianhai City, Jiang Province, to Subai. Sima Nan's mind was filled with questions the moment he saw the first place winner. What the hell is this Tianhai city in Jiangxi province? Who is this Su Bai? A series of questions arose in Sima Nan's mind. At this moment, he only wanted to know who this dark horse who suddenly appeared was, that even the freak Long Yuanhang was no match for him. This is the most twisted of all. Su Bai is terrifying. Luo Tianming glanced at the rankings and then looked away. It's just a ranking made from an inanimate object who knows how much of it is fabricated. A true ranking is based on one's own strength, not on the rankings given by an inanimate object. It's just a tower challenge, there's no need to fully reveal your final trump card in strength. As long as you can enter the final arena, that's enough. Inside the 9 Treasures glazed pagoda, Long Yuanhang easily passed the 70th level thanks to his special talent. But the difficulty of each subsequent level will increase, and gradually even Long Yuanhang, who previously felt it was extremely easy, began to feel a bit of pressure. On the 79th floor, a white light appeared with a roar. After exhausting his last bit of strength, Long Yuanhang finally killed the last 5th tier high-level alien beast. Seeing the 6th tier low-level alien beast that appeared on the 80th floor, he knew he was no longer capable of fighting, so he simply chose to withdraw. Upon returning to the outside world, he immediately sat cross-legged to recover his strength. After recovering somewhat, Long Yuanhang stood up and stared directly at the leaderboard. Chapter 99, the 91st floor, shocks the world. After recovering somewhat, Long Yuanhang stood up and looked directly at the leaderboard. Looking up, Long Yuanhang quickly saw his name, only 3rd place? He stared at the leaderboard, making sure the name and level matched, before looking up. The fact that the 2nd-ranked demon race member made him frown. He had almost used all his strength, yet he was still no match for a member of another race. Crazy Moon, 80 floors. They are on the same 80th floor as me, but their time spent on the later floors is significantly less than mine, so the ranking seems quite realistic. 1st place. Looking further up, the words Jiang Province at the beginning surprised Long Yuanhang for a moment. 1st place, Su Bai, Tianhai City, Jiangxi Province, 85th floor, time taken. 85 floors? Long Yuanhang immediately exclaimed in his heart, holy crap. Who is this number 1? He actually passed the 80th floor and is still rushing upwards. Who is this person who went to the 85th floor and took more than 10 minutes less than me? Long Yuanhang quickly searched his memory for the existence of this name. Soon, Long Yuanhang found some information about Su Bai in his memories from more than 2 months ago. Su Bai, the champion of Jiang Province's grand competition, defeated an enemy who was a whole realm higher. Originally, Long Yuanhang had only seen this news by chance, but he never expected it would come in handy now. Killing enemies of higher ranks. Although I can do it now, it would have been quite difficult to kill a beast 2 months ago if I had crossed a major realm. After becoming a martial king, each subsequent minor realm was a world of difference, let alone crossing a major realm. With his current intermediate martial king level, he can easily handle some ordinary advanced martial kings, and he can even put up a fight against some beginner grandmasters. Even if we continue to the next level after defeating that low-level 6th tier beast, the next level will have 2, 4. Given my current strength, there's no need for me to continue. Adding 1 or 2 more levels won't make any difference. Fortunately, if this person hadn't appeared, the alien race would be in 1st place now. How can we let a foreign race take 1st place on China's home turf? Long Yuanhang is currently doing nothing else but watching the rankings change. Another half hour passed. Finally, time stopped completely after the 2nd place Quang Jiayue, and the floor number was finally fixed at 83. It's much lower than Su Bai's 85th floor half an hour ago. Long Yuanhang's eyelids twitched. When he looked at the 1st place, Su Bai's level had obviously reached the 89th level. Holy crap, is this kid crazy? How can he charge like that? On the alien race's side, Luo Tianming and Mo Wuxiang stood in place after they came out, waiting for the last person to come out. After the rankings are finalized, the 3 will head to Kyoto for the final tournament, which is the ultimate purpose of their trip to China. Hey, isn't that the expressionless guy? He got eliminated so early? When Quang Jiayue saw that Luo Tianming was already waiting for her in the square, she couldn't help but sneer. That brat, he always acts like everyone owes him money, and if you call him, he'll act all high and mighty. The usually straightforward and arrogant, you couldn't stand this kind of pretentious person. With that sour face all day long, who else deserves to be beaten up but you? Upon hearing this, Luo Tianming opened his eyes, which had been closed in concentration, glanced at Huang Jiayue who had come out, and then closed his eyes again, standing there stiffly. A woman with big breasts but no brains communicating with her will only slow down your ability to draw your sword. The stoic man ignored her, and the arrogant Yu scoffed, too lazy to make a fool of herself. She was now quite curious about her ranking. Judging from their appearance, they must have been out for a while. If they can only last this long, how much better can the other humans be? Looking back, Huang Jiayue first found Luo Tianming and Mo Wuxiang's rankings on the leaderboard. One 4th place, one 8th place? Goodness, these two have gotten so sluggish lately, haven't I seen them in a few days? How come Mo Wuxiang is only ranked 8th on the 69th floor? Upon seeing Mo Wuxiang's ranking, Huang Jiayue gave him a strange look. You're the worst among everyone, you're a disgrace. The floor number after Luo Tianming's name remained at 79, but when Huang Jiayue saw this floor number, she was the first to disbelieve that this guy could only reach the 79th floor, and that he must be hiding his strength. Looking up, the third person is a human, the second. Demon race? Huang Jiayue was surprised to see the demon race apart from herself. There were no other members of her race among the three present. Looking back, just as I had imagined, the name was indeed mine. What the hell? I'm only 2nd place on the 83rd floor? You know, those two kids are at level 69 and 79 respectively, and I'm already far ahead at level 83. So who's the number 1 kid? Huang Jiayue saw the third name, Long Yuanhang. I had heard of this name before. He was the most competitive person among my peers, and the only one I believed could hold his own against me. But he's ranked below me, only 3rd. So who's number 1? Wait, could this be the target of this operation? A talent worthy of a celestial being, maybe. Huang Jiayue looked at the first place with a curious gaze. As expected, the name on the leaderboard matched the target of the operation directly, Su Bai. Great, this is much more fun. Seeing the first place winner didn't discourage Huang Jiayue at all, instead, it fueled her intense desire to conquer. A celestial grade talent. The last time such a talent appeared was 1,000 years ago. I really want to know just how powerful this talent is. As she pondered this, Huang Jiayue revealed a playful smile. Under the watchful eyes of the entire world, only Su Bai remains inside the tower, continuing his ascent, clearing each new floor. 89. As the numbers ticked up, Su Bai moved on to the next level, 90. Holy crap! The 90th floor? My goodness! There are hundreds of millions of people on this leaderboard, and only one person has made it to the 90th floor? Su Bai is awesome, Su Bai is amazing. From now on, anyone who dares to talk about my brother Bai, watch out for my keyboard. I thought we'd be humiliated by the alien race coming to our home turf, but someone unexpectedly emerged out of nowhere. God bless China, God bless humanity. Every era has a leading figure who leads China and all of humanity forward. Who will it be this time? Inside the tower. When Su Bai arrived at the 90th floor, he was astonished to find that all the alien races here had reached the same Grandmaster level as him. Chapter 100: The Top Floor. The Mysterious Old Man. After exchanging blows with him, Su Bai was surprised once again. The strange beast that appeared actually possessed the strength of a Grandmaster and was able to withstand my attacks. You should know that in all the previous levels, he had basically killed the monsters he encountered with a single sword strike. Those that are more numerous cannot be killed instantly with a single sword strike like the lower level ones. Instead, time must be wasted clearing them out one by one. And with so many of these strange beasts, each one becomes more and more troublesome than the last. The time spent on the 80th floor was probably more than all the previous floors combined. Upon reaching the 90th floor, Su Bai had no choice but to start taking things seriously. Activate your sword technique, Yuan Yang Slash. One sword strike, instant kill. Whoosh, another flash of white light, and Su Bai arrived at the next level. Those watching the entire livestream from outside were dumbfounded. What's going on? How come you feel like going through the 90th floor is easier than going through the 89th floor? 1 second it was the 90th floor, the next it was the 91st? Unbelievable. Can someone tell me what just happened? How did it suddenly become the 91st floor? Did I miss something? Passing through a floor in just a few seconds, anyone who didn't know better would think this was the first floor. This is the 90th floor. How is this possible? Could it be that I participated in a fake martial arts exam and entered a fake tower? Oh no, he's tricked me into the real martial arts exam and the real 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Just look at the second-ranked alien. Others are stuck at 83rd place and can't move forward, but this kid only needs a few seconds to reach the 9th level. The difference is self-evident. The live stream and various forums immediately erupted in chaos. The sudden acceleration caught everyone off guard, including the group of martial emperors in the conference room. It should be noted that these martial emperors had already passed through the tower, but without exception, they were all stuck on the 80-something floors, with only a few managing to reach the 90-something floors. That's why all the martial emperors present knew how difficult it was to go above the 91st floor, otherwise, they wouldn't have been stuck at the 80-something floor. But now, a martial arts exam candidate went from the 90th floor to the 91st floor in just a few seconds? Yes, a few seconds. That's an opponent at the same level. They should be locked in a stalemate for a while, right? What do you mean by you were instantly killed? The higher you climb in the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, the more the tower will adjust its levels according to the climber's strength. Several martial emperors faced 8th tier beasts when they were on the 80th floor, and those on the 90th floor and above were even 9th tier beings. After reaching the 9th rank, beasts become virtually indistinguishable from humans, possessing the same cognitive abilities and the same cunning and treacherous nature. It can be said that, apart from not being human, it is no different from a human in every other way. I just don't know what level of martial arts this kid is. Several martial emperors from other races twitched when they saw the next level being passed in a few seconds. Although none of the people present had ever tried to climb the tower. However, judging from the performance of Kwang Jiaoyue and the other 2 prodigies, it would be extremely difficult for even a few people to go to the 90th floor. With a difficulty level like that, you actually cleared it in seconds? The group couldn't help but marvel at the power of this celestial talent. It seemed they had underestimated it. Under the global spotlight. 92 floors. 93 floors. 98 floors. Subai unleashed 90% of his power, instantly slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Even the 7th tier low-level alien beasts conjured by the 9 treasures glazed pagoda after the 95th floor were instantly killed with a single sword strike without any further ado. To the astonishment of the entire world, Subai arrived at the top floor, the 99th floor. A flash of white light. Subai was prepared to use all his strength. The reward for the 99th floor is unknown, but it's something even a martial emperor can't reach, so it must be very valuable, right? After the flash of white light, the expected attack by strange beasts did not materialize. Subai looked around warily and suspiciously. The scene was dimly lit and damp, with a dilapidated little wooden house standing out prominently. This is the last floor? Subai was puzzled by the environment. It didn't look like he was about to fight a boss at all. More like a reclusive sage who lives in seclusion. Seeing that there was no movement nearby, Subai hesitated for a moment before calling out softly. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Subai's voice echoed in the empty room, making it sound like a horror movie. After Subai spoke, there was no response from the cabin or other places, as if no one was there. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Just as Subai was thinking this, a violent coughing sound suddenly came from inside the cabin. Cough, cough, cough. Who is it? Subai, sword in hand, looked warily at the cabin. Sure enough, he had guessed right, someone lived there. Upon hearing this, the coughing stopped abruptly. Just as Subai was still observing cautiously, a figure walked out of the small wooden house. His hunched body clearly showed his advanced age. He had long white hair and wore a pure white Taoist robe. At this moment, he was stroking the few remaining strands of his beard. He doesn't look like a reclusive master at all, he looks more like a charlatan. This was Subai's first thought. The old man was somewhat embarrassed at this moment. He had originally planned to present the young man with the image of a master. I thought it would take him a while to get to the top floor, but he came so quickly. I wasn't prepared at all. Since he couldn't pretend to be an expert anymore, the old man simply stopped pretending and looked at Subai as he spoke. "Young friend, I see you." Holy crap! Just as the old man was about to recite lines he had memorized for countless years to fool someone into becoming his apprentice, he was shocked by what he saw at first glance. The old man thought that the guy in front of him who was able to reach the top was at most a top-tier mortal talent, but he was a young man with good luck and strength. As for those few quasi-emperors, their talents have been exhausted, and there is no need to cultivate them at all. Alas, since the separation of the upper and lower realms over the past 10,000 years, the strongest beings in the lower realm have only been a group of quasi-emperors? That quasi-emperor brat, back in the day he wasn't even worthy to be my dog. But the old man clearly hadn't expected that the first kid to reach the top floor. This kid's talent was actually a spirit-level talent. Spirit-level beings are rare treasures even in the upper realm, and each one is being groomed by various sects to become the next sect leader. Unexpectedly, a spirit-level talent could be born in this barren lower realm. It seems that this is the second spirit-level talent from the lower realm, after the last person from the lower realm who came to the upper realm was also a spirit-level talent. The old man became even happier upon thinking of this. I originally thought that at most it would be SSS level among ordinary talents, which would be barely enough. But now a spirit-level talent has fallen from the sky. Doesn't that mean my resurrection is just around the corner? Chapter 101 Pill Saint, Top Grade Spirit Stone. It's no wonder that the old man, at his advanced age, would use holy crap to express his astonishment at encountering such a rare spirit-level talent in such a barren lower realm. Cough cough. The old man coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, not wanting to lose face. Old man, what are you doing here? Isn't this the top floor of the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda? Could it be that the final level is about defeating you? Subai looked at the old man in front of him and asked. Unlike the strange beasts, this old man didn't rush to attack me as soon as he saw me, and he seemed to be a living person. It's really strange that someone actually lives in this 9 treasures glazed pagoda. First of all, I am not called an old man, and secondly, my title is the Saint of Alchemy. With a wave of his hand, the old man instantly transformed the scene around him, placing him in a bamboo forest. Since you've already introduced yourself, I won't waste any more words. Subai, right? The old man looked at Subai and asked. Subai nodded, looking at the changing scenery around him. He admitted that he was attracted by the old man. Seeing that Subai nodded without speaking, the old man didn't pay much attention and began to tell his story. 1,000 years ago, I was a revered pill saint in the upper realm, possessing countless resources. But unfortunately, I was bad at judging people and ended up taking in a traitor. In the end, I didn't die under the great Tao or at the hands of alien races, but I fell victim to the poison of the disciple I had personally trained. How pathetic. As he spoke, the old man seemed to recall something, and his expression turned quite unpleasant. But soon, the old man continued talking, and Subai listened quietly to him. Fortunately, having lived for so many years, I've accumulated quite a few trump cards through various connections. The 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda you mentioned is one of them. I don't know why it ended up in the lower realm. What you see now is just a phantom and a remnant soul. A wisp of my soul is with your true body in Kyoto. You are the first person to reach the top. I believe that with your spirit-level talent, you will break through to Martial Emperor in less than 3 years. At that time, perhaps you will be able to help me. So be it. We've waited all these years, a little more time won't make a difference. Young friend Subai, my name is Li Xingqi. I will give you some reward first. Can you help me restore my physical body after you have the strength in the future? As he spoke the last sentence, the old man straightened up and looked directly at Subai. This single glance seemed to transcend the river of time, allowing 2 people from different dimensions to truly empathize with each other. Subai did not answer immediately, but quickly began to process what the old man had just said. Upper realm? Pill saint? Lower realm? Spirit-level talent. I recognize each word you say, but I don't recognize any of them when they're put together. Subai was a little confused by this information, but after a while he figured it out. Isn't this just a story about an old guy being killed by his apprentice, then his remnant soul helping the protagonist overcome early difficulties, and finally being resurrected to seek revenge? But what's the point of having this thing if I already have my own system? Is a system even useful? However, the upper realm and the pill saint that the old man mentioned, as well as his own spirit-level talent. I don't recall ever hearing of such a person in history, and considering his so-called upper realm, could this old man not be from this world? That's normal, though, since it was something found in a secret realm, not something that originally existed on Earth. So, there really is such a thing as a vast world? Seeing that Subai remained silent for a long time, Dan Shang became somewhat worried that the boy might not agree. Judging from this kid's level, he's already a grandmaster at the age of 18. Even the chief disciples of the major sects can't compare to him. They're both 18 years old, but even with all the high-level resources they've been nurtured, they're at most grandmasters, not even close to becoming great grandmasters, except for those few prodigies from the 3 major sects. But in such a barren place as the lower realm, how could this kid's cultivation level improve so quickly? As Dan Shang anxiously awaited Subai's reply, Subai finally looked up and slowly spoke. Old man, what proof do you have for what you're saying? Who knows if you're just making things up to fool me? You should at least give me something concrete, right? So this kid was waiting for me here? Li Xingqi was taken aback, not expecting this kid to be even more cunning than he had imagined. Logically speaking, shouldn't the first thing ordinary people want to do upon hearing that he is a legendary alchemy master, revered by thousands, be to become his disciple? This kid. I sensed he also possessed a very high-level alchemy talent. If nurtured, he could be no less capable than my ungrateful disciple. But it's a good thing, I still have one of those things in my hand. Li Xingqi glanced at Subai, gritted his teeth, and decided to take out that thing. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. With a wave of his hand, a spirit stone appeared in Li Xingqi's hand. But this spirit stone was different from all the spirit stones Subai had seen before. It was bigger and thicker. Seeing Subai's puzzled look, Li Xingqi explained calmly. You should recognize this, it's a spirit stone. Of course, this may not be an ordinary spirit stone. It is a top-grade spirit stone that I left behind a long time ago. Basically, only a few top-grade spirit stones can appear in a low-level spirit vein. However, after so many years, only one top-grade spirit stone is left to use. Now, only this last one is left. A top-grade spirit stone contains 10,000 times more spiritual energy than an ordinary spirit stone, yet it is just as easy to absorb. One such stone is enough to help you break through to the Martial Emperor realm. However, you should be able to break through from Martial Emperor to Martial God in the remaining few years. Don't forget about me when that time comes. Before Subai could speak, Li Xingqi threw the top-grade spirit stone over. All the spaces inside the glazed pagoda are interconnected. With just a thought from Li Xingqi, the top-grade spirit stone would arrive in Subai's hands. Holding it in his hand, Subai didn't even think of refusing. Anyway, you can't take something for nothing. You should know that what you lack most is spirit stones. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can become a god on the spot in no time. New currency detected, premium spirit stones. Converting exchange rates. Conversion complete. Spirit stone, top-grade spirit stone, exchange rate 10,000 to 1. The moment the top-grade spirit stone came into contact with the money-grubbing system, a notification sound rang out. When Subai heard the exchange rate for the top-grade spirit stone, he was stunned. What? This top-grade spirit stone is really worth 10,000? Holy crap! Does that mean I'm instantly rich? 10,000 coins. Since you've accepted this spirit stone, it means you've tacitly agreed. This is a pill formula. If you need my help or want to collect anything from this formula in the next few years, just contact me directly. I'm always available. Li Xingqi tossed over another pill formula, which Subai caught steadily. Chapter 102 Grade 8 Elixir, 9-turn rejuvenation pill. Formulas for making elixirs? Pills? Subai thought for a moment, and realized that there were plenty of pills in the system shop. As long as you had money and spirit stones, you could have whatever you wanted. I glanced at the name of the pill above. 9-turn rejuvenation pill. Isn't this thing supposed to save people? How can it be useful to a remnant soul? Subai was puzzled, but since the name of the pill included resurrection, it was probably effective. Subai didn't reply to the old man immediately. Instead, he turned around and started searching in the system shop. 9-turn rejuvenation pill. A search of the name immediately brought up the results for this pill. 9-turn rejuvenation pill. Product description: this is an 8th grade top-tier elixir. After consumption, it can reverse life and death, heal even the most skeletal remains. As long as the person is alive, no matter how severe the injury, it can be instantly restored. Even if someone dies within a year but has a corpse or a remnant soul, they can be successfully resurrected. Price: 6,666 spirit stones. Upon seeing the description of the pill, Subai felt it was outrageous. Who says money can't buy time or life? It can even buy back what you've already died, can't it? More than 6,000 spirit stones. This made Subai feel a little pained. I haven't even had a chance to enjoy the top-grade spirit stones I just got, and I'm already using up half of them. But this was given to me by that old man. I got over 3,000 spirit stones for free. Oh well, I'll buy it. With a thought, the top-grade spirit stones in Subai's hand vanished instantly, directly converted into 10,000 spirit stones, with the price of the 9-turn rejuvenation pill automatically deducted. At the same time, an extra pill appeared in the system's inventory. "Hey, old man." Subai called out to Li Xingqi, who was about to leave. Li Xingqi turned his head in confusion, and then saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The top-grade spirit stone in Subai's hand had been replaced by a fragrant pill. Those unique cinnabar patterns, 1, 2, 3, 8. 8 layers of cinnabar patterns. An 8th-grade elixir. Upon closer inspection, the appearance of the pill was none other than the 9-turn rejuvenation pill that he had longed for thousands of years. Holy crap! Holy crap! Li Xingqi exclaimed in disregard for his image, "How is this possible? How could a grandmaster possibly possess an 8th-grade elixir? You should know that even rank 8 pills are extremely precious in the upper realm. I have the title of pill saint because I am an rank 8 alchemist and countless people have asked me for pills. But now, this seemingly ordinary grandmaster has directly produced the 8th-grade pill that I've always dreamed of. How is that possible?" Li Xingqi instantly appeared in front of Subai, carefully examining the pill he had always dreamed of refining. "That's right. That's right. This is the 9-turn rejuvenation pill. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes." Li Xingqi shouted excitedly. No one could understand just how excited he was. "Young friend Subai, is this pill for me?" Although he was very excited, Li Xingqi still maintained his composure and suppressed his excitement to take it and examine it carefully before asking questions. Seeing the old man looking at him with such an expression despite his advanced age, Subai quickly nodded and placed the pill in his hand. "I've found the elixir for you, so we're even now. I'll be going now?" Still basking in joy, Li Xingqi, upon hearing this, even forgot about the pills he most desired and abruptly looked up, saying, "Wait a minute, young friend. I have pills but haven't used them yet. My physical body has already been destroyed. How about I trouble you to find another body?" Li Xingqi asked cautiously. After all, finding a physical body is not something everyone can do. But he is now just a remnant soul and has no way to go out and find a physical body. He can only ask Subai, the only person who can help him at present, for help. "You can easily produce the 9-turn rejuvenation pill. It's just a physical body, not difficult, right?" Subai frowned slightly upon hearing this. This old man didn't just need pills, he also needed a physical body. After browsing through the store, it turns out the system doesn't actually sell physical bodies. After all, it's a bit unethical. "Old man, top-grade spirit stones are the price of pills. For the physical body, that would cost extra," Subai said in a light tone. 2. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi gave a bitter smile. It's practically impossible to buy an 8th-grade pill with just one top-grade spirit stone in the upper realm. As a pill saint, I charge at least 10 top-grade spirit stones for an 8th-grade pill, not to mention any other extras. It was pure luck that I was able to buy an 8th-grade pill with my top-grade spirit stone. I never expected that there would be 8th-grade pills in the lower realm." Li Xingqi didn't delve into the origin of this pill in his opinion. It was probably just a coincidence, no matter how coincidental it was. It's impossible that this pill was made by Subai, right? His spirit-level talent is indeed impressive, and an 18-year-old grandmaster can be considered a peerless prodigy, but even with all that, it's impossible for him to refine an 8th-grade pill. He was right. The pill wasn't made by Subai, he bought it. But when you think about it, it still came from Subai's hands. But I am afraid that apart from this top-grade spirit stone, I have nothing else to offer that will satisfy you, young friend. From the moment Subai took out the 8th-grade pill, Li Xingqi knew that it was basically impossible to take this guy as his disciple. Therefore, he now treats Subai more like someone at the same level. Judging from his appearance, Subai probably knew that the only truly valuable thing the old man possessed was that spirit stone. But besides the spirit stones, there was something else about him that I could help him with. That's intelligence. Indeed, after communicating with Li Xingqi for so long, Subai probably knows that Blue Star is not the only place where humans survive. In addition, there is another place called the Upper Realm, which was also once inhabited by humans. But judging from this, it seems that the two worlds have been out of contact for a long time. That makes sense. How could a pill saint, who can easily produce an 8th-grade pill formula, have never heard of it? Moreover, judging from their appearance, the Upper Realm must be more prosperous and have a more complete system than Earth. I just heard him mention something about spirit-level talent. Could he be referring to his own immortal grade talent? It's obvious at a glance. You should know that you have the heaven covering technique, which means even a martial emperor can't see through your cultivation level or anything else. However, Li Xingqi glanced at him and immediately saw through him, which further convinced Subai that this guy was not from Blue Star. Spirit stones are always available, you can exchange them for other things. For example, everything you know right now? Chapter 103, Clearing the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. For example, everything you know right now? Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi realized that he might have said a bit too much. The connection between the upper and lower realms has been severed for tens of thousands of years, and the changes in the lower realm over the past 10,000 years are completely unknown to him. What has the netherworld developed into now? Li Xingqi thought of the few quasi-emperor level experts who first entered the glazed pagoda. They were the strongest he had ever seen. Moreover, Li Xingqi could clearly sense that the spiritual energy in the air of this lower realm was not very dense, and it was even less than some spiritually deficient places in the upper realm. Is this still the same lower realm as before? Could it be that something major has happened to the lower realm in the past 10,000 years? The treasure he was currently in was something he had acquired by chance, and he was unable to put it into his possession even after his death. The rewards for clearing the tower are beyond my control, otherwise, how could I possibly give away so many things in my current state? Even he himself felt that the reward was quite generous, but why had only a few quasi-emperors ever visited the tower? Then came the current influx of hundreds of thousands, even millions, of people, but their cultivation levels were nothing more than ants at the martial realm, not even as strong as beggars in the upper realm. However, he couldn't interfere too much. Forcing a meeting with Subai had already depleted a trace of his recently recovered remnant soul power, and any further interference would result in a backlash. Moreover, there are even demons, lionmen, and werewolves among them. When did these people appear in the lower realm? A fault line that has lasted for 10,000 years? Fine, let me see what the lower realm has become over the past 10,000 years. Li Xingqi conjured 2 chairs, and the two sat down and began to talk. This conversation lasted for a full 2 hours. But in those 2 hours, the outside world was in an uproar. Amidst everyone's gasps, Subai entered the final level. Everyone thought that Subai would pass the last level effortlessly, it would just take him a little longer. However, 2 whole hours passed, and Subai's floor level inside remained unchanged. If the time continues to increase after the floor, everyone will think that Subai has left the glass tower, or encountered some misfortune. What's going on? It's been almost 2 hours, why hasn't Subai come out yet? Is the 99th floor really that difficult? 2 hours? I thought it would only take 10 minutes at most. What on earth is this last floor for? It's taken a full 2 hours. Haha, I thought you human prodigies were so powerful. You can't even get past the first floor in over 2 hours. Weren't you so strong up front? Why are you so slow now? Did you cheat or something? You should get through the 90th floor before you start spouting nonsense. You really know nothing but barking like a dog. So what exactly happened? Can any expert explain this? Could it be that, as some people are speculating, Subai has already met with some misfortune? Inside the conference room, several human emperors stared solemnly at the images on the screen. No one expected that this last floor would take so long. After all, even the martial emperors who went to challenge the tower only reached the 80-something floors, and the highest was below the 95th floor. No one has ever touched the floors above, let alone the most mysterious 99 floors. Nobody knows what's happening inside, and nobody can go in to check. Because going in would be pointless, as you wouldn't get to the top floor anyway, it would just be a waste of time. Meanwhile, the alien martial emperors watched the glazed pagoda on the screen with hope, wishing that Subai could die directly inside the glazed pagoda, so as not to expend such great danger. However, it was clear that they were ultimately disappointed. The long dormant rankings flashed again, and Subai's name was now firmly in place. First place, Subai has cleared the game. Amidst the anticipation of countless people, those few hours finally came to a halt, and the game was declared complete. Awesome! I knew Baishin was the coolest. From now on, Baishin will be my idol, and nobody can stop me. Holy crap, I beat it! That's incredible! As far as I know, even those martial emperors who obtained the supreme treasures didn't beat it. Is Baishin the first person to beat it? This will be a historic event. Baishin overpowered all the alien geniuses and successfully cleared the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The barrage of comments exploded at that moment, with every comment on the screen saying awesome. On the square, the few people who had been somewhat worried breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. 2 whole hours of agonizing waiting ensued. If they hadn't believed in Subai's abilities, they would have been extremely worried long ago. The tension only intensified with each passing moment. Fortunately, the ending was happy. On the other hand, consider the three alien prodigies on the other side. Kwang Jiaoyue looked at the list of names on the leaderboard with disbelief, noting that the results had been approved. Even I can only reach the 80th floor of the glazed pagoda, yet someone can clear it directly? What kind of monster is this? 99 floors. I thought this kid might have run into some trouble since he hadn't come out for more than 2 hours, but he actually cleared the game. Even Luo Tianming, who always had a cold face, opened his eyes and curiously looked at the rankings. This Su Bai, he actually managed to get through the 99th floor. He must be a formidable opponent, right? Although he only used 50% of his strength, he stopped at the 80th floor. However, Luo Tianming was still clear in his heart that if he continued to advance, depending on the changes in the levels, it would be difficult to advance even half a step after reaching the 90th level, even if he used all his strength. Su Bai not only rushed to the top floor in a short time, but also successfully cleared the level. Interesting. Luo Tianming uttered 2 words softly. Su Bai's successful completion of the level aroused his competitive spirit. I thought this mission would be boring, but I never expected to run into a guy like this. The key point is that this guy is also the target of this operation, which makes things even more interesting. Inside the conference room, the screen went black after Su Bai successfully completed the challenge. The faces of the alien martial emperors were as black as the screen. They never expected that Su Bai would be able to pass through the 99th floor and clear the level directly. On the other hand, their so-called alien prodigies, the strongest of whom only made it to the 83rd level, clearly demonstrate the disparity between them. The joy on the faces of the human emperors was almost impossible to hide, but they restrained themselves and were not so presumptuous when they saw the dark-faced aliens in the conference room. Who told the human race to still have to cater to others' whims? Oomph, let's go. The alien martial emperor who had been jumping the loudest earlier slammed his hand on the table and left the conference room without looking back. Chapter 10 for the truth from 10,000 years ago, the Gemini. After the Tower Challenge ends, the top 100 players on the leaderboard will all come to Kyoto 2 days later for the final arena match. The rankings on the Glazed Pagoda are only for reference. The actual rankings for the martial arts exam will be announced based on the results of the final arena competition. Even the most accurate ranking is still just a result of an item. In the Glass Pagoda, you can't be sure whether other people have used their trump cards or what other trump cards they have. Why is the bottom card called the bottom card? It's a trump card that should only be used in dire situations. If you use it beforehand, what kind of trump card is it? So now both the arrogant you and the expressionless man are looking forward to fighting Su Bai, who has cleared the level, to see what makes this immortal talent so different. Inside the tower. After talking with Li Xingqi for more than 2 hours, Su Bai roughly understood what the so-called upper realm was all about. 10,000 years ago, the human race was prosperous, and its fortune was like that of a dragon. At that time, the upper and lower realms were interconnected, and martial emperors were everywhere, as common as dogs. The myriad races, which are now the invading alien races, were suppressed by the human race at that time and could not even raise their heads. The human race also continued to prosper. The world is also divided into countless worlds, which are interconnected and have almost all interactions. But a sudden change 10,000 years ago led to the emergence of a being among the alien races whose combat prowess rivaled that of the world's top warriors, who led an army of hundreds of millions to attack the human race. The lower realm was the first to be hit. The arrival of billions of troops caught them completely off guard, and the blue planet instantly became a living hell, with countless deaths and injuries. The teleportation array was activated in an emergency, sending almost all the geniuses to the upper realm just before the aliens arrived, leaving countless others to cover the retreat. Seeing no hope of turning the tide, all the remaining human experts self-destructed, severing the connection between the upper realm and Earth, as well as its connection with other worlds. The alien army was blocked outside before it could fully enter, and could only watch helplessly as the power of their own kind, who had already entered Earth, vanished instantly. Earth was blasted into a state of near collapse, and the worlds will had to use all its power to resist the remaining aftershocks. The remaining humans survived, but Earth entered the Dharma-ending age due to this event, devoid of spiritual energy, and could only slowly repair itself over time. After the death of the last human warrior, there were no more warriors on this planet, and the alien races had no teleportation channels and could not enter Blue Star. Seeing so many people self-destruct, the alien race had already retreated, which was already a perfect victory. Then, for a period of 10,000 years, the planet underwent self-repair, which is when spiritual energy revived 1,000 years ago, thus restarting the era of high martial arts. But then came the covetousness of alien races. They couldn't do anything about the upper realm, but a blue star, which had only recently experienced a spiritual revival, was still a piece of cake. They thought they would soon be able to completely conquer Blue Star, which, after tens of thousands of years of self-repair, had become a habitable planet again. Moreover, Earth and Mercury, which are also known as the twin stars in the upper realm, are currently the planets that govern countless other planets in the vast world. But this other original twin star, Blue Star, has now become a coveted prize in the eyes of alien races. Unfortunately, despite countless efforts over the millennia to open a passage to Earth, the alien races have only been able to accommodate the highest-ranking quasi-emperor level experts. If a higher-level powerhouse were to force their way in, the passage would instantly collapse, preventing anyone from entering Blue Star and forcing them to watch helplessly as Blue Star grows ever stronger. Subai later learned about what happened next. The Sword Saint appeared and a confrontation with the alien race lasted for thousands of years, during which there was also harassment from alien beasts. I see. This was the first time Subai had realized that the human race used to be so powerful, with martial emperors everywhere and martial sovereigns as common as dogs. However, even such a prosperous era can be destroyed by a united front. Indeed, no dynasty can escape destruction and change of dynasty. But it seems that life in the upper realm is actually not bad now, so why hasn't the upper realm thought about finding the Blue Star again? They can find other races, but you, a Mercury that has nothing to do and rules over countless planets, can't find it? Li Xingqi also responded to this question. Actually, the people on Mercury did consider searching for you, but a long time ago they sent someone to the lower realm and found that it had entered the Dharma ending age, or even regressed to the feudal age, so they gave up on the lower realm. 1,000 years ago, there was a person in your lower realm who called himself a Sword Saint. He came to the upper realm from somewhere. Because he had the same spirit-level talent as you, he defeated all kinds of geniuses and was eventually taken in as a disciple by the dynasty, one of the three major powers of the human race. Higher-level talents are divided into spirit level, earth level, and heaven level. However, even with the appearance of that Sword Saint, people's disdain for the lower realm did not change. They felt that the lower realm was just a bunch of primitive people who would only drag Mercury down in the end, so no one cared. That Sword Saint also tried to find people to go and support the lower realm, but many people avoided him because of his identity as a person from the lower realm, let alone offend other races in the lower realm. Indeed, the relationship between humans and all other races in the upper realm is very good. There are close interactions between the various races, not to mention the fighting and killing. Huh? A person from the lower realm? Subai thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. If Mercury had been the first to attack, the outcome would have been completely reversed. Sacrificing oneself to destroy the teleportation array for safety, only to be despised 10,000 years later, how laughable. But it turns out that the Sword Saint disappeared 1,000 years ago because he went to the upper realm. Is there no news of him for the past 1,000 years? Subai believed that, given what the Sword Saint had done in the past, he was definitely not the kind of person who would abandon everything after attaining enlightenment and ascending to heaven. He probably had to abandon Blue Star because of restrictions imposed by certain people in the upper realm. But since the Sword Saint could travel from Blue Star to Mercury, there must be hidden teleportation arrays on Blue Star. Otherwise, with the Sword Saint's quasi-emperor cultivation level, even if he had become a martial emperor, it would have been impossible for him to go to Mercury alone, as there were still so many powerful alien races watching him from the outside. So, there must be a teleportation array in some hidden location on Earth, which is why the Sword Saint was able to travel to the upper realm through it. But, all the teleportation arrays on Blue Star were destroyed after that self-destruction. Where is the Sword Saint's teleportation array now? After thinking for a while, Subai came up with the only possibility. A secret realm. The reason for this spiritual energy revival is largely due to the secret realm, and apart from Blue Star, the only place where a teleportation array could appear is the secret realm. Even Li Xingqi didn't understand the reason for the formation of this secret realm, and he himself was discovered by a human quasi-emperor from within a secret realm. Wait, a secret realm? P.S. This is a supplementary setting to avoid confusion later on. We'll gradually progress towards the upper realm from here on out. Chapter 105: The Entrance to the Upper Realm. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi suddenly seemed to have grasped something important. Mysterious realm, mysterious realm. How did I, a person from the upper realm, end up in the lower realm? Moreover, after all these years, I was finally discovered by several quasi-emperors in one place, which they described as a secret realm. Being able to travel from the upper realm to the lower realm means that the portal is located in the secret realm I was in before. After a moment of thought, Li Xingqi quickly figured out the whole story. As long as he found that secret realm, he could return to the upper realm after restoring his physical body. Young friend Subai, I think I know where that teleportation array is. Li Xingqi shared his thoughts with Subai and quickly received Subai's approval. Before Subai left, Li Xingqi explained all the necessary conditions to Subai and then left. He needed to rest more to stabilize his spirit, otherwise he might accidentally vanish into nothingness. Come to Kyoto to find me when you have prepared your physical body and your cultivation level has reached at least Martial Emperor. I have already marked you, and I will sense it as soon as you enter the tower. That's settled then. Don't forget to come find me later. After saying that, Subai cleared the 99th floor and was then sent out of the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Subai, who had just left the Glazed Pagoda, was somewhat surprised to see the reward in his hand. He hadn't expected the Glazed Pagoda to be so generous, while Li Xingqi was like a poor wretch. If Li Xingqi heard this, he would definitely complain, this 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is now an ownerless object. No matter how many good things it has nothing to do with me. Subai suddenly had another 100 spirit stones and a pile of rare and precious materials in his hand. Subai tossed that pile of rare and precious materials into his spatial ring without even glancing at them, planning to sell them later. With spirit stones, what can't you buy in the system shop? As for the 100 spirit stones, that would be ideal, as they could be used immediately if needed. After storing all the rewards in his spatial ring, Subai walked towards the plaza. In the square, Chu Youyu and her friends, along with the principal, were already standing at the front to greet them. As soon as he came out, a group of people swarmed around him. The first to speak was Fugui, with that familiar tone, "Holy crap, brother Bai, you cleared the game. You actually cleared it. I've only reached the 60-something floor. Brother Subai, are you alright? How come it took you more than 2 hours to get to the last floor? Brother Bai, congratulations on clearing the level and taking first place on the leaderboard." Faced with everyone's questions, Subai simply explained that he had a sudden epiphany during the final stage and wasted so much time cultivating on the spot. Only then did everyone realize that Subai's hidden realm had now been raised to the initial Grandmaster level, which was a level higher than that so-called strongest genius of the alien race. Not bad at all. Subai has really brought honor to the school. It hasn't been long, and his level has already surpassed that of me, the principal. He is a force to be reckoned with. Principal Chen then walked over from the side, offering his congratulations with a beaming smile. Subai's cultivation level has now reached the initial stage of Grandmaster. You should know that even the guardian of Tianhai City is only a Grandmaster. Subai is only 18 years old now, and he has already become a junior Grandmaster even before the martial arts exam is over. What was the highest level a person could reach at 18 in history? I think it was the Advanced Master of the Sword Saint? After the Sword Saint, will the human race add another Sword Saint? After exchanging words with the others, Subai and his companions prepared to go home together. We'll be setting off for Kyoto tomorrow. With the rewards from the Glass Pagoda and the experience gained from this battle, the rest of us need to strengthen our abilities. It's important to know that this test pushed everyone to their absolute limits, and most people benefited greatly, except for a few who still had some tricks up their sleeves. After all, fighting in this glass tower is not about real death. Once you are judged to have failed, you will be eliminated from the glass tower and there will be no chance to continue. But as soon as the group stepped out of the square, reporters who had already gotten wind of the situation quickly surrounded Subai. Subai, what are your thoughts on winning first place this time? Do you think the martial arts exam reform was successful? Subai, what are your thoughts on overpowering several alien prodigies? You were the only one to pass the level. Do you have any secrets to share with everyone? Hello Subai, how did you manage to clear the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda? Is there any trick to it? Could you share it with everyone? People all over the country want to know your answer. Subai, classmate. A group of reporters shoved large microphones into Subai's mouth, hoping to get the first response they could get. In everyone's eyes, Subai's success in clearing the level made him a well-deserved first-place winner, even in the arena, as the gap between them was simply too great to be compared. Moreover, this time there were also geniuses from other races participating, which was the first time many Chinese people had witnessed the strength of other races. In the end, they were completely suppressed by the dark horse that suddenly appeared. Subai felt a headache coming on when he saw the huge group of reporters. How am I supposed to explain this? I am actually a grandmaster, my strength crushes everyone here, and everyone here is a noob. Subai hurriedly looked at the people around him with pleading eyes, but he soon realized that the others had already moved far away from him. Even Fugue, who was usually inseparable from her, stood at a distance with his head down, not daring to look at her. What a bunch of dogs! Now they're running far away, aren't they? Okay, I've got it. Subai composed himself, then put on an international fake smile and began to discuss with a group of reporters. Regarding your first question, well, my thoughts are, well, they're more like, well, let's just say they're not really. After a string of nonsensical remarks, all the reporters were clearly taken aback by Subai's response and stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what else to ask. After answering several times, Subai couldn't stand it anymore and took advantage of their momentary daze to disappear in a flash. After Subai left, all the reporters searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of him, so they had no choice but to give up and just post the answers they had given earlier. Subai breathed a sigh of relief as he lay on the sofa in the living room. These reporters were really troublesome. But thinking about what Fugue and the others did just now, damn it, is this how you play the game? Chapter 106 Heading to Kyoto, Yulai Lu. A day later, the group returned home and, except for Subai, they were all working hard to consolidate and improve their strength. The arena competition was about to begin, and any improvement, even just a little bit, would be an improvement. This morning at 9 o'clock, a few people need to gather at the city gate. This time, a martial emperor will escort them back and forth. I heard there are only a few martial emperors in total, and they will escort each person one by one. Subai had originally planned to try out the spatial talent he had just copied from the little green dragon, but unfortunately he had never been to Kyoto and could not locate it directly. Thinking of this, Subai wanted to break through to the martial emperor realm as soon as possible. Once he broke through to the martial emperor realm, he could directly perform short-distance teleportation, covering a distance of at least 1,000 kilometers at a time. If you combine it with spatial talents, I wonder if it will provide any additional benefits. Soon, as the sun rose, the group gathered at the city gate. Subai arrived at the city gate early, followed by Yoyu. When Yoyu arrived at the city gate, she was too embarrassed to greet Subai. After all, she and a few others had betrayed Subai yesterday, and it was still a bit awkward to see him again. Fugue spotted Subai at the city gate from afar and slowly approached him with a guilty look on his face. Well, Brother Bai, you can't blame me for what happened yesterday. Those media outlets are terrifying. You know I'm usually a bit thick-skinned, but I'll let it go when I lose face in front of the whole country. I still want to stay on Earth. Fugue explained guiltily, while cautiously observing Subai's expression. He was relieved to find that there was no significant change. It's all right, how could I blame you, right, young fish? Upon hearing this, Subai walked towards Fugue with a smile, while also calling out to Yoyu who was standing to the side. Hey, no. Brother Bai, no. As Fugue watched Subai slowly approach, he quickly waved his hand, signaling that he must be rational. Bang! Subai tapped Fugue on the head, and that was the end of it. Brother Bai. Guchan and Xiao Xingyuan arrived late, just in time to miss the scene of Fugue being hit on the head. Bang! Bang! Two more sounds. After they finished playing around, it wasn't long before the martial emperor, who was in charge of picking them up, arrived at the city gate. Subai, we meet again. The old principal smiled and called out from mid-air. Subai looked up and exclaimed in surprise, Old Dean, why are you here to pick us up? The person who arrived was none other than the former dean of Shanghai University, who had now become the martial emperor in charge of picking up and dropping off the examinees. Wasn't this old man always traveling and enjoying life? How come he suddenly started doing this kind of work? Subai was a little puzzled. Why was the person who came the old dean? Seemingly noticing Subai's confusion, the old dean smiled calmly and explained, I volunteered for this mission, and I even watched the entire live stream just for you. He dominated the entire field to take first place and even subdued those alien prodigies. Not bad at all. He truly deserves to be called a man of China. He has a sense of responsibility. I see, then I'll trouble you, old dean. Subai thanked him upon hearing this. It was obvious that the old dean had come for him, otherwise, wouldn't it be better for him to travel around freely? All right, enough of that, come in quickly. With a wave of his hand, the old dean created a teleportation portal in front of them, and after walking through it, they were transported to the outskirts of the city, thousands of miles away. A few minutes later, I stepped into the portal again. With the old dean's protection, nothing unexpected happened along the way. Subai's powerful appearance drew the attention of all the high-ranking officials in China. The security level has been directly upgraded to X top secret, meaning that no one except those few high-ranking officials in China can access it. Moreover, the Chinese leadership has specially dispatched a grandmaster to Kyoto to await Subai's arrival, and he will handle everything that happens to Subai. In the event of any conflict, anyone who shows any inclination to attack Subai will be treated as a spy or traitor, with the minimum sentence being life imprisonment. Kyoto. I'll see you off here. There are a few more places I need to visit, so I won't bother you any longer. Go for it. You must take first place and knock these alien prodigies to the ground so they can't even stand up. After offering his blessings, the old dean left directly, as he still needed to pick up and drop off the top 100 students from several other provinces. At the gates of Kyoto, several people looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. The tournament wasn't until tomorrow, but they needed to arrive in Kyoto a day in advance to prepare. Brother Bai, where are we going next? To check out the black market? Or somewhere else? Fu Gui asked, since Subai was now their leader, and they would follow wherever Subai said he was going. Subai thought about it. This time he wasn't in such a hurry as last time, so there was no need to go to the black market. Besides, not every place has something to pick up. Last time, he was just lucky with the Jade Spirit Sword. After thinking it over, Subai finally decided on a location. Let's go to the tea house. Based on my years of experience reading novels in my previous life, if I had to pick up information, the best place would definitely be a tea house. Although it's called a tea house, it doesn't just sell tea, it also offers all sorts of exotic animal meats, fine wines, and other extra services. Such places are usually frequented by martial artists who have just returned from hunting exotic beasts outside the city, or by martial artists who have just arrived in an unfamiliar city. However, it cannot be ruled out that some drunkards and know-it-alls might come to the tea house to ask for a meal, and the information they provide is much more reliable than that of most other places. After deciding on the location, the group took out their phones, opened a map app, located the nearest tea house, and then followed the navigation to the tea house. You have reached your destination. The navigation service has completed your journey. Thank you for using our service. As the navigation ended, the group looked at the 5 or 6-story tea house. Looking up, they saw the 3 large characters Yulai Lu written in a flamboyant style on the plaque. Yulai Lu. After making sure they hadn't gone to the wrong place, the 5 people walked straight into the tea house. Not far away, the Grandmaster, who had been lying in wait for a long time, had already spotted Subai and his companions when they arrived in Kyoto. He saw them heading towards the tea house and hurriedly followed. When it comes to protecting things, it's best to do it quietly. Who knows, you might just catch a few big fish. Moreover, in Kyoto, right under the nose of the Chinese capital, could a foreign race really just take action directly? Seeing that Subai and the others had already entered the tea house, the Grandmaster hurriedly followed, pretending to be passing by, and also entered the tea house. Please come in, objectively speaking. 2 attractive waiters greeted guests at the entrance, one of whom was responsible for helping new guests find a seat. What would you like to do with your numbers? The waiter saw Subai and his group sit down and came over with the menus, asking them questions. Bring 5 servings of tea, and just bring any fruit you like. After casually ordering a few things, Subai began to listen carefully to the discussions among the people in the tea house. Have you all heard? P.S. Next up is the arena match. Chapter 107, the next move. Have you all heard? 3 alien races came to our capital yesterday. I heard they are the 3 alien prodigies from the Tower Challenge livestream. They look almost the same as our human race. It's all over Kyoto now, everyone knows that 3 alien prodigies have arrived. I even heard that they got into a fight as soon as they arrived, and the girl who was leading them punched someone so hard that he vomited blood. Holy crap, how come you all knew? Am I the only one who didn't know? I know that too. I heard that woman is quite pretty. Apart from having 2 horns on her head, she doesn't seem to be any different from us humans. Was she a demon on the previous ranking list? I heard the other 2 guys are pretty good too, especially one who looks really handsome and aloof, like a domineering CEO. Aren't you a guy? Why is your focus so off? Stay away from me, thank you. Holy crap, Nantong is here. The group of people who came to gather information were speechless upon hearing this conversation. Fortunately, there was some useful information in it, otherwise Subai would have liked to get up and leave immediately. At this time, the fruit and other things were also served. Subai picked up a slice of watermelon and quietly continued to inquire about the news while eating the melon. Apart from the shady group of passers-by from earlier, Lu seemed quite lively, with almost all the seats on the 5th and 6th floors packed with people. The sounds of conversation were constant, and Subai had just seen several muscular, obviously very strong men. These people are most likely legions or squads that frequently go in and out of the city to hunt exotic beasts, or to explore some secret realms. Rumor has it that Long Yuan Hang, the prodigy of the Long family, was in seclusion preparing for the Advanced Martial King exam before the martial arts test. However, he was forced to end his seclusion to participate in the exam because of the strong rise of the alien prodigy on the rankings. Really? It's a pity that even with the Dragon family's efforts, they only ranked third. If it weren't for that white god's intervention, we would have truly been overwhelmed by the alien race. Never mind whether it's true or not, the arena competition starts tomorrow, then we'll know the truth. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses this year. Were all the previous martial arts exams just child's play? You know those young masters from aristocratic families. They're born into privilege, able to choose any of the 3 top academies and get direct admission. Why would they bother taking the martial arts exam? Have you all heard the news these past few days? Beasts in many places have started to riot. A few days ago, a city was even wiped out by a beast tide without any time to wait for reinforcements. We've noticed it these past few days when we've left the city. These beasts are clearly much more troublesome than before. I wonder what's going on. It's not just those strange beasts in the suburbs. I've heard that even some of the guarded secret realms are restless. Just a few days ago, I heard that a sea-level secret realm in a certain province had a riot and many people died. After listening to gossip for most of the day, Subai finally pricked up his ears and found the important information he wanted to hear from the burly men he had been paying attention to earlier. The martial arts exam was just a formality in his eyes. With his grandmaster's strength, how could anyone become a martial emperor at the age of 18? Subai was quite interested in the strange beast rampage that these people were talking about. You should know that when I returned home after the competition, I encountered a beast tide. If it weren't for the system and the experience card, I would have been forced to watch helplessly as Tianhai City and the city that had just been destroyed ended up with the same fate. The simultaneous rampage of multiple strange beasts was something that anyone could see was wrong, let alone those who lived on the edge of a knife every day. In the past, beast tides would only occur once every few months or even years, but now multiple outbreaks have occurred in just 2 or 3 months, which is clearly not right. This incident seems to be orchestrated by an invisible hand, and things are far more complex than they appear at the moment. The spatial rift that appeared due to the beast tide last time upgraded the system. I don't know what use this thing is to the system. It's said to be some kind of mysterious energy. Subai thought for a moment and shook his head. These weren't his current concerns. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. However, I was wondering why even the young fish and a few others, who were only at the beginner level of martial arts, couldn't even rank in the top 3 of this martial arts exam. In previous years, young masters and scions of aristocratic families who had even a little talent were directly admitted to the martial arts exams, which meant that becoming a junior martial arts master was the limit in previous years. Unexpectedly, the arrival of this alien race immediately triggered a chaotic frenzy of demonic activity. In previous years, junior grandmasters who could easily win the national championship could only squeeze into the top 10 this year. If it were like this every year, then China would have a continuous stream of fresh blood, and it would be only a matter of time before the foreign races were eliminated. Let's go, there's nothing worth staying here. Let's check out the hotel that Wu Kao has prepared. Subai suddenly realized that coming to the tea house was a mistake, so he got up and prepared to leave. If you want to know any information, just search it online. It's not like we don't have mobile phones. I almost got misled. Fu Gue, who was eating melon seeds, saw that Subai had already gotten up, so he grabbed a handful of melon seeds, put them in his pocket, and hurriedly followed. Seeing this, Gu Chan and Xiao Xingyuan hurriedly followed. Although I don't know what Brother Bai is doing, he must have his reasons. Soon, the group left the tea house and headed to the hotel according to the address sent by the school. The hotel is very close to the arena, only a few hundred meters away. You can almost walk there in just a few steps. After presenting their identification documents, the front desk checked them in, providing each person with a deluxe single room. Inside the room, Subai was contemplating his next move. The primary objective now is to complete the arena competition, and the secondary objective is to find a body for that old man who calls himself the Pill Saint. Those alien races probably already see him as a thorn in their side. Since he can't live a peaceful life, he'll turn the world upside down. As a transmigrator with cheat codes, What's the point of transmigrating if I'm still threatened by others? I've already died once, so I'm indifferent to life and death and I'll fight anyone who disagrees. Since that old man comes from the upper realm and calls himself a pill saint, his strength must not be too bad. With his help, dealing with the alien race will be much easier. However, the most important thing right now is to improve one's own strength. At least one can only go out and roam after becoming a martial emperor. Right now, becoming a grandmaster is still a bit uncertain. Thinking of this, Subai glanced at his system balance. Thanks to the top-grade spirit stones provided by Lixinki, he still had more than 3,000 spirit stones left in his balance, which he could make good use of. Little Azure Dragon, come out. These past few days, I've kept the little green dragon in the beast taming space, and it's been crying and complaining that it wants to come out and play. The main problem is that it's all empty inside and it's not fun to be alone. After 2 months of feeding, this creature has now broken through to the Martial King realm, and its body is several hundred meters long, showing the initial signs of a Dragon King. Fortunately, this guy can freely control his body size, otherwise Subai really wouldn't dare to release him. As its strength has increased, so has its appetite. Fortunately, the corpse of the martial emperor it left behind is large enough to last for another 10 days to half a month. Letting the little green dragon play in the room, Subai sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. P.S. I don't know what's wrong with my writing these past 2 days. Even I feel there are big problems with what I've written. I can only hope that I can salvage it by speeding up the plot or changing the map. I'm very sorry. Chapter 108 Martial Arts Exam Final 1. Since he no longer has a cultivation bottleneck, Subai only needs to cultivate mindlessly. Once his spiritual energy reaches a certain level, he breaks through directly. It's incredibly awesome. Now that he had plenty of spirit stones, Subai took out dozens of spirit stones and set them aside for later use. Then he held a spirit stone in his hand and began to cultivate. As he activated the enlightenment technique, a continuous stream of spiritual energy from the spirit stone flowed into Subai's dantian. After breaking through to the martial king level, one's chi and blood will form a chi si within the body to store spiritual energy. The process of breaking through is the expansion or evolution of the chi si each time. Breaking through a minor realm is about expanding the chi si, while breaking through a major realm is about condensing the chi si and continuously compressing the spiritual energy in the body. It is said that when one breaks through to the martial emperor level, the chi si in one's body will condense into a dantian shaped like a fist-sized pill. After the others arrived at the hotel, only Chu Yoyu saw Subai return to his room to cultivate, so she followed him back to her room to cultivate as well. As for Fugue, he was a beast tamer, and his main focus was on those few exotic beasts. The leveling up of mythical beasts is much simpler and more direct than human cultivation. One word, eat. As long as you keep feeding them all sorts of rare and precious materials and the corpses of high-level exotic beasts, their growth rate will skyrocket like a rocket. Moreover, you can even choose to let these exotic beasts in the beast taming space go out to hunt and develop on their own, which is basically an idle leveling up game. So Fugue wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Anyway, his current level was already high enough. He could just stay back and become the sixth brother, while you slowly fight with my beast tamers. What if you can't beat your beast tamer? Why not just surrender? He can't even beat me, why do you expect me to fight him? Seeing that there was still some time before dark, Fugue thought about going to places like the Jubao Pavilion and the Black Market in Kyoto to see if there were any good things. Gu Chen felt the same way. Since his S-level talent wouldn't make much progress in just one night of cultivation anyway, he might as well go out and see how much fun the people in the city had. Staying at home restricted him from really letting loose. Before leaving the hotel, Gu Chen also pulled Xiao Xingyuan, who was also preparing to return to his room to cultivate, along with him. This guy only thinks about cultivation all day long, so it's also necessary for him to have some entertainment and relaxation. Hey, don't pull me. I still need to cultivate. The long, drawn-out sound lingered in the stairwell. Gu Chen and Xiao Xingyuan had already reached the street. Hello everyone, welcome to the annual martial arts exam finals. I'm your commentator, Chi-Chi. Did you miss me? In the commentary booth, a charming and familiar face was greeting everyone. At the same time, a live broadcast to the world also began, and all television news channels turned into live content. Welcome everyone to this martial arts exam arena competition. I'm your commentator, Yuan Xiu. This competition is for the top 100 contestants who have climbed the tower. The final winner will be determined. Can you guess who will be the victor? The two commentators in the commentary booth are old acquaintances. They were the ones who broadcast the last tower climbing leaderboard live to the world, and now they are serving as the commentators for this final competition. Alright, now approaching us is Ji Tianyu from Dongyang province. His current ranking is? The second day had arrived, and all the contestants were now beginning to enter the venue. The venue for this competition is a very, very large stadium, and all the facilities inside have been cleared out and replaced with a full 100 rings. This stadium covers tens of thousands of square meters and looks incredibly spacious. It also has spectator seating all around, and a rough estimate suggests that it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Before the match even started, the stands were already full, all waiting for the fight to begin. Because of the participation of people from other ethnic groups in this martial arts examination, the level of importance attached to it exceeded everyone's expectations. Tickets for this event have always been hard to sell out, since everyone watches live streams these days, so who would go to the venue in person? Moreover, if you want to travel across provinces to watch, you really don't dare to run around without some strength. If you encounter some high-level alien beasts or alien races along the way, you won't even know how you died. Since you can watch the live stream anyway, why not just stay home, eat snacks, and drink sugary drinks? Isn't that more enjoyable? But this year, due to Subai's sudden emergence, the fact that all the young masters from families who would never have participated in the martial arts exam in previous years have now participated, and the arrival of alien prodigies to disrupt the event, things have changed. This is simply the most exciting martial arts exam ever. How could we miss it? As a result, when the pre-sale tickets went on sale at the venue, tens of thousands of tickets were sold out in just 1 minute, regardless of how far back in the ticket line was. The stadium is packed with people, all eagerly anticipating the intense and exciting battle to come. Now approaching us is the number 1 on this leaderboard, the first dark horse to clear the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, Subai, the White God. The people beside him are also prodigies from Jiang province, each one of them ranking in the top 10. My goodness, just what kind of place is Jiang province? Shichi looked at the information in her hand in surprise, only then noticing that the people were all from the same place, and almost half of the top 10 were from Jiang province. What kind of place is Jiang province that it has produced so many prodigies all at once? Is there something special about it? However, as Chi-Chi introduced the situation, the entire stadium erupted in excitement, with many people becoming fans of Subai's powerful appearance. Shiragami. White God, I love you, I want to have your babies. White God, don't be so strict about gender. I can be one too, White God. Goddess, the baby fish goddess is so cute, I love her. Hey, have you guys noticed? Shirakami and that girl seem to have a rather unusual relationship? Holy crap, it really is true. They're a perfect match, I'm definitely shipping them, not even Jesus can stop me. The various sounds from the audience brought the atmosphere of the stadium to its peak, with most of the people present having come specifically for Subai. It's worth noting that if Subai hadn't made such a strong appearance this time, the first place probably wouldn't have gone to China, but to those alien geniuses who came to cause trouble. On their own home turf, they were trampled underfoot by their enemy of 1,000 years, and in such a national-level competition that the whole world could see. The atmosphere at the scene was electric, and the live stream was just as lively. With hundreds of millions of viewers watching online simultaneously, the authorities urgently deployed servers to maintain the flow of this massive influx of people. This was something that garnered nationwide attention. From 80-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old toddlers, 90% of people who have free time right now are watching this live stream. Chapter 109 Martial Arts Exam Final 2. Subai was stunned by the huge crowd and enthusiastic scene as soon as he entered the venue. This level of popularity is even less than 1/10 of what the most popular concerts in my previous life were. The densely packed crowd was so huge that anyone with trypophobia would probably faint at first glance. This stadium is just too big. The audience seats only occupied a small portion of the space. Most of the venue was transformed into individual arenas, each with a ranking number for each participant. The arena that belonged to him was the most prominent among all the arenas. It was located in the very center and was about 10 times larger than all the other arenas around it, making the contrast very obvious. At this moment, the young fish beside Subai felt a little uncomfortable with so many people staring at it at the same time. Although I was used to being watched at school, I still felt a little nervous in front of thousands of people. At this moment, she tightly gripped Subai's clothes with one hand and lowered her head, not daring to look ahead. The onlookers are never absent from the moment they notice something amiss. People started paying attention, and many immediately started shipping the couple after discovering this behavior. This news quickly became a trending topic, and then someone found out about the relationship between Subai and Chu Yoyu. According to rumors, the two were even betrothed as children, meaning they were originally a couple. After that, the entrances of Long Yuanhang, Sima Nan, and others would elicit gasps of surprise. But when it was the turn of the three alien races to enter together, the crowd, who had been so enthusiastic just moments before, suddenly fell silent, and there wasn't a single word of welcome. Even the two commentators on the commentary desk looked at each other, not knowing what to say, so they simply pretended not to see it and changed the subject. Subai had only seen this situation in his previous life with the national football team and when countries that were doing well entered the stadium. He never expected it to apply here as well. Once everyone was present, the commentator got down to business. Now that everyone is here, I and Yuanqiu will introduce the rules of this arena competition. There are a total of 100 arenas in the stadium, each corresponding to the rankings on the previous leaderboard, and each arena has a number. The number represents your ranking in this tournament. Everyone can challenge someone ranked higher than themselves, but each person only has 3 challenge opportunities. A successful challenger will swap rankings with the loser, and you must also be prepared for other challengers. This time, the battles will be concluded in one go, and the rankings on the arena will be the final rankings. There is a 10-minute truce after each battle to prevent anyone from using a series of attacks to win unfairly. Now, I declare the final round of this martial arts exam officially open. Everyone listened to the rules with utmost care, and as soon as the start was officially announced, those ranked lower quickly looked around. In the past few days, these people have compiled information on almost everyone on the leaderboard, and they know who they can beat and who they can't mess with. In any case, most of the people in the middle didn't even have any designs on him. Those present had all reached the 50th or 60th floor of the tower, and they knew better than anyone else how difficult the 9 treasures glazed pagoda became as it went on. Even the high-level martial king prodigy from the alien race had only reached the 80th floor. As for Subai, although they didn't know some specific information, the fact that he could pass through the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda meant that he was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. You, fight me. At this moment, Long Yuanhang held a long sword and pointed it at Kuang Jiaoyue, saying, "Another expressionless guy, can't you guys be a little more interesting?" Upon hearing this, Kuang Jiaoyue looked at Long Yuanhang, and for a moment she mistook his aloof demeanor for that of Luo Tianming, the expressionless man. "Fight me." Long Yuanhang repeated the same sentence. "I didn't even bother with you, and you're getting aggressive, huh? Get up here." Kuang Jiaoyue hates this kind of expressionless man the most. Since this guy is courting death, let's teach him a lesson like Luo Tianming. Seeing that Kuang Jiaoyue had agreed to the challenge, Long Yuanhang did not hesitate and lightly touched the ground with his toes to reach the arena. "Please enlighten me." Long Yuanhang greeted him and then launched an attack. Stepping into the ring signifies the start of the battle. No referee is needed. This martial arts examination is of great importance, and there are also participants from other races. The human race directly dispatched their old acquaintance, Emperor Yan, and another martial emperor, Emperor Dao. Of the 3 martial emperors in China, 2 came, which shows the importance attached to this event. However, both martial emperors watched quietly from the sky, only intervening if there was any danger to their lives. In the sky, there were not only 2 human martial emperors, but also 2 martial emperors sent by alien races directly opposite them. Although they knew that the human race would not dare to turn against and forcibly keep the alien prodigies, these 3 prodigies were different. Each of the 3 prodigies who went there was the most talented prodigy of their respective race in the last 100 or even 1,000 years. For some reason, this year there has been a remarkable surge in the number of exceptional talents. Talents that were once rare in the last 100 years are now appearing one after another, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Thinking of a legend that has been passed down through history, the group felt increasingly uneasy. While this seems like a good thing, it's not that simple. On the arena, Long Yuanhang and Kuang Jiaoyue had already begun their battle. Both Long Yuanhang and Kuang Jiaoyue are highly skilled, possessing excellent martial arts techniques and combat experience. Long Yuanhang held an ancient sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light. His posture was upright, like a swimming dragon, and his eyes revealed a fierce, undisguised fighting spirit. He stepped forward, the tip of his sword flashed, and then released a powerful sword aura that swept towards Kuang Jiaoyue like a hurricane. Kuang Jiaoyue did not immediately draw her weapon. She was agile and skilled at using anything that could be used as a weapon. The almost insane sword energy in front of her made her smile slightly. Looks like this expressionless guy is pretty good too. After dodging the attack with a nimble movement, she immediately took out a spear from her spatial ring. The spear head bent in all directions, seemingly with endless possibilities of change. She wielded the spearhead, quickly dodging Long Yuanhan's attacks while also launching counterattacks. The two figures flashed across the arena, their sword shadows and spear flashes intertwined, sometimes locked in fierce combat, and sometimes quickly retreating to maintain a distance. Long Yuanhan's swordsmanship was as fast as lightning, and the tip of his sword pierced the air with a series of sharp whistling sounds. Quang Jiayue, however, with her agile movements and rich combat experience, was able to dodge in time every time, and even counterattack with a swift assassination. Time passed second by second, and the battle between Long Yuanhang and Quang Jiayue became increasingly fierce. Both players unleashed their full potential, giving each other no chance to breathe. The spectators watched intently as the seemingly evenly matched contest raged on, a tense atmosphere filling the entire stadium. P.S. I've gotten back into form a bit, keep it up. Chapter 110 Martial Arts Exam Final 3. On the arena, Long Yuanhang, panting heavily, stared ahead, long sword in hand. He hadn't expected this alien prodigy to be so difficult to deal with. Indeed, the rankings were quite reliable. What, is this all you're going to do? Are you even capable, you little rascal? Looking at the expressionless man who was already panting heavily, Quang Jiayue couldn't help but say sarcastically, "This guy actually dares to challenge me? He still needs to practice." Hateful. Long Yuanhang originally wanted to defeat the so-called number one genius of the alien race to prove himself, but he never expected that he couldn't even beat a girl from the alien race and was even mocked as a hound. Who could tolerate this? Long Yuanhang looked at Quang Jiayue with unwavering determination. Even in defeat, he would not allow himself to be humiliated. Seizing the opportune moment, he launched a flying slash, accurately breaking through Quang Jiayue's defenses, and thrust the sharp blade towards her. However, upon seeing this scene, Quang Jiayue smiled mysteriously, as if she had expected it. She dodged the fatal blow with a quick movement and then flicked her spear. Bang! Long Yuanhang lost his balance instantly, and the spear left a small wound on his face as he staggered back out of the arena. In this confrontation, he knew he had lost completely, both in terms of strength and strategy. The silence was deafening. That's probably the best way to describe the scene right now. The stadium, filled with tens of thousands of people, was deathly silent. Everyone was in disbelief that he had actually lost. In the past, such prodigies from aristocratic families were mostly undefeated among their peers and invincible in their class. The former number one, whom everyone had assumed would be the best, has now been defeated by a prodigy from another race. So, has the other race always been this strong? Fortunately, the two professionally trained commentators reacted quickly enough, and their voices came through the speakers. Congratulations to the champion of Arena Number 2 for successfully defending her title. Long Yuanhang of Arena Number 3 failed in his challenge and lost one challenge opportunity. Let us congratulate the prodigy from the Demon Clan, Quang Jiayue, on her victory. Since this is the second round of challenges, the rankings in the arena will remain unchanged. Now let's enjoy the battles of the others. After Long Yuanhang returned to his arena, before he could even recover from his injuries, another person approached him. Human, I challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? At this moment, Mo Wuxian left the arena and headed straight for Long Yuanhan's position. What's going on? Is this person trying to take advantage of the situation and launch a sneak attack? Long Yuanhang hasn't fully recovered yet. The alien race wants to take this opportunity to challenge him. Will he agree? Long Yuanhang frowned and looked back. When he saw that it was yet another person from another race, his brows furrowed even more. He quickly identified the guy by his appearance, Mo Wuxian of the Lion Man clan. Just because you lost one battle, do you think you can get a piece of the action from any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Although there is a 10-minute protection mechanism in the ring match, this rule can be ignored if both parties agree. Come up. Long Yuanhan's voice turned low and cold. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuxian was overjoyed. He saw that this guy's stamina was almost completely depleted. It would be great if he could pick up a leftover spot, even if it meant staying in the top 3 for a while. Seeing that Long Yuanhang had agreed, Mo Wuxian leaped onto the arena. He had intended to put on a show of politeness, but to his surprise, Long Yuanhang showed no martial ethics and slashed at him with his sword. However, Mo Wuxian was originally a lion man, and speed was a talent ingrained in his bones. He dodged the attack with just a sidestep. But Long Yuanhan's attacks didn't stop there. Now he was venting all his anger on the alien in front of him. With another horizontal slash, a bloody gash appeared on Mo Wuxian's waist. Then, a kick struck his abdomen, sending Mo Wuxian flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. However, Long Yuanhang still knew how to be prudent and showed mercy. Mo Wuxian looked a bit serious, but at most it was just some superficial injuries, and there wouldn't be any major problems. My god, he truly is a prodigy of China. Not only did he agree to the fight, but he also ended the match with a single sword strike. That was incredibly cool. Shichi watched the scene unfold with amazement and provided commentary, her every word stirring the emotions of the audience. As expected, the group, who were initially worried, were instantly surprised by the result. It turned out that it wasn't that he was too weak, but that the other person was too strong. Long Yuanhang is awesome. He should really crush the arrogance of these alien races like this. What kind of trash is he, trying to take advantage of the chaos? He should take a look in the mirror and see who he is. Ah, that sword strike was so cool. It really hit my heart. I love it. What's wrong with the person upstairs? 1 second you were saying you were going to have Baishan's baby, how come you switched to someone else the next second? You fickle woman. It's so beautiful. This is how we teach these alien races a lesson they won't forget, otherwise they won't even know who they are. Go Long Yuanhang. Keep it up, you guys are the best. Not only the live stream room, but the entire venue was reignited by this sword strike. After defeating his opponent, Long Yuanhang returned to his own ring and closed his eyes to rest. For the next while, no one should be looking to cause him any trouble. Subai only glanced at the commotion before looking away. When would this arena finally end? If it weren't for the presence of several alien prodigies causing trouble, Subai would have liked to learn more about the alien races through these prodigies. However, it seems that I was too optimistic. What could these few guys possibly be? But if I hadn't participated, these Chinese prodigies would probably have been crushed by now. Besides these battles, the competition in the later arenas was also very fierce. Subai even saw some old acquaintances, Ji Tianyu and Xichen. These two were already ranked rather low. After 2 months of training, Ji Tianyu's SS-level talent had surpassed Xichen's. Xichen lacked stamina and was frequently challenged, resulting in his ranking being changed. Fu Gue was also targeted by the other top 10 players. After entering the arena, he put on a lot of defensive equipment and then hid in a corner to summon strange beasts. The challenger didn't rush to attack after stepping onto the stage, but cautiously watched the strange beast that Fu Gue would summon next. Ah! The enormous size of the Gale Wolf appeared on the arena, and this was the first time many people had ever witnessed a Beastmaster's fighting style. The enormous body of the Gale Wolf completely blocked out the entire Fu Gue area, leaving no gap whatsoever. Moreover, judging from the aura released when the Gale Wolf first appeared, everyone realized that this Gale Wolf was actually a 4th-tier beast. No wonder this guy looked like a high-level martial artist. How could he possibly break into the top 10? So that's why there's this strange beast. It makes sense that they're in the top 10. Chapter 111 Martial Arts Exam Final 4. The moment the Gale Wolf appeared, the opponent on the other side of the arena was completely dumbfounded. Such a huge beast, are you sure you want me to fight it? Roar! The Gale Wolf had already communicated with Fu Gue's consciousness and knew that the guy in front of it was its opponent. Seeing the human's small size, the Gale Wolf was full of disdain. While the guy was still in a daze, the Gale Wolf charged forward, just as its name suggests. A strong gust of wind made some people around them close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the Gale Wolf was still in the same place, but when they turned their gaze to the spot where the challenger had been standing, the person was nowhere to be seen. Can anyone tell me what just happened? Where did the person who was standing there go? How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Holy crap, what did I just see? Instant kill. That Gale Wolf is too strong. This guy actually managed to contract such a beast. The beast tamer is too powerful. I'm so envious. Why can't I awaken such a great talent? If I had the talent of a beast tamer, I would definitely be just as strong. Sigh. Don't even think about it. Even if you had that talent, what could you do? Do you have the resources to raise alien beasts? Can you find a good alien beast contract? In the end, you're good for nothing. Even if you had that talent, it would just be a waste. Fu Gue's move stunned the live stream audience and the few people who were quietly observing the battle. This was the first time the group had ever seen such a fighting style. They hid behind their beast tamers, fully equipped with defense, and then let the beast tamers fight. Dude, are we playing in the same world? However, Fu Gue's strong move this time dispelled many people's thoughts. They thought, if I can't afford to offend this guy, can't I at least avoid him? In an instant, everyone who had been eyeing Fu Gue, this high-level martial arts master, silently turned their heads to look at other targets. Wealth and honor can bring peace and quiet as long as no one bothers you. This ranking is not bad. Subai, fight me. Subai, fight me. Two clear voices simultaneously volunteered for the challenge, and Subai looked at the two people who spoke in surprise. One was Kwang Jiaoyue, who had just recovered, and the other was Luo Tianming, who had never spoken. Luo Tianming had a long sword hanging behind him. His face had deep lines and distinct features, exuding a unique handsome aura. Judging from the sword behind him, it was clear that this guy was also a master swordsman. Judging from his appearance and demeanor alone, Subai felt that this guy was not as simple as he seemed on the surface, and was even more difficult to deal with than the arrogant and ruthless Yu. As they finished speaking, they looked at each other. Clearly neither of them wanted to miss this opportunity to fight Subai first. Then he turned his gaze back to Subai, waiting for Subai to choose an opponent. Subai looked at the two guys. Although they seemed difficult to deal with in other people's eyes, they should not forget that he was a grandmaster. In this situation, it's really uncomfortable to keep a low profile. Buzz. Subai took out the Jade Spirit Sword, pointed it at the two of them, and then the tip of the sword circled the entire stadium. He had come up with a way to quickly resolve this final match, and then said in a voice that could be heard throughout the entire stadium. All of you, attack together. Subai looked around, his disdainful gaze and movements perfectly executed. Even some netizens watching from behind their screens couldn't help but want to punch him through the screen. This is way too pretentious. What? Subai actually wants to challenge everyone here all by himself? Is that true? Just how confident is he to challenge everyone? Shichi explained with an incredulous expression, this kind of thing would never have happened in previous years. Who could take on hundreds of people by themselves? Even the young sword saint couldn't have done it, right? Holy crap, Baishin is too powerful. Is this for real? Is Baishin really going to challenge everyone all by himself? That's impossible, right? Damn, guys, White God is such a show-off. Can I just punch him through the screen? That's just too much to handle. Although Baishin said that, whether these people will agree is another question. Don't forget that 5 of the top 10 are from Jiang province. White God, I support you. All those alien races and prodigies are defeated by White God, not one of them can even fight him. Holy crap, Baishin looked so cool when he said that. I took a screenshot, and this will be my wallpaper for life. He's just too cool. All the viewers in the livestream were stunned by Subai's outrageous statement. Although it sounded incredibly irritating, it was Subai who said it. White God, they had to believe he had the power to say those words. Huh? Are you sure? Kwang Jiaoyue looked at Subai as if he were an idiot. Did this guy think he was super strong just because he cleared the game? Is this all the objective of my mission? It seems like I'm a bit off. I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult for me to deal with you by myself. I'm only 60% confident. But if I team up with that expressionless man and get support from others, I'll be 90% confident. You're just asking for it, aren't you? Luo Tianming also curiously examined Subai. Why was this guy so confident that he wanted to take on everyone alone? Was there something supporting his confidence? Kwang Jiaoyue's strength is something even I have to be wary of. What gave him the courage to do this knowingly? However, this is not bad. If I can easily complete this mission, there is no need to risk it. The reward after completing this mission should be enough for me to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Are you sure? Luo Tianming asked in a completely emotionless voice. It's foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. Although I consider myself superior and fearless of anyone, I still won't be an idiot in this special situation. Come on, who else dares to fight me? Let's settle this once and for all. Subai spoke calmly, scanning the entire room. Most people looked away the moment their eyes met Subai's ability to pass the level was far beyond what their group of 50 or 60 level players could possibly match. However, some hot-blooded teenagers felt this was an opportunity. With so many people attacking Subai, even if he was strong, he couldn't withstand such an attack, right? You said you were a sure thing to be number 1, so why are you being so reckless? Upon seeing this, Chuyoyu, Fugui, and the others quickly moved far away, fearing they would be affected by the lingering effects. You have to understand that Brother Bai's strength is already at the Grandmaster level. He can take down everyone with a single sword strike. Do you really think this is just a joke? The others who did not want to fight Subai followed behind the group and kept their distance, leaving only 3 alien prodigies and 6 scattered members of the top 50 remaining in place. Subai did not rush to make a move, he was waiting for instructions from above. Although the rules didn't explicitly state that this was permissible, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Why not just change the rules? While everyone waited, commentator Chi-Chi urgently inquired about the situation from above, and soon she received a reply. Ahem, we've received the latest notification that this challenge has been approved. Let's look forward to the exciting battle that Subai will bring us. Everyone, stay tuned. Chapter 112 Martial Arts Exam Final 5. Everyone was astonished by these words. They never expected to see such a scene this year, one person challenging all the alien geniuses. The atmosphere at the stadium reached its peak the moment the announcement was made. I never expected that a ticket would allow me to witness such a wonderful scene. It was worth it. The 3 alien prodigies exchanged a smile upon hearing this, while the other passers-by were also eager to teach the arrogant and ignorant Subai a lesson. Why didn't you just honestly take first place in a one-on-one duel? Instead, you had to court disaster. With so many people attacking at once, even if you have a high level of skill, you can't withstand such a simultaneous attack, right? Moreover, if he could defeat Subai as well, he would have a remarkable achievement in the future. Just imagine the scene after defeating Subai, the feeling of being surrounded by a bunch of girls. Several passers-by couldn't help but lick their lips, already imagining a bright future. Come on, let's finish this quickly. Subai was not surprised by the result. At this level of martial arts examination, there must be a martial emperor level expert protecting them in secret. As for Subai's request, the martial emperors who had experienced the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda should be well aware of their current strength. Fighting against multiple opponents would be a piece of cake for them. Seeing that the superiors had agreed, Luo Tianming, whose face had remained expressionless until now, also showed a look of curiosity. This guy, why is he so confident? Something feels off. Kuang Jiaoyue may be silly, but even she can understand that Subai's understanding of her is not as simple as it seems. Even if we have some backup plan, with the 3 of us working together, are you the only one allowed to keep your trump card? Subai's arena was very large, easily accommodating the other 9 people. Please use your full strength and let me experience your swordsmanship. Luo Tianming drew the long sword from behind him and cautiously looked at Subai opposite him. Judging from the weapon Subai had just used, Luo Tianming roughly understood that Subai was probably a swordsman just like himself. Fighting a true master of kendo has been my dream for many years. Unfortunately, along the way, all those so-called sword masters were defeated by him, and very few could withstand 3 moves from him. Today I've met a worthy opponent, so naturally I must have a thoroughly enjoyable battle. After Luo Tianming assumed a fighting stance, Kuang Jiaoyue and the others also entered battle mode. The person in front of us is the ultimate target. Once we succeed, several martial emperors in the clan will help us leave safely. Moreover, we will be able to obtain countless higher-level cultivation resources after returning. You're not worthy of my full strength. If you could withstand this sword strike, you'd have a bit of a chance. Subai stood proudly in place, and after saying those words, he immediately attacked without hesitation. The moment Subai made his move, everyone reacted. Without any communication, Kuang Jiaoyue, Luo Tianming, and Mo Wuxian launched simultaneous attacks from 3 different locations. The 6 people who had come just to observe exchanged glances and then headed towards the last spot together. In an instant, Subai found himself surrounded by enemies, but he remained calm. A few minor martial kings, including some martial arts masters, dared to think they could harm him in the slightest? Let's train for another 2.5 years. I possess a sword that makes me invincible in the world. Blaze. Flame. Slash. The fire element talent was integrated into the sword energy, which was just an ordinary sword energy. However, with the blessing of the special fire element talent, it directly became a sword energy that was enough to threaten the lives of several people. With this attack, Subai controlled his power at the Grandmaster level, while simultaneously using the heaven covering technique to keep his cultivation level at the beginner Grandmaster level, so no one noticed anything unusual. In mid-air, several human martial emperors watched the stadium with tension. Subai's sudden request startled the group. Bro, can't you just have a real 1v1 manly duel? Why do you have to fight multiple opponents to make it fun? Although the group was filled with disbelief, after all, the alien prodigies this time all possessed real strength, and even the young man from the Long family was overshadowed. Now, Subai is facing off against 3 alien prodigies and 6 geniuses from the top 50, a total of 9 people. No matter how you look at it, his chances of winning seem extremely slim. But seeing Subai's confident demeanor, and considering that he could clear the glazed pagoda, Emperor Yen thought about the mysterious master behind this guy. Since he could do such a thing, he must be confident. So Emperor Yen gritted his teeth and agreed directly. The Sword Emperor and the other 2 alien martial emperors were all somewhat shocked. In their minds, it was impossible to agree to this matter. How could the Flame Emperor agree to it so easily? However, the 2 alien martial emperors were immediately delighted. Since you humans like to court death so much, then you can't blame us. We must succeed in this mission. The Sword Emperor did not stop them, but glanced at the Flame Emperor and then at Subai below, seemingly lost in thought. Having known Emperor Yen for so many years, he certainly wouldn't do anything without being certain of success. The fact that he made up his mind so quickly means that he was quite confident. However, after seeing Subai's arrogant words, Doughty became more and more annoyed with this kid. What should I do if I really want to fly my hand to his face? I'm already a martial emperor, and I'm still not this pretentious. Is it really okay for you to act like this, kid? However, Subai's sword strike quickly changed the Sword Emperor's mind. Holy crap! As Subai swung his sword, the pressure of spiritual energy erupted on the arena. The pressure of a grandmaster made the group pause, and the martial artists stopped in their tracks. With a single sword strike, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sharp sword energy slashed towards the group. The sword energy, shaped like a crescent moon, struck the 3 alien prodigies precisely. The arrogant and haughty Yu and the expressionless Luo Tianming, who had just been so arrogant, suddenly turned red and desperately tried their best to resist the power of the sword. As for Mo Wuxiang, he had already been injured by Long Yuanhong's sword, and now Subai's sword was like adding insult to injury. He could not resist for even a second before he was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground. He then fainted and lost consciousness, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, the 6 passers-by dared not struggle at all, their faces filled with terror as they looked at Mo Wuxiang's miserable state and the once glorious alien prodigy. This is just a casual swing of Subai's sword, yet it can't even withstand the combined resistance of the 3 alien prodigies. What? The alien martial emperor in mid-air exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this scene, and instantly turned his gaze to the Flame Emperor opposite him. When Emperor Yen saw Subai unleash that sword strike, he already knew the outcome, as if he had anticipated it all along. The Sword Emperor stared intently at the center of the stadium. Everyone around Subai lowered their heads, and some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. At this moment, only Subai remained standing in the center of the arena, just as he had at the beginning. Chapter 113 Martial Arts Exam Final 6. His calm demeanor suggested that he had anticipated this outcome, as if doing this was a trivial matter. Subai quietly watched the 2 struggling to resist the sword energy and muttered to himself. It can actually withstand 1 sword strike? If 1 strike isn't enough, then let's have another. Subai activated the Yuan Yang slash, pouring spiritual energy into the Azure Spirit Sword. The sword's aura continued to rise until it reached its peak. Yuan Yang slash. Subai uttered 3 words softly, and an even more intense sword aura slashed towards the 2 of them. As for the other passers-by, they were already quite lucky not to wet their pants in fear, let alone attack Subai. This sword strike made the powerful figures in the sky uneasy. As a martial emperor, he could tell at a glance that the power of this sword strike had reached the level of a high-level grandmaster, and even faintly contained a trace of the power of a grandmaster. If this sword strike had landed squarely on Quang Jiaoyue and Luo Tianming, these 2 prodigies would probably have been crippled or killed. Wait a minute, where are you 2 going? The fight isn't over yet, and no one has admitted defeat. Are you trying to back out? At this moment, Emperor Yen quietly stopped the 2 of them. The rules they had set earlier had finally backfired. When the alien race made its demands, there was a passage about the martial arts exam. In a martial arts match, if one side has not lost the ability to fight or has not surrendered, neither side may intervene in the match under any pretext, even if the consequences are very serious. Originally, this was a method used by the alien races to restrict the human race, but unexpectedly, Subai was too powerful and ended up digging his own grave. Get out of my way. At this moment, a martial emperor from another race suppressed his anger and said that if it had been any later, those 2 guys would have been lying on the ground too. He had no mood to get entangled with humans now. After being scolded, Emperor Yan's kind expression vanished, his face gradually turning cold, and finally he coldly said, What if I don't allow it? The atmosphere was now extremely tense. The Sword Emperor and another alien martial emperor were making subtle moves, preparing for the next battle at any moment. The two sides were locked in a standoff, but to outsiders it seemed like only a few seconds had passed. At that moment, Subai had already uttered the third word, slay. The alien martial emperor was extremely anxious. If another conflict broke out now, the lives of the alien prodigies below would be in danger, and how could he possibly survive after returning? Step aside, and we, the alien race, will grant you one reasonable condition: if those two cause any problems, neither of us will escape. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, the alien martial emperor had no choice but to begin negotiations. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Emperor Yan instantly regained his amiable expression and said with a smile, "Then please, you too." The alien martial emperor glared fiercely at the flame emperor before hurriedly arriving at the arena. He lightly flicked the sword that Subai had unleashed, and the sword energy instantly vanished. At this moment, Kuang Jiayuet and Luo Tianming were gradually exhausted after resisting for so long. The violent sword energy left countless small wounds as they resisted. About a minute later, the sword energy from Subai's first sword strike finally dissipated, and the two collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Kuang Jiayuet fainted as soon as she fell. Luo Tianming, who was holding a sword, still had a sliver of strength left. He struggled to stand up again, but then his eyes rolled back and he too fainted. The two alien martial emperors each caught one of them and quickly infused them with spiritual energy to check their injuries. Fortunately, the initial sword strike wasn't very powerful. It only caused some superficial wounds and depleted spiritual energy. He only needs to rest for a while to wake up. As for Mo Wuxiang, who was already lying unconscious on the ground, one of the martial emperors went forward to check on him and found that the boy's internal injuries were a bit too severe. He took out a 4th-grade pill and fed it to him before his furrowed brows relaxed. "You brat, you've been so vicious in a mere duel today. Well then, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." The Emperor Wu, who had initially promised to grant the conditions, now disregarded all other issues and stood up to question Subai. Then he waved his hand, and something flew rapidly towards Subai. Oh no! The Flame Emperor and the Blade Emperor in the sky reacted instantly. They really didn't expect that not only would they be asked to save people, but they also didn't expect that they would actually attack Subai. Do they really not care about the so-called contract? Do they really think that the human race is easy to bully? But in reality, Emperor Wu's actions were a last resort. His goal this time was to nip this immortal talent in the bud, even at the cost of signing a 6-month ceasefire agreement with the human race. That agreement is not just a verbal promise, but a one-time treasure. Once the oath is made, it will be witnessed by the heavenly Tao. Anyone who violates it will be relentlessly pursued by the heavenly Tao. However, as the martial emperor, he was already able to shield himself from the secrets of heaven for a moment. Doing so would not be noticed by the heavenly Tao, and therefore would not be considered a breach of contract. However, the price of shielding one's heavenly secrets is extremely high, requiring a full year's worth of cultivation, and the dantian within the body will also shrink somewhat. Although Emperor Yan knew the importance of immortal grade talent, was it really worth it for the alien races to risk everything, even at the cost of damaging their own foundations, to attack Subai? Could it be that there are some secrets I don't know about? Before the two could think further, the alien martial emperor's attack had already reached Subai. It hurts. It hurts so much. The moment Subai was attacked, it felt as if he had been struck hard by something invisible. He felt a sharp pain in his throat and then spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward off the stage. Meanwhile, unseen by anyone, a tiny insect, the size of a speck of dust, burrowed into Subai's body through his ear and hid inside. Damn it, how dare you violate the oath of heaven and persecute the pride of China? You deserve to die. Emperor Yan's originally kind face was instantly filled with rage. He never expected that the alien race would go back on their word and even resort to underhanded tricks to nip Subai in the bud. This is a celestial grade talent. This is hope that has appeared again after 1,000 years. If we give him a few more years, our human race will have another martial emperor. With this celestial grade talent, he might even be able to revive the glory of the Sword Saint. Damn it! The aura of Emperor Yan and Emperor Wu erupted throughout the arena, and for a moment all the spectators were pressed to the ground by this sudden pressure. Emperor Yan first caught Subai as he flew backwards, carefully placed him on the ground, and then glared angrily at the place where the alien martial emperor was. What was happening here was simultaneously broadcast live in the conference room on the otherworldly battlefield, where all the martial emperors present were staring at the screen with dark expressions. Seeing that their attack had failed, but knowing they had already prepared a backup plan, the two alien martial emperors knew there was no need to hold back any longer. At this moment, the conflict between them and the human race reached its peak. Without the binding force of the Heavenly Tao contract, the human race and the alien races would instantly go to war. The alien emperor slit his right hand, and the void that appeared out of thin air represented the group's attempt to escape. "Stay here!" Emperor Yen roared and unleashed his strongest martial skill, a self-created heaven-rank martial skill, Buddha's Wrath Lotus. P.S. I've noticed that everyone seems to refer to techniques as martial arts skills. I only recently realized this myself. From now on, Gongfa will be changed to martial arts skills, and Gongfa will be changed to cultivation Gongfa, such as the Enlightenment technique. If you like this book, please support it by sending some small gifts or giving a 5-star review. Love you all, moi. Chapter 114 Martial Arts Exam Final 7. A massive fireball instantly materialized and then fiercely attacked the two alien martial emperors. Without uttering a word, the Sword Emperor unleashed a full-force slash, taking on a martial emperor single-handedly. The Blade Emperor's attack arrived in an instant. Seeing that the attack was already in front of him, the alien martial emperor turned his back and forcibly withstood the blow. Hiss. After the alien martial emperor forcibly withstood the attack, he was only thinking about leaving as soon as possible, but the Blade Emperor's attack came again. Seeing that the portal would be ready in a little while, and sensing that Imo Wuxiang's aura was weakening in his hand, he gritted his teeth and, despite the pain, threw him backward. The moment his flesh came into contact with the sword energy, Imo Wuxiang peacefully passed away in his sleep, and that sleep, he never woke up again. Meanwhile, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus was blocked by another alien martial emperor using an item with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Then, carrying Kuang Jiaoyue in one hand, he teleported into the space. Meanwhile, the portal to the martial emperor, who had sacrificed Imo Wuxiang, finally opened, and he quickly left with Luo Tianming in his other hand. Trading the life of a fading genius for a future sword saint is a worthwhile deal as long as the immortal grade talent dies, everything else is irrelevant. The Lion Men will remember his contributions, and everyone will be grateful to him. Seeing that the alien race had already vanished into the void, they estimated that they had been teleported thousands or even tens of thousands of miles away. There's no point in chasing after them if you don't know their exact location. Even if you did, you wouldn't catch anything. It's better to focus on Subai's injuries now. Emperor Yen glanced angrily at the place where they had left. These damned alien races. One day I will march on your homeland and kill them all, leaving no one alive. After the alien race left, apart from Chu Youyu and a few others who quickly went forward to check on Subai's injuries, the rest of the people were still in shock and unable to recover for a long time. What just happened? The stadium center had been reduced to ruins in the attack, and everyone stared at the ruins in disbelief at what had just happened. I actually witnessed the martial emperor make a move? Everything was fine just now, how did it suddenly become like this? Brother Bai, are you alright? Brother Bai, are you alright? The wealthy men surrounded Subai, touching him here and there to check his injuries. With Xiao Xingyuan's help, Subai sat up. The taste of blood in his mouth made him feel slightly uncomfortable, and then he used his spiritual power to spit out some of the remaining blood. Alright, you two, stop touching me. I'm fine. I just got tricked by that old dog. Subai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was just a casual strike from the martial emperor that almost killed him. If he hadn't already reached the Grandmaster level and hadn't reacted and blocked the attack the moment that old dog launched his sneak attack, he would be a corpse by now. Damn, thank goodness that old dog only made a casual attack, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Aside from some internal injuries, Subai was otherwise fine and only needed to take a pill to recuperate before recovering quickly. When Subai was treating Xiao Xingyuan, she discovered another function of the 10,000-year spirit milk that she had obtained earlier. It could help people recover from injuries quickly, an effect that could not be achieved by recovery pills alone. As he spoke, Subai took out a bottle of 10,000-year spirit milk and drank a large gulp without thinking twice. After the elixir entered my mouth, I quickly felt a warm sensation in my body, and the areas that had been aching became comfortable. After seeing that Subai was alright, Fu Gui and Guchen exchanged a glance, both of them able to see the embarrassment in each other's eyes, as the two of them had touched him the most earlier. However, after Subai got up, the two immediately pulled their hands away, pretending that nothing had happened. Emperor Yen rushed to Subai's side in a great hurry, not daring to delay for a moment, and immediately pulled aside the people surrounding him to look at Subai. Although it was just a casual strike from the alien martial emperor, a martial emperor is still a martial emperor, and even a casual strike is not something a grandmaster can block. However, when Emperor Yen rushed over, he found that Su Bai had already stood up and was jumping around, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Something's not right, there's something 9 out of 10 wrong. Emperor Yen reached out and grabbed Su Bai's arm to examine it, then closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. At this moment, Emperor Yen looked at Su Bai with curiosity. This guy was just a grandmaster, yet he was completely unharmed after taking a hit from Emperor Wu. What happened to this guy vomiting blood just now? His body looks healthier than mine, and he doesn't seem to have any injuries at all. But the way this guy vomited blood just now didn't seem fake. What's going on? But even Emperor Yen didn't notice that in a hidden corner of Su Bai's body, there was a tiny insect, about 1 nanometer in size, hiding there unnoticed by anyone. Seeing that Su Bai was alright, Emperor Yen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt endless anger. They actually disregarded the oath of heaven and forcibly took action in order to stifle the genius of the human race. This attack signifies the complete collapse of relations between the two races. Once the agreed upon 6 months have passed, the alien race will launch a full-scale invasion of China, resulting in widespread devastation and death every minute and every second. Damn it, there are only 6 months left. We must start planning for what will happen next. After seeing that Su Bai was alright, Emperor Yen began to think about how to deal with what would happen next. This time, the alien race took the initiative to try to kill our race's prodigy but failed. However, the Sword Emperor killed one of the alien race's prodigies. The misunderstanding between them is hard to clear up. However, Emperor Yen thought for a moment and said, do they think they're right just because they attacked first? Do they really think our human race is easy to bully? As soon as this idea came to mind, Emperor Yen relaxed. The alien races and the human race had been having various conflicts over the years, and war was only a matter of time. This incident just brought it forward a little. Although the human race is not as strong as the entire alien race, it is not a problem to tear a piece of flesh from him. After saying hello, Emperor Yen left the stadium. Emperor Dao remained silent, but after Emperor Yen left, he gave Su Bai a deep look before following him. This kid is really strong. He will definitely be a formidable opponent as he grows up. His understanding of swordsmanship is deeper than that of any other swordsmanship master I have ever encountered. A casual sword strike can unleash power far exceeding one's own cultivation level. It's truly terrifying. Conference room. The entire conference room was silent as everyone stared at the ruins in the center of the stadium. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, and you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 115 Martial Arts Exam Final End. Although the alien emperor had anticipated this, he never expected it to end like this. Let's call it a day. Seeing that the atmosphere remained tense, one of the alien martial emperors tried to smooth things over and walked towards the door of the conference room. After someone broke the atmosphere, the other alien martial emperors also silently left. This was still human territory, and this was probably the last friendly meeting. After all the alien races had left, a human martial emperor spoke up. What should we do now? No one responded. Completely breaking ties with other races is the worst possible option at the moment, but it's the only solution available. Inside the stadium, the two martial emperors left directly. Without the threat of the alien race, nothing major would happen. Now they needed to go back and discuss what to do next. Soon the commentator announced the national champion, and the remaining rankings will have to be decided by competition. This incident left everyone present feeling powerless, their minds replaying what had just happened. As a result, the final martial arts exam was quickly and hastily concluded, and no one paid attention when the final rankings were announced. Everyone now has only one person in their hearts, and that is Su Bai, the god of white, who single-handedly challenged the entire field. He single-handedly defeated 3 geniuses from the alien race, even provoking the alien martial emperor to take a strong action. However, in the end, Bai Xin was completely unharmed, while the alien race lost one of their geniuses. This is how many people fantasize about being themselves. I never imagined I'd see China so strong one day. This life has been worth it. After the emperors had all left, it took everyone a while to recover their senses. Immediately following was endless cheering. This year's martial arts exam passed amidst cheers, and the rankings were quickly determined. The first place, unsurprisingly, belongs to Su Bai. The second place has been automatically removed from the rankings due to the departure of the alien race, and has become Long Yuanhang. The third place was the most surprising to everyone. It was another unknown dark horse, Xiaoxing Yuan, who actually managed to defeat Sima Nan and take third place. Fourth place goes to Sima Nan. This guy comes from a prestigious family and has been surrounded by countless rare resources since childhood. The next rankings are Chu Youyu, Wang Fugue, Gu Chen. At the end, an old acquaintance whom he had almost forgotten looked at Su Bai and his group with a complicated expression. This person was none other than Si Yichen, who had previously looked down on Su Bai. In the end, he still ended up as a clown, with even Gu Chun, who had S-level talent, ranking far above him. After the martial arts exam ended, the events surrounding it spread across the entire internet within just a few hours, with all the trending topics related to the exam. No matter which celebrity injured their hand, or which celebrity had any scandalous scandals, no one cared about any of that at this moment. Everyone was focused on one thing: Su Bai, the top scorer in the country and even the world this year. Everything that happened inside the martial arts exam was recorded live in real time, and even the live stream being disconnected immediately after it ended could not stop the spread of these events. Not to mention that there were tens of thousands of people in the audience at the scene, so it was impossible to block the news directly. After thinking about it for a while, the higher-ups simply let it go. Let them discuss it. Anyway, war will most likely break out in 6 months. It's good to make the masses aware of the crisis now, since China's situation is already very serious. Holy crap, did you guys all watch the martial arts exam livestream? It was the first time I'd ever seen a real clash between us and the alien race, and even one of their prodigies died. Damn it, I was right there. When that alien martial emperor appeared, his overwhelming aura made me unable to move at all. It was like I was welded to the chair. Keep in mind, I was hundreds of meters away from him. I was there too. Bai Xun's sword strike was absolutely amazing. I didn't expect the alien race to panic so quickly after the second strike. Did you see how furious he looked? It was hilarious. Thankfully, Bai Xun is alright. Bai Xun is the most powerful martial artist I've seen in all these years. Even the legendary Sword Saint is probably on par with Bai Xun. He was already a grandmaster at the age of 18. The online discussion continued to escalate, eventually becoming a household name, even reaching centenarians who still followed the martial arts community. If an ordinary person cultivates to the level of a martial arts master, they can easily live for over 100 years, and their 50s or 60s are considered their prime years. After King Wu, the average lifespan was around 150 years. After reaching the Grandmaster level, the lifespan generally reaches 200 years, while the Great Grandmaster level is 300 years. Empress Wu, however, lived to be as old as 500 years, but most of them did not live long, and the cause of death was mostly not natural. As for Emperor Wu, his lifespan was nearly 1,000 years, and the Emperor Wu currently alive was born only a few decades ago. I saw someone say that the lifespan wasn't described in detail, so I'll add that setting here. If you notice anything wrong, feel free to point it out in the comments section. Only one martial emperor will appear among billions of humans every few decades or even centuries. Seeing this data, you might understand just how difficult it is to reach the martial emperor realm. The martial emperor ranks are divided into 9 levels, and even geniuses need several months or even years to advance to the next level. Moreover, the further you go, the harder it becomes to improve your realm. The 9th rank to martial emperor is a major hurdle. Countless geniuses and martial emperors spend their entire lives striving to break through from martial emperor to martial emperor, but unfortunately, there is a crucial requirement for breaking through from the 9th level to martial emperor. That is, you must grasp a key meaning. This refers to the sword intent that Su Bai had previously comprehended. Advancing from martial emperor to martial god requires mastering a specific intent, whether it's sword intent, saber intent, spear intent. An intention is merely one of the conditions. But this single condition alone has stopped countless exceptional talents from achieving even the most profound understanding. Despite dedicating their entire lives to cultivation, they have never been able to comprehend a single aspect of the art, and ultimately, they can only depart this world in despair. The difficulty of grasping the artistic conception is as difficult as ascending to heaven. This is why, out of billions of humans, there are only a dozen or so martial emperors, at least half the number of alien races. Of billions of people, less than 1 in 10 million can comprehend the essence, and some who do not even comprehend it cannot break through to the martial emperor level. With a difference of 100%, even the strongest human can only fight 2 at most, not to mention some martial emperors who are not very good at attacking, who would probably have some difficulty even in a one-on-one fight. P.S. The martial arts exam is over, and now it's time to prepare for the storyline of the otherworldly battlefield. Chapter 116. This child must not be allowed to live, soul-devouring worm. Therefore, it is said that waging war against other races is the worst possible strategy. But there's no way out now. The alien races are closing in step by step, but the history of human martial arts is only 1,000 years old, and there is still a vast unknown world to explore in the field of martial arts. We only need to give humanity another 1,000 years to allow us, the older generation, to create a better cultivation environment for the younger generation. At that time, no matter what kind of alien race or beast it is, the threat to the human race will no longer exist. Unfortunately, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Earth has only recently begun to experience a spiritual revival. It is still a long way from returning to its former glory. However, recently it has become quite noticeable that the spiritual energy on Earth is becoming denser every day, which used to take at least a month to increase. Although the martial arts world on Earth has been in a state of discontinuity for tens of thousands of years, with the revival of spiritual energy, various ancient martial emperor relics and other artifacts have emerged one after another. Some people have even found records of the blue planet from 10,000 years ago, but nobody believes them. This so-called upper realm Mercury, along with Blue Star, is known as the twin star system. However, since tens of thousands of years have passed, there has been no mention of this so-called upper realm in the past few thousand years of history. There are folk tales that say 1,000 years ago, the Sword Saints single-handedly slaughtered an entire alien army, and then, by chance, entered the so-called upper realm. Unfortunately, the humans on Earth never imagined that the alien army they considered their mortal enemy was only a small part of the entire alien race. Even the martial emperors they so desperately desire are a dime a dozen outside of Earth. After the martial arts exam, most of the participants returned to their hotels to rest. Having come all the way to Kyoto, how could they not stay and enjoy themselves for a few more days? Subai was the same. Don't forget that he had another purpose for coming to Kyoto this time, the 9 treasured glazed pagoda. Since no one had dealt with Mo Wuxiang's body in the stadium, Subai simply put it into his spatial ring. He wondered if the tattered corpse was still usable. Subai didn't care about all that. If he really wanted to find a perfectly intact corpse, he would have to steal one, but he couldn't bring himself to do something so despicable. If it works, just use it. Being picky is not a good idea. Subai sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling a great sense of crisis about what had happened today. This was the first time that the alien martial emperor and the human martial emperor had made a move in front of the whole world, and even tried to kill him in front of everyone. Sure enough, as long as I am not strong, there will always be people who bully me. I must speed up my cultivation. Today's injury made Subai realize that one must be strong to succeed. Having talent without corresponding strength is just being a lamb to the slaughter in the eyes of others. Only by becoming strong can we have the right to speak and the right to fight against other races. From the moment his talent was awakened, it meant that the alien race could not tolerate the birth of another sword saint among the human race. Otherwise, once Subai grew up, the alien race's invasion plan would be delayed indefinitely. Emperor Wu, isn't he just an Emperor Wu? Give me enough time, 2 years. No, 1 year. With enough resources, it wouldn't be difficult to break through to the martial emperor level within a year at the current cultivation speed. The difficulty lies in whether there really is still a year left. Subai knew that the moment the alien martial emperor made his move, the conflict between the human race and the alien race was irreconcilable, not to mention that the alien race had also lost a prodigy. Subai didn't intend to use his full strength at the time, but when he unleashed the first sword strike, he sensed killing intent. His sixth sense made him very uneasy. These so-called alien prodigies were probably after him from the very beginning. 10,000 miles away, 2 alien martial emperors, each carrying a small creature, were rapidly moving away from China. Before the martial arts exam began, everyone had considered that if the 3 of them couldn't pose a threat to Subai, then the martial emperor should not hesitate to take action. Subai's solo act of taking on the entire arena initially reassured the 2 alien martial emperors in the air. Since he was courting death, they didn't need to intervene. To everyone's surprise, with just 1 sword strike, the 3 prodigies of their alien race were defeated. If they hadn't intervened in time, not just 2 of them would be left, but all 3 would be dead. The moment Subai unleashed his second sword strike, the alien martial emperor knew. This child must not be allowed to live. Therefore, even if it costs him a bit of his foundation, he is willing to block the heavenly Dao from attacking Subai. Otherwise, if this guy grows up, it will be an absolutely devastating disaster for the alien race. Although to outsiders it may seem like a casual strike, there are actually deeper secrets behind it. Along with the attack, a soul-devouring insect also charged towards Subai. This is a treasure I've kept for a long time. I've only had 3 of these in all my years of life. If they get parasitized by the soul-devouring worm, even a martial emperor can be easily killed. At the same time, the soul-eating insect needs to be activated by a secret method to spy on the secrets of heaven, track and locate the soul-eating insect, and finally make him die mysteriously, killing him without him even realizing it. However, the thought of wasting such a precious thing on a grandmaster is a huge loss, but killing a genius from another race makes it all worthwhile. Traveling at breakneck speed, the two alien martial emperors quickly returned to their homeland with Quang Jiaoyue and Luo Tianming. The alien martial emperor, who had been waiting for a long time, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the group return. However, one of them had a very unpleasant expression. This martial emperor is a powerful martial emperor of the Lion Man clan, and Mo Wuxiang is, after all, the most talented Lion Man clan member in recent decades. If it weren't for the fact that he was sent out to meet the human race's prodigy in order to kill this so-called immortal talent, and it seemed like there was no danger at all, he would never have made it back, and he didn't even bring back the body. Before anyone else could ask, the Lion Man Emperor rushed forward, grabbed one of them by the collar, and coldly questioned him. "Tell me, why did you abandon us, the Lion Men?" Despite being grabbed by the collar, the martial emperor showed no panic. After releasing Luo Tianming from his grasp, he snorted and said, "If you don't let go, I'll die there too. I've already withstood one blow, what more do you want? Do you want me to die with you?" He replied calmly to the Lion Man Emperor's question. If he hadn't let one of them go, he would have ended up losing himself too. The Sword Emperor had no intention of showing mercy. Seeing this, the other emperors present exchanged glances. They had watched the entire live broadcast and knew how dangerous it was. Seeing that the two were deadlocked, the other emperors took on the role of peacemakers and began to persuade them. "Old Wang, although what we did was indeed a bit inappropriate, you saw the situation yourself. Old Su had no other choice but to do it this way." Chapter 117 Mental Attack, Immunity. Yes, Lao Su was forced to do this. If he hadn't done it, he wouldn't even be standing in front of you now. "Old Wang, please accept my condolences. People can't be brought back to life. There's still some time before we start war with the human race. You can kill that Sword Emperor then. It's all right, Lao Wang. At worst, when we divide up the human race later, you can pick the good stuff first. My condolences." A group of people persuaded Old Wang, and his hand slowly loosened its grip as they spoke. "But I didn't see you kill that kid. He's still alive and kicking, isn't he?" Old Wang asked angrily. He knew that their Lion Man race's hope had died on human territory for this mission, and they hadn't even brought back his body. "That's fine, but in the end you actually told me that the kid is still alive and kicking like nothing happened. Doesn't that mean our people died for nothing?" At this point, Old Su became even more unperturbed, and said calmly, "If you keep grabbing my clothes, I'm not going to get involved in this matter." As he spoke, Old Su straightened up, slapped Old Wang's hand away, and straightened his disheveled clothes. "What do you mean?" Old Wang knew there was something more to this. Did this guy have some kind of backup plan? "Humph, do you think I'm as stupid as you? The moment I made my move, I sent my soul-devouring worms to infiltrate that kid's body. All I need to do is use my secret technique, and that kid will suffer excruciating pain and die inexplicably." Old Su said with a hint of pride, "Luckily, I didn't hesitate to use my trump card this time, otherwise it would have been difficult to explain myself." "Wow, Old Su, you've got this trick up your sleeve? Soul-devouring worms, those things are ridiculously expensive, you actually have one? Hey Lao Su, you should have said so earlier. If you had, none of this would have happened. With the soul-devouring worms around, that kid Subai would definitely have died a horrible death. I've heard that once you're entangled by the soul-eating worm, you'll suffer endless mental torment. That thing is more cruel than being sliced to death, and you'll eventually die in fear. Old Su, you actually have one of these? Old Su, you don't have those soul-devouring worms anymore, do you? I know that even a martial emperor would be affected by them. They're so small that they can't be seen with the naked eye and can even evade the detection of spiritual power. They're really a good thing." After Lao Su revealed his next plan, everyone was surprised. This guy was actually so willing to use a soul-devouring worm to deal with a Grandmaster kid. They themselves might not have done the same. "What? You really have this?" Old Wang seemed a little skeptical, but the guy didn't seem to be lying. "Then hurry up and demonstrate it for us. What are you standing there for? Kill that kid as soon as possible so everyone can have a better time," Old Wang urged when Old Su didn't respond. "Don't rush me, take your time, wait a moment. After replying with a single sentence, old Su began forming hand seals on the spot, his hands moving rapidly in various obscure and difficult to understand gestures. After chanting a bunch of incomprehensible incantations, old Su sat down on the spot and began to sense the location of the soul-eating insects. Everyone looked at old Su with curiosity. They had only heard many rumors about the soul-devouring insect, but no one had ever actually seen how it was used. So much time has passed, Luo Tianming and Kuang Jiayue have long since woken up. Seeing the many elders around them, they remained silent and followed their gazes to Lord Su. Su Yongchang closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the soul-devouring worm inside Su Bai's body from hundreds of thousands of miles away. First, the location of the soul-eating worm needs to be located, and then a connection needs to be established. This isn't right. Why can't we communicate with the soul-devouring worms? This has never happened before. Su Yongchang discovered that he seemed to have lost contact with the soul-eating insects. No matter what he did, he couldn't locate them, let alone establish a connection to kill Su Bai. No, let's try again. Su Yongchang gritted his teeth, refusing to believe the result. He had used the soul-devouring insect before and had even killed a martial emperor. The one on Su Bai was the second soul-devouring insect. To take good care of these little devils, he feeds them well every day, treating them like royalty. The first time he used it, it worked very well. After that, he valued these soul-eating insects even more. He was sure that these soul-eating insects would never be discovered. But what's going on now? Su Yongchang reformed the hand seals, increasing the infusion of spiritual power, and carefully searched for the whereabouts of the soul-devouring insects. After increasing his spiritual power, Su Yongchang finally sensed that familiar aura and then established a connection without hesitation. After establishing a connection with the soul-eating worm, Su Yongchang's senses were shared with the soul-eating worm, and he could clearly feel the environment around the soul-eating worm. This looks like they should be in a room. After realizing that no one was nearby, he began to control the soul-eating insects to move upwards. Because it was only 1 nanometer in size, none of these actions were detected by anyone. Su Yongchang controlled the soul-eating worm to come to the brain. He only needed to make the soul-eating worm attached to the brain, and then Su Bai would fall into an illusion and die painfully in endless mental torment. You're really lucky, kid. You even wasted one of my soul-devouring worms. But you can die in peace now. Su Yongchang directly controlled the soul-eating worm to attach itself to the brain, and its size of 1 nanometer did not cause any disturbance. He then began issuing commands to instruct the soul-eating worms to begin their attack. The soul-eating worm is terrifying not because it can infiltrate your body and attack you physically, but because its attack method is very rare. It is an extremely rare type of mental attack. This is an attack method that many people wouldn't pay attention to. Mental attacks are rare in reality, and even some martial emperors are completely defenseless against mental attacks. As long as you send out the soul-devouring insects, they'll be dead in no time. Last time, a martial emperor was killed by his own scheme in this way. Unfortunately, he contacted the wrong person this time. The moment the soul-eating worm attaches to the brain, it begins to launch a mental attack. Logically, Su Bai should soon fall into an illusion. However, at the moment he was attacked by the soul-eating insect's mental attack, Su Bai only felt a slight stinging pain in his head for a moment, which forced him to stop cultivating immediately. Even the slightest distraction during cultivation will immediately interrupt it, let alone the sharp pain that comes from the most important part of the brain. The moment Su Bai felt the stinging pain, he began to examine his own body. Hadn't the injury already healed? Why was he still feeling a stinging pain? While Su Bai was searching for the problem, Su Yongchang, who was controlling the soul-devouring insect, was somewhat puzzled. Why hadn't this guy fallen into the illusion yet? But what he would never know was that Su Bai had already copied Xiaoxing Yuan's talent, Heart of the Strong, making him completely immune to mental attacks and a huge nemesis of mental attacks. Su Yongchang continued to control the soul-devouring insects, intensifying the mental attack. The commotion quickly alerted Su Bai to the little creature. Chapter 118 Backlash, the Death of the Martial Emperor. Under Su Bai's perception, he discovered that there was a very, very small thing attached to his brain, and the stinging sensation he had just felt came from this. What is this? I've never heard of it before. Su Bai curiously examined the little guy. It seemed that Su Bai had not been hypnotized and fallen into a hallucination, and it launched another mental attack on Su Bai. Su Bai, apart from feeling another sharp pain, was otherwise fine. At this moment, Su Bai was certain that this thing must have entered his body when he wasn't paying attention. However, such a small thing would be missed even if you searched carefully. Since he didn't know what this guy did, but he was sure he wasn't a good person, Subai mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and sent it rushing towards the soul-devouring insect. However, Subai didn't dare to make too much noise. After all, it was his own brain, and he could easily turn into an idiot if he wasn't careful. Subai controlled his spiritual energy to envelop the soul-devouring worm, then carefully released it and caught it in his hand. If it weren't for the spiritual energy enveloping this little thing, it wouldn't even be noticeable once it was in one's hands. After looking him over for a while, Subai realized that he could hardly even see this guy, let alone look at him. On the other side, everyone looked at Su Yongchang, who was drenched in sweat, with some confusion. What's going on? It's just a grandmaster, why is it taking so long even with the soul-eating insects around? Huang Jiayue and Luo Tianming also looked at Lord Su nervously. After waking up, the two had a general idea of what was going on based on the conversations of the adults around them. They had heard of the soul-eating worm before, but they never expected to see someone using it in person. These two, already top-tier prodigies, inevitably harbored some arrogance. However, these so-called prodigies couldn't even withstand a casual sword strike from someone else, ultimately requiring their elders to intervene and prematurely eliminate their opponent. How ridiculous! The two were still somewhat unwilling. They had finally found a goal that far surpassed their own, but unfortunately, it would soon disappear from this world. Su Yongchang was extremely nervous at this moment. He tried many attacks but found that all mental attacks had no effect on Subai, as if he was immune to them. Su Yongchang originally wanted to increase the input of spiritual power, but before he could attack again, his gaze had already come to Subai. Su Yongchang knew he had been exposed and wanted to cut the connection immediately, but then he was horrified to discover that he could not disconnect. He struggled desperately, trying to break free, even at the cost of damaging his own foundation in an attempt to escape, but he soon discovered that it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as Subai curiously examined him until Subai lost patience. Put! Under Su Yongchang's uneasy and fearful gaze, Subai gently pinched and crushed the tiny thing to death. Puff! At the same moment Subai crushed him to death, hundreds of thousands of miles away, Su Yongchang's physical body seemed to have suffered a severe injury, spitting out a mouthful of blood, with blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. The others, noticing something was wrong, immediately rushed forward to check on the situation. Just as they were about to provide immediate medical assistance, everyone present was shocked to discover. He's dead. Old Su is dead. A martial emperor-level expert, who was at the same level as him, died right before his eyes in an instant, and he didn't even know why. Of course, not only did they not know, but even Su Yongchang himself did not understand how he died until his death. It could even be said that even the instigator, Subai, did not know that this had happened. Dead? He's dead already? Someone muttered to themselves, staring at old Su's corpse, seemingly unable to believe that what they were seeing was real. Old Su's strength was about the same as mine, and he just died? He's really dead. Whispers occasionally drifted from the crowd. No one could believe that a martial emperor had died so suddenly and without warning. Huang Jiayue and Luo Tianming stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before them. What was going on? Wasn't it said that the soul-devouring worm would make Subai die with his eyes wide open in disbelief? How come this lord is dead now? Could it be because Subai was too strong, even managing to kill a martial emperor from a distance? Everyone stared at Lao Su's corpse in silence. Even Lao Wang, who had been the most boisterous earlier, quieted down and stared blankly at Lao Su's lifeless body. What exactly happened? None of them knew how to use the soul-eating insects, and even old Su, who died on the spot, didn't know what had happened. The reason for this situation is that Subai previously practiced the heaven covering technique. Covering the sky technique. Product description: a low-grade heaven rank cultivation technique that can conceal one's cultivation level. It cannot be detected by anyone below the martial emperor realm. Upon mastery, it can shield one from heavenly secrets, rendering any divination or tracking techniques ineffective and potentially causing backlash. Although the price of the sky covering technique is quite cheap, it still depends on whether he has the money to buy it. The heaven covering technique was originally a technique for Subai to conceal his cultivation level. He never expected that the later parts, which shielded him from heavenly secrets and had a backlash effect, would bring him such great help. Upon acquiring the heaven covering technique, Subai immediately spent money to max out its proficiency, enabling him to completely block out heavenly secrets. No tracking or deduction techniques were effective against him, unless they were higher level techniques that could break through it. Su Yongchang couldn't initially sense the exact location of the soul-devouring worm because it was inside Subai's body. His attempt to track the worm's location and establish an interception involved prying into the secrets of heaven, and the heaven covering technique also had an effect on the soul-devouring worm. After increasing the input of spiritual power, Su Yongchang sensed the presence of the soul-eating worm and established a direct connection, his consciousness also coming to Subai's side. After discovering that mental attacks were ineffective against Subai, Su Yongchang intensified his control and launched a fierce attack, which Subai subsequently discovered. Then, when Su Yongchang realized that mental attacks were useless against Subai, he tried to run away but found that he could not break the connection with the soul-devouring worm. Affected by the heavenly Tao, he could only watch helplessly as Subai crushed the soul-devouring worm to death. Su Yongchang's secret method is to establish a connection between his consciousness and soul and the soul-eating worm through a special means. If one is damaged, the other will be damaged as well. When Su Yongchang tries to break the connection, he is unable to leave due to the influence of the sky-covering technique. Finally, the soul-devouring insect died, its soul severely damaged. The backlash described in the heaven-covering technique descended along with it, peering into the secrets of heaven. This was a provocation against the heavenly Tao. As an intruder, Lao Su was even more intolerable to heaven. The combined devastating blow from the soul-devouring insects and the backlash from heaven's Tao resulted in the complete annihilation of his consciousness and soul, leaving only his solitary physical body in the mortal realm. Chapter 119 The Land of Nine Netherworlds. At this moment, Subai was unaware that the insect he had casually crushed had indirectly killed a martial emperor. If this news were to spread, it would surely shock the entire world. Looking at old Su's body, everyone unanimously decided to keep the news a secret for now. After all, the mysterious death of a martial emperor could easily lead to all sorts of rumors if it got out. With only 6 months left before we can launch a major offensive against the human race, we must not spread anything detrimental to the alien race. Subai walked around the entire room twice, and then carefully examined every corner of his body to make sure there were no other threats before he felt relieved. I don't know what that thing is, but it entered my body without my noticing. Fortunately, this thing didn't cause me any harm, but just thinking about it crawling around in my head is really creepy. Subai had no idea that his unintentional act would indirectly lead to the death of a martial emperor. After this incident, Subai lost interest in continuing his cultivation and simply took out his phone to search for information related to the otherworldly battlefield and secret realms. I'm already a grandmaster, so there's obviously no need to go to university. The teachers there might not even be as skilled as me. The idea of the otherworldly battlefield and the secret realm was also a decision Subai made after careful consideration. Given the current situation, a large-scale war could break out at any moment, and I am more likely to be the primary target of the alien race. There are so many people I need to protect in this lifetime. I can never let the alien race slaughter us at will. Strength, everything depends on strength. Simply piling up resources and rigidly cultivating will not lead to significant progress in cultivation in a short period of time. Starting from the martial emperor realm, each breakthrough in a minor realm is more than 10 times greater than before. Fortunately, Subai is not hindered by his cultivation level. As long as he cultivates to a certain level, a breakthrough will come naturally. But, even if I break through to the martial emperor level now, will it be of any use? With nearly double the number of people, it seems that having one more person wouldn't change the situation. At most, he would just have to hide like a rat, never to see the light of day again. It seems the only option is to venture into those secret realms. Subai had already thought that since there was a higher level of cultivation, wouldn't there also be experience cards in the system? Unfortunately, after searching the entire system shop, Subai only found experience cards with a maximum level of martial emperor. 500 spirit stones per minute. Even if you emptied your entire fortune, you could only experience it for less than 10 minutes. How could the battle between the two emperors be over in just a few minutes? Unless there is a huge disparity in strength, with one person specializing in support and the other in offense, if the two are evenly matched, the battle will likely be very protracted. It is said that the longest battles between the emperors could last for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, they fought until they were exhausted and no victor could be determined, so the battles ended inconclusively. Battles between martial emperors are inherently unpredictable, and even the slightest mistake can cost you your life. The explosive development of martial arts over the past millennium has largely stemmed from breakthroughs found in these two places, secret realms and so-called otherworldly battlefields. As one secret realm after another appeared, some ruins within these realms were also discovered. At the time, many people speculated that martial arts might have flourished on Earth in ancient times. However, due to some reason, the martial arts tradition was interrupted, but many incomplete techniques have been passed down. For example, before the spiritual energy revival, people practiced various Chinese martial arts such as Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Baguazhang, Xingyi, etc. in their spare time. These martial arts techniques were indeed effective in improving health when practiced by our predecessors, but the spiritual energy in the air was so thin back then that it was practically non-existent. At the very beginning of the spiritual energy revival, all those who practiced Chinese martial arts found that their strength had suddenly increased significantly, and they even felt more and more energetic after completing a set of moves. Until the initial invasion of the alien beasts, these people who had practiced Chinese martial arts for many years contributed a great deal of their efforts. The explosion of martial arts also began with the appearance of the world's first secret realm, where the Chinese found cultivation techniques that allowed people to practice, and the text on it was actually ancient Chinese. After translation, the army first practiced according to the steps in the manual. After a period of continuous improvement and expansion, the first manual that the entire population could practice was soon launched. Having witnessed the brutality of the alien beasts and the mutations in the flora and fauna of Earth, this cultivation method received nationwide support as soon as it was introduced. People practiced it day and night like madmen, just to share some of the pressure on China and join the army. Many subsequent major advancements in human history originated from hidden realms and the ruins within them. The most plausible explanation from the common people is that during the countless years of history of Earth, martial arts flourished in some dynasty, and the spiritual energy at that time was still barely enough for people to cultivate. However, for unknown reasons, the spiritual energy was depleted, and the martial arts tradition was interrupted. Over countless years of human development, martial arts gradually faded from public view and were eventually forgotten by the world. Tai Chi and other Chinese martial arts, due to their uniqueness, have survived the test of time and are still incomplete today. As for the completed Chinese martial arts, no one has found any records of them in the ruins to this day, and they are still in a fragmented state. Due to its incompleteness, the redevelopment of martial arts over the past 1,000 years has led to the emergence of various advanced cultivation techniques, and Chinese martial arts have gradually been forgotten by the world. Now, very few people practice these martial arts anymore. Subai's only chance now is to go to the otherworldly battlefield or the secret realm to find an opportunity that can help him break through quickly and benefit all mankind. Otherwise, Subai would have to watch helplessly as China in another world was once again invaded, burned, killed, robbed, and bullied. Foreign races want to invade us, and strange beasts are joining in the fun too? Then let's fight. A single punch can prevent 100 more. This must not be allowed to happen. So what if they are alien races? So what if they are alien beasts? The truth lies only within the range of cannons. The same applies to Earth, truth always lies within strength. Overnight, Subai collected a lot of information about the otherworldly battlefield and the secret realm. The reason why the interdimensional battlefield is designed as a battlefield between two races is closely related to one particular location within it. That place is called the Nine Netherlands. It suddenly appeared after the spiritual energy revived. The Nine Netherlands is shrouded in thick fog every day. Once you enter, you will lose your sense of direction and get lost. It is said that those who enter this place, even Emperor Wu, would find it difficult to come out again. Even those lucky enough to escape from this place often become mentally unstable, but the rewards they bring are the envy of everyone. The Nine Netherworlds is a place full of danger, but also full of countless opportunities. Chapter 120 The Secret Realm of Glazed Glass, heading to the Nine Treasure Glazed Glass Pagoda. Even if there is a deadly danger, the risk is proportional to the reward, and there will never be a shortage of brave people in this world. Whether they are alien races, humans, or even some strange beasts, there is no shortage of those who are bold or want to take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. However, this netherworld was not Subai's first choice. First, his current cultivation level is only that of a grandmaster, a place that even a martial emperor would find difficult to leave, and not a place that a grandmaster like himself can go to at will. Secondly, the unknowns here are too great. Even if there are countless opportunities, you still need to be alive to take them. You cannot guarantee that you can get out unscathed, or that you can go in and come out in a short time. It's possible that by the time I get out, the daylily will be almost cold. I should wait until I reach the level of a martial emperor before exploring the Nine Netherworlds. Since Blue Star can be called the twin stars alongside the upper realm, it must have its own unique features. Based on various past life experiences, this Nine Netherworld is definitely a place full of opportunities, and only those with great fortune can enter. This place is only accessible to those at least at the martial emperor level, and as a grandmaster, I should probably stay out of it. Besides the 9 Netherworld, there is another place that is currently the best choice. This is a secret place located in Kyoto, called Ruri's Secret Realm. The Crystal Realm is the largest secret realm discovered by the human race so far, and even since its discovery, the entire realm has not been fully explored. The secret realm is fraught with danger, with countless 5th and 6th tier beasts. It's almost as if you can find traces of 5th tier beasts every few hundred meters in the unknown territory. 2nd and 3rd tier alien beasts are extremely rare in this secret realm. It's not that they don't exist, but these low tier alien beasts are either hunted by higher tier alien beasts or by humans and then served on the dinner table. This crystal realm is the place in China where the most relics and the most opportunities for inheritance have been discovered. The first cultivation technique in China was the future of the human race, which was bought with the lives of countless people. The glazed secret realm is strange, because the beasts within it don't attack China like the beasts in other secret realms. Moreover, the more dangerous and vast the secret realm, the less likely the strange beasts are to actively break out of the secret realm and come to Blue Star to cause trouble. It's as if they've been waiting for humans to take the initiative to explore. Of course, this is just one explanation. The more common explanation is that the entrance to the secret realm is too hidden, and the vast area means that not many strange beasts would notice it. Moreover, high-level beasts generally already possess independent consciousness, and even if they discover the entrance to this secret realm, they will not think of entering it on their own initiative. The unknown is always the most terrifying thing. But this is for the best. If any of the strange beasts from these secret realms were to emerge, they would be difficult for humans to withstand. Back then, even if just a few high-level alien beasts accidentally wandered in, the human race would suffer heavy losses. Once they reach the Martial King Grandmaster level, which is the 4th or 5th tier of alien beasts, ordinary missiles are no longer effective against them at most, they can only break through the skin and injure them. Once a martial artist reaches the Martial Emperor realm, they are capable of directly creating nuclear bombs with their bare hands. Nuclear weapons, humanity's most prized and strongest weapon, are like toys to be played with at will in front of advanced martial artists. The discovery that technology has little effect on attacks against martial arts has only strengthened humanity's resolve to cultivate martial arts. I remember that humans have already built forward bases in the glass secret realm to prevent the alien beasts inside from escaping and causing trouble. Subai remembered some things about the glazed secret realm. In fact, almost all major developments or events over the past 1,000 years have been related to the glazed secret realm, and the most recent one was when several martial emperors found the 9 treasure glazed pagoda in the glazed secret realm. As for the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Subai has already experienced its effects. It can increase practical experience while challenging one's own limits, and there will be some unexpected rewards after completing the tower. Of course, none of these are the most important things. The most important thing is that the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda can support tens of thousands of people to challenge the pagoda at the same time. And that's not the limit. It can also provide massive resources for tens of thousands of people. That's terrifying. After combining various information elements, Subai decided to head to the glass secret realm immediately after visiting the glass tower. Bang bang bang. A knock came at the door. When Subai came to his senses, he realized that it was just dawn, and the first rays of morning sunlight were shining into the room. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Subai felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. But the thought of the alien races already stirring made Subai's heart involuntarily jump. Knowing it was dawn, Subai got up, went to the door, and opened it. "Who is it?" Subai asked as he opened the door. Upon opening the door, Fugue stood happily in front of his room. "Brother Bai, do you know who I just met?" Fugue said mysteriously after Subai opened the door, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. "What, you've met your future wife?" Subai couldn't help but tease the kid when he saw him being so mysterious. "Brother Bai. I ran into Emperor Yen when I went downstairs to ask the hotel receptionist some questions. He actually called me by my name directly, but he asked me to pass on a message to you, saying that you should come to see him when you have time, because he has something to ask you." "That's the famous Emperor Yen. Why would he be looking for you?" Fugue still has some doubts. How could a martial emperor come to find Brother Bai in person? Even the top scholar in the country wouldn't do that, right? Subai smiled upon hearing this and did not offer any further explanation. "Okay, I understand. I'll be going out for a bit, and it might take a while. If you want to do something, go ahead. Just let the others know, so you don't have to wait for me." Upon learning the news, Subai immediately ordered everyone to leave, stating that no one needed to accompany him from now on. Having someone with him would only be a burden. Currently, Fu Guei and his companions are only at the Martial Master and Martial King levels, which is of no help to their future endeavors. Their immediate priority should be to cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the Martial Emperor level before the war with the alien race, which would be of some help in the war. What the human race lacks most right now is strong individuals above the Martial Emperor level. The strength of the middle level is almost equal to that of the alien races. The only difference is the number of martial emperors and martial consorts. If it weren't for this, the human race would not be afraid of the alien races at all, and would not be compromising at every turn like it is now. Fu Guei stared blankly at the closed door, wondering what this meant. Brother Bai didn't even take me with him when he had something to do, and it seemed to be something important. Is Brother Bai going to abandon me? QWQ. At this moment, Subai had packed all his things and arrived outside the 9 Treasures glazed pagoda. Even the avatar of the 9 Treasure glazed tile pagoda looked magnificent, but Subai was still somewhat shocked when he saw the true form of the pagoda. Chapter 121 Little Linger's second tower attempt? The glazed pagoda has 99 stories and is 300 to 400 meters tall. From a distance, the entire pagoda looks like it is soaring into the clouds. But when you get to the bottom of the pagoda, you can't even see the top at a glance. The top is already piercing into the clouds and surrounded by clouds. After marveling at the magnificence of the 9 Treasures glazed pagoda, Subai walked towards the entrance of the pagoda. The 9 Treasures glazed pagoda will be open to all martial artists worldwide after the martial arts examination, but an entrance fee will be charged, with higher fees for those with higher cultivation levels. When Subai arrived at the glazed pagoda, there was already a long line of people at the entrance. He was recognized by people nearby shortly after he got close. This is Subai? The White God? Someone caught a glimpse of Subai out of the corner of their eye. They were initially unsure, but after confirming it carefully, they exclaimed in surprise. This exclamation immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. After so many days of events, who in the martial arts world, or even the whole of China, doesn't know Subai? Wu Kao made a grand announcement that he would fight against 100 people, but in the end only 9 people participated, including 3 geniuses from all the alien races. Logically speaking, this star-studded lineup should be invincible. But in the end, no one expected that Subai would face 9 prodigies among his peers with just one sword strike. The 3 incredibly powerful alien prodigies were all defeated in a single sword strike. As for the 6 martial artists who came to make up the numbers, they were so frightened by the power of that sword strike that they almost wet themselves and stood frozen in place, too afraid to make a move. Until Subai unleashed his second sword strike, the power of which made even those watching from the far-off viewing platform tremble. If one had to describe it in a single word, it would be terrifying. However, as everyone knows, the alien martial emperor made a forceful move and even attempted to ambush Subai. The sneak attack failed, and one of the 3 alien prodigies was even lost. The entire nation applauded. But after the initial excitement, some people became worried. Although it was indeed very enjoyable, what would be the consequences? Haku, Shirakami? Holy crap, I actually saw the real White God. The White God is so handsome. The White God is so mighty. White God, please sign this, sign this. Seeing a group of people suddenly surround him, Subai knew things were going badly and quickly made his escape. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, Subai vanished from his spot in an instant. When they looked around again, they found that Subai had already disappeared. Subai, who had already entered the 9 Treasures glazed pagoda, patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't understand the extent of those fans' fanaticism before, but after seeing it now, this was nothing compared to what he'd witnessed. You see, in the past, some people would spend their entire life savings just to buy a concert ticket to see their idol. That level of fanaticism was simply terrifying. However, after entering the 9 Treasures glazed pagoda, Subai discovered that he did not directly arrive at the 99th floor, nor did he see Li Xingqi's figure. Looking at the low-level beasts that had respawned, I realized. I've ended up on the first level again? Looking at the familiar fantasy beast, Subai confirmed that he had returned to the first floor. So, what's going on here? Do I have to climb the tower again by myself? Although Subai had some doubts, he didn't complain. He could try again and solidify his combat skills. After thinking for a moment, Subai delivered a swift chop to the ground, and the beast collapsed and vanished. Up until the 90th floor, Subai insisted on using his physical body to fight the alien beasts, accumulating close combat experience. This state continued until the last few levels. It was already difficult for Subai to deal with the beasts that were several levels higher than him with his physical body. If it weren't for the support of Yuan Yang Slash and some basic martial arts skills, Subai would not have been able to break through the opponent's defense, let alone defeat them. As the numbers increased, Subai finally couldn't withstand the pressure of sheer numbers on the last 3 levels and pulled out the Jade Spirit Sword to instantly kill everyone in his path. Once the sword is drawn, the outcome is obvious, and there's no need to drag it out any longer. Subai fought his way through the levels and finally reached the last level, but the expected star pool did not appear. Instead, he arrived at an unknown area. As Subai looked around in confusion, Li Xingqi, who sensed Subai's presence, was anxiously exploring the situation on each floor of the tower. Where is he? Where is such a big person? Li Xingqi finally saw Subai, but as soon as he woke up, his aura disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Subai curiously looked around. This was yet another different top floor, so who would be here? It was pitch black all around, without the slightest light, and Subai couldn't see anything. Subai frowned, and then a string of flames suddenly appeared from his hand, illuminating the surrounding environment. An endless expanse of nothingness. The surroundings were empty, devoid of anything, and the entire space was deathly silent. Just as Subai was carefully examining this empty space, a figure in mid-air flashed past in Subai's peripheral vision. Who is it? Subai shouted loudly. The unknown often makes people uneasy, let alone this unknown in empty space. Upon realizing his surroundings, the composed Subai immediately tried to leave the glass tower, only to find no response. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in the same space. Subai's loud shout seemed to frighten the thing hiding in the darkness, and Subai waited for a long time but saw no movement. Subai's brows furrowed deeply. What exactly was that thing? What was this unknown space? Why had he come to this space? All the doubts were resolved with the arrival of a figure to be precise, a source of light. A creature that looked like a small, glowing sun slowly approached him, its face displaying anthropomorphic expressions, seemingly somewhat afraid of him. When Subai saw this thing clearly, he was even more puzzled. What exactly was this thing? Amidst Subai's confusion, a voice, just like the one the little green dragon had spoken to him before, resounded directly in Subai's mind. Who are you? A soft, sweet voice echoed in Subai's mind, but this did not diminish Subai's caution towards her. And who are you? Why did you bring me here? Where is Li Xingqi? Subai did not answer her question, but instead asked her a question in return. No. It wasn't Linger who brought you here. My master said that if someone reappears here, then he will be my master. So, you'll be Linger's new master from now on? Chapter 122 Tower Spirit, Spirit Level Weapon Rail Cannon. Owner? Subai was a little confused. He hadn't even figured out what was going on yet, and this little guy was already calling him master. However, Subai quickly grasped the key point. The master said, a new master? Subai looked at the little guy in front of him suspiciously. It looked strange and could communicate with him directly in his mind, just like the little green dragon. Could it be some kind of rare divine beast? Without immediately answering the guy's question, Subai directly released the little azure dragon that was still fast asleep in the beast taming space. The little green dragon, who was still fast asleep, woke up instantly after coming out and immediately protected Subai behind him, then looked around warily. Soon, the little green dragon spotted the small ball of light in mid-air and immediately looked at Xiao Linger warily. The moment he summoned the little azure dragon, Subai communicated with it in his mind. Little azure dragon, do you know that guy over there? Do you think she poses any threat to you? Subai asked in his mind. Upon hearing this, the little azure dragon carefully examined the ball of light in front of it, and only after confirming that there was nothing about it that posed a threat did it cautiously reply. Master, I didn't sense any spiritual power or threat from that person, but it's also very likely that her cultivation level is too high, and even I can't detect her. Subai did not reply after hearing this, but simply nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. When Xiao Linger saw the little green dragon, she was immediately a little panicked. How did such a big guy appear? Could he also be a new master? Who are you? Why are you here? Why am I here? Holding the azure spirit sword, Subai thought that if this guy couldn't answer anything, he wouldn't recommend killing this little ball of light directly. All dangers should be nipped in the bud without any hesitation. Seeing Subai's poised and ready manner, the ball of light grew even more anxious. It stopped transmitting its voice and stammered out. I am the tower spirit of this tower. Since I woke up, the only human I remember is my master. But why you're here, I don't know. Little Linger tried her best to explain. If she weren't without limbs, she would probably be gesturing wildly as she explained. Looking at this guy's appearance, Subai could tell that she wasn't lying, but this guy could actually speak? Tower spirit, master? What is this thing? Judging from this, is this little ball of light the spirit of the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda? After pondering for a moment, Subai asked again. What do you remember, like, some of the controls that governed the glass pagoda? Or perhaps the treasure vault of the glass pagoda? Subai was excited at the thought. If this guy could take him to the treasure vault of the glazed pagoda, then he would have truly found a treasure. Little Linger listened to what Subai said. She recognized every single word he said, but why couldn't she recognize them when they were put together? Xiao Linger tried hard to recall any memories related to these words, but unfortunately, even after searching through her entire memory, she couldn't find any recollection of them. After realizing she didn't remember these things, Xiao Linger shook her head, but then nodded vigorously when she saw the long sword in Subai's hand. She also has a very important memory. There is a deadly device inside the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. The things inside can easily kill some martial emperors, and even saints above them can be easily killed. However, because that thing requires a huge amount of energy, it needs a week to recharge after each use, but it can be used indefinitely. I know there's an attack device inside the tower that should be useful for you, right? Xiao Linger said somewhat uncertainly. She was not sure if that thing would be useful to her new master. What if it was useless and he would use that sword to kill her? Seeing that Xiao Linger was still like this even now, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that the alien martial emperor had attacked again. But why is there only this ball of light here, Lixinki? He couldn't possibly not know that he had re-entered the tower, so where is he? However, it seems that this so-called tower spirit doesn't remember anything, as if it has amnesia. However, how did I become the owner of the 9-jeweled glazed pagoda? Little Linger, tell me everything you know now. Without wasting any words, Xiao Linger directly revealed everything she knew, and it was definitely not because of the long sword in the new master's hand. After hearing everything that Xiao Linger knew, Subai fell into deep thought. According to the tower spirit, she also woke up recently, but all her previous memories had disappeared, and she only remembered one most important thing. That is, as long as the next human she sees becomes her master, she remembers nothing else. However, after waking up, she also tried to understand the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, because she was originally the spirit of the glazed pagoda, and Subai's understanding of the glazed pagoda deepened. However, when Subai asked who her former master was, Xiao Linger would immediately become dazed, and after a few seconds she would look at Subai with a puzzled expression, as if she knew nothing about what had just happened. After that, Subai also signed a contract with Xiao Linger. After signing the contract, Subai probed his consciousness into the glazed pagoda and saw the attack device that Xiao Linger had mentioned earlier. This thing, it looked so much like one of those missile launchers. The first to the 98th floors were all normal levels, but once Subai reached the 99th floor, he discovered that the space on this last floor was ridiculously large. It's as if the tower itself is a world unto itself, with an endless space that stretches as far as the eye can see. However, Subai discovered that he could only explore a portion of the area, such as the attack device. The moment he saw it, the description and instructions for using the attack device were immediately crammed into his mind. Ground Rail Cannon, a low-level spirit-grade weapon that automatically absorbs spiritual energy to replenish its power for attacks. Once locked onto an enemy, it will automatically track it. A single shot can easily kill a martial emperor and severely injure a saint. Currently, its spiritual energy recharge rate is 7 days per charge. It can be recharged using spirit stones. 1,000 ordinary spirit stones are used per charge, while one top-grade spirit stone can sustain 10 charges. A low-level spirit-grade weapon? Automatically rechargeable? A weapon capable of annihilating a martial emperor in one shot? What the heck is this spirit-level weapon? Weapon levels are divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow, so what is this spirit-level weapon? Wait, a spirit-level talent, a spirit-level weapon? Chapter 123 The Glazed Pagoda recognizes its master, reviving Li Xingqi. Could it be that this railgun is also a weapon from the so-called upper realm? This ranking system is exactly the same as what Li Xingqi mentioned before about spirit-level talents, and there is also a new realm classification in this introduction. A saint? Is the highest rank above the martial emperor a saint? Although there have been rumors over the years, some people have speculated that there is an even more powerful realm above the martial emperor. However, for thousands of years, no one has been able to reach that so-called higher realm. As for the alien races that are invading, their highest realm is obviously only martial emperor, otherwise humanity would not have been able to withstand their attack. Sometimes a rumor also circulates among the people. That means the legendary Sword Saint was considered the strongest in the world because he reached a level above the martial emperor, which also explains why the Sword Saint disappeared afterward. The martial arts emphasize the pursuit of the ultimate. Once people know that there are even higher realms above the martial emperor, it might drive even more people crazy. Emperor Wu's lifespan was around 1,000 years, but what people pursue is immortality. No martial artist wants to die after enjoying the various benefits brought by their realm and strength. Moreover, immortality has always been something that humanity desires and explores. If a path to immortality were presented to a person, it would be difficult for him to resist the temptation of immortality. After discovering the railgun, a powerful weapon, Subai looked around again. However, apart from the huge surprise of the railgun, there was nothing else around. If there's anything else to say, it's just a gray expanse ahead. After thinking for a moment, Subai guessed that there must be other things inside, but his current level was not high enough, or he needed to meet certain conditions to unlock them slowly. However, these are not things I need to consider right now. Now that I have this railgun, what am I afraid of Emperor Wu? What? You say you're not convinced? One shot and it's over. It costs 1,000 spirit stones at a time, and this thing will probably be done by surprise. How could a martial emperor not have some trump cards? So this can only be done in a sneaky way. It's not fun if it's done openly. Now that I have the railgun, it's time to start putting my plan to go to the crystal realm into action. Master, may I call you that? Little Linger cautiously looked at her new master, who seemed quite fierce. Little Linger only recently regained her intelligence, and has forgotten most of her previous memories. Her current intelligence is probably at most that of an elementary school student. Faced with this suddenly appearing new master who draws his sword at the drop of a hat, who could stand that? After receiving the introduction to the railgun, Subai found the tower spirit increasingly pleasing to the eye. Although it was just a ball of light, it now looked more and more like a mobile treasure. The fact that it was just an orbital cannon was beyond his imagination. With this trump card in hand, at least for now, he didn't have to worry about his safety on Earth. Unless all the martial emperors of the alien races are mobilized, they can't do anything to me. If it's only one or two, I might be able to turn the tables and kill them. Little Linger, right? So you are the spirit of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and now I am the master of this glazed tile pagoda? Subai sheathed his sword and asked in confusion. It would be ridiculous if they showed me how powerful this railgun was, but then wouldn't let me use it. Yes, master, from now on you will be Linger's master. If you want to take Linger with you, you only need to shrink. Linger can also merge into your body. Seeing that Subai had put away his sword, Xiao Linger finally felt relieved and happily chatted with him. Soon, Subai completely understood how to control the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. During this process, Xiao Linger separated some light orbs and integrated them into his body. Soon, Subai felt a subtle connection between himself and the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. With just a thought, the 9 treasures glazed pagoda can instantly shrink and merge into one's body. Not only that, Subai has now discovered that he can see who is currently attempting to enter the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. With just a thought, he can kick everyone out of the pagoda instantly. Holy crap, this is way too overpowered. In Subai's mind, there are currently tens of thousands of people from all over the world attempting to enter the tower, mostly through the avatars of the glazed pagoda. These clones were the same. Subai could make them disappear or appear at will. However, Subai didn't do that. After all, those glass towers were just clones, and leaving them in various places would benefit all of humanity. That was the reward. Subai wanted to investigate whether there was any treasure vault or anything inside this glazed pagoda, otherwise why would so many rewards appear out of thin air? However, his dream of getting rich overnight was shattered. Subai searched the entire glazed pagoda, but apart from that gray area, there was nothing else at all. However, this glance led Subai to see Li Xingqi, who was anxiously searching for him. My original intention for this trip was simply to help Li Xingqi restore his physical body, and then explore the glazed secret realm. Unexpectedly, there was such an unexpected bonus this time. Now that we have the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, let's quickly help Li Xingqi restore his physical body and head to the glazed secret realm. With a thought, Subai's figure vanished instantly. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the star pool. Holy crap, it's a ghost! Li Xingqi shouted when he saw Su Bai suddenly appear in front of him. You're looking for someone carefully when suddenly someone appears in front of you. Who wouldn't be surprised? After shouting, Li Xingqi retreated repeatedly, but he soon remembered that he was a ghost. Why should I be afraid of other ghosts when I'm all alone? After retreating to a certain distance, Li Xingqi looked closely and realized that it was none other than the vanished Su Bai. Su Bai, you scared me to death. Upon seeing that it was Su Bai, Li Xingqi complained, thinking that someone had come to scare this old comrade. Old man, I've found the body you wanted. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Su Bai said, taking out Mo Wuxiang's corpse. Upon hearing that the body had been found, Li Xingqi immediately arrived beside Su Bai. Looking at Mo Wuxiang's mangled corpse on the ground, Li Xingqi frowned slightly, especially upon seeing his face, and muttered in dissatisfaction. How could it be a demon corpse? What bad luck! To allow a pale saint like Li Xingqi to reside in the body of a lion man is undoubtedly a disgrace. But given the current situation, even a pig demon like Li Xingqi has no choice but to possess another body. Alright, stop being so picky. This guy was originally an SSS-level talent, so it's good enough that he has it. Su Bai urged, listening to Li Xingqi's complaints. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi immediately became much more serious, closed his eyes, and began to recite a long string of obscure and difficult-to-understand words. As time passed, Li Xingqi's figure gradually dissipated and merged into the corpse, while the previously mangled body rapidly healed. Especially his face, it seemed that something forcibly interfered with the healing process, and Mo Wuxiang's original face was directly replaced by a normal human face. To be honest, this face actually has a bit of my own handsomeness. Chapter 124 Little Su, do you want your master? Soon, the entire corpse was restored to its original state, and Li Xingqi, who had been standing in front of Su Bai, completely disappeared after the last bit of starlight dissipated. At the same time, the corpse on the ground suddenly emitted a strong aura, which grew stronger and stronger over time. Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster. Martial Emperor. Until the time it takes for an incense stick to burn is over. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded around the corpse, at which point the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Su Bai watched the newly resurrected corpse warily, ready to attack with the railgun at any moment. When traveling, the most important thing is to be cautious, even if the person you're dealing with is expressing goodwill. But you can't see into someone's heart. Who knows what someone is really thinking? If you're careless and get tricked, that would be terrible. This guy was resurrected as a martial emperor. How strong must he have been originally? A saint? Or even a higher realm than saint? Fortunately, Su Bai's worries were unnecessary. After his rebirth, Li Xingqi did not follow the rumors of an old monster and kill everyone. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to feel the joy of being reborn. After modifying his body, he no longer resembled a demon and looked no different from a normal person. After fully adapting to this body, Li Xingqi burst into laughter. He never expected that he could be reborn. Who could understand this feeling of being reborn? My good disciple, I am truly blessed to have survived this ordeal. If it weren't for what you did that caused me so much heartache, how could I have held on until now? This body is even more compatible with me than I imagined. I never expected that my strength would be restored to the martial emperor realm so soon after the fusion. Moreover, Li Xingqi discovered that all his previous cultivation and alchemy experience was still vivid in his mind, and he could use it whenever he needed it. You should know that you are an 8th level alchemist. If you hadn't been too obsessed with alchemy in your previous life, how could you have been harmed by the disciple you taught? While alchemy is useful, one's cultivation level should not be neglected. However, since I've been given a second chance at life, I must take back what's rightfully mine and, by the way, see how that dog that bit its master is doing. Feeling the power slowly returning, Li Xingqi felt incredibly comfortable. After being a ghost for so long, it still felt much better to be a human. Old man, what are your plans now that you've been resurrected? Su Bai interrupted Li Xingqi, who was reminiscing, saying, this guy, I didn't expect him to be a martial emperor right after being resurrected. What was his realm before he died? What Blue Star lacks most right now is a martial emperor level expert. If Li Xingqi could lend a hand, China's predicament could be greatly alleviated. Keep in mind that they come from the upper realm, so in theory, their understanding of martial arts and the strength of their martial skills should far surpass everyone on Earth. Even if they are at the same level, they are probably invincible within that level, at least 1 against 3. Upon hearing Subai's question, Li Xingqi snapped out of his daze and began to ponder what to do next. It seems that there is nothing I can do. According to what that kid Subai said, the strongest realm in this world is only pseudo-martial emperor. Even I am only a pseudo-martial emperor now. Li Xingqi frowned. No wonder the highest realm in this world is only martial emperor, and it only has spiritual energy? Not even a trace of immortal source? What no one on Blue Star knows is that there is a crucial step in advancing from martial emperor to martial god. Just like converting blood and chi into spiritual energy, it requires absorbing the immortal source between heaven and earth to slowly transform spiritual energy into immortal source. The reason why Blue Star's martial arts realm is stuck at the martial emperor level is because there is no immortal source on Blue Star at present, and even the spiritual energy is extremely thin. Given this situation, there isn't even a single true martial emperor. How can we possibly move forward any further? However, this demon also has no trace of immortal energy. What's going on? Xiao Su, what are you going to do next? Li Xingqi did not answer Subai directly, but instead asked him a question. Old man, what do you want to do? Little Su, do you want a master? As long as you are willing to speak, your master will appear before you immediately. Don't want. Only. Question mark. Li Xingqi looked at Subai and suddenly felt the urge to take him as a disciple. He was amazed by his talent and had extraordinary luck. More importantly, this guy's talent in alchemy also seemed to be quite good. Although Li Xingqi died because of his disciple, Subai's talent was simply too extraordinary, comparable to the holy sons of holy lands and the prodigies of noble families that he had seen in his previous life. If Subai had been born on Mercury, he would surely have become someone even I couldn't reach in the near future. But now we are on Blue Star, a planet with extremely scarce resources. If I could take on such a disciple and bring him to the upper realm, wouldn't I be able to directly help him become a dragon? Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Just as Li Xingqi was still fantasizing about getting another disciple like this, Subai's no shattered his fantasy. No, how could you not want it? You should be very happy, and then. Realizing something was wrong, Li Xingqi suddenly stopped talking, as if he had said too much. Old man, just say what you have to say. Li Xingqi was silent for a moment, then spoke. I want to go with you. What are you going to do now? Oh. Subai was somewhat surprised to hear this. A pill saint wanted to follow him? After Li Xingqi unleashed the power of a martial emperor, Subai began to believe most of the identity and experiences that Li Xingqi had previously revealed. Have you ever seen anyone whose cultivation level rises rapidly from the start, and then reaches the martial emperor realm in a short time? I ask you, who else is there? Although somewhat surprised, Subai replied, I'm going to the glazed secret realm next. Are you sure you want to come with me? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, I've now become the owner of the 9 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, so you probably won't be able to stay here anymore. Question mark. Do you really need to surprise me so many times with just a few words? The previous sentence is fine, but what do you mean by the next sentence? The 9 Treasure glazed pagoda recognizes its owner? This thing can actually recognize its owner? Since obtaining this thing, he has refined it countless times, spending hundreds or even thousands of years on it, but he has made no progress at all. Now you're telling me this thing can recognize its owner? Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. I'm supposed to be a pill saint, how can I not even be worthy of refining it? Li Xingqi really wanted to smash this snob tower with a single blow. All his years of perseverance were not enough, but when he met someone with exceptional talent, he was just offering himself up for free. Go away, go away. Li Xingqi replied irritably. Chapter 125 The Conference Room, a gathering of big shots. Looking at Li Xingqi, who suddenly became agitated, Subai was puzzled. Why did this old man suddenly become like this? But that doesn't matter. With this old man by my side, and this is a living martial emperor, my safety is greatly increased. With a martial emperor equipped with an orbital cannon, even though he is currently only a grandmaster, he can easily roam freely on Earth. Even with the current powerful weapon of the orbital cannon and the addition of Li Xingqi, they are still somewhat powerless against the demon race, which has twice the number of martial emperors. Not to mention that besides the demon race, there are also threats from alien beasts in various parts of the planet. Both the demon race and the alien beasts are invaders. If the two sides join forces, humanity will have no chance of winning. In other words, many of those high-level beasts are single-minded and completely ignore the cooperation from the demon race. By the way, before I came here this morning, Fugue told me that Emperor Yan had something to discuss with me. Could it be about the demon race? From this point onward, the term other race will be changed to demon race to distinguish them from mythical beasts. The difference between demons and mythical beasts is that demons are humanoid and possess equal intelligence, while mythical beasts are merely ferocious beasts, and only high-level mythical beasts possess intelligence. After we go to the upper realm, we'll consider using a general term for the demon race and exotic beasts, like demonic beasts or something else. Feel free to share your ideas. Since you're coming with me, are you going to stay inside the glass pagoda or come out? Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi replied without hesitation, "Get out. Having spent countless years inside this tower, how could I possibly stay inside after finally being reborn? I haven't even seen the world outside this blue planet yet, and I don't know how it differs from the upper realm." Okay. As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, the surrounding space began to distort, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them had arrived in the outside world. It was noon, and the blazing sun shone on Li Xingqi, who had just seen the light of day again, making him feel very comfortable. Fresh air, beautiful scenery of the world. When these things reappeared in Li Xingqi's eyes, he had never felt that the world was so wonderful. Let's go. Su Bai's voice came from ahead. He was contacting Emperor Yan while holding the recently released Huawei P888. Su Bai, are you there? Emperor Yan, come directly to the Kyoto Security Bureau headquarters. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Someone will escort you upstairs. Su Bai, okay. After receiving the reply, Su Bai put away his phone, glanced at Li Xingqi behind him, gave a soft reminder, and then waved his hand, creating a portal. Seeing this, Li Xingqi hurriedly followed, and the portal disappeared after he entered. The 9 treasures glazed pagoda was directly absorbed into Su Bai's body and fused with him. The one that was still in place was directly replaced by a clone. The glass pagoda was so realistic that it went unnoticed by anyone. Nobody knew that such a large object was there 1 second and had been taken away by a thug the next. The conference room at the headquarters of the Kyoto Security Bureau. The meeting room was now filled with middle-aged men. If anyone were in the room, they would recognize that these men were all people who could shake the entire capital if they stomped their feet. The director of the Security Bureau, the military region leaders, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and many other bigwigs gathered here. After that incident, the armies of both races on the otherworldly battlefield withdrew directly, and the 6-month buffer period left China in a state of great crisis. What good is half a year when there has been no result after hundreds of years of stalemate? Unless the number of martial emperors can double in the next 6 months, but that's obviously wishful thinking and impossible. Another hope is that China will produce another sword saint, but this possibility is even lower than the one above, and it is almost impossible. The meeting room was deathly silent, and the atmosphere was distinctly somber. Although what happened before seemed satisfying, the consequences were difficult for China to bear. But how can we continue to tolerate it when they've come to bully us on our own doorstep? If you want war, then let's fight. Any issue that touches upon our principles or bottom line requires no further explanation. We must fight immediately. At worst, it's a fight to the death. Didn't our Chinese nation experience invasion thousands of years ago? As long as the Chinese people unite as one, fight against foreign enemies, and remain steadfast to the death, no matter how difficult the enemy is to defeat, we will eventually achieve victory. Why are you all looking so gloomy? Those sons of bitches have come to our doorstep. Are we just going to keep putting up with it? If they want to fight, let them fight. Do you think I'm afraid of them? In the somber atmosphere, General Wu, who was usually quite boisterous, couldn't help but break the silence. A war was inevitable sooner or later, so it didn't matter to him whether it happened sooner or later. In the end, he would just die. But at least they had tried before they died. Yes, if we keep giving in, they will only take advantage of us. If we back down again this time, what's the difference between us and the rats in the sewers? If we just keep suppressing our anger and giving in, will those demons go easy on us? We'll fight sooner or later anyway, so why should we be afraid of them? Upon hearing this, another emperor couldn't help but echo his sentiments. Chapter 126 Supreme Commander. Once someone started, more and more people began to echo them. After all, they had been suppressed by the demon race for many years, and whatever happened, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. We've endured this for so many years, and in the end it's all going to be war anyway. Do you really think China has no one to rely on? Thump, thump, thump. Amidst the commotion, 3 deep, forceful taps on the table reached everyone's ears. At that moment, the crowd, who had been speaking passionately just moments before, fell silent and looked up at the middle-aged man at the head of the group. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat clasped his hands together and scanned everyone in the conference room. Have you vented everything? After he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. His right hand tapped the table slowly and deliberately, and the expression on his face seemed to be that he was thinking about something. Everyone's silent. Looks like they've vented, right? He said, glancing around again. Those whose eyes met his looked away. Since no one is speaking, then we've finished talking. Don't forget the purpose of this meeting, to discuss how to solve this problem, not for you to vent your emotions. I hope everyone understands that if we go to war with those demons, it will be a catastrophe that destroys the world, for us and for the whole of China. Countless innocent civilians will die in this disaster. We only have 6 months left. The key is to figure out how to get through this crisis. As for what to do next, let's wait for Xiao Su to arrive. After he finished speaking, no one objected. The person sitting in the main seat is the highest commander of China, one of the first senior figures to become a martial emperor. It was because of their existence that China was not invaded by demons or slaughtered by alien beasts, and that China is now relatively stable. In terms of experience and seniority, no one present could compare to him. It can be said that any decision he makes will directly affect the future fate of the entire China. Faced with such a crucial matter, no one would think of questioning him. At the same time this happened, Su Bai and Li Xingqi also arrived directly at the headquarters of the Security Bureau through the teleportation channel. TSK, I didn't expect you to have this skill, little Su. A grandmaster already being able to control spatial power, I'm actually quite envious. Li Xingqi arrived at the Security Bureau building and looked around in amazement. He thought to himself, this guy really can't be viewed with normal eyes. Even in the upper realm, I've never heard of anyone who can master the power of space at the grandmaster level. Logically speaking, only a martial emperor or even a martial sovereign could grasp the basics of spatial power, which would only allow for long-distance teleportation. But judging from his mastery of spatial control just now, this kid is even better than an ordinary martial emperor. Su Bai didn't reply. Looking at the high-rise buildings of the Security Bureau, he sighed. How wonderful it would be if there were no wars in this world. It was the same in his past life and it is the same now. These skyscrapers may look glamorous now, but they will be the first casualties when war breaks out. Su Bai gently shook his head. In his previous life, he did not have the power to stop the war and could only stand by and watch as an ordinary person. But things are different now. Now I have the system as a cheat code, and all my talents are top tier. In this life, I have the power to stop wars and disasters, so why not give it a try? Trying is always better than giving up. Hello, you must be Mr. Su Bai? The master has been waiting for you upstairs for a long time. Please come with me. As soon as Su Bai appeared at the entrance of the Security Bureau, someone came up to greet him and led him to the conference room. Seeing this, Li Xingqi tried to follow, but was quickly stopped. Excuse me, sir, who are you? The person leading the way asked with a puzzled look when he saw Li Xingqi following, and also looked at Su Bai as if seeking confirmation of something. He is my master, responsible for protecting my safety, Su Bai replied calmly. Good, so it's your teacher. Come on. After learning that this person was Su Bai's master, he simply led the two of them upstairs. But is the reason why this national champion is so strong because of his master? He cautiously glanced at the master of the national champion a few times along the way. He looked ordinary and there was nothing special about him. As soon as Li Xingqi came out, he immediately concealed all his aura. He hadn't been in contact with the lower realm for thousands of years, and who knew what the situation was like outside? He had to keep a low profile. Soon, led by that person, Su Bai and his companion arrived at the conference room door. The conference room is just ahead. I'll take you there. Su Bai nodded, looked at the words conference room next to the door, and pushed open the conference room door without any hesitation. Whoosh! The door opened, and more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned to look at Su Bai. Instantly, Su Bai felt as if he had been completely seen through, with no privacy whatsoever. Li Xingqi, who was behind them, felt the probing of a group of people and frowned as an invisible barrier blocked their way. Sensing that their investigation was being blocked, the people in the conference room turned their curious gazes toward what was behind Su Bai. May I ask who you are? Yan Di, who had been exchanging some words with Su Bai, asked. This is my master, Li Xingqi. He doesn't talk much. May I ask what business you gentlemen have with me? Seeing this, Su Bai quickly chimed in, to prevent Li Xingqi from causing any unnecessary trouble later. As for the identity of the master, Su Bai had previously told Emperor Yan that he had a fictitious master, which Li Xingqi could use in this way without arousing any other suspicion. Upon hearing this, apart from Emperor Yan and a few others, the other martial emperors present all frowned slightly. Even the group of them couldn't detect anything about this so-called master. Could he also be a martial emperor? However, all the martial emperors of China were sitting in the meeting room, with only one or two unable to attend due to other matters, but it was definitely not the person in front of them. Emperor Yan also discovered that Su Bai's master seemed to be quite extraordinary. His own investigations were ineffective against him. Could it be that, as he had guessed, his master was a martial emperor? Sit down first and then we'll talk. Emperor Yan pointed to the empty seat beside him and said. It would be a lie to say Su Bai wasn't flustered when he saw so many big shots for the first time. Chief, General, President of the Martial Arts Association, even the person in the main seat, the Supreme Commander? The Supreme Commander of China is a big shot who can only be seen in the news. However, now not only the commander, but also dozens of martial emperors of various kinds have gathered here. What is the purpose of such a large-scale gathering? After sitting down next to Emperor Yan, Li Xingqi also found an empty seat and sat down, taking in the people in the conference room. So many martial emperors? What do these people want with Xiao Su? Chapter 127 Getting Rich Overnight? As Su Bai had said before, the spiritual energy of this world had only recently recovered, and even after so much time had passed, there were still very few martial emperors. So, are all the martial emperors in this conference room the majority of the martial emperors of the human race in the lower realm? For a moment, Li Xingqi was curious about Su Bai's identity. This guy was a grandmaster, so why were so many martial emperors paying attention to him? However, considering his spirit-level cultivation talent, this is quite normal. If it were Su Bai from the upper realm, he would probably have been captured by various holy lands and made a holy son long ago. We'll be frank about why we brought you here. You should be well aware of what happened yesterday. Since we've invited you here, we're not going to hide anything from you. The reason why the demon race is participating this time has to do with some previous agreements. Therefore, China and even the entire human race are now in a critical situation. In 6 months, we will go to war with the entire demon race. You are only 18 years old and you have already reached the Grandmaster level. This is an unprecedented fact. If you really want to compare yourself to someone, perhaps only the Sword Saint in his youth can compare to you. Emperor Yan, who had some dealings with Su Bai, was tasked with explaining the purpose of this trip to Su Bai. So, what do you mean? Su Bai asked after a moment of contemplation. Emperor Yan paused for a moment, exchanged glances with the people around him, and after seeing the person in the main seat nod, continued. The reason we've summoned you here is, you must immediately travel to the glazed secret realm, or, to the 9 netherworld. Emperor Yan's words were astonishing. Don't be surprised. This is the only way we can do it. In 6 months, the demon race will launch a full-scale invasion, and your first target will definitely be you. But as you know, the fighting strength of our Chinese nation is not even in the same league as that of the demon race. I'm afraid we won't be able to protect you at all. Furthermore, the internal situation in China is not so stable. As for that person from the treasure pavilion, since the rumors of him entering the 9 netherworld, there has been no information about him since then. And now, besides Zhuboj, there are many other so-called aristocratic families who are also harboring their own petty schemes. Emperor Yan's tone was full of contempt as he finished speaking, a bunch of traitors. The human race is almost at the brink of life and death, and they still want to do these things. Therefore, we now hope that you can go to the glazed secret realm or the 9 netherland, cultivate there until you are absolutely confident before coming out. In addition, we will also arrange for a group of top geniuses to go into hiding in the glazed secret realm. We call this plan the Spark Plan. After Su Bai left the conference room, his fingers were covered with spatial rings. Li Xingqi looked at Su Bai from behind as if he were a ghost. What was wrong with this guy? How did he suddenly become the hope of the human race? Then, out of nowhere, a huge amount of supplies appeared. What the heck? Wasn't this guy just going to the glazed secret realm? And now he gets this benefit? Okay, is this how you play it? Su Bai was also a little confused. He had originally planned to go to the glazed secret realm, but he didn't expect that someone would ask him to go to the glazed secret realm and give him a lot of cultivation resources. Subai had just casually glanced at a spatial ring, and the piles of spirit stones inside, like small mountains, caught his eye. He then switched to another ring, and found the same thing inside. So I'd become rich overnight? Chapter 128: The Fireseed Project, The Hope of Humanity. Subai felt somewhat helpless. Taking on these tasks meant a heavy burden had been placed on his shoulders, leaving him no time to catch his breath. So, is this my mission here, to become the hope of humanity? For a moment, Subai felt immense pressure. It felt like he was about to die, and he had become the last hope of the human race. Although a group of geniuses will be sent into the secret realm, no matter how fast a group of geniuses cultivates, how easy is it for a martial emperor to be born? Oh well, let's just take it one step at a time. There's always a way out. Subai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He put all the other spatial rings into the system space, leaving only one on his hand. Then, Subai and Li Xingqi headed towards the glazed secret realm at full speed. Inside the meeting room. After Subai left, the conference room fell silent once again. After a long silence, one of them finally spoke. So, could you tell what level of cultivation that master next to him was? Upon hearing this, everyone present shook their heads, and finally all turned their attention to the person in the main seat. But facing everyone's gaze, he also gently shook his head. That guy, even he himself couldn't see through him. So how could I have remained completely unaware of such a powerful individual all these years? Just who was he? Even though everyone present knew that the person was a martial emperor, none of them had any designs on him. The current situation cannot be solved by adding one or two more martial emperors. Moreover, it would be even better if there were a human martial emperor protecting the glazed secret realm. The last hope of humanity rests on your shoulders. As one of the highest-ranking people in China, he knows many secrets that ordinary people do not. This glazed secret realm is one of them, and its secrets can only be glimpsed after one's cultivation level reaches the martial emperor realm. Take the Sword Saint, for example. Back then, he was able to rapidly improve his cultivation level in a short period of time, and the most important factor was the glazed secret realm. At a time when humanity was facing a life or death crisis, the Sword Saint ventured alone into a secret realm in search of an opportunity. When he returned, his cultivation level was no longer discernible to anyone. With just one sword strike, hundreds of millions of demon soldiers dared not advance, forcing the entire demon race to bow their heads. That single sword strike annihilated a quarter of the demon race, but they dared not pursue the matter further and ultimately retreated. After the demon race retreated, the Sword Saint quickly disappeared, but before leaving, he revealed to the high-ranking officials of China that there was a great opportunity in the glazed secret realm. However, the Sword Saint did not reveal the specific circumstances surrounding it. The other place is the Nine Netherworld, and even now some people still believe that the Sword Saint went to the Nine Netherworld. But the truth remains unknown. Hopefully, he can lead humanity through this crisis. Everyone looked in the direction Subai had left, a wave of emotion washing over them. Sir, may I ask what we are going to do? Fu Gui and his companions were led to an open space, looking completely bewildered. Like them, at least 100 other people were also cautiously observing their surroundings. Many people were either brought here while they were peacefully on the street, or they were brought here after their room was kicked open while they were staying at home. However, since these people only told them to follow, and they were wearing special uniforms, they did not resist and all followed. Welcome everyone. There's no need to panic. This visit is part of a top-secret plan. If anyone wants to quit, they can say so now, but after I tell them, then it's not up to you. We call this plan Project Spark. As Subai entered the secret realm, the outside world reacted swiftly. Many talented individuals who had not yet left Kyoto were gathered together, along with some of the more gifted students from previous years who were still in the academy. For this first time, China plans to send more than 100 prodigies into the glazed secret realm, entirely based on their own volition, and to manage them in a completely laissez-faire manner. However, this is dangerous for those who are not very experienced in venturing into the crystal realm. It's important to understand that the glazed secret realm is among the top 3 secret realms in terms of mortality rate. The survival rate of these 100 students is completely unpredictable. Is this the crystal realm? Chapter 129: Ruins. When Subai stepped into the crystal realm, it was as if he had entered a transcendent world. Once inside, you would be captivated by the magnificent scenery before you. The first thing that catches the eye is the towering city walls and the crowded streets. The shouts of vendors can be heard from time to time. Everyone walks side by side on the street, chatting and laughing. There seem to be soldiers guarding the city walls, holding long swords and shields to defend against all foreign enemies. In the distance, towering mountains rise majestically, their peaks shrouded in mist, creating a mystical, fairyland-like scene. The mountains are covered with various plants and trees, ancient and towering giants exuding an aura of age, as if telling ancient legends. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the treetops, casting dappled shadows and illuminating the entire secluded paradise in a dreamlike glow. The air is filled with the refreshing fragrance of flowers, a truly invigorating experience. You'll feel a sense of peace and tranquility, as if the hustle and bustle of the world has vanished. The crystal realm is like a breathtaking painting, transporting visitors to a fantastical and tranquil realm. Everything here is so beautiful, as if pain and strife do not exist. Coming back to your senses, the bustling surroundings make your thoughts seem to return to earth. Is this really the legendary crystal realm with its extremely high mortality rate? The contrast is just too much. Although the scene before me was somewhat different from what I had imagined, appearances are always glamorous, and the dangers within can only be known after experiencing them firsthand. Take a look. Freshly caught 6th-tier giant python meat, absolutely genuine. Don't miss out. This is the only place that sells the best dragon scale fruit. One fruit will keep you alive for 100 years. It's not 999 or 999, just 9 spirit stones. The shouts from the roadside reached his ears, and Subai glanced to the side. The items sold at these stalls were indeed very close to the facts, but they were of little practical use and extremely expensive. After just one glance, Subai looked away, realizing he hadn't come here for this junk. Li Xingqi behind him also ignored the hawking around them. This kind of situation is very common everywhere. Generally speaking, there is nothing of good quality on these stalls. Even if there are good things, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll get them. Hey, have you heard? The Martial Emperor's ruins seem to have rioted again recently. Last time, a lot of rare and precious spiritual herbs and treasures appeared. I wonder what will happen this time. Who doesn't know that? But now that the Martial Emperor isn't around, those powerful families with Martial Emperors have directly seized the Martial Emperor's ruins. We lone wolves can only watch from the sidelines. If you ask me, those aristocratic families really deserve to die. What kind of bullshit aristocratic families are they? When it comes to going to the battlefield, they don't contribute at all. They're all tough on their own, but they're really good at bullying their own people. They're a bunch of parasites. Sigh, that's just how things are now. No matter how much we complain, it's useless if we're not as strong as others. We should just focus on cultivating and surviving. Just as Subai was wondering where to go next, several vendors gathered together to discuss something. The ruins of Emperor Wu, isn't that one of my goals? With a thought, several spirit stones appeared in Subai's hand. Subai then took the spirit stones and went to several vendors. After a while, Subai left satisfied with a map. Let's go. Subai and Li Xingqi headed straight for the city gate. The entrance to this secret realm has long been transformed into a town by the human race to prevent any alien beasts from accidentally entering the portal and wreaking havoc on Earth. The city wall that Subai saw just now is just like this. In this glazed secret realm, even those with the lowest cultivation level are at least martial kings. As for those below the martial king level, they should just go back to where they came from, they won't even be cannon fodder. After leaving the city gate, Subai glanced down at the map in his hand, roughly compared the directions, and then concealed himself and headed towards his destination. Seeing this, Li Xingqi didn't say anything and followed. The ruins of Emperor Wu. This could very well be a place created by a powerful figure from the lower realm before his death long ago. It's said to be the ruins of Emperor Wu, but that's only what these people currently know about Emperor Wu. Chapter 130: The Royal Family of Kyoto. During his journey, Subai noticed many figures walking alongside him, but he only glanced at them disdainfully before speeding away. Subai looked at those figures but couldn't recall who they were. He guessed they were the aristocratic experts that people were talking about. It doesn't matter. Don't forget that you have a martial emperor master following you. However, this grandmaster is still traveling a bit slowly. It seems that he should raise his cultivation level during this trip to the ruins. At least he should reach the martial emperor level or above to be of help in dealing with what will happen next. My current grandmaster level has no impact on the overall battle situation. After being fed continuously for a period of time, the little azure dragon, which had been staying in the beast taming space, has now surpassed its master in cultivation level. As his cultivation level increased, this guy's appearance became more and more like the dragon in my memory. Su Bai released the little green dragon to test it out. Even as a grandmaster, the dragon's mere pressure suppressed his strength by more than 30%. However, it should be noted that some ordinary martial emperors are no match for him with a single sword strike, yet the little azure dragon reduced his strength by 30% simply by exerting pressure. This little guy, although he is only a 3rd level martial emperor now, his true strength is at least around a 7th level martial emperor. He can even hold his own against a 9th level martial emperor or a 1st level martial emperor. 3rd tier martial emperor. Not long ago, it was someone I admired, and there were some minor incidents that happened during that time. Wait, what are you doing here? Don't you know this is the Wang family's territory, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter? You too, a little kid and a middle-aged man, what are you doing here? Go back to where you came from, or I'll warn you. At this moment, Su Bai and Li Xingqi had arrived near the ruins of Emperor Wu. They only needed to go a few more kilometers to reach their destination, but they were stopped just as they were about to enter. After being stopped, Su Bai discovered that there was more than one so-called member of the Wang family in the vicinity. Every few hundred meters, there were 1 or 2 people dressed in the same clothes cautiously watching the area. Wang family's important territory? As far as I know, this glazed secret realm doesn't belong to anyone, so how come it's become your private place? Su Bai said calmly. Upon hearing this, the novice martial king who had spoken earlier chuckled as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, and continued. I said this is important territory of the Wang family, do you have a problem with that, or are you not convinced? Brothers, tell him where this place is. We're already in the secret realm, so naturally, strength will speak for itself. Otherwise, I don't think anyone would care if a little kid and an old man disappeared into the secret realm. So, what do you say? Ha 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 ha. The other members of the Wang family also laughed along. They had encountered this kind of arrogant brat countless times over the years. Did he really think those so-called rules were useful? After leaving school, someone will naturally tell him who the world truly respects, instead of thinking it's the so-called rule of law society from 1,000 years ago. Seeing that Su Bai and the other person remained silent for a long time, this guy gradually lost his patience, and his smiling face suddenly turned cold. Since you're so unwilling to leave, then stay here forever. How can you come and go as you please in this important Wang family territory? As he spoke, he beckoned with his finger, and the people behind him gathered around. Little brat, this is the first and last lesson society will teach you. After saying that, he raised his hand and a large sword appeared in his hand. Then he used a martial arts technique to slash down hard at Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Bai felt somewhat helpless. I originally wanted to reason with you all, so why did I have to force myself to take action? However, before Su Bai could make a move, Li Xingqi behind him released his pressure, causing the people who rushed forward to stop in their tracks and then kneel down on the ground with a thud. If it weren't for Su Bai secretly signaling not to make a move, I, after all, was a pill saint in my previous life. How could I have tolerated such an insult from an ant? That kind of trash isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. The moment he felt the oppressive aura, the guy kneeling on the ground knew he had kicked a hornet's nest. This aura, even his most superior, the martial emperor, didn't have this kind of oppressive feeling. Could it be that this is Emperor Wu? At this moment, he was filled with regret. If you were Emperor Wu, you should have said so earlier. Why did you listen to me babbling on and on? If you had said you were Emperor Wu, wouldn't I have given way? No. Don't kill me. I'm from the Wang family. You know the Wang family of Kyoto, right? Our Wang family has 4 or 5 martial emperors, and our ancestor was also a martial emperor. For the sake of the Wang family, let's just let this matter drop, okay? He wanted to look up and see who this person was, but under the immense pressure, he didn't even have the right to move. Are you threatening me? Even if your ancestor stood in front of me, it wouldn't matter, let alone you? Li Xingqi naturally had no idea about the so-called Wang or Li families. All he knew was that if you offended him, you'd better find a new family and prepare to be reincarnated. Before he could finish speaking, Li Xingqi casually waved his hand, and the people who had been kneeling on the ground just moments before vanished without a trace, leaving no trace of their existence. Let's go, let's keep going. Li Xingqi wiped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. Su Bai didn't say much. Since he had already decided to kill him, this kind of person definitely couldn't be allowed to live. So he replied softly, okay, let's go. This was just a minor incident for the two of them on their journey, but it was no small matter for the Wang family. The Crystal Realm, the royal family headquarters. My lord, something terrible has happened. Chapter 131 Barrier. What kind of behavior is this, shouting and yelling? What's the matter that you're in such a hurry about? Inside the tent, the martial emperor, who was stationed in the glazed secret realm, was playing with two beautiful young girls on the bed when a sudden noise disturbed his newly formed mood. If the messenger cannot provide any explanation, he may be spared the death penalty, but he will not escape punishment. Because of the seriousness of the situation, the messenger did not have time to explain and simply told the reporter that several people were missing at the entrance of the Woody ruins. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Charan rushed to the messenger, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could anyone dare to attack the Wang family within this glazed secret realm? The fact that several people disappeared at the same time without leaving any trace immediately ruled out the possibility that it was caused by a strange beast. There's only one other possibility: someone has made a move. After all, it's the site of Emperor Wu's relics. There are quite a few people who are eyeing it covetously. Moreover, there has been some recent activity at the ruins, which inevitably makes some people have ulterior motives. Aside from other powerful families, they are probably either some low-level forces or some independent cultivators. However, your mistake was attacking someone from my Wang family, otherwise, you might have spared his life. Alright, I understand. You can go now, Wang Charan said, waving her hand impatiently. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the messenger quickly left the area. If this matter hadn't been so serious, my reckless actions just now would have left me either dead or crippled. After the person left, Wang Charan lost all interest in having fun. The identity of the person who broke into the ruins is still unknown, but it's unlikely to be a master, probably just a few rogue cultivators with some strength. After not making a move for a while, some people are already disregarding the Wang family? Thinking of this, a hint of malice flashed in Wang Charan's eyes. What kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to jump around on his head? Go and find out what happened, and bring those little mice to me. Wang Charan suddenly spoke to the air beside her. As soon as the words were spoken, a response came from a corner. Yes, sir. The one who just responded was a grandmaster, but catching a few mice is enough. The closer Subai got to the ruins, the more he realized that the spiritual energy here was 2 to 3 times denser than that outside. Moreover, this is only the outer perimeter of the ruins. The concentration of spiritual energy within the ruins is unimaginable. I walked along the edge of the Lixing Pond, observing the ruins. According to the information I just gathered, this ruin is not accessible at any time. There is a barrier on the surface of this ruin. When it was first discovered, dozens of martial emperors and the most skilled in formations gathered together for 3 days and 3 nights, but they still couldn't break through the barrier. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. However, this barrier is not very stable, and it will weaken for a short period of time every now and then. Only then could the group take advantage of the situation and enter, but even after so long, they were only able to enter from the outer perimeter of the ruins. There's no way to go any deeper, as there's an even stronger barrier inside than the outer one. Emperor Wu's full force attack couldn't even create a ripple, and showed no sign of weakening. Over time, the depths of the ruins were selectively ignored by everyone, since the gains from the outer perimeter alone were enough to drive most people crazy. Despite the passage of time, the entire site has not yet been fully explored. Most importantly, when many rare spiritual herbs and treasures were discovered in the ruins, some powerful families and forces joined forces to monopolize the ruins. As for these independent cultivators, they either have to join one of the factions, or they can only enter after the established families have reaped their rewards. Chapter 132 Holy King Barrier. The two moved forward at full speed and soon arrived at the edge of the barrier. Li Xingqi reached out and touched the barrier, and an invisible barrier kept all the personalities outside. Although Li Xingqi is an alchemist, he also has some expertise in formations, and he can recognize and decipher some common formations. As for the ordinary formations he mentioned, they were any formations below the level of a Saint King. Saint, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Venerable, Quasi-God, Demigod, Martial God. In his previous life, he was revered as the Pill Saint. Although his realm was only Saint Venerable, his status was comparable to that of a demigod. Even some quasi-gods could only fawn over him. However, above the Pill Saint, there is a Pill God, who is the true ancestor of the Tao of alchemy. His realm has reached the level of Martial God, and his alchemy is unmatched in the world. However, this Pill God has not appeared for a long time, and there are even rumors that he has died and disappeared, but not many people believe it. Soon, Li Xingqi, his face solemn, slowly opened his eyes, met Subai's gaze, and nodded slowly, saying, "This formation is exactly what I've got, but the outer layer of the barrier is already at the Saint King level. What level must the inner barrier be? Li Xingqi never expected that such relics would still exist in the lower realm after the end of the Dharma era. It was a defensive barrier at the Saint King level, and its coverage area was so vast. You should know that even the formations in some ordinary holy lands in the upper realm are no more than this, right? If we compare this to a sect, this barrier is the worst barrier for the outer sect. The inner sect's barrier would be many times stronger. Based on this calculation, the barrier inside must be at the level of a Saint Emperor, or even a Saint Venerable. Holy crap! The Saint Venerable formation, even in my previous life I was only a Saint Venerable. The fact that the owner of this ruin could use the Saint Venerable formation means that his cultivation level must be above that of a Saint Venerable. Above the Saintly Venerable. Quasi-God, or even demigod. Upon thinking of this, Li Xingqi's first reaction was not excitement, but rather a sense of apprehension. This is a quasi-god. He can crush tens of thousands of worthless martial emperors with a single finger. Even if this is just a ruin, it's not something a group of martial emperors can touch. With just a few basic autonomous defense modes, no matter how many martial emperors came, they wouldn't be enough to kill. With only a quasi-martial emperor and a grandmaster, do you really think you can come out alive after going in? For a moment, Li Xingqi felt a slight urge to retreat from the ruins before him. Su Bai immediately noticed that something was wrong with Li Xingqi and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi stammered for a long time before finally telling the truth. The original owner of this ruin was extremely powerful, even more powerful than I was in my previous life. Are you sure you still want to go? Higher than your realm in your previous life? Su Bai repeated suspiciously. Yes. Li Xingqi nodded emphatically. He was very certain that the original owner of this ruin was at least at the Saint Venerable level, which was no stronger than his previous self. Seeing that this guy didn't seem to be joking, Su Bai also fell into deep thought. Although this guy doesn't seem very reliable, at least he's not joking about something like this. It's even higher than his previous life's realm. A pill saint, after all, is a top figure in the upper realm. How could the ruins in this secret realm be stronger than those in his previous life? Holy crap, if we raid this ruin, what are we afraid of, the demon race, or the strange beasts? Chapter 133 The Barrier Breaks. That's right. Su Bai's first reaction upon hearing this was not fear, but rather he was already thinking about how to maximize his profits. If Li Xingqi knew what Su Bai was thinking, he would really like to ask him what he was thinking. This is someone I could only look up to in my previous life. However, now I am a martial emperor, while Su Bai is only a grandmaster. The difference between us is not just a little bit, but countless major realms. This strange combination even wanted to set their sights on the ruins of a suspected quasi-god or even demigod. If it were during my peak years in my previous life, I could have thought about it, but now that I'm only at the martial emperor level, I don't even dare to think about it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just open it up. What a great opportunity. Upon hearing that Li Xingqi could break the barrier, Su Bai couldn't wait to enter the ruins and search for it. Question mark. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi looked at Su Bai with a question mark on his face. What's wrong with this guy's thinking? He himself said that this ruin is extremely dangerous, but he's still in a hurry to go in? No, if you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. I just got reborn and haven't had enough of living yet. No, you really want to go in? Li Xingqi looked at Su Bai's puzzled eyes and asked a profound question. Looking at Su Bai's eyes, he knew this guy really wanted to go. Seeing Li Xingqi's reaction, Su Bai quickly realized what Li Xingqi was worried about, and then said, "Don't you want to see what's inside? The owner of this ruin was on par with you in your previous life. What if the passage to the upper realm that you're looking for is also inside?" Su Bai's words hit the nail on the head. The two had only known each other for a short time, and the life-saving grace was more like a transaction. If their interests were not linked together, this guy could probably abandon him at any time. However, Li Xingqi is ultimately a person from the upper realm. His current strength has recovered to the martial emperor realm, but this is only the limit of Blue Star, not his limit. Moreover, according to this guy, he was murdered in his previous life, so he must really want revenge now. The first step to revenge is to return to the upper realm, otherwise his cultivation level cannot be improved, and there will be no point in talking about revenge. After hearing this, Li Xingqi did indeed fall into deep thought, analyzing the pros and cons. A few seconds later, Li Xingqi nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll trust you this once. Move aside a little." Upon hearing this, Subai stepped aside to make way, moving several hundred meters away from the barrier. I've never seen a formation broken before, so who knows what kind of commotion this level of formation would cause. It's safer to stay a bit further away. After Subai left, Li Xingqi reached out and touched the barrier again, closed his eyes and remained motionless, seemingly doing nothing. Although Subai was puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. A few minutes later, Subai's expression gradually changed from confusion to shock. The barrier, which had been perfectly still, suddenly cracked with a crisp sound. Then, to Subai's astonishment, the barrier revealed its true form. The crack that had just appeared spread throughout the entire barrier, and finally shattered. The formation vanished without a trace the moment it shattered, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its previous state as if nothing had happened. Subai moved forward in disbelief, trying to touch the barrier he had just encountered. However, when he reached the place where he couldn't move forward before, he encountered no resistance at all and easily entered. Before Subai could even feel happy for a moment, the ruins surrounded by the barrier suddenly seemed to sense something, and the entire mountain erupted with a dazzling pillar of light, instantly making the surrounding spiritual energy even denser. Chapter 134 An Opportunity, a Carnival for Everyone. The moment the pillar of light appeared, most people in the entire secret realm seemed to sense something, and their eyes all turned towards the direction of the ruins. The martial emperor at the Wang family headquarters, whose mood had been disturbed, was resting in bed when the sudden commotion made him immediately get up to investigate. The moment he saw the pillar of light, he was filled with disbelief, muttering to himself. What's going on? It hasn't been long since the last disturbance at the ruins, so why are they suddenly acting up again? An opportunity. This must be a great opportunity. Heaven blesses my Wang family. Such beams of light have appeared during previous ruin riots, but compared to the beams of light appearing now, they are nothing. This further implies that this relic riot will surely be accompanied by even greater opportunities. Wait! Wang Churan suddenly exclaimed, as if she had remembered something. Someone just broke into the ruins, and this commotion happened so quickly. Could it be that the commotion is related to the intruder? The more Wang Churan thought about it, the more she felt that this matter was related to the person who had just broken in. However, it should be noted that the outer barrier of that ruin is so strong that even several martial emperors working together could not shake it in the slightest. Yet, someone who sneaked in made such a commotion. However, before he could think further, the commotion had already attracted many people to come and investigate, and he was urgently needed to go out and maintain order. However, if things are really as I suspect, then the Grandmaster I sent out is probably already in grave danger. It's a pity that such a good piece is gone just like that. Just as he had expected, shortly after the barrier opened, the Grandmaster found two unfamiliar faces. Before he could even utter a question, he was horrified to find himself unable to speak, and then everything went black. Let's go. Subai clapped his hands, not taking the little incident to heart. After making his move, Subai had already considered the consequences. However, he was only a Grandmaster, and at most a martial emperor. He also had a martial emperor by his side. Ignoring the reactions from the outside world, Subai and Li Xingqi entered the ruins directly after the barrier disappeared. Meanwhile, most of the people in the secret realm were drawn to this towering pillar of light. However, everyone had a question: wasn't it only a short time since the last riot at the ruins? Why did it suddenly riot again? Moreover, this riot was more intense than any before, with the towering pillar of light attracting the attention of 90% of the people in the secret realm. As the pillar of light appeared, many people were surprised to find that the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be even more concentrated. At that moment, a thought simultaneously popped into their minds: an opportunity, a great opportunity that could change our destiny. As soon as they realized what was happening, everyone with some strength in the entire secret realm got up and rushed towards the ruins, with all the rogue cultivators joining in. Why did these independent cultivators risk their lives to come to the secret realm? Isn't it all for the sake of finding cultivation resources in this secret realm that will allow them to continue their cultivation, or perhaps an opportunity that could change their destiny? In the past, perhaps due to the tyranny of those powerful families, these rogue cultivators lived lives where they were not even considered human. But now, with this towering pillar of light, they know that this is their last chance. Once you're afraid, you'll be afraid every time. Opportunities are earned, not given by others. Therefore, this time the rogue cultivators were no longer afraid of these aristocratic families and rushed into the ruins like madmen. These powerful families were mostly bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong, so they stopped interfering with this group of reckless rogue cultivators. This time, there is no monopoly, it's a celebration for everyone. Chapter 135 Entrance to the Ruins. Su Bai and Li Xingqi exchanged a glance as they looked at the towering pillar of light, then rushed into the secret realm. If they had been any later, they would have had to compete with countless others for it. Not long after the two entered the secret realm, countless rogue cultivators followed closely behind and rushed towards it. Except for a few people whose cultivation levels were not very high, most people in the entire glazed secret realm rushed to the martial emperor's ruins. This riot at the Woody ruins was many times larger than usual, with everyone who came hoping to get a share of the spoils. Most people who enter the glazed secret realm are stuck at their current level, and the glazed secret realm, as one of the three great secret realms of Blue Star, is full of opportunities. Countless martial artists, hoping to gain some opportunities within it, flocked to the secret realm. The path of a martial artist is inherently defying the heavens. If one shrinks back from even the hardships before them, then they are certainly not worthy of being called a martial artist. Now that such a great opportunity is presented to them, it would be a lie to say they aren't tempted. The ruins of Emperor Wu have existed for many years, but they have always been occupied by these powerful families. Originally, everyone was willing to put up with it because although the things inside were very helpful to them, they weren't worth risking their lives for. And this beam of light became the last straw that broke their spirits. The spoils from the previous Emperor Wu's ruins had already made them extremely envious, and they wished they could risk their lives to rush in and take some of them. If before it was just envy, now it's uncontrollable. Even at the risk of death, they have to rush in and fight for this unexpected opportunity. Countless martial artists surged toward the ruins, and the powerful families dared not obstruct them too much, but quickly sent people back to relay the news. This situation must be reported to higher authorities so that more martial emperors, or even martial sovereigns, can take action. This phenomenon has never occurred in any of the many riots in previous years, but for some reason, a sudden riot broke out today without any warning. Moreover, these reckless rogue cultivators actually dared to rush in. When the martial emperor arrives, they'll just have to work for us. Su Bai and Li Xingqi had already entered the ruins. The area surrounding the ruins was overgrown with spiritual herbs and teeming with menacing beasts. However, neither of them glanced at it and headed straight for the entrance to the ruins. That's right, what they're seeing now isn't actually the real ruins, it's just an area that evolved from the ruins. True relics, at that level, generally exist in a separate, self-contained small world. Soon, Li Xingqi located the true entrance to the ruins based on the density of spiritual energy. A portal. Upon entering this so-called ruin, Li Xingqi immediately realized that the deeper parts of this supposed ruin were completely fake. This is just an illusion. The real entrance to the ruins is a portal. The portal leads to the true original ruins, but since the highest level in the lower realm is only Martial Emperor, they can't recognize it. Let's go in. Su Bai stood in front of the portal, raised an eyebrow at Li Xingqi beside him, and said, "Let's go." As soon as they finished speaking, the two stepped forward and entered the ruins. After a brief period of darkness, the scenery before them changed, and they found themselves outside the gates of a massive palace. Chapter 136 The Palace. There is a considerable distance between the entrance and the palace, connected by a quiet, narrow path that leads to the tightly closed palace gates. The surroundings were utterly empty and silent, an eerie stillness that made the atmosphere somewhat unpredictable. However, this did not stop the two from moving forward. As the saying goes, skill breeds boldness, they stepped onto the path without hesitation and headed straight for the palace gate. Throughout the journey, Su Bai remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about everything around him. In his view, the relics left by a person who had reached such a level would certainly not use those insignificant little mechanisms to prevent those who come to explore them. Being overly cautious and timid can actually make one more vulnerable to danger. In stark contrast, however, is Li Xingqi, a powerful figure at the Martial Emperor level, a legendary figure who once enjoyed the reputation of alchemy saint. At this moment, his behavior revealed an undisguised sleazy aura. He walked cautiously with every step, as if he would turn around and run away at the slightest disturbance. Actually, we can't blame this senior for being too afraid of death and clinging to life. After all, he's someone who has experienced death and been reborn, so it's understandable that he cherishes his life so much. Fortunately, they did not trigger any traps or mechanisms along the way and arrived at the palace gates without incident. Standing here and looking back at the path I've come from, I can't help but feel a surge of emotion. This palace is truly magnificent and spectacular. From the moment I entered this place, the only word to describe everything I saw was huge. It is so enormous, seemingly boundless, that it is impossible to fathom its entirety at a glance. Perhaps, only by pushing open this palace gate at this moment can one truly embark on the journey to this mysterious ruin. Without hesitation, Subai reached out and forcefully pushed open the heavy door in front of him. As the door hinges made a dull thud, an ancient and rustic atmosphere wafted over. Upon closer inspection, a deep, dark, and seemingly endless passage appeared before them. This passage resembled a gaping maw, silently awaiting the entry of the brave. Having finally arrived at this place, how could we possibly turn back? Subai and Li Xingqi exchanged glances, their eyes resolute, and without hesitation stepped through the gate into the endless dark passage. The moment they stepped inside, a loud crash came from behind them. Boom! The heavy door slammed shut, cutting off the last ray of light and completely blocking their way back. After the lighting was lost, the already dark and deep passage became even more pitch black. Fortunately, Subai reacted quickly and immediately took out a glowing stone from his spatial ring, which instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness and illuminated their path. However, the scene before them was chilling. The passage was long and deep, with no end in sight. With no way to retreat, the two could only muster their courage and continue forward, while being careful of traps that might be triggered at any time. Stepping into this palace signifies the start of the true test. To avoid suddenly dying while walking, Subai decided to proceed cautiously, as any accident would be no joke. Chapter 137 Stone Statue. Subai and Li Xingqi proceeded with extreme caution with every step from then on, observing their surroundings while remaining vigilant against any potential dangers that might arise. After carefully walking several hundred meters, the once deep passage suddenly turned a corner, and the two had to turn if they wanted to continue. I hadn't noticed before because it was pitch black inside, but now it seems that the passage isn't a straight line, there are many twists and turns. I wonder if there will be any forks in the road or something. Making someone with decision-making difficulties choose between two options would be incredibly painful, and one wrong move could cost me my life. Despite Subai's seemingly relaxed demeanor throughout the journey, he was actually incredibly nervous inside. This is the ruins of a powerful figure who is at least at the level of a Saint Emperor or Saint Venerable. A little trick left behind could be enough to kill the two of them. If they are not careful, they will be doomed. Subai nervously swallowed, glancing at Li Xingqi beside him. Li Xingqi's expression was also very serious, and he was extremely cautious about everything that was about to happen. But we've already come this far, there's no turning back now, we have to keep going whether we want to or not. So the two of them turned a corner and entered a new passage, but the moment the light shone around them, they both froze on the spot. The narrow passage ahead was no longer open, instead, the interior of a vast palace came into view. On a high platform not far away, a huge stone statue stood quietly. Apart from that, the entire palace was completely empty except for the stone statue. Subai and Li Xingqi exchanged a glance, both quite certain that this was the greatest opportunity within the ruins. The owner of this relic is very likely the person depicted in the stone statue before us. The opportunity left behind by a powerful figure at the same king level or above might be enough to easily resolve the current crisis for Blue Star. You should know that before, just one spirit-level weapon from the glazed pagoda was enough to make him walk sideways, kill a martial emperor with a single shot, and severely injure a saint. That was merely a weapon of saint level. If I could seize the opportunity left behind by this person, why would I have to worry about the threat from the demon race? After confirming that there was no danger inside, the two carefully approached the base of the stone statue. Looking at the stone statues placed on the steps, Subai curiously surveyed his surroundings. Although the palace seemed unchanged after thousands of years, the only thing that puzzled him was why it was empty. Where is the promised opportunity, the promised treasure? In this vast palace, apart from this stone statue, the two of them couldn't see anything else. The entire hall was empty. For a moment, Subai even felt like he had been fooled. I was terrified the whole way here, afraid of stepping into some trap and dying. But when I finally got inside, there was nothing there at all. Could it be that? Subai turned his gaze back to the stone statue. Could this stone statue be the opportunity itself? The moment they thought this, before Subai and Li Xingqi could have any other questions, the stone statue, which had been just a stone, seemed to suddenly come to life, its eyes emitting a bright, intense light. The two people, who were exposed to the bright light, entered a void in the blink of an eye. As the two disappeared from the spot, the stone statue quickly returned to its original state, and the palace became silent once again. Chapter 138 Trial, I'm fighting myself? When Subai opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Looking around, he saw nothing but emptiness, there was no living thing besides him. Suddenly, Subai seemed to realize something, and frowned as he cautiously looked around. Li Xingqi, who was just beside him, had vanished. Even though Subai tried his best to sense everything around him, he couldn't find any trace of him. After cautiously observing the situation for a week, Subai breathed a slight sigh of relief when he found no immediate danger. But then he began to wonder how he got to this place. All I remember is that the stone statue suddenly emitted a blinding light, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. Could it be that this place is some kind of trial ground? However, seeing that there was nothing around him, Subai temporarily gave up the idea. Just as Subai lowered his guard, a dark figure quickly approached him from behind, aiming straight for his vital points. In an instant, Subai's alarm went off, and he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack just a second before it landed on him. After Subai regained his footing, he finally saw the presence of the dark figure. After seeing the shadowy figure clearly, what shocked him wasn't where the figure came from, but rather that the figure's face was exactly the same as his own. What is that? Could it be that my parents had been secretly creating a secondary account without my knowledge all along? Otherwise, how can we explain the current situation? While Subai was still in surprise, the dark figure, like a ruthless killing machine, attacked Subai again after its first strike missed. This time, Subai met the attack head-on from the shadowy figure. With a single strike, Subai was astonished to discover that the opponent's cultivation level was also that of a grandmaster. Something's not right, something's definitely not right. Upon closer inspection, Subai finally noticed that the shadowy figure was different from his own. Although the shadowy figure was almost a one-to-one copy of himself, the only problem was that the guy's eyes were lifeless and his face showed no emotion whatsoever. After learning all this, Subai seemed to understand something. It seems the trial has already begun. Immediately, Subai attempted to retrieve his weapon from his spatial ring. With a thought, a long sword appeared in his hand. The situation is now clear. The trial mission should be to defeat or kill the fake Subai, who is almost a one-to-one copy of himself. This task seems quite simple at the moment. With all his trump cards up his sleeve, Subai could easily kill a martial emperor, let alone a grandmaster, and even a martial emperor would be a formidable opponent. Thinking of this, Subai gripped his long sword tightly and charged towards the shadowy figure. The shadowy figure paused for a moment after Subai drew his long sword, and then, as Subai charged forward, a long sword identical to the one in Subai's hand suddenly appeared in his own. Ding! A crisp striking sound rang out as Subai's attack was blocked by the shadowy figure's long sword. Having failed to land his first blow, Subai stepped back, frowning as he looked at the guy who looked exactly like him. What's going on? I only have this long sword because I have a spatial ring, but this guy's long sword seems to have appeared out of thin air. Moreover, not only that, the long sword in this guy's hand is coincidentally exactly the same as the one in my hand. Are there really so many coincidences? Subai seemed to have guessed something and suddenly felt that this was a bit tricky. It seems that the opportunities left behind by a holy emperor or holy venerable are indeed not so easy to obtain. To confirm his guess, Subai immediately prepared to unleash the Yuan Yang slash to strike the dark figure. Subai mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, using almost 80% of his strength and adding a trace of sword intent to this strike before fiercely slashing at the black shadow. Faced with this move, the shadowy figure also followed Subai's example and gathered spiritual energy. The exact same martial arts techniques, imbued with the same sword intent. The two attacks collided again, unleashing a terrifying aftershock. The two are evenly matched once again. Subai's expression was solemn. In the past, even a low-level martial emperor would not dare to directly take this move, but he did not expect that the other party would also know this move. Not only did they copy the martial arts techniques, but they also copied the extremely rare sword intent. However, Subai felt relieved when he thought that this was an opportunity left behind by at least a holy emperor or holy venerable. What is extremely rare in the Blue Star might be commonplace in the upper realm. It would be strange if they didn't even have this much skill. Next, Subai tried various methods and unleashed all his strength, but he still couldn't do anything to the guy in front of him. Even though all the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, Subai took out the 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid from his space and instantly replenished his spiritual energy. Then Subai watched as the guy opposite him pulled out a drop of spiritual liquid from somewhere and drank it, instantly replenishing his spiritual energy. Holy crap, you're cheating! Subai, who had been fighting fiercely for several hours, couldn't help but complain. Even after releasing the little azure dragon that had been staying in the beast taming space, he was speechless to find that the other side also had an extra little azure dragon. Not only was Subai dumbfounded, but even the little green dragon that had been released was also dumbfounded, looking at its other self and casting a questioning look at Subai. Subai reluctantly put the little green dragon back into the beast taming space. It seemed that none of these methods would work. Subai, who had been harassed for so long, could no longer bear it. Okay, you can copy all of these. I don't believe you can even copy the system. Chapter 139, Trial completed, Inheritance received. System, use the Martial Emperor Experience card. Subai decided to go all the way and directly use the Emperor Martial Experience card. The moment he finished speaking, Subai felt his cultivation level rapidly improving, and within a few breaths he had reached the Martial Emperor realm. 7th tier Martial Emperor. 8th tier Martial Emperor. 9th tier Martial Emperor. Emperor Wu, you've succeeded. Upon sensing the immense spiritual energy within his body, Subai didn't have time to savor it further before gripping his longsword and rushing towards the shadowy figure. After all, this Martial Emperor Experience card costs 500 spirit stones per minute. If it takes a little longer, it will cost 1000 spirit stones, which is enough to charge up one of his railguns. Fortunately, after using the trial card, Subai found that the shadowy figure froze in place, motionless, as if it had crashed. However, judging from the fact that the other party's aura was also gradually increasing, it seemed that he also intended to forcibly raise his realm to the Martial Emperor level. Realizing that his opponent's cultivation level was still at the Martial Emperor level, Subai knew he couldn't be careless at this moment. If his opponent were to raise their cultivation level to the Martial Emperor level, then there would be no way to deal with them. Yuan Yang Slash. The Martial Emperor unleashed his full power in one move, a complete superposition of sword intent. The terrifying power unleashed by this move even startled Subai, who was executing it. With this power, even a true Martial Emperor would probably not dare to directly confront this move. It wasn't until Subai arrived that the shadowy figure's strength increased to the 9th level Martial Emperor, just one step away from becoming a Martial Emperor. Throughout the journey, the dark figure remained completely still, even when Subai's attacks were right at point-blank range. Just a split second before reaching the Martial Emperor, Subai's attack struck the shadowy figure. As the sword fell, Subai hurriedly turned around to look at the spot where the dark figure had been. The feel from the hilt of the sword just now told him that the troublesome shadowy figure had finally been dealt with. However, he wondered if there would be any other trials besides this one. Fortunately, Subai's worries were unnecessary. After the shadow disappeared, the void began to crumble like fragments. Before Subai could react, he was teleported out of this space and back into the palace. Subai looked at the stone statue on the steps with surprise and doubt, a question suddenly forming in his mind: has the trial been completed? But what about the reward for completing the trial? Just as Subai was wondering, a beam of white light shot out from the stone statue and rushed straight towards Subai. Seeing this, Subai didn't know what the white light was. He tried to dodge, but found that the white light seemed to have chosen him, and no matter how he tried to dodge, it was useless. Subai could only watch helplessly as the white light entered his mind, after which countless memories flooded into his mind. As if sensing something, Subai sat cross-legged on the spot and began to receive this memory. That's right, this is the opportunity left behind by the Saint Venerable Powerhouse. Judging from the current situation, this should be the legacy he left behind. That white light is the greatest opportunity for this ruin. Not long after Subai sat cross-legged, Li Xingqi, looking disheveled, was also teleported out. The changing scenery around him hadn't quite caught up with him yet, and he remained vigilant, looking around cautiously. Only when he saw Subai sitting cross-legged did Li Xingqi finally breathe a sigh of relief. Goodness, looks like we've finally made it out of that awful place. Who can understand his feelings? I'm an old man who just got reborn and I'm being tortured like this. Is this something a human being would do? Upon entering, you'll find yourself staring at someone who looks exactly like you, and then that person attacks you without hesitation. Before Li Xingqi could react, he was almost hit by that guy. They have no sportsmanship and ambushed this old comrade. Li Xingqi was then forced into a fierce battle with the clone, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Just now, he was still fighting the clone, but suddenly the void space began to crumble, the scene around him changed, and he was back in the palace. Thinking of this, Li Xingqi looked at Subai with a strange expression. Based on my own experience, what just happened should have been a test left by the owner of this ruin. Once this test is passed, there is a high probability that it will be either the inheritance of the previous owner of the ruin or some other reward. However, judging from Subai's appearance, he has most likely accepted the inheritance. At this point, Li Xingqi felt even stranger. This kid seems to have quite a few trump cards up his sleeve. In my previous life, I was a Saint Venerable, but I was helpless in the situation just now. Even though he has been reborn and his current level is only Martial Emperor, he has not forgotten any of the experiences from his previous life. Given this situation, even I couldn't handle the clone inside, yet Subai found a solution so quickly? You should know that the clones inside are all made from the same mold. Whether it's a realm of power or any external assistance, the opponent can copy it all. How can you compete with that? Before he could think any further, another beam of white light shot out from the stone statue and rushed toward Li Xingqi. However, this white light was significantly smaller than Subai's. Seeing this, Li Xingqi did not dodge, but calmly sat down cross-legged and waited to receive the message. Subai entered a state of selflessness. As he absorbed the memories, his realm began to loosen, and he began to break through. First tier Martial Emperor. Second tier Martial Emperor. Fifth tier Martial Emperor. Seventh tier Martial Emperor. Inside the palace, an invisible vortex formed around Subai. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards the center and was subsequently absorbed by Subai. Actually, after Subai briefly advanced to the Martial Emperor realm, he felt his realm was loosening and he could break through at any time. Now, I found a perfect opportunity to break through one major realm and several minor realms in one go. The loud noise woke up Li Xingqi, who was standing nearby. He knew that he had benefited from Subai's influence and had also received some inheritance, which happened to be insights into alchemy. Just as I had predicted, the owner of this ruin was also a Saint Venerable level alchemist, and his legacy was quite beneficial to me. But, how come I never heard of this person before I died? Li Xingqi shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and turned his attention back to Subai. 7th tier Martial Emperor. Good heavens, no wonder the spiritual energy around me was so thin, it turns out this kid absorbed it all. However, seeing that Subai's cultivation level seemed poised for a breakthrough, even Li Xingqi, who had witnessed countless geniuses, couldn't help but sigh. Abnormal. Breaking through several realms from Grandmaster in one go, even the most well-known geniuses in the upper realm are no more than that. I wonder what kind of inheritance this kid has received. He's making such a big commotion and there's no sign of him waking up at all. Li Xingqi looked at Subai with some envy. The inheritance of a Saint Venerable was something he would be envious of even though he was also a Saint Venerable in his previous life. Moreover, the owner of this ruin is very likely not only a Saint Venerable, but also someone at a higher level, only his alchemy skills are at the Saint Venerable level. Sensing that the spiritual energy nearby was becoming increasingly thin, Li Xingqi did not hesitate at all and took out dozens of spirit stones, placing them next to Subai for him to absorb. He then sat cross-legged again to protect Subai. P.S. This book was delayed for a while, so the author has forgotten some parts of the earlier plot. If there is anything wrong, please point it out in the comments. I will read every comment. Chapter 149 Order Martial Emperor, the Nine Netherworld. Several hours later, Subai gradually stopped absorbing spiritual energy. At this point, his realm had reached the 9th level Martial Emperor, and after multiple consolidations, his foundation was very solid. There was no need to worry about his foundation becoming unstable due to a rapid breakthrough in realm. Suddenly opening his eyes, the oppressive aura emanating from a 9th level Martial Emperor filled the entire palace. Li Xingqi, who was meditating nearby, was also awakened by this pressure. When he opened his eyes, he saw Subai, who had already woken up, moving his limbs and feeling the power from the 9th level Martial Emperor. Although he had already used the Martial Emperor experience card before. However, after advancing to the Martial Emperor level, Subai could clearly perceive the gap between his experience and that of a true Martial Emperor. Subai couldn't quite put his finger on the difference, but he felt it was stronger than when he used the trial card. After receiving the inheritance, Subai also learned that the owner of this ruin was actually a quasi-god level powerhouse. He passed away tens of thousands of years ago in an era when everyone was like a dragon, leaving behind this relic. The inheritance of a quasi-god level expert allowed Subai, whose foundation was already very solid, to break through directly from Grandmaster to 9th Order Martial Emperor in one go, and he was only one step away from the Martial Emperor at the pinnacle of Blue Star. Unfortunately, this step is still a bit difficult for Subai at the moment. It should be noted that in the past thousands of years, only a few hundred or 1,000 Martial Emperors have been born among the human race, and even fewer have survived to this day. With a population base of tens or hundreds of billions, only so many Martial Emperors have been born. One can imagine how difficult it is to go from Martial Emperor to Martial Emperor. Countless Martial Emperors have been blocked from this threshold, spending their entire lives pursuing the title of Martial Emperor and ultimately dying in despair. However, with Subai's celestial talent and the system's support, becoming a Martial Emperor is only a matter of time. Having just used the Martial Emperor experience card, even though it was only for a short minute, that minute was enough for Subai to gain a general understanding of the Martial Emperor realm. You are the strangest freak I have ever seen in my life. You broke through from Grandmaster to 9th rank Martial Emperor in one go. Even among the top families in the upper realm, I have never heard of anyone who can do it like you. Li Xingqi sensed that Su Bai's aura had reached the 9th level Martial Emperor and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I cheated, do you believe me? Su Bai replied seriously. Cheat code? If there were cheat codes in the path of cultivation, what would be the purpose of countless people striving to cultivate? If it were possible, I would have driven one long ago, Li Xingqi said with a self-deprecating tone, shaking his head and not asking any further questions. Everyone has some secrets they don't want to tell anyone, and that's perfectly normal. Who can guarantee that they don't have one or two secrets they're hiding? Seeing that Li Xingqi did not believe him, Su Bai felt quite helpless. I'm telling the truth, so why doesn't anyone believe me? Since none of you believe me, I'll just keep going. Su Bai didn't offer much explanation. During his journey to this secret realm, he not only advanced to the 9th level Martial Emperor realm, but also received a cultivation technique and a martial skill from the inheritance he received. Both are cosmic level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, created by the owner of the ruins as his own innate cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. The ranking of martial arts techniques in the lower realm is Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow being the lowest. Each rank is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, as well as the highest grade, Supreme. The higher the level of martial arts techniques, the higher the level, the primordial universe, the highest level is the primordial universe, and the lowest level is the desolate universe. Having received some of the memories, Su Bai also learned about the higher level classifications. Judging from the current situation, the universe level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills I have obtained are already quite good, and they are extremely rare even in the upper realm. Not only that, Su Bai also learned from his memories about a hidden passage that leads to the upper realm, which immediately surprised and delighted him. Old man, I think I know where the passage to the upper realm is. Do you want to know? Su Bai felt it was necessary to let Li Xingqi know about this. Anyway, this guy will be preparing to return to the upper realm sooner or later, so it's not a bad idea to let him know that this passage does exist. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqi, who had just been shaking his head in self-deprecation, immediately appeared excitedly in front of Su Bai, gripped his shoulders tightly, and asked, "Where? Tell me now." Seeing his happy expression, Su Bai didn't keep him in suspense and, recalling information from his memories, began to speak. If my memory serves me right, one of the passages to the upper realm is located in the 9 Netherlands, one of the 3 great secret realms. And the 9 Netherworld is also recognized as the most dangerous of the 3 great secret realms. Even a martial emperor can easily get lost inside and disappear from the world. According to the information I remember, this 9 Netherland has existed for tens of thousands of years, and many powerful human beings used to seek opportunities there. However, even 10,000 years ago, saints and sages dared not venture into the 9 Netherworlds at will, for fear that they would never return. It is said that there are even opportunities to become a demigod or even a god of war here. Even Su Bai was surprised when he heard the news. Who would have thought that a secret realm on Earth might hold the opportunity to become a martial god? No wonder even if a martial emperor went in, he would almost certainly die. Those who were lucky enough to come out of the 9 Netherworld only managed to reach the outer edge of the secret realm and did not manage to enter the core of the 9 Netherworld. However, based on my memory, this passage to the upper realm seems to be located in the core area of the 9 Netherworld. Wait a minute. Su Bai suddenly thought of something. Wasn't the last news about that sword saint from 1,000 years ago that he went to the 9 Netherworld? The Crystal Realm, the land of 9 Netherworlds. Su Bai looked around the palace with a strange expression. Could it be? The sword saint obtained this opportunity in the glazed secret realm 1,000 years ago, and only then did he learn that the passage to the upper realm was in the 9 Netherland. That's why he broke into the 9 Netherland and was then teleported to the upper realm to seek help. It makes sense now. Everything makes sense. No wonder the sword saint went to the legendary 9 Netherworld, a place where death was almost certain. After resolving the Blue Star crisis, he had been trying to contact the upper realm to repair the lower realm. But after he finally found a teleportation channel in the 9 Netherworld and arrived in the upper realm, he discovered that the people in the upper realm had long known about the existence of the lower realm, but simply couldn't be bothered to care. Not only that, even the sword saint's desire to return to the lower realm was met with numerous obstacles, which is why he disappeared for so long.